Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. 20 years ago, mysterious demons appeared out of nowhere. Wherever they went, death and destruction followed them. Not a single human weapon could even scratch them. The fate of humanity was at stake. People with horror in their eyes tried to hide among the ruins of the city from monsters crawling out of portals in the red sky. However, in the midst of this all-consuming chaos, they appear, the Awakeners. Unfortunately, few could fight demons, only those whose talents reached a rank. If you take a sample from an entire nation, then among them there will only be a couple of such Awakeners, and their total number does not exceed 1,000. And there are even fewer of those of the highest A rank. There are 7 ranks, the lowest being D rank, followed by C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, and the strongest one is SSS rank. And therefore, Awakeners of A rank and above are so revered by the people. People who don't have talent achieve nothing. A guy with blue eyes named Jiang Zi, wearing a cape with a hood, holds his palms over a magic ball. His talent is, the magic ball begins to glow with a bright light. The system label stated that the awakening was loading. The little fairy girl looked with surprised eyes at the ball on which the information was indicated. The system showed 3 letters S in turn. The guy and fairy jumped back in shock when they saw that Z had awakened the ability of an SSS rank summoner. China, Tianfeng City, 5th Academy. Z sits at his desk and looks out the window, not paying attention to the loud conversations of his classmates. A guy in a white shirt climbed onto his desk and folded his hands in a prayer gesture. He loudly asked the Almighty to grant him an A-rank talent. His comrade was indignant, saying that he wanted too much, and that there were only about 1,000 people in the world with a rank talent. Another guy said that he heard about a girl a year older who had an S-rank talent, and then she entered the King Martial Arts Academy, and now she is considered the best hunter in the demon territory. Another guy, holding his head, said that he was very worried because he didn't know what talent he would receive, and his friend tried to calm him down. One of the guys pointed a finger at himself. He said that he would also like an S rank. He added that they make over $1 million a year and have many benefits. Z, sitting behind, slumped, looking at his phone, and the guy in the white shirt was indignant and raised his fist, looking at his friend. He scolded him for only caring about money when they should all be worried about the well-being of their country. He just waved his hand and replied that they would all most likely be the most ordinary people, and one should be happy if they could bring at least some benefit. Z looked at the screen of his phone with a worried look. He thought that the money left after his parents had run out, and all that was left was to sell the house. He thought that even in this situation, he still might not have enough. The guy raised his head and sighed, rolling his eyes. He thought that he had no choice but to go to the demon territory tonight. The little finger named Jiang Zi floated in weightlessness, looking at the white spot in the middle of the portal. His eyes widened and there was genuine fear in them. 10 years ago he was transported from his world to this one. His adoptive parents gave him his name. They treated him like their son, and without them he would not have survived. A child sat at the table, crying crocodile tears, while a woman spoon-fed a younger girl. The man smiled, prompting the boy to eat and told him to eat and not be shy, since she is all one big family to you. The girl screamed with her mouth full that she was very glad that now she would have an older brother. 20 years ago, a mysterious wormhole appeared in the sky, and the demons that emerged from it began to destroy everything they could get their hands on. Human weapons did not take them. Monsters were literally everywhere, roaming the ruins of the city. On the ground lay the lifeless body of a woman, the lower part of which was completely missing. Z's face showed horror when he saw his mother. At this moment, the monster was devouring the lower part of the woman's body. The monster took a bite and tore off her leg. The man lying under the rubble looked at his children. He told Z that they should not stand like a pillar, but rather run away from here. There was horror in his eyes, and he reached out his hand to the children. He asked the boy to run away from here and take care of his younger sister. Z turned towards the man, and tears flowed from his shocked eyes. He called out to his dad. The boy and girl, with tears in their eyes, holding hands, ran towards their father. A large humanoid monster appeared behind the man. He took a step forward to clear the blockage. A moment later the man was crushed alive. The boy was numb with horror watching this spectacle and loudly, breaking into a scream, called his father. The monster, as if nothing had happened, moved on, stepping on the corpses of other people. Humanity didn't stand a chance, and Z's father was killed right before his eyes. People fought back with all their might and were able to drive the demons back into the portal. Then they learned that on the other side they became stronger, and this strength remained with them in the original world. Having acquired new skills, people began to fight back against the demons. This is how elite troops appeared, capable of fighting demons on their territory. They began to achieve excellent results. The World Organization, the Association of Monster Hunters, has increased its hunters by 5 ranks, and often demons appear that only 5th rank hunters can cope with. Human talents, in turn, are divided from D to SSS, where D is the weakest and SSS is the strongest. As a rule, their rank reflects their strength and, consequently, their uselessness. And in order to become a hunter of at least rank 1, you need to have an A-level talent. Throwing his backpack over his shoulder, Z stood up from his desk and looked at his wristwatch. He thought that there was almost no time left, and he needed to return home as soon as possible. He left the office and closed the door behind him. Malika thought that today he should definitely awaken an A-rank talent and pass the exam. The guy came into the house late that evening. He loudly announced his arrival to his sister. Entering the kitchen, he saw a girl with a plate in her hands. He suggested they go somewhere together today. The girl, looking at Z with pitiful eyes, held a burnt chicken leg on a plate from which a strange smell emanated. She apologized to her brother in an upset voice and noted that today was his birthday and he was turning 18 years old and he was going to go to the territory of demons to awaken his talent. She added that in honor of this she wanted to give him a chicken, but it didn't work out. Z approached the girl with a worried face, taking off his backpack. He said that maybe cooking just wasn't her thing. He noted that they had already talked about this earlier and decided that there would be no cooking, since the girl was already very out of date in her studies and her health was poor, so she should not worry about him. Holding a plate of chicken, Z ran away from his younger sister. He noted loudly that under this skin there would be very tender meat. The girl, trying to reach the plate, asked her brother to leave her a piece. Z loudly replied that she herself said that it was for his birthday, and if she was also spinning under his feet, then he might even drop the plate. A round moon rose into the sky. The girl, leaving the house, turned to her brother. She said she was going to visit a friend and then asked him to be careful in demon territory. In response, Z asked her to return home before 9:30, otherwise he would worry. He looked at the clock, which showed 7:30 in the evening. He glanced at his digital watch, which showed a 10-second delay notification. He thought that it would be very soon. The boy tensed, and noticeable excitement appeared on his face. He thought it was either now or never. Mentally, he asked his sister to pray for him. He pressed a button on the watch, and it began to sparkle with lightning. The guy looked with surprised eyes at the blue space that appeared around him. He screamed loudly as he began to be sucked into the portal. The guy closed his eyes in fear. A fairy with yellow wings appeared in front of him. She greeted the guy who had entered the demon territory. She said that she would now be his fairy guide. Z looked around and saw that he was now standing on a round platform. He noted that he now knows what the local landfill looks like. The fairy asked him to choose a name and equipment first. The guy started poking at the holographic screen in front of him. He said that he had previously read the guides and chose the name Rakshasa and a ghillie suit as equipment. He thought that they were saying that it was very dangerous here, so it was better not to shine. The fairy smiled and said that she understood everything. She swung her staff, and the guy jumped back as magical energy enveloped him. A moment later, the guy appeared in a black suit with a cloak and hoods on his head. The fairy called him by his chosen name and said that it was time to activate his talent, so he should put his hands on the ball. Z looked at the magic ball that appeared in front of him. The guy tensed and put both palms on it. He asked the Almighty to give him an A rank. The magic ball glowed with bright light. The guy screamed loudly that he should get an A rank. There was a bright white flash. Z looked with surprised eyes at the extinct ball. He asked incomprehensibly what ability he finally had. The fairy looked into the ball and her eyes widened in surprise because the letter E was written there. The guy, almost crying, looked at the fairy. In a concerned voice, he asked what E meant. He noted that he would soon lose consciousness from excitement. The fairy looked into the ball again and saw a system notification about loading the talent. When the system notified that he had received an SSS rank, the guy's eyes widened in surprise and he pointed a finger at himself. O cried out questioningly, was he sure he didn't hear it, and he really has an SSS rank. The fairy froze in shock, and the guy read the information on the tablet, which stated that it was previously believed that the SSS rank only existed in legends since no one had ever awakened it before. Z smiled widely, continuing to hold his hands to the magic ball. He happily noted that even an S rank is enough to enter an elite academy and secure a decent future for himself, and he has an SSS rank talent. He cried out cheerfully that now he would live his best life. The system said that the table contained information about his ability, and the fairy pointed to it with her staff. Z read the characteristics of his ability with delight in his eyes. Summon SSS rank, level 1, price 10 stamina, cooldown 60 seconds, effect after killing the target. Makes it possible to summon its exact copy. The copy can increase the level. Additionally, use level 1 10 copies, level 2 summon 30 copies. He happily noted that his ability was simply unusually strong. The guy frowned and put his hand to his chin, imagining himself at the head of an army of various monsters. He noted that it turns out that after killing a monster, he will be able to immediately summon it, and then added that this is very cool. He said that in this way they will definitely acquire their own army, an army of bosses. He exclaimed that it was too cool, and then told himself to calm down. The guy started poking at the holographic screen in front of him. With a smile on his face, he said that now he needed to check the status window. Condition: name, Rakshasa, code, see country, 24,751,176, health, 100, stamina, 110, damage, 1-10, dexterity, 10. Stats: strength 10, constitution 10, fortitude 11, agility 10, remaining stats 0, ability, summon level 1, equipment none, overall rating combat skills, beginner. Seeing his characteristics, Z thought about it. He was wondering why his fortitude was one level higher than normal. He thought that perhaps this was due to the transition of the honeys between the worlds. Waving her hand, the fairy flashed blue light. The system said that now the guy could enter the territory of demons and wished him good luck. The blue space began to dissolve, and the guy saw a bright blue sky above him. Among the mountains, in a large clearing, there is a large round platform. Standing with her partner, a woman in a white shirt and a badge on her chest raised her hand. She loudly told the newcomers to come here as they were instructors provided by the Demon Territory Administration and would help them get comfortable here. Z tried to squeeze through the crowd of confused people. Looking around, the guy smiled. He mentally noted that there were a lot of people gathered here. He thought he finally knew what it was like. There was a surprised cry from the crowd, and Z decided to see what was happening there. A guy with gray hair and piercings on his face grinned contentedly, pointing his thumb at himself. He smugly said that he had an rank talent, Fist of Power. Z listened in surprise to the conversation between the two guys standing behind them. One of them smiled and said that he was jealous that someone had an A rank. The second noted that he was already pleased that he had at least a B rank. A moment later, the guy saw a man who, bursting with tears, fell to his knees. He was wondering why he only had a D rank. The man next to him asked him to calm down and pull himself together. The man in a white shirt and a badge on his chest frowned and straightened his shoulders. He announced loudly for everyone to pay attention, and then told the newcomers to get in line. He added that this was to give them weapons. People lined up in front of the table where the instructors stood. People began to tense up listening to the man's words. He said loudly for the newcomers to remember that the territory of demons is not toys, and if they die here, they will not be able to resurrect. He added that if they do not take this seriously, they will soon die. The man's eyebrows slid down to the bridge of his nose, and his face became gloomy. He shouted that they were on the battlefield and no laws apply here. He noted that they should be afraid not only of monsters, but also of people. The man added that they might encounter liars, murderers, and marauders on their way, so they shouldn't be too trusting. While the man was handing a sword to one person, the female instructor attracted attention. She said that they should also remember that if they wanted to leave the demon territory, they would have to return here. She noted that only the altar could carry them back. Z headed towards the table when the instructor asked the next person to come up. He approached the girl, and she began to write down information on her clipboard. She asked the guy to first name the rank of his talent, and then take the weapon, and then asked Z's rank. The guy, who had a hood pulled over his head and a mask on his face, glanced to the side when he heard laughter behind him as he called out the rank. Z said that his talent is D rank. He thought that there were too many people here and it would be better if they didn't know about his rank, since the demon territory was dangerous and skill alone might not be enough, so he had to become strong first. A group of guys pulled sarcastic smiles onto their faces as Z received the weapon. One of them laughed, saying that another D rank loser had appeared among them. Another guy pointed out that trash like him should go back to the real world and get a job because he's just wasting his time here. The instructor asked Z to choose a weapon, and he pointed to the bow. The man handed him a bow and a quiver with several arrows. He said that ranged weapons have much lower attack, but it is safer to walk with them. Wooden bow, quality, D, damage, 10-20, feature, empty, condition, 100/100. The man smiled and looked at the guy. He noted that cautious people live here much longer. Z just nodded in response. The female instructor rubbed her forehead with her hand, looking at the half-empty shelves of weapons. She was glad they were finally done because she was very tired. Her partner approached her and she began flipping through pages on her tablet. He asked how many people they currently have a rank and above. The girl looked and replied that there were only 3. She added that with each generation they are getting worse and worse. She recalled the guys who, immediately after receiving weapons, ran headlong into the habitats of monsters, putting themselves in danger. They shouted that they would definitely show others how to kill monsters. The arrow fired once again hit the center of the target. The instructor turned around and glanced at Z, who, after a long training, exhaled noisily and lowered his bow. Z looked at the pile of scattered arrows on the ground that flew past the target. He made a mental note that archery was not as easy as he thought. He thought that he had already fired so many arrows, but only hit the center of the target once. The guy pulled the fingerless gloves tighter onto his palms. He thought that in a real battle no one would do him any favors. He thought that as long as he didn't have copies of monsters to summon, he would need to fight on his own. He thought that he must first learn to shoot a bow well and then completely kill his first monster to summon. Many attempts later, the training field was littered with arrows that had missed the target. The guy frowned and strained his eyes. Squinting, he raised his bow again and pulled the string with the arrow. Cutting through the air, the arrow quickly flew towards the target. With a loud sound, it landed right on target, just like the other 8 arrows that came before it. The guy grinned contentedly, and the bow in his hand lit up with a blue light, increasing its level. Bow proficiency, level 4, proficiency 80%. His fingers on his right hand were sore from intense training. Z said he thought that would be enough for today. Pulling the mask over his face, the guy left the arena and headed towards the forest. He said it was time to put his skill to the test. The forest was inhabited by huge monsters, rabbits, wolves, and also giant turtles. On the way, Z decided to read a guide to the territory of first-level monsters. Cruel white rabbit, strengths, fast, resourceful, weaknesses, low defense, lava turtle, strengths, high defense, a lot of health, weaknesses, slowness, night wolf, high speed, high attack, ability, night cut. After 5 attacks on the target, it imposes the effects of burning and bleeding on it. 2 guys screamed loudly for help, trying to escape from the monster. They were being chased by a huge lava turtle whose health level was 250th. The turtle hit the ground with its paw, and one of the guys fell, screaming loudly. Continuing to scream, he backed away, while the turtle, approaching him, growled loudly and raised one paw to strike. An arrow flew into her head, but bounced to the side as it could not pierce the monster's skin. Z began waving his arms in different directions, digesting the turtle's attention and giving the fallen guy the opportunity to quietly escape. Z shouted loudly that he was here. With his arms outstretched, he smiled contentedly. The guy invited the turtle to make friends with him. Looking at him, the lava turtle's eyes narrowed and her muzzle frowned. Z smiled in confusion, realizing what awaited him now. Necrolatry moments later, with a loud scream, he was running away through the forest from the turtle that was breathing down his back. The lava turtle stomped loudly on the ground, trying to catch up with the guy, and he continued to run forward even though his face was already covered with sweat. He noted that he is very scared now. Running out into the clearing, the guy saw that not far from them there was a platform, which he found himself on as soon as he moved into the world of monsters, and an idea came to his head. The turtle turned and rushed after him when Z ran towards the arena, which was equipped with magical pillars for protection from monsters. As soon as the turtle came very close, the pillars released an electric charge at it. Z jumped to the side, and the lava turtle, which had now received a critical hit at about 190 health units, began to swing in different directions. The guy saw that the monster's stench was now at 10/250th. Having moved some distance away from the turtle, he fired 3 arrows at it in a row. The blows knocked off 8 and 2 health points, and the turtle fell lifelessly to the ground, having no more HP. Z received a system notification that he had defeated the monster. The turtle's body glowed with blue light, and the guy watched as it began to dissolve into thin air. When the shoulders completely disappeared, in its place lay a blue sphere. A notification came that one low-rank magic soul sphere had been obtained. Taking off his mask and wiping his forehead of sweat, Z smiled and twirled the sphere in his hands. He thought that he knew for sure that the protective magic of the altar would not fail him. The guy opened the guide to the monster territory again. When a monster dies, it drops a random magical soul orb. Magic soul spheres come in lower rank, middle rank, and higher rank, and different colors of the spheres mean different characteristics. Red sphere is strength, green sphere is physique, blue sphere is fortitude, yellow sphere is agility. To increase the characteristic, you need to absorb the sphere. The lowest a rank orbs give 0.01 stat points, the middle a rank 0.1, and the highest a rank 1. Z looked thoughtfully at the blue orb in his palm. He noted that it turns out that he can only get 0.01 points of spiritual power from this sphere. He said that it would be better not to use it for now. The guy thought about what he had read on the internet, that one low-rank sphere can be sold for about 1,000 coins. A system notification appeared on the screen saying that the guy had defeated the lava turtle and could now summon a copy of it. And then a question appeared whether he wanted to do this now. The guy smiled widely, pressing the call button. He said he wanted to see the turtle. After he pressed the button, the area next to him flashed with a bright blue light. A few moments later, emitting a loud roar, the lava turtle appeared in front of the guy. Z looked at her with enthusiastic eyes and, smiling broadly, began to laugh with joy. He walked over and stroked the turtle's head. The guy rejoiced loudly that he now had his own familiar. He looked at the turtle with a satisfied, confident look. And a moment later they began to hug her joyfully. The rabbit, whose eyes are red, grabs the young man's face. He screams in pain. His comrade with a sword in his hand steps forward, covering the victim. "Ah Ming, you move behind first," he shouts. The guy holding a club in each hand calls the monster a bastard and complains that the 3 of them can't defeat it. A flock of birds takes off from the crowns of nearby trees. One of the guys looks around worriedly. A huge turtle with yellow eyes appears behind him. Crap, the hero shouts, a lava turtle came from behind. 3 comrades turn to face new danger. They are amazed. Wait, one of them yells, tell me I'm not imagining this. A man is riding a turtle, his face covered with a mask. How come someone riding on the back of a lava turtle? The rider sitting astride the reptile chuckles. Hello brothers, he says. The 3 friends look at him in amazement. What's going on? Asks the one whom the rabbit grabbed by the face. Monster territories monster usually attack upon seeing a human. Why isn't that lava turtle attacking him? Just don't say that we can tame them, says the one armed with the sword. I'm so jealous, says the third. A guy with a bleeding nose raises his index finger. What is there to be jealous of? He asks. We can also try to tame this crazy rabbit. I can ride it. At this very moment, the rabbit standing behind him hits him on the cheek. The victim's friends grab their weapons and begin to drive away the evil animal. Aw Ming, get back first, the swordsman shouts again. The victim grabs his face and complains that he was hit hard in the teeth. A young man armed with clubs swears and tries to hit the animal. The swordsman manages to inflict 8 points of critical damage. The rabbit jumps back. He begins, like some kind of bodybuilder, to demonstrate his muscles. After a second, he goes into a berserk state, according to the alert. The swordsman, holding his weapon forward, notices this. He urges his comrades not to be afraid, since the animal only has half its health points left. He shouts that the 3 of them can kill the enemy if they attack at the same time. 2 more rabbits jump out of the bushes. The 3 comrades look in horror as the reinforcements approach their enemy. Birds fly in the orange sky. The hero, sitting on a rock, surveys the surroundings, putting his hand to his forehead. The grassland sunset is so pretty, he says. It calms people's feelings. A cloud of dust appears in the distance. 3 comrades approach the turtle, who, apparently, did not manage to cope with the rabbits. They shout loudly that there is no salvation and they will soon die. The hero, who cannot understand what is happening, turns the turtle around and sends it after the fleeing guys. They continue to scream in fear. The hero turns his head to find out who these 3 are trying to escape from. And he sees angry rabbits. They really scare him too. The hero screams in horror. Jiang Zi barely manages to duck, and the fist of a pumped-up mammal rushes over his head. The hero turns to his turtle and orders it to attack the rabbits with its tail. The reptile obeys. Her tail, which ends in a spiked sphere, hits the rabbits and causes serious damage. The hero looks in amazement at what is happening. What the hell? He shouts. Why do I deal less damage than my summoned creature? A rabbit hits a turtle's shell. The other 2 do the same, and the reptile rapidly loses health points. The hero is very alarmed. Crap, lava turtle's movement is too slow, he says. Even if the defense has HP, surrounded and attacked by 3 violent rabbits, it can't handle it. I have to figure a way to divert those attacks. The turtle lifts his head and screams in anguish. It is very difficult for him. The rabbits continue to attack her shell from all sides, causing critical damage. Jiang Zi, who is no longer sitting on the turtle, opens fire on the rabbits with his bow. He does not forget to encourage the reptile, which also knocks out health points from the brutal rabbits. 3 arrows shot by the hero are immediately pierced into the back of one of the rabbits. He falls to the ground, but other monsters continue to attack the turtle. One of them hits the reptile on the head and deals 30 points of damage at once. The hero desperately calls out to the creature he has summoned. He aims a bow at the rabbit and curses at it. I won't let my first summoned beast die, he shouts. 2 arrows are pierced into the next rabbit, knocking out 3 points of damage. Jiang Zi runs up to the lava turtle. Quickly return, go inside the summon array, he orders her. If not, you will die. The turtle lowers his head and it seems that nothing can help him. But the very next second a notification appears about an increase in its level. We see the corresponding card. Lava Turtle, Exp 2, Exp 1/30th, HP 400, Attack A-100, Defense 70, Skill none. We see the turtle's tail. Its spiked end hits the rabbit, causing it 40 points of critical damage. A killed enemy falls to the ground. The hero, behind whom stands his turtle, holds 3 blue spheres in his hands. A system alert appears. You have killed 3 violent rabbits, can summon 3 clones, do you wish to summon them? Call, Jiang Zi exclaims joyfully. 3 muscular rabbits appear in front of him, ready to serve him. Great, Jiang Zi says, looking at them. The hero examines his army, which now consists of a turtle and 3 rabbits. Now I have 4 summoned beasts, he exclaims joyfully. The sun is shining brightly in the sky. The hero receives a message in the class chat. All students, gather at the altar, an important announcement to be made. Jiang Zi looks at the message in surprise. What happened? Why such urgency? He thinks. Dozens of people have gathered inside a huge circle, around the circumference of which there are 4 sparkling pillars. A young man in elegant dark glasses holds the floor. Students, how is the adaptation for floor 1 of Demon Territory? After so many days of battle, I believe everyone doesn't have any problem. But Demon Territory's first floor boss, Dark Shadow Wolf, isn't something newbies like you can handle. He points to the girl standing next to him. Thus, the school has invited an elite, he continues. She will lead you and defeat the first floor boss, the Dark Shadow Wolf, and open the gate to the second floor. Everyone, let's welcome her. A beautiful girl in a very revealing outfit puts her hand to her chest and introduces herself. Hello, everyone, my name is Liu Yuying. My nickname in Shadow Territory is Moon Shadow. The assembled young people are animatedly discussing the girl. Isn't she past generation girl who awakened a S-rank talent skill? Do you mean that one who got into King University Martial Arts Academy? Yes, that's her. Campus beauty, also a genius. The girl, meanwhile, continues to talk. I hope everyone don't underestimate first floor boss, Dark Shadow Wolf. It's much stronger and harder to deal with than you can imagine. After we set off, everyone must listen to my orders. Yuying looks at his charges carefully. Those who will disobey orders will pay for the consequences, she warns. Young people look at the transparent messages that appear in front of them. Moon Shadow invites you to join the team. Do you wish to join? Team distribution method, free distribution. Everyone who agrees clicks on the blue field under the message text. Young people also see Yuying's personal card. Name, Moon Shadow. Code, C Country 24,751,012. HP, NA. Vitality, NA. Damage, NA. Speed, NA. Attribute, Strength, NA. Physique, NA. Mental Spirit, NA. Agility, NA. Undistributed Attribute Points, NA. Equipment, Rapier. Overall Combat Ability Rating, Proficient Swordsman. The hero examines the card and mentally analyzes it. Key information has all been concealed. I wonder if she's stronger than my summon beasts. If I can make use of this chance to subdue the Dark Shadow Wolf, it'll be great. The sun is shining above the trees. Yuying leads his squad through the forest. The hero, with a hood thrown over his head, is thinking about how he should act. I must hide my real combat ability. I can't summon beasts, otherwise they'll get scared. 2 rabbits jump out of the bushes at people. A lava turtle appears on the other side. Young people look at the monsters in fear. A girl in a white cape exclaims that the entire squad must work together to deal with the enemies. A gloved hand with a star rests on the hilt of the rapier. A few quick movements, and critical damage is caused to each of the monsters. The students look in shock at what is happening before their eyes. In front of the hero, whose face is covered with a mask, 2 guys state that the squad leader only needed 1 attack to deal with the monsters. Having done the job, Yuying places the blade of his rapier to his forehead. The young people continue to discuss what they saw. 1 sword kill is crazy. Is this the power of a S-rank talent elite? The girl turns to the commentators and irritably tells them to stop looking at her. Quickly follow me, she says. The hero looks at Yuying carefully. She is very strong, he thinks. It seems I should forget about stealing the boss kill from her. Birds fly across the dark sky. On a high cliff, a wolf howls at the moon. One of the young men looks at the animal and seems to recognize who it is. It's a Dark Shadow Wolf's roar. He says, "We've arrived." Yuying approaches the black and purple portal. She turns to the young people following her. This is the gate, through which the Dark Shadow Wolf will appear soon, she says. If you guys don't want to die, stay close to me. Don't attack it on your own. A wolf's paw appears from the portal. Yuying, her hair and cloak flying in the wind, prepares to face him. Students cover their eyes with their hands, some scream in fear. A wolf emerges from the portal. Young people complain about a very thick fog, because of which it is not visible where the monster is. The fog moves into the forest, hiding it from view. Yuying, who is also quite hard to see, raises the tip of her rapier and takes a fighting stance. Vague silhouettes of students are visible behind her. The wolf appears right next to the girl, and what's most dangerous is behind her back. But after a moment he is not there. The students are talking excitedly among themselves. We can't even see the monster. How are we supposed to fight it? Floor 1 is already so hard to pass. The fog is getting thicker. Suddenly a grinning wolf jumps out. Yuying seemed to have fear in her eyes. However, she takes a step to the side and the wolf flies past her. Moreover, the girl seems to manage to strike with her rapier. We see her foot in an elegant shoe. Several more rapier strikes follow, each of which causes very significant damage to the monster's health. The wolf fails to survive this onslaught. He lies at the feet of Yuying. In the forest, which is illuminated by the moon, joyful cries are heard. The young people are animatedly discussing what just happened in front of them. We won. Dark Shadow Wolf has been defeated. Aw, how did it happen? I saw it from here. It's Moon Shadow's S-rank talent skill Light Blade Slash. Hearing this name, the hero calls up an information window. The following is reported here: Light Blade Slash, Level 1, X 378 1000, use 10 Vitality, cooldown 60 seconds. Effect: perform a sword attack on the target, the damage of each slash will be doubled. When it's the last attack, the critical damage will be doubled, causing huge damage. Note: Level 1 Light Blade Slash causes 3 consecutive slashes, Level 2 Light Blade Slash causes 5 consecutive slashes, Level 3 Light Blade Slash causes 10 consecutive slashes, Level 4 Light Blade Slash causes 20 consecutive slashes, Level 5 Light Blade Slash causes 50 consecutive slashes. Yu Ying, who is holding a purple ball, turns to the students. "You guys should get the first floor's pass key right," she says. The young people sincerely thank her. "That's good," says the mentor. She calls up an interactive window and starts working with it, poking her finger. We see that this is a group chat window. The following messages are contained here. Moon Shadow: sorry, just now helped a group of students to fight floor 1 boss. Just ended, I'll go meet up with everyone at floor 5. Giant: it's fine, we will wait for you at the 5th floor's boss, you are the main force that can't be absent. Haha. Money Princess: Sister Moon Shadow is so kind. If it was me, I won't unless they give me $1 million for helping out. Grumpy Dragon King: aren't you way too greedy, keep talking about money. Money Princess: why? I like money. Money can make me happy. One Autumn Leaf: everyone, don't just chat, be careful of sneak attack. A few days ago another team got sneak attacked, the whole team got wiped out. Giant: Autumn is right, everyone should be careful. Moon Shadow 2. Yu Ying crosses his arms over his chest and addresses the students. Quickly pass the first gate. 1 hour later boss will respawn. My mission is complete. Returning to the monster territory 5th floor to grind boss. A girl in a white cape notices something unusual. She tells Yu Ying that there is someone behind her. Moon Shadow turns to the portal. In front of us is a black and purple passage to another level. Yu Ying listens and says that sounds are coming from there, indicating the appearance of a new boss. But this can't be true, she says. The hour hasn't passed. Something strange continues to happen inside the portal. Yu Ying looks at him in shock. No, this aura isn't the same, she says. Could it be? Another wolf emerges from the portal. This time it is an elite rank Dark Shadow wolf. Yu Ying's surprise knows no bounds. The newcomers watched what was happening in shock. They didn't expect to see an elite boss now. However, one girl from the newcomers noticed that they do not need to be afraid since Ying is with them. Ying straightened her white cloak and turned away from the guys, directing her gaze directly at the monster. She told the guys to run away from this place as they would only get in the way. Ying told them to escape quickly. The newcomers turned around and ran deeper into the forest to escape this monster, while Zhang Zi turned back with an astonished look. He wondered whether she would definitely be able to cope with this monster. After all, it was an elite boss. Ying looked puzzled. She understood that elite bosses were 5 times stronger than ordinary bosses. She understood that it would not be easy, but still, this was the boss of the 1st floor. Her brows furrowed slightly, her gloomy gaze looking at the ground. She knew she had to stop this monster and let the newcomers escape, no matter what. The night wolf's paw grabbed the ground and threw away a piece of earth and stones. The elite monster was heading straight for Ying, but her agility and speed allowed her to dodge the elite boss's attack. With a wave of her hand, she took out her sword, which cut into the air. In this difficult fight, she plunged her sword into the wolf, but this was not enough. Turning back and looking at the wolf, she looked slightly stunned. Ying understood that the damage was not enough. She could only guess how high the defense of the elite night wolf was. The elite night wolf bared his fangs with a fierce look. He looked straight at his victim, who managed to dodge his attack. With his paws with sharp claws, he quickly moved along the ground, jumping from one place to another, trying to inflict damage on it. The elite night wolf's agility and speed exceeded all the expectations of Ying, who had difficulty trying to turn away from his attacks. With her eyes widening, Ying watched as a wolf was heading towards her, from whose attack she no longer had time to return. The elite night wolf finally caught Ying with its claws, and she began to bleed. Wrinkling her face and bending over in pain, Ying's blood continued to flow through her body. A system alert came out. Ying is bleeding. -115, bleeding. Notification. Every 10 seconds her health will decrease by 1%, and if the bleeding is not stopped, she will die. With a large scratch on her face, she turned back and covered the deep wound on her other hand with her hand, stopping the bleeding. It was clear from her that it was a difficult fight and the wolf was too fast, because she didn't even have time to dodge the attack. She didn't want to lose to the wolf. With a swing of her sword, Ying hit the wolf, but his agility exceeded all expectations, and he managed to dodge Ying's attack, jumping away from the place where the sword hit. Black clouds floated in the night, starry sky. Zhang Zi, in the company of the newcomers with whom he was running away, turned around to see what was happening behind him. One of the newcomers looked at Zhang Zi with an angry look and told him why he was staring and wasting his precious time, because the best solution for them was to escape. With his eyebrows slightly knitted together, Zhang Zi understood that this was an elite night wolf and he couldn't easily find such a rare monster. Zhang Zi stopped and turned around, clearly having a plan in mind. While his partner ran away, his heels sparkling, he managed to call the main character a suicide. If that's what he wants, then let him die. Zhang Zi, completely wrapped in a black cape covering his face, understood that he was able to subdue the wolf. All wounded in blood and exhausted, Ying lowered her sword into the ground. She looked exhausted, clearly no longer finding the strength to fight further. Ying didn't even think that a level 1 elite boss would be so strong. A huge elite night wolf with a wound on his eye glowed with a blue aura, above which hung a half-filled health bar. However, this remaining half of health was a lot. The next attack of the night wolf ended with Ying not having time to repel his attack with a swing of her sword. Frowning slightly, she tried to fight no matter what. She used a light sword slash attack with a heated look. Her foot slipped and she lost her balance. Lowering her sword, she covered the open wound with her hand. Due to too much blood loss, her body became weak and she was unable to use the ability. Opposite the weakened Ying, the wolf stood again and was preparing to attack her again. Their furious gazes met in the air, and they looked into each other's eyes. The elite night wolf wounded her again this time, and blood was splashed all over her clothes again. Losing her balance from such an attack, she fell to the ground. Having opened his powerful mouth with sharp teeth, the wolf was about to attack his prey. Almost half dead, Ying looked at the ferocious wolf and realized that now she would most likely die. However, at that moment a bunch of arrows pierced the wolf from the side, and he flew away from the blow. Zhang Zi stood behind the thick bushes, covered in a cloak and prepared to fire at the wolf with his bow. A weakened Ying watched what was happening and saw Zhang Zi trying to attract the attention of the elite night wolf. Ying was perplexed by what was happening and did not understand what was happening now. She looked at this guy and saw how determined he was, clearly not going to back down. She recognized this guy because he was one of the newcomers and wondered why he didn't run away with the others. Ying was still lying on the ground, supporting herself with one hand, and with the other she tried to call Zhang Zi, telling him not to provoke the wolf, but to run away. At this time, Zhang Zi seemed to be having fun with the elite boss and dodging his attacks with irony. Ying thought that he could not cope with the wolf. Ying continued to watch what was happening as the wolf and Zhang Zi fought in a duel, and for her it was like a circus show. Ying's hand, which was aimed at the main character, still continued to hang in the air. She called him an idiot, since the seriousness of the protagonist's intentions seemed not obvious to her. This entire fight took place in the depths of the forest, surrounded by dense green trees. Running away as fast as he could, Zhang Zi ran away from the elite boss with a slight grin on his face, realizing that the wolf had half his health left. Also, he should never have died, because otherwise who would have taken care of his sick sister? Glancing back, he furrowed his brows and, with the sweat of his brow, came up with a plan. He was going to lure the night wolf out into the open so that his familiars would have room to spread out. Zhang Zi knew that he would have to try his best to escape, because he would not last long. The elite night wolf had almost caught up with Zhang Zi and was trying to grab his back with its sharp claws. Having almost overtaken his prey, the night wolf tried to grab onto Zhang Zi, but Zhang Zi managed to turn around and call on his familiars. At that moment, a copy of huge monsters appears, including a lava turtle and several fierce rabbits, who were heading towards the night wolf. While Zhang Zi was dealing with the elite boss with his familiars, Ying was lying on the ground in torn white clothes. She called Zhang Zi crazy because there was no way a rookie could handle this boss, and she tried to save him faster. However, she had lost too much blood and her body was weakened. She drank a health restoration potion. The exhausted Nga felt better, and she intended to bandage her hand because first she had to deal with the bleeding. She hoped that Zhang Zi would hold out for at least a little while. A girl with short hair stood not far from Ying. The girl behind used the green blessing spell. She swung her wooden cane and surrounded Ying with a green magical aura. Not expecting such a turn of events, Ying turned to the princess and asked why she was here. Behind the princess stood 3 more guys, one of whom was a girl and 2 boys. A tall guy with an athletic build and a goatee turned to Ying, calling her crazy, because how could she think that she could cope with an elite boss alone? Her partner, wearing a blue sleeveless shirt, said it was too dangerous even for her. She understood that it was the first floor, but the boss was still elite. Surrounded by a green healing aura, Ying crossed her arms and lowered her head down. She apologized to the guys, saying that she thought she was strong enough to handle the elite boss. One of the guys who was carrying a huge shield on his back asked where the boss was. Ying, wide-eyed in amazement, remembered that one of her newcomers fought with a wolf and took him away. She shouted that they must save Zhang Zi. Ying's teammates turned to look at her, and everyone was shocked by what they heard. They asked how the newcomer was able to take away the elite boss. Zhang Zi, adopting a defensive body posture, raised his hands and summoned his familiars and ordered them to attack. The enraged lava turtle, surrounded by killer bunnies, was heading towards the elite night wolf. The 3 fierce rabbits struck and attacked the night wolf, surrounding him on all sides. Although the night wolf is fast, the 3 tough rabbits had to keep him in place. And thanks to this, the lava turtle swung its powerful tail into the air. Like a mace, she delivered her critical blow to the wolf, who flew to the side. With a slight smirk, Zhang Zi watched from the side as his monsters fought with the night wolf, and he noticed that the lava turtle would be able to hit the elite night wolf. So far, the attack from the summoned creatures was not enough, and the wolf became even more ferocious, directing his gaze towards them. Since it was an elite boss, it dealt all the damage to Zhang Zi's familiars, who all instantly flew away from the blow. Taking out his bow from behind his back, he pointed it at the elite night wolf. He understood that this boss had too high damage. He needed to do something to keep his familiars alive and able to attack him. One of the cruel rabbits looked straight at his victim in the form of an elite boss with his powerful arms and eyes. It was a cruel rabbit whose level had been raised to 2. An angry Zhang Zi, with his brows furrowed, turned to his familiars with an order. Since he noticed that the cruel rabbit had also increased in level, so his plan was for the lava turtle to take the damage and the cruel rabbits to attack the night wolf. 2 fierce rabbits attacked the elite night wolf while he attacked the lava turtle, who took all of his damage. The beautiful night moon was hiding behind thick and dense clouds. One of the rabbits, having received critical damage, flew to the side and his health bar was at 0. The level 1 cruel rabbit died. The completely frightened Zhang Zi looked at his rabbit, which died, still holding arrows and a bow in his hand. Another cruel rabbit died during a brutal battle with an elite boss. Baring his teeth, Zhang Zi looked very furious because he felt sorry for his rabbits. He knew that this elite boss was still holding out. The remaining fierce rabbit, along with the lava turtle, continued to attack the elite boss. Zhang Zi understood that if they did not kill the wolf soon, he would be left without familiars. The lava turtle swung its tail high and tried to damage the elite boss. The heavy mass of the tail and all the power went straight towards the wolf, which was pinned to the ground. The immobilized body of the night wolf lay on the ground. He was defeated. All out of breath, Zhang Zi stood next to his turtle and looked at the blue silhouette of the elite boss's soul. He understood that a little more and they could have lost. Zhang Zi realized that his last 2 living summoned creatures had very little health left. On the ground were 4 blue glowing magic balls, an amulet with wolf fangs and a sharp knife. These were boss items. Medium rank magic soul sphere in the amount of 4 pieces. 1 necklace made of wolf fangs and 1 dagger made of wolf bone. As expected for Zhang Zi, the elite boss dropped mid-rank orbs. Zhang Zi was amazed, holding a wolf bone blade in one hand and a fang necklace in the other. Wolf bone dagger, rarity C, damage 50 out of 90. No ability, condition 100 out of 100. Necklace of wolf fangs, rarity, C fortitude plus 0.5. No ability, condition 100 out of 100. Zhang Zi was going to keep the necklace for himself, although the dagger had high damage, but he did not want to get involved in close combat. Zhang Zi planned to sell the dagger when he returned so he could pay for medicine for his sister. Looking at his last surviving rabbit, he patted it on the head. He realized that he had lost 2 summoned monsters. However, his confident look said that it was worth the lost sacrifices. After all, as he said, sometimes you need to take risks in order to get more benefits. Zhang Zi looked at the spirit of the deceased wolf and raised his hand, clearly about to summon its soul. A blue energy ring shone in the air near him. A copy of the elite night wolf appeared, which he managed to tame. It was the night wolf, Rakshasa, level 1 of 5, experience 1 of 10, health points 3000, attack 260 380, defense 15-0, ability night cut. Zhang Zi looked at his new familiar with admiration. He was sincerely pleased with its characteristics. Compared to other monsters on the first floor, the elite night wolf was simply invulnerable. Zhang Zi raised his head up and looked at the clear starry sky, in which the night moon shone brightly, illuminating the entire forest. He understood that it was already late and it was time to return, because he had to go to classes the next day. The healing skilled princess from the Ying squad raised her hands and called out to her comrades, who were also trying to find the newcomer. With their squad, they found themselves on the battlefield and inspected the faults that clearly showed traces of the night wolf. They realized that this was a bunch of tracks of a night wolf. The guys understood that the newcomer had definitely led him here and fought with him. The biggest guy in the squad said he looked all around but couldn't find anything. They assumed that Zhang Zi had died. The guy with the shield behind his back agreed with the statement of his big comrade, saying that there were no options here because a newcomer simply could not compete with the elite boss. Hearing this suggestion, Ying turned around and looked very sad, lowering her eyes. The guy with the shield, examining the tracks of the wolf, said that Zhang Zi may have sacrificed himself for another person because he was kind and brave. Ying, with her head raised, intended to leave the scene and go to school to find Liyue's teacher. She assumed that Zhang Zi was most likely his student. Ying said, if Zhang Zi really died, then the school will know about it. Slightly moving her eyebrows towards the center of her face, Ying's gaze could tell a lot. She understood that if the guy didn't survive, it would only be her fault. Jiang Zi returned home. He was sitting on his bed in a yellow t-shirt and clearly intended to go into the inventory and sell the prizes he had received. Since that fight, he collected quite a lot of awards, so he decided that the whole thing should be sold online. The inventory contained 6 low-rank magic soul spheres, medium-rank magic soul sphere 25 pieces. He held a red magic sphere in his hand. Before he sold them, he wanted to see how these areas worked. Surrounding himself with a red magical aura, he noticed that his strength had increased significantly and he raised his hands, inspecting them. Judging from what he knew about these realms, if his strength grew in the demon world, then he would become stronger in the real world. He was going to check it out at school. The next day, scratching the back of his head, he looked at his sister, who had prepared breakfast and was about to put the plates on the table. The sister invited her brother to breakfast after he washed his face first. Jiang Zi noticed that he was planning to do the cooking himself, and his sister didn't want to listen to him at all. My sister noticed that it was just breakfast, and it was not difficult for her. Jiang Zi looked puzzled while brushing his teeth. He knew that his sister had problems with an artificial kidney, and besides, the rent would soon be due. He thought maybe it was worth telling that he had SSS rank talent. Wiping his wet face with a towel, he was about to sit down at the table with his sister and enjoy breakfast. He realized that it was better not to tell her, otherwise she would worry. Little sister brought a loaf of bread to her mouth and thought. She remembered that her brother returned late and thought that his talent was very bad. The sister, wide-eyed, looked at her brother and called out to him. She turned to him with a request that he better find a job, since the territory of demons is too dangerous a place for people. She said that she could pay for the apartment herself. Raising the plate above the table, he ate the noodles with chopsticks and asked his sister where she would get the money. My sister replied that she had a couple of options. The backyard of their house was filled with boxes. Little sister stood in the doorway, who, having opened the door of the house, was getting ready for school and throwing her backpack over her shoulders. He appealed to his sister to focus on her studies while she was studying. Little sister told brother to be careful. Let's go to school. A bunch of students at school were running, rushing around and chatting among themselves because it was recess. Jiang Zi, with a backpack on his back, walked past 2 of his comrades who were discussing ranks. One of the guys said that he had a D-rank talent and he could stay in the body of a common guy for the rest of his life. He also asked his partner what his rank was. Scratching the back of his head, his partner in a white jacket grinned slightly and said that he had a B rank. A tall guy with a lower rank pounced on his comrade and began to mock him. He was angry that he and his friend agreed that they would be worthless together, and his friend took it and became a genius. His friend just grinned in response. After looking at his phone, Jiang Zi entered an online auction of magical items. He understood that these areas were so popular and had already bought everything. By pressing the withdrawal button with his finger, he was going to take the remaining money from the balance. He planned to withdraw the money first, and then go to the demon territory again and earn many spheres. He understood that the rest of the money should be enough to treat his sister. The lesson began and all the guys sat at their desks. The teacher in glasses called out to them, asking if all the students were there. Ying walked into their office in a white t-shirt, timidly throwing her hand behind her back. Everyone realized that it was Ying. The students from the class were heatedly discussing the appearance of a new young lady in their class. One of the guys tried to make fun of her, saying that she looked prettier in demon territory. Another guy wondered if she had a boyfriend, and if not, he would try. The guy was quickly shut up, saying that he had talent and a low-level rank. A teacher in a black robe and glasses, with Ying standing behind him, addressed his students. He addressed the students, saying that something happened during the first floor boss fight last night. He asked who helped Ying deal with the boss. He asked to become the student who helped her, as she wanted to thank him personally. The students looked dumbfounded when they heard the news that one of the new students had helped their expert deal with the elite boss. Jiang Zi looked at his phone, clearly not intending to give away his identity. He didn't want to shine again. The teacher and Ying walked out of the office into the corridor. Teacher Lu Wei said that maybe this person is not even in his class. Ying replied that if he finds out something, he should definitely tell him. He replied that everything was fine and she could return to school. The guys in white suits were heatedly discussing what had happened. This inspired them, because whoever was able to distract the elite boss probably simply did not want to live. One of them called the mysterious hero handsome. One of the guys joked, saying that it was supposedly him. His partner quickly put him in his place, saying that anyone smarter than a spoon would guess that it wasn't him. A guy who looked very much like a nerd sat down next to Jiang Zi and touched his glasses with his fingers. He said he knew who it was. Frightened for his own person, Jiang Zi asked the guy who this god could be. The guy with glasses crossed his arms and remembered that when the elite boss appeared, everyone scattered, except for one person, and he clearly remembered that his name was Rakshasa. Jiang Zi tried to divert the meaning of the dialogue in a different direction, saying that maybe that person was just scared and ran in the other direction. A plump guy with glasses looked at Jiang Zi and scratched his cheek. He turned to Jiang Zi, saying that he was going to go hunting at night and invited a couple of girls with him. Jiang Zi leaned back in his chair and said that he couldn't do it because he was working. The guy with glasses thought sharply. He asked if his sister needed money. Jiang Zi looked at his new friend and told him not to worry as he could handle it himself. The guy agreed, saying that if Jiang Zi decided to go to the demon territory, then let him take him with him. He introduced himself as a handsome, chubby guy. The walls of their office were painted white. Jiang Zi, after rinsing the mop in a bucket, began to wash the floors in the gym. He understood that if he could consistently receive spheres, he would not have to work. A bunch of fighters stood surrounded by their leader. The fighters practiced strikes, where one of the leaders hit with a force of 507 kilograms, and this was 7 kilograms more than what is required for admission to the Quinn Martial Arts Academy. One of the fighters noticed that Zheng is very strong, as the strongest student of the 5th Academy should be. Zheng also had an rank talent and had a good future ahead of him. Zheng, the strongest student of the 5th Academy, was bandaging his hands. One of his partners approached him. Zheng said that these are all small things, there are many people stronger than him. His partner asked him not to be modest, because, except for Ying from last year, he is stronger. He understood that he had no way to compete with Ying, because she was a real goddess and had an S-rank talent. She received an extra invitation to the Quinn Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Zi stood with a mop near the punching bag, which measured the force of the blow. He understood that Zheng was very strong. Swinging with all his might, Jiang Zi hit the bag. The numbers showed 497. He was surprised, since his spheres gave him a lot of power. He stood slightly surprised, since yesterday he only had 390 points. The top-level realm gave him a lot of strength. He was about to go to the demon territory again. Jiang Zi stood near the pair and took out his phone from his pocket, which received a notification from his sister. It said that the sister would go to a friend's house for the whole night, and therefore dinner would be at Jiang Zi. He didn't understand what his sister was doing, but he was going to have a serious talk with her. However, his plans first included obtaining orbs. We were transported to the territory of demons, first floor. A bunch of people were on a huge platform, which was surrounded by 4 statues with electric discharges. Jiang Zi found himself back in a dense forest and thought about the fact that he still had 7 free slots for familiars. A card came out with a list of familiars, where his elite wolf, lava turtle, and cruel rabbit were located. He understood that it would be too early for him to break into the 2nd floor until he had at least 10 familiars for safety. Raising both of his hands off the ground, he summoned all of his monsters again. Together with the elite wolf, he set off on a journey. He understood that with the night wolf he would have enough damage and he needed to get a couple of lava turtles to assemble a great team. It was a sunny day. They came across an angry lava turtle. Along with the elite wolf, he aimed his bow and arrows at the turtle. Jiang Zi had serious intentions for this turtle, because he was going to get another familiar. Along the way, he and the wolf took with them a couple of rabbits. An hour later, Jiang Zi straightened his shoulders wide and proudly looked at his new army of summoned beasts, which already had a lot of warriors, including lava turtles and rabbits. Now he was ready and about to go to the 2nd floor. Suddenly, a call for help was heard from the side, to which Jiang Zi turned around. He saw a crowd of people running out of the portal screaming for help. He looked at what was happening and was perplexed. He realized that it was Wang Yong who was running. A fat guy with glasses screams loudly, trying to reason with those who are chasing him. "Brothers, don't kill us. We are newbies, we don't have anything valuable on us." The scoundrels just laughed joyfully. "Of course, we know you, newbies. We also don't plan to get anything from you here. But we can kidnap you. Ask your real-world family member for money." The hero quietly watches the chase from behind a tree. Once identity is exposed in demon territory, bastards can make use of demon territory's fake identity to help with kidnap and blackmail, he thinks. Even if someone calls the police, the case will be hard to solve. Often after handing over the money, the hostage is also hard to save, because the kidnappers will choose to kill them to prevent their identity to be exposed. The fat man, without stopping, continues to convince the scoundrels. "Brothers, my family is poor. Please let us off." They don't believe him. "Want to lie to me? Didn't you tell those 2 girls that you live in a mansion and drive Ferrari?" One of the bandits extends his hand forward. "Let's see how far you can run." Muddy swamp. The fat man and his 2 companions get stuck and stop. "This is talent skill," the guy asks in bewilderment. An axe blade is already attached to his neck. The scoundrel, leaning towards the short fat man, says that if he does not want to die, he must obediently and quickly tell him how to contact his family. But the guy turns out to be not the timid one. He indignantly replies that the scoundrel may not even dream about it, he will not say anything. A sadistic smile appears on the villain's face. "Everyone says so at first," he threatens, "but after I cut off one hand, everyone says it is one." We see an arrow approaching. It pierces the hand that holds the axe raised above the fat man. The villain, with a look of horror on his face, turns around in the direction from which she came. A sneak attack, he shouts loudly. Which bastard seek death dare to sneak attack me? A notification appears that the shooter's name is Rakshasa. The bandit notices him. The hero, holding a bow, accuses the scoundrels. A group of trash. You only do evil deeds. One of the bandits rushes towards the hero, showing the others who needs to be grabbed. Jiang Zi turns around and starts to run away. Bandits with bloodthirsty expressions on their faces rush after him. We hear them screaming. Sneak attack still wants to run. Those 3 fat sheep is already caught in my skill. They won't be able to move for an hour. Catch the guy who shot me. I want to tear him to pieces. The chase continues. The hero finds himself between 2 high rocks. I came from this side. There's a place with only one entrance, he thinks. Need to lure them there first. We see that the hero is running along a narrow mountain pass and a crowd of villains is chasing him. He eventually hits a rock and turns to face his pursuers. They laugh joyfully and anticipate reprisals. Why aren't you running anymore? One of them shouts. Such an idiot. Ran into a dead end. The leader comes forward with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Don't kill him too fast, I will slowly torture him, he says. Directly killing is a waste, get some money from him first. The hero calmly looks at the villains. If you kill people in demon territory, won't you get known by people outside? He asks. The leader, holding an axe, approaches him, smiling. Don't worry, no one will know about anything, even if we kill you here, he says. But naturally, if you kneel down and beg for mercy, then I will think about leaving your corpse unharmed. The hero kneels, which can probably be considered preparation for battle. Is that so? He asks. That's great. He looks at the villains. Come out, serve the guest, he invites. We see the placement of opponents from a bird's eye view. Suddenly, animals summoned by the hero appear from all sides of the bandits. The villains look around in shock, counting the number of new enemies. How did so many monsters get spawned suddenly? The leader exclaims. Frightened, the villains take off running. Way too many monsters, the valley scale is bad for us, one of them shouts. Let's just get out of here first. But on the path along which they were about to retreat, someone else appears. Hearing the sounds this creature makes, the bandits stop. 2 brightly burning blue eyes appear in front of them. We see a wolf. The bastards look at him in shock. Dark Shadow Wolf, one of them exclaims. Elite rank, adds a second one. Jiang Zi appears behind the bandits. You just said it, he says. The hero puts his finger to his lips. That no one will know if you kill me, he completes the sentence. These words seriously frighten the villains. They rush forward again, trying to escape. But the wolf overtakes them. The monster begins to tear the bandits to pieces, splashes of blood fly in all directions. The 2 scoundrels are blown away by one of the turtle's tail. Evil rabbits are approaching another bandit. It seems the massacre is over. The hero's boot stands next to the hand from which the sword fell. You guys deserve it, he says. Don't blame me. He holds 3 multicolored balls in his hand. These guys have some good things, he says. A description of one of the objects appears in front of him. Berserk Talisman. Quality, C rank, damage 0, effect, make a target within 3 meters go berserk, lasts 100 seconds, durability, 1/1. Not bad, Jiang Zi thinks, can be used in crucial moments. Leaving behind him the corpses of the bandits, the hero leaves. Time to go to the 2nd floor, he thinks. He approaches the portal, but hears voices behind him. Brother, wait up. A fat man runs up to him with his 2 girlfriends. I knew that you're still alive, he shouts joyfully. Thank you for helping us. The girls also thank the hero. The fat man shakes the hero's hand with both hands. Brother, there are very few good people in the world like you, he says. I want to thank you. Is 1 million enough? Nothing is needed, Jiang Zi answers him. I just don't like it when scoundrels offend people. Be more careful next time. 1 million, he thinks to himself. Fatty Wang, you're so rich. But I can't take it because once transfer is made, my identity will be exposed. Keep your money. Waving goodbye, the hero enters the portal. See you again, he says. The young people look at their new idol with admiration. The portal site is located on a small hill between huge rocks. It is reported to be demon territory, floor 2. Inside the circle are students, many of whom attract attention by shouting. Experts will carry. Only need B rank and above talent. Quickly come if you want to join. Need a team. I have C rank talent. Support type. If needed, let me join. Jiang Zi looks at the book and realizes that it will be safer if he acts alone. There are 3 cards in front of him. The first describes a poisonous spider. Good at using poison, spits silk, that becomes web. Once anyone is trapped by web, it can't move for a period of time. Second card, bloodthirst bat. Even though attack isn't high, it is elusive and will suck blood. Third card, boss devour heaven frog. Large size, thick skin and high HP. Normal attack can't damage it. Skill, Earthquake Stun, can make a certain area's target fall into stun state, at the same time causes AoE damage. The hero walks along the passage between the rocks. It seems like Floor 2's monsters are stronger than Floor 1 by a lot. He looks at the book. Behind him is a huge cobweb. The net flies at the hero, but he manages to dodge. Turning around, Zhang Zi sees a green spider quickly climbing down the web. This is a poisonous spider, the hero thinks, looking at the monster. He is already very close, and we understand that this is a very dangerous creature. A blue whirlwind swirls around the hero. "My animals, come out," shouts Zhang Zi. 2 rabbit heads emerge from the whirlwind. The muscular animals rush to attack the spider, and it spits in defense. One of the rabbits gets caught in a web. The spider shoots him with green poison. The poison hits the rabbit and knocks out a lot of health points from it. The hero looks with alarm at what is happening. This poison spider damage isn't high, but it causes HP to drop quickly, he thinks. He orders the summoned animals to attack the spider all together, and he himself joins the attack, firing at the enemy with a bow. We see some traces in the air. The spider's corpse falls to the ground, and a message appears that the poisonous spider has been defeated. In front of the hero, there are 2 blue balls on the ground. Sacrificed a level 2 violent rabbit. Exchanged for a poison spider, he thinks. Only 2 low-rank soul orbs. The hero extends his hand forward and summons a poisonous spider. The creature appears. A card with its characteristics immediately pops up. Poison Spider. Level 1 Exp. A 10th, HP 300, attack 100-150, defense 200, skill none. The hero, looking at these stats, says that, as expected from the attributes of a level 2 monster, they are much better than those of the rabbit and the lava turtle. He continues his way along the path winding between the rocks. Along the way I defeated 2 poison spiders only, he thinks. As expected, the monsters here are much stronger than those in the first level. Someone's red eyes glow behind the hero's back. But he continues to think, in particular, about the fact that there seem to be fewer monsters at level 2 than at level 1. And at that very moment 2 bats dive at him from behind. The hero manages to turn around, put his hand forward and call his creatures. We see a wolf and a lava turtle appear above the hero's head. The hero raises both palms to head level. Fortunately, he thinks, my summoning speed has increased. If not for this, the unexpected attack of the bats could have killed me. The summoned animals attack the bats, and the hero orders his charges to do so at the same time. The turtles get a lot of trouble. We see how they lose health points. One of the bats bites into the lava turtle's neck. Now the health that the reptile loses apparently goes to the bloodsuckers. Zhang Zi watches the battle progress with worry. Leeching blood attack allows them to recover so much HP, he thinks. Looks like I need to tell my creatures to concentrate their attacks on one enemy. The hero summons a poisonous spider and orders it to use a poison attack. Green drops fly at the bats. We see that they are quickly losing health. A smile appears on the hero's face. Eat poison, he says. Poison damage counters bloodthirst, bats suck blood damage. Zhang Zi starts shooting again. He praises the spider for a job well done and again asks his charges to attack the bat together. There is a web in front of us. Now we see flying nonsense, which, apparently, is having a very hard time. 2 dead bats fall down at once. The hero approaches them and squats down. Summoned animals stand behind him. To deal with 2 bloodthirst bats, sacrificed a few summoned beasts, he thinks. It seems like only my stronger beasts survived. The hero throws his hand forward and summons new creatures. 2 recently dead bats appear in the air. With them I now have 8 animals, Zhang Zi thinks. He looks ahead. This should be enough to meet the boss of the 2nd level, he understands. Dozens of people stand under huge gray rocks. These are academy students, and they are talking among themselves. Boss is something we can all raid when it became their property. Are these people crazy? To protect the country, we should fight monsters, make ourselves stronger. Yet those bastards want to get rich by doing such things. They are going overboard. The hero stands in the back rows and listens to the conversations. Is nobody going to care? Whereas the demon territory management team's people, experts all go higher floors of demon territory, how will they have time to care about newbies like us? The young man, next to whom there is a billboard, calls on all those who are dissatisfied to shut their filthy mouths. He points his finger at the text of the advertisement, where it is written that for the opportunity to fight the boss you will have to pay 10 energy soul orbs. One of the students is loudly indignant. 10 energy soul orbs is too much, he says, standing in front of the extortionist with a sign. He begins to explain the reasons for such a high price. Don't think it's too much, even we have to submit protection fees, he says. Anyone wants to fight the boss, one last slot. A hero emerges from the crowd of students. He approaches the unpleasant guy and starts a conversation with him. Brother, I just came to demon territory yesterday, don't have energy soul orb, but can I use gold bars as a replacement? What, 10 gold bars? He can't believe his ears. Yes, brother, Zhang Zi answers, my family is rich. If you bring me to kill boss, once I get the 3rd floor key, gold bars aren't a problem. The guy leans towards the hero's ear and begins to intimidate him. Boy, don't try to trick us. If you don't give us the gold bars, you have no idea what we will do to you. Brother, I won't do anything like that, Zhang Zi assures. The guy shamelessly puts his hand on the hero's head. Come, he says joyfully. Big brother will show you floor 2 boss, Devour Heaven Frog. Zhang Zi thanks him. Just wait, you will see everything, he thinks to himself. The guy leads a group of students to the meeting place. The squad approaches the broad-shouldered young man from behind. Leader, people are gathered, you can start, says the ticket seller. He turns around, showing a round yellow earring in his ear. We are informed that this is money-earning superhero, rating, proficient boxer. Now we see this man from the front, and he looks, I must say, quite menacing. I remember Liu Yuying's rating was proficient swordsman, which means people with proficiency won't be weak, the hero thinks. The ticket seller advises that students should simply follow the leader. He will do everything himself, and young people just need to watch him fight. The squad leaves the cave. A ray of light breaks through from somewhere above. Someone notices that behind the narrow passage of the cave there is a huge hall, and it is simply amazing. We see the edge of the leg of a huge frog and behind it the exit portal. The hero looks at the lower part of the amphibian's body. The sight shocks him. In front of him is a real giant, which is significantly larger in size than the approaching people. Zhang Zi can't take his eyes off the monster. Devour Heaven Frog is so huge, he thinks. Money-earning superhero takes off his overcoat, revealing his toned body. Don't come too close, he says. I'm going to start. He takes a step forward. The overcoat falls to the floor of the cave, raising a cloud of dust. The guy's hand, which holds the brass knuckles, begins to emit flames. Money-earning superhero quickly rushes forward at the frog, which is still sitting calmly in its place. The young man's eyes burn with determination. Money-earning superhero flies up to the frog and hits it in the lower jaw with great force. The students look on in shock at what is happening. This is so cool, says the ticket seller. One attack, and the frog lost a third of its health points, exclaims another guy standing behind the hero. The fist that money-earning superhero struck with is engulfed in flames. An explanatory window appears in front of us. Fire Fist. Level 1, exp 612 1000th, use 10 vitality points, cooldown 60 seconds, effect, deals multiple damage to target within short amount of time. Note, level 1 Fire Fist attacks target 10 times, level 2 Fire Fist attacks target 30 times, level 3 Fire Fist attacks target 50 times, level 4 Fire Fist attacks target 100 times, level 5 Fire Fist attacks target 300 times. The frog, who seems to have finally gotten angry, spits out a large fireball from its mouth, resembling ball lightning. It does not hit the enemy as he manages to dodge. The charge rushes past the students, scaring them, and explodes behind them. Money-earning superhero unleashes a series of punches on a giant frog. The hero carefully watches the progress of the battle. The frog has half his health left, he thinks. I need to wait for the right moment and strike the blow that will kill her. Now die, shouts money-earning superhero and raises his flaming fist to deliver decisive blows. The numbers show that the amphibian actually suffers very serious damage. The hero pulls the bowstring and takes aim. The moment has come, he thinks. The arrow flies to the target. Money-earning superhero, sitting astride a frog and striking at it, is surprised to see an arrow pierced into the eye of his victim. The amphibian roars from unbearable pain, trembles with its entire huge body, and throws off the person sitting on it. The frog notices the shooter who caused her terrible pain and seems to turn her aggression towards him. The ticket seller and his other friends scream in anger. What the hell? Didn't I tell you to do nothing and just watch? Don't let him kill the boss, otherwise loot will all be his. The frog starts chasing the hero. The ticket seller runs up to money-earning superhero, asking him what to do. He replies that it's nothing. A guy with a naked torso folds his arms over his chest and looks sternly at what is happening. A mere newbie, he says. He dares to snatch boss. He is just seeking death. Don't interfere, I want to see how he gets burned to death by Devour Heaven Frog. The hero runs away, looking back. The three guys with malicious grins on their faces crossed their arms and watched what was happening with irony. It was funny to them that the archer Zhang Zi really wanted to fight the boss alone and apparently was tired of living. Another guy called Zhang Zi a dead man because he was going to single-handedly take away the rewards that he still has a long way to go. But is it worth it? And even if Zhang Zi kills the boss, it is unlikely that he will be able to leave there just like that. The huge devouring toad sent a fiery barrage of flames towards Zhang Zi, who managed to dodge the attack. The guys understood that even if Zhang Zi defeated the boss, the superhero would not let him go. Zhang Zi raised his hands and was about to use summoning. A bunch of summoned monsters appeared, some of which were bats with the head of a dog, and others were spiders with a devouring face. All the summoned familiars attacked the toad. The guys watching what was happening were shocked. They didn't think this guy could summon monsters. The professional boxer standing on the side was also slightly shocked by such skills and prowess that he had never seen before. A bunch of recognized monsters swooped down on the toad and sucked the last of life and health out of it. An icon appeared that the heavenly devouring frog was weakening. Bringing his bow out from behind his back, Zhang Zi aimed a bunch of sharp arrows straight at the toad. All the arrows hit the target right in the toad's face. This huge toad with monsters on its back died. System alert. Defeated the sky-eating frog boss. Zhang Zi smiled and was pleased. The guys watched from the sidelines and were impressed. They didn't believe that he was actually able to kill the boss and he got so many orbs. It seemed impossible to them because he was just a beginner. Zhang Zi, in his blue cloak, went to collect the dropped spheres, of which there were a lot, and they were of different colors. He understood that this monster was worthy of the title of boss because there were so many cool prizes. While picking up these spheres from the ground, the guys stood behind Zhang Zi, and it became clear to them why he went after the monsters alone. A skilled, bare-chested boxer stood with his assistants, who glared furiously at this impudent newcomer. They called him quite capable. The skilled boxer watched as his two boys tried to take the orbs that the guy had picked up after the fight. They asked to give up all the spheres and not to forget about the debt of 10 spheres of the soul. Otherwise, he would not have left there alive. Zhang Zi was extremely dissatisfied with these statements. He said that he single-handedly defeated the heavenly devouring frog while they stood around and chilled. He understood that these scumbags intended to take the spheres from the boss and were also going to take payment indiscriminately, so he had no intention of being polite to them. He knew that in this fight, his lava turtle, poisonous spiders, and vampire bats suffered damage. However, he still had a shadow wolf in stock, so he was going to deal with these guys without any extra effort. A bunch of guys led by a skilled boxer stood near Zhang Zi and surrounded him. Superman noted that his skills and talents were very entertaining. Zhang Zi didn't want to answer. Crossing his arms, the superhero boxer looked at Zhang Zi with a cold gaze. At this moment, with fiery fists, he pounces on the bat floating in the air and attacks it. Zhang Zi, who was watching this from the side, was clearly worried about his bat. The dead bat's body fell to the ground. The vampire bat died. A skilled boxer crushed the corpse of a mouse with his powerful foot. With his brows furrowed, Zhang Zi looked furious. The skilled boxer continued to stick to his line and said that he could summon as many monsters as he wanted, but in front of a real master they would be useless. The angry Zhang Zi was clearly not going to let these guys go just like that, because initially he only wanted to get the boss with the key, but now he will not be able to let these guys off the hook. Suddenly, a guy appears from the crowd with his hand raised, ordering everyone to stop this farce. Showing his ID with a gold badge, he said that he was a discipline inspector from the Demon Bureau and ordered them not to be outrageous. A notification appeared with the title Unlimited Justice. Zhang Zi was slightly surprised. He understood that if a discipline inspector is a person who belongs to a high-level management bureau and secretly collects evidence, conducts research, and deals with illegal cotters, Zhang Zi noticed that they have many rights for such a low position. Zhang Zi had no intention of getting involved in this matter. From behind, one of the skilled boxer's subjects approached him and called out to his leader. The guy told his leader that Zhang Zi might inform the authorities of the investigation department and it would be unpleasant, so they should cool down. The discipline inspector with one hand behind his back addressed this Superman. He said that he recorded all the words and actions, so everything would be transferred to the authorities. He advised me to voluntarily surrender to the domain administration. The local boxer just grinned in response. He was not going to just let this situation pass by and said that, unfortunately, his fate had already been decided. The discipline inspector standing next to Zhang Zi asked if this boxer was threatening him. Zhang Zi stood back to the discipline inspector, and they were surrounded by a crowd of guys led by a skilled boxer who stood to the side. The inspector took out his blue spear with a sharp tip and said that he would now protect Zhang Zi. Standing behind his protector, Zhang Zi looked at him. The inspector said that with his talent he would go far, and as soon as they deal with these people, he would introduce him to the authorities. One of the fighters with a sword attacks the inspector with a long blue staff. He aimed his spear at the warrior and froze him, turning him into a block of ice. It was an ice beam. The skilled boxer stood with his arms crossed, his mind clear as his warriors looked worried. One of them noticed that the department employee was at level A. However, the superhero was taken aback by saying that the recharge of this ice beam takes 60 seconds and that is enough to kill him. With a slight frown, the boxer ordered his warriors to take them. One of the warriors in a bandage flew with his baton at a department employee. However, the department employee was not a novice and, dodging the warrior's attack, kicked him, causing him to fly away. Running his thumb along his chin, the inspector looked at the flying enemy with a slight grin. He said that he graduated with honors from Tongchuan University of Martial Arts, although the department official assumed that Zhang Zi would consider him a simple bespectacled person. The skilled boxer did not like this moment and looked at them with a malicious look. He said that his partner would come soon. The department official, who clearly had no intention of retreating from the position, advised surrender to the enemies, otherwise they would not escape legal sanctions. One of the boxers wearing a headband just grinned ironically. He advised the department employee not to even dream about it. He raised his hand and radiated a yellow magical aura from it. He stood behind his leader and directed this entire stream of magical yellow aura towards him. The superhero praised his partner, saying that he was doing a great job. His black-booted foot left the ground. With his entire strong body, he was heading to attack these guys with his powerful fiery fists. The department employee angrily pointed his staff and wanted to use the ice beam. This attack was nothing to a skilled master who had resistance to magic. This was a level B talent, when 100% protection from magical effects lasts for 10 seconds. The department employee frowned and did not believe that this was possible. He raised his staff with one hand and made a sign with the other for Zhang Zi to run and save himself. He understood that the boxer's blow would be serious, and therefore they would not stop him. The skilled boxer showed with all his appearance that he would now tear them apart and said that they could not escape. Superman the boxer was heading towards his enemies with fiery fists. The inspector covered his face with his hand, clearly horrified by what was happening. Closing his eyes and frowning, the inspector was already preparing for a blow from the boxer. Suddenly, a lava turtle stood right in front of the department employee, blocking the enemy's attack. There was also a poisonous spider sitting on the turtle's shell, which spat out its web towards the boxer. The inspector, stunned by what was happening, was behind Zhang, who stood confidently in front of the enemy with his shoulders squared. Zhang asked the inspector to leave this matter to him. The inspector, standing in amazement, was indignant. He asked Zhang why he wanted to fight the boxer head-on. Extending his arms to the sides, Zhang began to use his blue aura magic. Zhang joked, saying that he would not fight him personally. With his gloved hand, he used the call of familiars and said that they would do this work for him. Two fighters from the boxer's squad did not understand why everything around them was covered in a shroud of fog. Suddenly, an elite night wolf with a blue magical aura and a wound on his eye appears. The boxer's chief assistant, the guy in the bandage, was very dissatisfied and furious with what was happening. He did not expect to see a dark shadow wolf because it was an elite monster. Zhang, looking like an assassin, stood behind his huge wolf and his fierce gaze. However, the summoned monster never stopped the boxer before continuing the fight. It was obvious that Zhang would also not give up and lose ground, so both fighters were ready to go to the end. A huge devouring frog appeared behind Zhang. Zhang's opponents were clearly not happy about this incident. The guys from the boxer's squad were very angry and did not know what to do. One of the boxer's assistants in a red cape asked questions. Is the first floor and floor appearing at the same time, or is there a bug in the demon's territory? An angry partner with blonde hair standing behind him said that the archer had summoned these monsters. The guy in the red cape, of course, thought that Zhang could summon so many mobs, but definitely not such a huge boss. Other people who were also watching what was happening were extremely surprised. The guy with long dark hair was surprised at what was happening on the battlefield because it was already too much. He wondered why Zhang's abilities were so strong since he could even summon a boss. The girl who looked like a witch with a hat also said that he probably had an A-class ability. However, the guy was taken aback by saying that it was most likely S-class. The boxer's evil gaze clearly indicated that he was not afraid of the summoned monsters. Behind the boxer stood his assistant. The assistant in the bandage asked his boss what they should do next, since this guy called two bosses. The leader of the enemy squad said that they cannot retreat and they have no other choice. Frowning his eyebrows, the boxer's gaze indicated that he would now attack. He asked to leave the bureau employee and Zhang for him. He personally wanted to end them. With a deft leap, he jumped off the ground and aimed his fiery fists directly at his enemies. The department officer shouted to his partner to be careful. Zhang raised his head and looked at how the boxer was about to attack him. He called out to his heavenly devouring frog and the dark shadow wolf. He ordered them to go after the boxer. A huge devouring frog and a ferocious wolf went to do their bidding. It is noticeable that the skilled boxer was clearly not a beginner and deftly repelled the attacks of his enemies. He seemed to fly through the sky and attack these summoned monsters with deft and fast movements. The heavenly devouring frog had lost a lot of health. The huge devouring frog directed its fiery rays from its mouth, but still could not hit the fast boxer. He pounced on the frog from the side and, with quick and precise movements, hit it in the face. With a grin on his face, the boxer understood that he didn't care about these monsters. He was going to kill more summoned monsters. As was evident from Zhang's gaze, he understood that the boxer was indeed strong. As Zhang expected, the boxer planned to kill the devouring sky frog first, and then deal with the dark shadow wolf. Hiding behind the shell of a lava turtle, Zhang and a department employee turned back and saw a whole crowd of a boxer squad approaching him. The boxer's chief assistant called out his enemies with ridicule that Zhang wanted to kill their boss in too easy a way. The guy in the blindfold laughed maliciously, baring his teeth to show off. He said that apparently Zhang doesn't know how many sky frogs their boss has already killed. He believed that the only weapon Zhang had in his arsenal was that he could summon the boss. The department staff noticed that the boxer was really strong and the defense of the heavenly frog was not high enough, so it would not be able to hold out for long. With a slight smirk already on his face, Zhang raised his hand, clearly hatching a plan. He was going to show his enemies something wonderful. He took out from his pocket between his fingers a shiny card with red color and lightning bolts. It was the Talisman of Rabies. The department employee with furrowed brows was surprised by the card he saw. He realized that it was a rabies talisman. With a wave of his hand, Zhang threw this card forward and said that the dark shadow wolf would kill them all now. The rage talisman stabbed into the back of the enraged wolf. All the powerful energy of the rabies talisman was absorbed into the wolf's back. Surrounded by a red magical aura, he looked even more ferocious. His furious and angry gaze seemed to burn with fire and long for death. Opening its mouth, the dark shadow wolf with disheveled fur moved to attack in a new form of strength. A bare-chested Superman looked in horror at what was happening and did not understand why the wolf had such a strong intention to kill him. A bunch of guys from Zhang's enemy squad were perplexed and looked at what was happening with indignation. They realized that everything did not go the way they wanted. They saw that the wolf was furious and furious. A ferocious elite wolf walked near the skilled boxer and, baring its teeth, intended to attack him. The boxer clearly did not like this moment and stood indignantly. He grinned that the wolf was mad. The boxer said that he didn't attack Zhang. Why would the wolf be mad? With a deft movement of his legs, the boxer set off to run away from the battlefield while an angry wolf looked on. The skilled boxer realized that he was not ready to fight such a ferocious boss and should have run away. Knitting his eyebrows, Zhang watched with irony as his opponents ran away without looking back. Zhang wanted to play a joke by telling his opponent whether it seemed too late for him to escape from the battlefield so easily. In an attempt to escape, the skilled boxer turned back and wanted to see if anyone was running after him. However, the new appearance of a wolf, more ferocious and powerful, whose sharp claws and fiery temper almost overtook the boxer. The bare-chested boxer looked around and did not understand from which side he should expect the attack because the wolf was very fast. Suddenly, a bunch of claws burst into the boxer's back and tear his back, blood pouring out in streams. He did not expect such a fierce attack and, closing his eyes from his pain, he saw this wolf. The boxer's mercenaries stood and watched in horror as their boss died. The skilled boxer knelt down and said that he was giving up. The weakened boxer noticed how this guy was too strong for him and he underestimated him initially. This Superman with the skills of a boxer practically fell to the ground, placing one hand on it. The Superman was defeated. The mercenaries bared their teeth in anger and rage, with their brows furrowed. They were shocked that a newcomer was able to kill their boss. He was too scary for them, and they were going to run away. The wolf's fierce gaze pursued the remaining mercenaries, who turned back and ran away in different directions, screaming. The ferocious mouth of the wolf practically grabbed the back of the assistant with the bandage. The department officer standing behind Zhang watched with his partner with a smirk and a cold gaze. Zhang said that these guys learned a valuable lesson today, but the department official simply remained silent. Knitting his eyebrows, he widened his eyes and realized that this guy had incredible abilities, and they were too strong. He thought that guys like Zhang should be under the control of the state, otherwise the consequences of his actions could be unpredictable. The department employees turned back and saw how his assistants were running to their aid, but it was already useless. Department employees shouted that they were already there. The department inspector noted that not one of those mercenaries would escape, and they would all be held accountable. Department employees rushed to catch up with their enemies, the violators, and ordered them to stand immediately. A bunch of valuable rewards fell from the Superman in the form of several magic balls of protection and 2 white cans. Zhang bowed down in front of them and began to examine them. As Zhang expected, killing a high-level boss gives many valuable rewards. A notification came out. The Superman dropped 2 high-ranking energy magic souls, 18 mid-rank energy magic souls, 77 low-ranking energy magic souls, 2 flasks of restoration potion, 1 invitation letter and 3 pieces of equipment. Lifting 1 piece of polished armor, he saw a card lying on the ground. He took it in his hands and tried to examine what it was. It turns out that it was an invitation letter. Territory of Death. Level C rank. Note, permission to enter the Territory of Death. Durability 1 out of 1. He tried to understand what the Territory of Death was. Zhang didn't remember this place being mentioned in the Demon Territory manual. With a lost look, he held various magic balls in his hands. This card was not important to him because first he needed to collect all these high-ranking energy magic souls. Jang, still sitting on the ground, used these magic balls while a department employee ran up to him from behind. The employee addressed his partner, saying that his battle had been excellent. A department employee grabbed him by the shoulder and addressed him. The employee asked how he would feel about joining the Demon Bureau in order to work for the country. Jang said with a cool and confident look that this was not his plan at the moment. The department employee looked at him with a puzzled look and scratched his chin. The employee took out his notebook and pen, intending to leave his contact number with his new friend in case he suddenly changed his mind and let him know. Jang was holding a note with a number in front of an employee from the bureau as he stood behind the exit of the compound. Jang was heading towards the exit from the demon territory, and at that moment a department employee called out to him. The employee turned to his friend and finally said, no matter how strong Jang becomes in the future, so that he remembers that the blood of Dazia flows in him. Bowing his head down and slightly frowning his eyebrows, the inspector advised his friend not to do anything that could harm the country and its citizens. When he was already close to the exit from the demon territory, he raised his left hand and told him not to worry because he was also a citizen of Dazia. The employee watched Jang leave the demon territory through the magic gate. Around the demon territory, surrounded by 4 towers of electrical discharges, there was a dense and huge forest which was full of inhabitants, including birds. Jang, looking around, realized that he was on another floor. He noticed that there were much fewer people on this floor than on the previous one because the higher the floor, the more dangerous the monsters. And Jang understood that without sufficient strength it was better not to take risks. Jang picked up a book with a red cover and began leafing through it. He was going to find out information about the 3rd floor. It was a guide to demon territory. The little goblin with a sword and a round shield was a goblin warrior. Another goblin with a backpack of stones was a goblin mage. With an astonished look, Jang continued to study the demon territory manual. He understood that the monsters on this floor were not insects or animals, but rather humanoid. Closing the manual and tucking it under his armpit, he raised his right hand and looked at his watch. He realized that it was already late and it was time to return home. He returned to his home. Finding himself at home in his home clothes, he entered the apartment and realized that the light was not on. He was surprised that the room was so dark. He knocked on his sister's room and tried to call her, asking if she was sleeping. He entered the room, opened the door and saw that his little sister was not on the bed. Jang did not like this moment, and he frowned and was indignant because it was so late and his sister had not returned yet. He picked up his smartphone and started texting his sister. He figured maybe she was at her friend's house, so he wanted to call him. There was a missed call on his phone. With one tap of his finger, he decided to call back. I called this friend and put the phone to my ear. He introduced himself as Xiao Feng's brother. Before she had time to ask her sister about her whereabouts, the sister asked her brother why he only picked up the phone now. Feng asked her brother through the phone to come to the dance night club. Jang realized that something had most likely happened to his sister, and he looked confused and lost. He threw on a white windbreaker and rushed to run to this club. He understood that this was an elite club in the city and did not understand what his sister could be doing there. Before entering an elite club, he met 2 security guards who were unhappy with his appearance. The guards asked him how he got here in such clothes. Jang furrowed his eyebrows and bared his teeth. He thought that perhaps his sister Feng was working here. The angry Jang understood that anyone who would have gotten to his sister and dared to hurt her would have seen real reprisals. An enraged Jang pushed the 2 guards away, punching them, and ran inside the club. The 2 guards lay immobilized on the tiles and saw Jang practically walk into the club. Inside the club, in a VIP booth, stood a huge and well-fed uncle, surrounded by his guards, around whom there was a whole crowd of young girls and boys. A well-fed man in a tie ordered the girls who were there not to be harmful and simply offered to have a drink with young Master Chen and stop telling them nonsense. Lighting a cigar in his teeth, he held out his credit card with a malicious and ironic mockery. He said that there were 10,000 on this card and invited them to drink at his expense. He threw his card at the girls' feet. Mr. Wu Hao said that Feng came here to work, so it would be fun to pretend to be innocent. Feng's friend, who brought her to this club, covered her innocent partner with her hand and raised her finger with a malicious expression on her face. She told this Mr. Wu Hao that this girl was her friend and she really shouldn't drink alcohol, so she offered herself in her place. This important Mr. Wu Hao took his cigar out of his mouth and threw away this impudent girl with a wave of his hand. He asked who she thought she was, since young Master Chen wanted her timid friend Feng. Sister Jang Feng almost burst into tears when one of the guards pointed his finger at her and started shouting at her with a menacing look. He repeated once again that she was obliged to accompany his VIP guest at the highest level. The guard also said that otherwise there would be unpleasant consequences for her. At this moment, her older brother bursts into the crowd, clearly angry and furious. Jang, having heard threats towards his sister, asked what would happen to her otherwise. Clenching his fists and straightening his shoulders, he walked in rage towards these guests. He didn't care about status. He said if even a hair falls off his sister, the guy who raised his hand will collect his fallen teeth with his broken hand. Sister Feng realized that it was her brother. Between them stood this Mr. Wu Hao with a cigar. Feng asked her brother not to provoke this guest, because he is from the Tianjing organization, so if he wants to live, then let him not interfere. His sister's girlfriend was shocked and covered her mouth with her hands the moment Zhang leaned over. The watching crowd thought that these people were from the Tianjing or Wu Tianchen organization. Someone from the crowd knew that these were people from the Tianjing organization, and most likely this brother and sister would have a hard time. For them, this seemed like chaos because Wu Tianchen is influential in the city of Zhongbei. The people understood that this Mr. Wu Hao had recruited many strong people from the demon realm, so he deserved to get punched in the face. Zhang wanted to pick up the card from the floor at the moment when this gentleman with a cigar in his mouth was looking at him. The gentleman in the suit looked at this Zhang and his sister Feng with a malicious grin and told her to be an obedient girl. Zhang held his credit card between his fingers and ironically asked this Mr. Wu Hao that he wanted to buy his sister just with this card. With a deft movement of his hand, he threw this card back, telling this Mr. Wu Hao not to even dream about it. This was a credit card being sent back to its owner's face. At this moment, another guy flies between them. He snatches the card flying in the air into his hand. It was a blonde guy in a brown jacket, Master Chen, who caught the card. Zhang was surprised by this reaction. The enraged Mr. Wu Hao furrowed his eyebrows and threatened with his finger. He ordered his guards to break Zhang's legs. The guards flying to carry out their master's order, not having time to implement everything planned, including Zhang, turned back at the sound of a woman's heel on the tile. A female voice from the side told me to stop. At this point, Miss Jiang, who was the owner of the club, came in. Friend Feng looked at this woman with admiration. Jiang asked how dare they fight in her club and ruin her reputation. She was a tall woman with long hair and wearing a red dress. Jiang said that she was wondering who could have caused such chaos. Jiang realized that it turned out to be Mr. Wu Hao. She asked this gentleman why he came to her Yunding club for free. Jiang understood that Mr. Wu Hao only came here to create problems, so she would definitely not be friendly with him. Mr. Wu Hao turned to Jiang, saying that all her serve girls do not know the rules, and they were very upset about their work today. However, Miss Jiang watched this gentleman with her arms crossed and a malicious grin on her face. He grinned back and said that there were many experienced girls in her club and why did her club need these two stupid girls? Mr. Wu Hao suggested Jiang to forget about this incident. Mr. Wu Hao told Jiang to forget about it with a menacing expression on his face. He said that it was Miss Jiang who trained her people, and he thinks that Tianfeng City should be run by someone else. Miss Jiang, peeking out from under her long bangs, touched her delicate chin with her hand. She said that this gentleman can visit this city at any time. However, Miss Jiang raised her head and pointed her finger, clearly threatening this impudent client. She said if he dares to intimidate the city residents, then she invites him to return back to his city of Zhongbei. The crowd of visitors inside the club suddenly began to rejoice and rejoice. They, too, were not happy with these rich people from Zhongbei because they came to the city of Tianfeng and now behaved like kings here. They thought Miss Jiang was right, because if these arrogant rich people dare to intimidate people, then let them go back, because they are not welcome here. For the club visitors it was some kind of chaos, and they told the girls not to be afraid, because the law would punish these people from the city of Zhongbei. Mr. Wu Hao turned to the crowd and pointed his cigar at them. He laughed, calling the whole crowd a bunch of idiots. As this Mr. Wu Hao believed, if it weren't for his money, so that the strongest demons in the kingdom would defend themselves from constantly invading monsters, then people would be confident that they could survive to this day. As he noted, in the future only the strong will be able to enjoy life. With a malicious grin, Mr. Wu Hao pointed his finger at Sister Zhang and told his boys that he would take her with him. Miss Jiang looked at this gentleman with a hint of contempt. She said she was sorry. Behind Miss Jiang raised her foot and intended to hit Mr. Wu Hao on the head. However, Master Chen's lightning-fast reaction repelled this attack. Master Wu Hao's protector raised his hand and cast a spell to make Miss Jiang fly away. The blonde-haired defender Master Chen stood in his beautiful jacket and touched his neck, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Miss Jiang raised her head and watched as the gentleman behind Master Chen shouted abuse at her. Mr. Wu Hao noted what was to be expected from young Master Chen from Zhongbei City. This guy was the only Elite S rank talent in 10 years. The angry Miss Jiang called this guy a child. Mr. Wu Hao showed his teeth with a malicious grin and ordered his boys to take Sister Zhang with them. He addressed everyone in the room, asking if anyone wanted to object to him again. Two security guards wearing black suits and glasses approached Feng. One of the guards furrowed his eyebrows and reached out to grab little Sister Zhang's collar with his hand. The guard's hand almost touching Zhang's sister did not achieve its goal, because at that moment Zhang himself flies up and protects his little sister. He lifts his knee and hits the guard right in the face very hard. He told this guard not to dare touch his sister with his dirty hands. Master Chen touched his protruding chin and frowned slightly as he watched the Feng girl's brother with admiration. An enraged Jiang stood hugging his sister and said that he didn't care who touched his little sister. In any case, he will not give in and everyone will get what they deserve. Master Chen stood between Mr. Wu Hao and Jiang and intended to say words of admiration to the guy. He noticed that Jiang has very fast speed. The stunned Mr. Wu Hao, standing behind his protector, noticed that Jiang was also from the demon territory. Saddened by what was happening, Miss Jiang held onto her injured shoulder and stood behind Jiang, wanting to address him. She asked what his speed level was because it was crazy fast for her. So Master Chen continued to look at his victim. His speed reached 11, which had long exceeded the level of normal people, and Chen never thought that anyone would be faster than him. Clutching his head, Master Chen smiled as he looked at his enemy. He was interested. Master Chen wanted to formally introduce himself. His name was Chen Feng. He was a third-grade student at Jiangbei High School in Longhu City. He asked Jiang what his name was. Jiang looked at his opponent with a confident look and responded in kind. He introduced himself as being from Tianfeng City. It was now 5 High School, and his name was Jiang Zi. Jiang's company and Mr. Wu Hao's company stood in a circle, surrounded by a whole crowd of people watching what was happening. Master Chen remarked that he could not think that Jiang was in the same class as him. Chen, tilting his head slightly, extended his hand and offered to compare their abilities. Jiang turned away from his opponent with an indifferent look, hugged his sister and headed towards the exit. He replied that he was not at all interested in this fight. Master Chen looked at Jiang in bewilderment. Jiang, in the company of his younger sister, was heading out the door when a bottle of wine flew at him. Jiang's reaction speed managed to protect them from this bottle flying right at them. Frowning his eyebrows, Jiang looked furiously at this impudent guy. Master Chen continued his line and raising his hand, he said that for the first time he met someone whose speed was truly amazing. Chen also noted that neither Jiang nor his sister would be able to leave there today without his permission. Miss Jiang, standing behind Jiang, called out to her new comrade, telling him to be careful as Master Chen could deal at least 800 damage. Jiang slightly moved his head towards his sister and told her to step aside for a while. He was going to finish with this guy and go home. Jiang stood face to face with Master Chen, surrounded by a crowd of people watching the spectacle. From Master Chen's reaction, it was clear that he was incredibly happy to have met this guy for the first time, having already overcome everyone from his school besides himself. Mr. Wu Hao's defender hoped that Jiang could surprise him. Master Chen decided to attack his enemy. With a mischievous grin on his face, Master Chen continued to wave his fists. The frightened Sister Jiang and Master Jiang stood terrified and watched. Miss Jiang realized that Master Chen had actually just hidden his power. As it turned out, in fact, Jiang's reaction was much faster than Master Chen, who missed the enemy with his fist. Jiang stopped instantly, his eyes widening, and at that moment, he sharply bared his teeth and tried to strike his opponent Chen. He understood that his advantage was speed with fast power. Master Chen even slipped slightly from such a sudden attack from Jiang. Continuing to stand in a fighting pose, Chen said that Jiang's attack was not bad. However, he made fun of Jiang by saying that his punching power was still too weak compared to his. While Master Chen stood there chatting, Jiang's lightning-quick reaction allowed him to stand behind Master Chen and deliver his blow. At that moment, when Master Chen only managed to turn back, Jiang's furious fist was already flying at his face. Master Chen only had time to cover his face with his hands, hiding it, as Jiang simply launched a flurry of his furious blows at him. Master Chen wondered how this guy could be so fast. In anger, Master Chen watched as this guy simply mocked him. He didn't understand how many points Jiang had added to his agility and why he was so fast. Mr. Wu Hao furrowed his thick eyebrows and opened his mouth, watching what was happening with a hint of sadness. It was unexpected for him that in such a small place as Tianfeng City there were such high-level masters. Mr. Wu Hao realized that he had gone overboard. However, Jiang could no longer be stopped, and he continued to deliver his powerful blows from the back to the Ao master, who was already grimacing in pain. Jiang Feng's sister stood in the company of Miss Jiang and her friend, who stood visibly shocked by the events taking place and her brother's strength. Raising her hands to her waist, Feng closed her eyes and laughed, saying that her brother was definitely hiding something. A crowd of people watched as the agile and fast Jiang launched his attacks at Master Chen, who was also no stranger. Mr. Wu Hao stood behind his assistant, who was holding his injured arm and was clearly not happy about getting what he deserved, his brows furrowed. Jiang lowered his head slightly and raised his fist proudly, clearly intending not to let Master Chen get away with this prank. With a grin on his face, Jiang asked Chen what was wrong with his hand. He also ironically asked if he still wanted to get punched in the face. Jiang's confident and straight silhouette looked at Master Chen, who bent down slightly and held his injured hand. Behind him stood Mr. Wu Hao. Standing behind the injured Master Chen, Mr. Wu Hao turned to his assistant. He said that young Master Chen had better not overpower himself and invited him to come another day. After all, suddenly a master stronger than him appeared in this city, so it was better for them to leave first. Dissatisfied with the outcome of the fight, Master Chen frowned and was about to retreat. He said that he remembered Zhang. After all, there will be a national martial arts exam in 3 months, and he will come to him in person after passing the entrance exam to the King Martial Arts School. Zhang was in a good mood and continued to make ironic jokes about his enemy, whom he had defeated. Zhang said that coincidentally, he was also going to enroll in this martial arts school and maybe by coincidence they would become graduates. Master Chen was extremely unhappy upon hearing this statement. He spread his arms out to his sides in shock. Master Chen noticed that Zhang's speed was quite high, but Zhang's strength, physique and spirit were not up to standard. As for financial resources, he thought that if Zhang had money, he would not allow his sister to come to this nightclub. Turning his hand palm up, Zhang closed his eyes and just laughed. He said that it would be better for Master Chen not to worry about them and take care of himself. He said that Master Chen would find him later at the King University Martial Arts School. Mr. Wu Hao, having admitted his defeat, headed towards the exit with his assistant while Master Chen was unhappy and was trying to prove something else to his opponent. He said, "How does Zhang have such confidence that this will happen?" The people watching from the club raised their hands and rejoiced because finally someone was able to teach these impudent people a lesson. They shouted at them to get lost and not think that they were cool just because they had money. One guy from the crowd said that there was no need to scare them because in the city of Tianfeng there were guys who could write well in his face. Timidly crossing her arms, Sister Zhang Feng looked forward while Zhang put his arm around her shoulder. He said it was late and told his sister to go home. She agreed. Suddenly, Miss Jiang's call was heard from the side. She asked Zhang to stay. Raising her hand, Miss Jiang thanked her protector for performing so well, and she said if he doesn't mind, then she wanted to invite him to come upstairs and chat. Hearing this proposal, Zhang turned back when his sister looked at him with a joyful look, raising her hands and persuading him to accept this proposal. Sister said that Miss Jiang is a good person. Miss Jiang led them into her office and sat them on the sofa, of which there were several in her cozy office. She placed a bank check on the table with her sophisticated hand. She said that this was a small gift from the bottom of her heart in the form of 500,000. Brother and sister, seeing a bank check for such an amount, were confused and did not know how to react. Miss Jiang said that Zhang has won fame in their Tianfeng city today, and she is truly grateful to him for that. Zhang looked puzzled as he came across a contradiction in his head. Although he said that he really needed money now, he had no reason to take it just like that. Although this amount would easily cover the rent for the house and the cost of my sister's artificial kidney. Miss Jiang was clearly unhappy with the behavior of her client Mr. Wu Hao. She turned to Zhang and told him directly, as he noted today, she had a quarrel with Mr. Wu Hao from the Tianjing organization. She also remembered his fair-haired assistant Master Chen and said about him that he brought this Wu Hao man here to create problems in her Yunding club. Jiang brought up the topic of money again. She was really glad that he helped her, because it was a bad day, and if Zhang had not intervened, then everything would have been bad. Winking at her brother, Sister Zhang looked at him, and he just sighed. She said that he could help Miss Jiang. Letting off the steam from his lungs, he said that he would take the money first, and as for this Master Chen, the next time they were outrageous, he would definitely help. The joyful sister grabbed her brother's hand, who was waving his other hand to the sides. Miss Jiang thanked this skilled fighter Zhang. He said it wasn't worth the praise and it was time for them to go home. Miss Jiang said that she would ask the guards to escort them. However, Zhang said that it was not worth it, they would come there themselves. Brother and sister leave the Yunding club. Xiao Feng, don't ever come to work here again, says Zi. Sorry, big brother, says the girl, but they pay a very good salary here. Zhang Zi is very angry. I don't allow you to work here, no matter how much money they pay. I understand, the sister answers. She holds the hero's hand and smiles sweetly. You fought so well today, she says. But this compliment is not able to soften the hero. Cool, go home quickly, he says irritably. You need to sleep. You still have to go to school tomorrow. Okay, Xiao Feng agrees. In front of us is the school building from a bird's eye view. Someone calls out to the hero, who is about to enter some door. This is the fat man with glasses who was rescued a little earlier. Dear brother, he shouts excitedly, we might not see each other today. Yesterday I was almost kidnapped. Sobbing, the fat man hugs the hero. If not for Lord Rakshasa, I would have died, he shouts. Everything is clear, says the hero, which means you are very lucky. Now let me go. I need to go home and cook for my little sister. He turns around and leaves. Lord Rakshasa is so strong, the fat man shouts after him. I want him to become my mentor. The fat guy has an excellent memory, Zhang Zi thinks to himself. Another young man greets the hero in the corridor. Standing next to another student, he introduces himself as Zhang Hao and asks if Zi cleaned the martial arts hall after class yesterday. Zi is nervous, beads of sweat running down his face. It's him. The guy who awakened a rank talent, he thinks. Could it be he saw me when I hit the fist strength test machine? Yes, it was I who cleaned there, he says out loud. A smile appears on the interlocutor's face. Did you see who used the fist strength test machine? He asks hopefully. No, sorry, I didn't see anything, Jiang Zi answers, worried. Z silently looks at the guy. He then turns abruptly and leaves, stating that he has very urgent business to attend to. Jiang Hao and his comrade look after him in bewilderment. Luckily, he never saw it, thinks Z. I have to stay more low-key, can't expose my talent. Jiang Hao, whose hand we see, nevertheless suspects something. Just doesn't tell me it's him, he says to his companion. He gives his objections. Him? No way, it is Jiang Zi from the 8th grade. Last month's mock test, he didn't even enter the top 100 for school ranking, it's definitely not him. Alright, when the National Martial Arts exams result is out, the truth will be revealed, answers Jiang Hao, who thoughtfully looks after the retreating hero. Jiang Zi watches TV on the sofa while his sister washes the dishes. The news anchor reports that Tian Feng was recently infiltrated by a dangerous criminal who escaped from prison. The competent authorities ask citizens to be vigilant and not to go outside unless absolutely necessary, especially at night. If someone seems suspicious to you, call the police immediately, the girl says. Z, smiling, turns to his sister, who is holding a plate in her hands. Xiao Feng, I'm going to demon territory, he says. Now it isn't safe outside, be good and stay at home. Okay, the girl answers. A bird hovers above a portal located inside the forest. It is reported that this is the 3rd level of demon territory. Z looks through the information windows. Even though I obtained Devour Frog Boss, many of my beasts died, he thinks. My team now has 5 slots, I have to fill them all. Before us is a window that shows the creatures available for summoning. Z opens a book called Demon Territory Guide. Here are the creatures that I can meet in the level. This is a goblin warrior and a goblin mage. At this level, only goblins are waiting for me, Z thinks. However, there are 2 types here. You need to select a team to cope with them. Jiang Zi peers at the letters and pictures. I'll try to fight some of them, and then I'll think about which goblins to add to my squad. Suddenly, he hears someone nearby calling for help. We see 3 young men fighting toothy green goblins. Be careful, one of them shouts, they have a very strong attack. He covers himself with a shield, but from the expression on his face it is clear that he will not be able to do this for long. The goblin, having accelerated, crashes into his shield, knocks out 150 health points from the guy and runs on. The victim's comrades look at the monster in horror. Other goblins attack the young people, and we see that at this rate they will kill them very soon. Z watches the battle unfolding in front of him from an elevated position. 3 people with close combat profession can't defeat even 1 warrior goblin, he thinks. It seems that both types of goblins are very strong. Jiang Zi summons his creatures. Well, guys, show yourself, he says. Devour Heaven Frog, go get them. The frog prepares to spit fire at the goblins. When she does this, the green monster immediately loses 310 health points. Z looks with satisfaction at the effect produced. Great, he says. The lava turtle, who has already received the corresponding order, comes into play. She blocks the goblin's attack, but loses 30 health points. A white discharge flashes behind the hero. What? Still can block, he thinks. The goblin mage begins to attack the turtle from a long distance, and each of his hits causes very sensitive damage to the reptile. Oh my god, Jiang Zi shouts excitedly, he can't stop throwing his stones. How cruel. The turtle dies and dissolves into thin air at the feet of one of the goblins. Z, who is firing his bow, orders the frog to change priority and attack the goblin mage first. She obediently directs her flame to a new target. The magician sees the approaching stream of flame, but cannot do anything. We see how the fire inflicts a critical hit on him for 450 health points at once. Great, shouts Z one more time. The goblin mage's health is approaching the end, he writhes in agony. Jiang Zi extends his hand forward and orders the wolf to deliver a finishing blow. However, this will be very difficult to do. The magician turns around and begins to quickly run away. The hero does not believe his eyes. Tears are streaming down his cheeks. What the hell? Jiang Zi exclaims in despair. Does he know how to run away if victory is impossible? The hero sends a rabbit in pursuit of the goblin. Do you want to escape? Yes, he asks. Let's see if you can run faster than a level 3 violent rabbit. The goblin magician quickly runs away, and on his way almost knocks down an ordinary goblin warrior who looks after him in bewilderment. Z and his charges approach the monster abandoned by his allies. You're left alone, but you still want to fight? He asks the goblin. Well, attack, he orders the wolf and the frog. They obediently carry out the order, and the enemy quickly dies. Z approaches the corpse and looks at it. How difficult it was to kill you, he says. It took me at least 10 minutes. Jiang Zi, smiling, extends his hand forward and summons a new creature for himself. "Let me see your attributes," he says. Before us is a goblin warrior with a shield, a sword, and sharp fangs on his lower jaw. We see this monster's card, Warrior Goblin. Level 1, Exp. A 10th, HP 450, Attack 240 - 290, Defense 300, Skill none. Z comments on the characteristics he sees. It has excellent attack and defense, but that's to be expected from a level 3 demon territory monster, he says. He has no skill, but overall he is stronger than a level 3 violent rabbit. Mention the rabbit. Zhang Zi, who is standing surrounded by his animals, remembers that he has not seen the one that chased the goblin magician for a long time. And at that very moment he received a notification that the rabbit had died. Z screams in anger. What happened? How could he die? Some sounds are heard behind him. What could it be? Zhang Zi thinks. We see many approaching goblins, whose legs produce the sounds that attracted the hero's attention. Monsters make strange sounds. Having noticed a person, they run towards him to tear him into pieces. Zhang Zi is scared. What the hell is this? He shouts. That magician set all his comrades against me. Z orders his beasts to disappear, after which he begins to run away from his pursuers. He is very afraid that he will lose all his charges in the face of such a crowd of monsters. We get a bird's eye view of Zhang Zi running up to the teleportation circle while being chased by a huge crowd of goblins. Suddenly, one of the monster commanders stops the rest of his comrades. Z, hiding behind a column, looks back at the green creatures. These are the bastards, he thinks. They know they better stay away from the altar. Smart devils. Students standing inside the circle comment in bewilderment on what they see. My god. What did he do? How did he manage to lure out so many goblins? Maybe he stole the wife of one of them, and the cuckold called all his relatives for help. It is impossible for him to fall for such a monster. The goblins, meanwhile, turn around and leave. One of them shows his middle finger in farewell. The goblins with very displeased faces leave the teleportation circle. Z sits down on the step, calls up a window with the information he needs, and begins to analyze what just happened to him. These goblins are very cunning, he says. They understand that sometimes you need to run away and call for help. Therefore, it is better not to give them a chance to escape. But how can we make sure that they cannot hide? You can see from the hero's eyes that he has come up with a solution. He hits his palm with his fist. How could he forget about this, he says. Zhang Zi watches from above a pair of goblins walking through the forest. Hidden behind a tree trunk, he studies how monsters behave. The goblins are calm, they do not see the hero who climbed high into the tree. It seems like long range and melee is a fixed team, Zhang Zi thinks. I'll try to kill them right away this time. He summons the animals and, with passion in his eyes, orders them to deal with the goblins. We see that the goblins are being pursued by a turtle and one of their relatives who sided with good. The will and the frog come into play. The latter literally fries the goblin mage. It seems that nothing can save the monsters. One of them immediately loses 108 health points. Z and his beasts stand over the corpse of a slain monster. Well, I couldn't escape this time, Zhang Zi says gloatingly. The wolf approaches the surviving goblin. Z, smiling, looks at the monster. It seems you are left alone, he says. The wolf, growling angrily, approaches the monster, who has almost no health points left. He turns sharply and begins to run away. Z, laughing, calls the spider. I knew he would try to do this, he says. Zhang Zi commands the poisonous spider to use its web, and it obediently does as told. The goblin has been caught. He falls to the ground, hits his head painfully, and scatters the stones that he throws so well. Z and his beasts surround the goblin mage and look down on him. You run well, yes, asks the monster Z mockingly. You can call for help, right? Brothers, finish him off, he orders. The goblin is trembling in horror. Somewhere behind a tree a massacre is taking place. The goblin screams loudly in pain and horror. Zhang Zi summons a goblin magician, after which he begins to get acquainted with information about this creature. Wow, what serious long-range damage he has, he exclaims. We have a card in front of us where we can see everything with our own eyes. Goblin Mage, Level 1, Exp. A 10th, HP 300, Attack 290 - 330, Defense 280, Skill none. Z ponders the numbers out loud. It has almost as much damage as Dark Shadow Wolf. No wonder he caused so much damage when he attacked. This should be enough, we need to call a couple more of the same. Zhang Zi raises his hand and tells his beast to kill all the goblins. We see another monster tangled in a web. The wolf attacks from behind another monster, who waves his sword in vain. The web of a poisonous spider is very effective, Zhang Zi thinks. It seems like I should use special effect attacks more often. The frog, spewing a powerful fountain of flame from its mouth, burns another monster. Z receives a message that a level 3 lava turtle has died. He stands in front of his animals and looks around at the resulting squad. 7 goblins, a poisonous spider, and 2 bosses, says Zhang Zi. Finally, a complete team. He smiles, rubbing his chin. It seems that now I can pay a visit to the boss of the 3rd level. he thinks. The bright sun illuminates the goblin camp located at the foot of the high cliffs. Z looks at the camp, planning his further actions. It seems the third floor's boss will be harder to deal with than the previous ones. The Goblin King on this floor has countless goblin underlings around him, he thinks. It will be difficult to cope alone, Zhang Zi understands. His attention is drawn to a young man in a purple cloak who is actively waving his hand nearby. I have an S-rank talent, he shouts, and I'm leading newbies to fight the boss for free. Those who want to come along, hurry up and hop on. The 100 team is almost full. You can't miss this opportunity. There are too many people who rely on bringing newbies to obtain rewards when killing monsters and defeating bosses, thinks Z. He carefully examines the blonde man in the purple cloak. There's no supervision here, so those who just make up numbers without real qualifications are given opportunities like this, Zhang Zi thinks. These swindlers are very common. Sometimes people may even find themselves losing their lives for them. Z turns away from the young man with contempt, but he turns to him. Hey, Archer, he shouts. Smiling, he addresses the hero with a speech. Would you like to join our squad? We still have 5 places available. All this is completely free. All loot that drops from monsters will be yours. I won't take anything. Zhang Zi looks down thoughtfully. There are too many people here, he thinks. It shouldn't be too big of an issue to find an entrance with fewer people. I just need to be a little more careful when charging through with my small team of summoned beasts. I'm not interested in this, he says out loud to the guy in the purple cloak. I prefer to work alone. Turning around, Z leaves, and the remaining young people begin to discuss him. Wow, what an idiot. An expert personally invited him, but he didn't appreciate his kindness. Isn't that right? An archer entering the mountain fort by himself. He must have a death wish. Once he's besieged by goblins, he'll definitely regret it. That guy's mad. Does he really want to spend money on a team? Zhang Zi stands behind a tree not far from the fence of the orc camp and plans his further actions. There are fewer people and enemies here. I'll charge it from here. Z picks up a bow and calls on his children. After they all appear, he gives the order to begin the attack. The frog unleashes a barrage of fire at the goblin, causing severe damage. Next to her, the enemy is remotely attacked by 2 goblin mages. The wolf also actively participates in the battle, fighting 2 goblins at once. While the guards are distracted by fighting the summoned beasts, Z runs into the camp gate. The frog finishes off his opponent with a stream of fire. Zhang Zi examines the balls dropped from defeated opponents. There's quite a lot of demon soul orbs rewarded this time, he thinks. Now he is looking at the book. According to the map, he thinks, the Goblin King is inside. We are talking about a huge tent from which a cry for help is heard. Zhang Zi looks at the tent in amazement. Someone inside has already started the boss fight, he thinks. From there you can hear pleas for salvation and cries that the goblins are killing everyone. Now we see what's going on inside. Frightened young people are attacked not only by the usual goblins already familiar to us, but also by the leader, many times larger than his subordinates. This monster has sharp teeth, glowing eyes, and a long beard tied up towards the end. Young people are surrounded on all sides, they have nowhere to escape. The Goblin King looms over a group of people who seem to have no chance of escape. Z looks at what is happening inside through the crack. He recognizes some of the people he saw a little earlier at the time the detachment was assembled. What happened? Zhang Zi thinks. Where did the guy in the purple raincoat go? Why doesn't he help those whom he has gathered into one squad? The goblins, meanwhile, exterminate the young people trapped in the tent. Both ordinary monsters and the huge king leading them are actively operating. Soon all the party members are lying at the feet of the goblins. The king sits on a huge throne decorated with skulls and laughs with satisfaction. There are multicolored balls on the floor in front of him. Z looks at all this, and something becomes clear to him. The purple-cloaked rogue didn't have any talent. He brought the newcomers here on purpose so that they could all be killed. Zhang Zi quietly sneaks inside the tent, the floor of which is littered with corpses and colorful spheres. That scoundrel planned to come here later and collect the equipment and balls that belong to the dead, he thinks. Z picks up the blue sphere. Now he sat down on one knee, holding 3 balls in his hand at once. These low-grade demon soul orbs were exchanged with those beginners' lives, Zhang Zi thinks. That purple-cloaked guy is despicable. An object falls from above. It looks like a dagger. He falls in front of the hero and smashes something in front of Zhang Zi into pieces. Z is scared. This is all very bad, he thinks. The formidable figure of the Goblin King grows on it. The monster growls loudly. He notices an intruder in his tent and reports this to the common goblins. They grab their swords and, making some strange sounds, rush to attack. Zhang Zi summons 3 goblins and orders them to hold off the advancing monsters. Starts a goblin-on-goblin battle. The king looks in bewilderment at what is happening before his eyes. Z, meanwhile, explains his tactics to his other charges. While the goblins hold off their kin, he says, we can all strike the boss together. He starts shooting with his bow and orders a nearby poisonous spider to use a web attack. He obediently carries out the order. Jiang Zi puts his hand forward, summons 2 more goblins, and orders them to distract the king with melee attacks. The enemy bares his sharp teeth. "Nothing," he shouts. "You are all nothing." He delivers a blow that immediately knocks out 411 points from one of the goblins. The poor fellow dies, and the comrade next to him receives 398 points of damage. Z is shocked. "Holy shit," he screams. That's his skill, Whirlwind Fist. His damage is ridiculous. Crouching down on one knee, Jiang Zi begins shooting at the boss with a bow. He also orders the frog and goblin mages to use ranged attacks. Toad begins spraying the goblin king with his fire fountain. In addition, magician stones fall on the giant. A huge devouring turtle, along with goblin magicians, tried to attack the goblin king. A flurry of fire and stone attacks were heading straight towards the goblin king. The terrifying goblin king bared his teeth and took out his huge and sharp sword. He called them reckless attackers, and he sentenced them to death. Jiang was shocked by the Goblin King's defense skills. Z didn't think that the Goblin King could block with 2 knives at once. Except for the frog's sky-consuming fireball technique, and the rest of the physical attacks can be resisted by almost half. A small group of goblin magicians were throwing their magic stones towards Z, who had a huge yellow devouring frog standing behind him. However, the little goblin warriors he had already tamed rushed to protect their master, putting out their shields. Z furrowed his eyebrows and thought a little. He saw that the Goblin King's attack and defense were too strong, and his summoned creatures were almost unable to counter it. Z thought that maybe he should retreat first. Suddenly, a hand with a sharpened and curved dagger flies near him. The agility and quick reaction of the guy with the dagger caused damage to Z. With his sharp blade, he managed to catch and inflict significant damage on Z, who was covering his open wound. The enraged Z covered his open wound with one hand and pointed a finger at him with the other and realized that he recognized his enemy. Z realized that he had not noticed this guy called Kiss of Death before. He called this guy with the dagger a nasty guy. The blonde guy in the purple cape licked his sharp dagger, which still had Z's blood on it. The guy with the dagger noticed that Z was able to survive the mortal wound, so he realized that Z had very good characteristics. As Kiss of Death noted, his talent skill is stealth. As long as he doesn't attack or take damage, he can remain invisible. He said it was really cool. Z, frowning, continued to look at his enemy, who dealt him a surprise attack. Z noticed that this guy's talent in dealing with monsters is mediocre, but in dealing with other people, he is truly first class. It was the same guy in the purple cape who led newcomers straight to their death. Z suggested that he was trying to deceive newbies. The guy in the purple cape raised his hand along with the dagger and smiled sarcastically. He said that if Z had not intervened, he would have collected another wave of magic soul balls, but now Z must die since he prevented him from realizing his plan. Wounded and exhausted, Z stood between 2 fires, behind whom was a huge goblin king, and in front of him stood a guy with a dagger. Z realized that the situation was not good for him. He was trapped. The huge goblin king killed the small goblin with a shield with a swing of his sharp knife. Z widened his eyes in despair. A notification came out that the sword and shield goblin had been killed by the goblin king. Z continued to hold his open wound and his health bar was almost at 0. Opposite him stood his enemy with a dagger. Z didn't understand what to do and whether he could win, because he now needed to find a way out. Kiss of Death waved his dagger and asked if Z was going to surrender. Z suddenly remembered that he still had familiars in stock. Raising his hand, he summoned a poisonous spider. The guy in the purple cape bared his teeth and furrowed his eyebrows. He clearly did not intend to end up in this web, but still fell into the attack. The guy tied up in a web was sitting on the ground when the wounded Z approached him at that moment. The guy in the cape noticed that Z could really escape by luring him into his trap. After all, the goblin boss's hatred was not on him anyway. With a smirk, Z raised his finger to his mouth and said that he would not run away, but would wait for the goblin king to kill the guy called the Kiss of Death. Z waved his hand and tried to bring back his summoned monsters, who continued to fight. The Kiss of Death, continuing to sit in the web, was perplexed at the guy's interesting plan. Covering his open wound, Z took off running, looking back as the huge goblin king was heading towards this guy in the web. Z shouted after the guy that he was not crazy, but this guy would be the one who would become one. He also noticed that he took his summoned beasts and ran away from the sight of the goblin king, and now the guy with the dagger will have to fight this boss. The guy in the purple cape realized with horror that the goblin king would now attack him, and he raised his huge knives right above him. The guy realized that Z had deceived him. The fierce goblin king was about to stick his knives into this guy, but the Kiss of Death did not want to give up yet and remembered his skills. He said that his scheme was unsuccessful because he had stealth skills. Using his stealth skill, he disappeared from the sight of the goblin king, who stood with his knives in bewilderment and did not understand where his victim had gone. An angry guy with stealth skills looked at his enemy Z and wanted his place. He said that he remembered Z, and after he gets out of this battlefield, he will hunt for Z to the ends of the earth. 25 seconds left. The Goblin King continued to stand in bewilderment and look around, trying to find his victim. However, the guy with the stealth skill didn't understand why Z came back, and he clearly wanted something. Z stood near the entrance with a malicious grin and watched what was happening. Since Z knew that this guy was using stealth skills, so he aimed his arrow right at him. He sent his arrow across the entire field, on which lay a bunch of magical multicolored spheres. The flying arrow hit directly the Kiss of Death, who was scared. Frowning his brows, he didn't understand why this rookie Z could see him if he was invisible. The stealth skill instantly disappeared, and the Goblin King again discovered his victim, who was wounded by Z's arrow. The Goblin King was once again in a ferocious state as he looked at his victim and intended to carry out his attack. The ferocious Goblin King tried to thrust his sharp daggers into the Kiss of Death, which was already squirming from the pain and hopelessness of the situation. The whole wounded and exhausted Kiss of Death fell to the ground and was going to hold on for a little longer. Raising his head, he saw that the notification showed another 50 seconds of battle. At the last moment, the guy with the dagger said that he would kill Z. Z placed his hand on his belt and held his bow with his other hand as he stood next to his poisonous spider. He said he didn't mean to kill him, he just wanted to see his web. As he prepared to fire his next arrow, he stared straight into the Kiss of Death. Z noticed that it was really unpleasant for the guy to endure humiliation from the boss, because he did the same with newcomers, who eventually died at his hands and cunning. Z said now it's this guy's turn to suffer the consequences. Another arrow pierced the chest with the Kiss of Death, which was already running out. Kiss of Death sat on the ground and watched as the Goblin King swung a huge sharp knife at him. The Kiss of Death, surrounded by purple energy, looked at its death with anger. He said that even if he dies, Z will not get any better. The Goblin King kills with the Kiss of Death with a precise hit of his knife. Z stood behind this battlefield and said that this cunning man deserved it. After the Goblin King dealt with the Kiss of Death, Z raised his hand and again summoned his monsters to now fight this Goblin King himself. Z stood not far from the Goblin King and looked at the soul spheres that appeared after the death of the Death Kiss. He got down on one knee and began to collect them, and then picked up a white glove from the ground. The guy happily noted that he had dropped a lot of things in the aisle, and also that he had many spheres of the soul. He pulled a white glove over his right palm. White silk glove, quality A, attribute damage plus 50, features none, durability 100/100. Z thought, this equipment is not bad, and with the increase in damage, his attack power will finally increase. The guy pulled the bowstring and fired an arrow at the Goblin King. The arrow quickly shot through the air. Having met the monster, she jumped to the side. Looking at this, the guy smiled sadly. He noted in a quiet voice that such damage made him feel uncomfortable. Enraged, the Goblin King jumped up and rushed forward, waving his swords. He began hitting the Z-Goblins, knocking down 275-287 of their health. Unable to withstand such critical blows, the two goblins fell. Z received a system notification about the death of two goblin warriors. Seeing this, his mouth wide open in shock, the guy pulled back. He was very surprised that the damage from the boss's whirlwind strike was so high, and also dealt over an area. He thought that he urgently needed to come up with a plan. Swinging his swords, the Goblin King charged straight at Z. The monster shouted loudly that all the pathetic ants must die. The guy sharply put his hand forward, indicating the direction for the poisonous spider. He shouted for him to use his web on the monster to attack. The spider threw out a web, and it wrapped around the goblin's legs. Z jumped to the side as one of the monster's blades flashed near him and hit the ground. At this moment, the spider released its web again and glued the boss's weapon to the ground. With a malicious smile on his face, Z put his hand forward, summoning his monsters. He summoned a group of goblins and told them to avoid close combat. The goblins lined up around the monster and began to throw stones at it, and Z armed himself with arrows and pulled the bowstring. He brought his monsters to attack the Goblin King from a long distance. The toad opened its mouth wide and released a barrage of fire at the boss. The goblins, in turn, threw stones at him. Having snatched his sword from the web, the boss began to defend himself, parrying the blows with his blades. Z lowered his mask and grinned quietly. He noted that there was nothing the Goblin King could do now. Surrounded by a horde of fire, the monster roared. When the attack ended, his health bar dropped to 9% and he raised his blades again. Z quickly rushed towards his goblins, who continued to throw stones. He loudly told them that they needed to hold out a little longer since the boss's health was almost zero. He ordered the toad to use his ranged attack. Cobblestones flew towards the Goblin King from all directions, and the toad opened its mouth again. A bright fiery flash was reflected in the monster's frightened black eyes. He roared loudly as everything around him shook from the explosive impact. His health bar dropped to 0, and the boss fell to the ground dead. Z received a system notification about the victory over the Goblin King. Instead of his body, many soul spheres appeared on the ground, and the guy clenched both hands into a fist, expressing a victorious gesture. He cried out with joy that it had finally dealt with it. The stones on the boss's throne began to crack. A few moments later, a portal appeared in place of the throne to move to the next level. Z knelt down in front of the portal and began collecting the orbs obtained from the Goblin King. He received a notification about the appearance of a teleport to the 4th floor. The guy noted that this explained why he had not seen the teleport gate earlier, since it had been hidden in this place all this time. Putting on a satisfied smile, he looked at the iron soul sphere in his hand. Z thought that the boss dropped a high-rank soul sphere as expected. He suddenly thrust his hand forward, activating the summon. The guy orders the Goblin King to rise up and stop playing dead. The silhouette of a monster began to appear from underground. After fully appearing, the Goblin King stood up straight and roared loudly. He fixed his red eyes towards Z. Looking back at the goblin, the guy smiled sweetly. The monster bowed down and fell to his knees in front of him, and Z, smiling widely, swung his fist next to him and slapped the goblin on the head. He loudly noted that the Goblin King was very difficult to defeat, and he even had to sacrifice many of his summoned beasts. Paru walked closer to the monster and patted its head with a smile on his face. He laughed and said that from now on he is now his subordinate. Gathering his defeated bosses together, Z opened a tab with summoning locations. He mentally noted that he now had 3 bosses, the Dark Shadow Wolf, the Sky-Devouring Toad, and the Goblin King. He thought that even though the Dark Shadow Wolf's stats were the lowest among the 3, it was an elite rank monster and would soon increase its level. The guy moved his fingers along the tab with places for summoning. He mentally noted that he had 5 more free slots, and he would need to take 3 Goblin Warriors and 2 Goblin Mages. As his monsters began to disappear, Z raised his head and rubbed his chin. He thought that first he would need to go up to the 4th floor, otherwise the boss would soon rise again. Holding his hand on his chin, the guy smiled widely. Laughing loudly, he said in a satisfied voice that he would try to summon more bosses in the future to gather the Goblin King's army and become invincible. When the guy was about to enter the portal, someone behind him loudly stamped his foot. A demanding voice loudly ordered him to stop. Z froze and watched as warriors began to appear around him from different directions. The voice ordered him to put down his weapon and surrender immediately. The boy's face frowned as he was surrounded. He saw the golden badges that adorned people's chests. He realized that they were all from the Demon Territory Management Bureau. Z watched as weapons were pointed at him from all sides. A blond man wearing sunglasses stepped forward and crossed his swords. In a loud, dissatisfied voice, he asked where all those who were on his team had gone. Z gave him his irritated look. The guy asked what he meant, since he didn't have any command. He added that they made a mistake and took the wrong one. The blond man pointed one of his blades towards Z. He loudly told the guy to stop lying, because they received a message that the scammer was pretending to help newbies for free, but in the end he forces them to fight the boss and takes all their items for himself after they die. He added that according to their information, the fraudster has already committed 3 similar crimes in a year, and because of him hundreds of people have died and been injured. A red-haired girl wearing sunglasses and holding a bow came forward. The girl loudly declared that they were the inspection team of the Demon Territory Management Bureau, and he would not be able to escape from them today. She added that the guy should put down his weapon and go with them, and if he resists, then all the consequences will be on his conscience. She pulled back the bowstring and aimed one of her arrows at Z. The girl shouted that he might not even try to escape through the gate to the 4th floor, since they had already placed their people there, and if he did not voluntarily put down his weapons, then they would all have to attack. Looking at the girl, Z frowned. He thought that there were a lot of opponents, and their equipment did not look like that of ordinary adventurers, and if he resisted, it would be bad. The guy lowered his eyes and raised his hands up. He noted that he had no choice but to go with them, and his luck was failing him today. Suddenly, a man appeared, actively waving his hand. He loudly told everyone to stop as Z is not a criminal. The guy with his hands raised was surprised and recognized the man. He exclaimed that it was him. The bespectacled man, named Boundless Justice, smiled smartly and waved his hand at Z. He noted that he did not think that he would meet Rakshasa again so soon. 2 people in sunglasses cheered loudly at the appearance of the boss. The guy rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He asked why those people called him chief, if in their last meeting he was an ordinary member of the disciplinary inspection. Boundless Justice extended his hand to Z with a smile on his face. He said in a cheerful voice that it was all thanks to him. Rakshasa extended his palm in response and they shook hands. Boundless Justice said that the last time the guy helped him solve a case, the higher authorities made conclusions and promoted him. He added that he was now the head of the inspection department and really wanted to thank him for his help that day. Z replied that no thanks were needed because he simply did what he had to do. A red-haired girl approached a man in glasses with a guilty face. She noted that when they arrived, Rakshasa was here all alone, and then asked who he was if not a criminal. Boundless Justice turned to his subordinates and raised his hand. With a smile on his face, he asked everyone to listen to him carefully and then said that since Rakshasa is his good friend, he cannot be a criminal. He added that he had already found the culprit who harmed the newcomers, and his name is not the demon territory, it is Kiss of Death. He turned his gaze towards Z. The man asked if he had seen anyone with that name here, and then he asked if he knew any other newcomers whom he had deceived. The guy closed his eyes and shook his head negatively. He said that he came too late, and by that time all the aspiring adventurers were already dead. Everyone who submitted to the inspection was shocked after these words. Boundless Justice asked in surprise if they were all dead. He nervously began to bite his thumb. The man was outraged that an incident had happened again that claimed 100 lives. He said loudly that he simply had to catch the Kiss of Death. Z turned towards the man, drawing attention to himself. He said that no one would ever be able to find him again. The guy sighed and threw up his hands guiltily. He said it was because he had already killed him. Members of the inspection began to crowd around the guy. The red-haired girl said loudly that it is known that Death Kiss has an S-rank talent, and at the same time, he is a high-level veteran who has been in the demon territory for many years. Another person noted that he was titled as a veteran killer and he is a very scary and ruthless person. Another guy asked in surprise, is Rakshasa's words really true? Z opened a tab with a list of his kills. He said that if they don't believe me, I can look at his list of murders. The electronic list of recent goblin murders included the name Kiss of Death. The kill list records all the names of enemies the adventurer has killed in demon territory. The red-haired girl's mouth and eyes opened wide in surprise. She noted that Rakshasa was just a newbie who had just reached the 3rd floor, but was already able to kill an expert with a veteran rating. The blonde guy with glasses had a scared look on his face. He noted that besides, the guy fought him alone. Boundless Justice put his hand on his belt and grinned. He happily noted that the guy really killed him, and then asked how he did it. The red-haired girl asked in bewilderment, are all the newcomers really so strong now? The blonde guy noted in a sad voice that when he was a newbie, he asked people to help him every day. The girl noted that they should stop comparing since Rakshasa is most likely a genius. Boundless Justice walked up to Z and put his hand on his shoulder. With a smile on his face, he said that he impressed him again and, predicting a bright future for the guy, thanked him for helping him get rid of that guy. Smiling sweetly, Z replied that he just did what he had to do. He walked away from the team, heading towards the portal. The guy said that if this is all, then he will move on. Boundless Justice loudly asked him to wait. The corners of the bespectacled man's eyebrows slid down to the bridge of his nose, and his face frowned. He said that first Rakshasa must know something. Dark images arose in his head of a plot from a group whose symbol was a snake. The man with glasses said that Kiss of Death is a member of a criminal organization of demon territory called Hope. And although it sounds like something bright, in fact they only do that they break this very hope of other people and engage in kidnappings, robbery and murder. Boundless Justice added that they had already committed every crime they could think of. He said that they conducted investigations regarding this organization, but since it is very hidden and its members are very powerful, they could not achieve any real success. Boundless Justice extended his palm to Rakshasa. The man said that since he killed their man, they could target him. He noted that for his own safety, he was inviting him to join the Demon Territory Management Bureau. Looking down, Z thoughtfully rubbed his chin, savoring the name of the organization with his lips. The guy walked towards the portal and, without turning around, waved his hand. He said that he would be forced to refuse this offer, and then added that he would remember these words and be careful. Limitless Justice behind him clenched his hand into a fist as Rakshasa finally disappeared. Putting both hands behind his back, the man grinned. He noted that one day he will force this guy to join them. A column of light appeared from the sky. Z moved to the 4th floor altar, which was covered with a dome, and after it lay the bones of dead animals. Having dug in the center, he saw that everyone else was crowded around the edges and at the protective barrier. The guy looked around and approached the others. He asked what is happening here. People beat their fists on the barrier, looking at those people who were on the other side of it. They indignantly asked why the Demon Territory Management Bureau was not letting them out of here, noting that the Demon Territory belonged to everyone, and they had the right to move freely within it. Another man shouted loudly that his boss gave him a mission today, but because of them, he won't be able to complete it since they don't allow them to fight monsters. He added that because of them he could even be killed, and they must understand what responsibility they will have. Another indignant person noted that he does not trust the Bureau's words that it is 4 floors of death territory, and he is sure that they are planning what. C sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose with his finger. He asked displeasedly why he was running into the Demon Territory Management Bureau again. The people inside the barrier loudly demanded to tell them about the 4th floor. Z watched thoughtfully as the rest of the people staged a protest. The guy in the white cape screamed loudly that he was sure that the Bureau had thought of some kind of scheme, and why did he indignantly add that he was against the 4th floor monopoly? At this moment Z began to think about the territory of death. He stared at one point, rubbing his chin. The guy was thinking about whether the invitation card to the territory of death, which is in his inventory, has anything to do with this issue. On the other side of the barrier, a man in a black cloak approached the Protestants. He said that their bureau always does everything to maintain the harmony and stability of the demon territory, and they do not do this to enter into confrontation with the others. Looking at the crowd of people, the man raised his hand. He said that now on the 4th the territory of death has really appeared, but many may not know anything about it. An adult man was actively waving his hand, trying to explain. He added that this was because the Demon Territory Guide did not have any such records. He said that the territory of death is like another space that they have not fully explored. An image of a large space with countless strong monsters appeared in his head. Opening his mouth wide, the guy took a deep breath and took off. The man from the bureau said that they only know that the death territory appears sporadically in the demon territory. And waving 2 swords, a guy in uniform and with a red scarf around his neck rushed into the abyss of monsters. Many glowing red eyes rushed at him. Raising his hand, the huge black monster dealt the guy a fatal blow. The man in the cape added that the difficulty of the floor of the demon territory at such moments increases right up to the level of the 10th floor. Shivering from his own words, a drop of sweat ran down his face. He said that this is why they forbid everyone from entering the 4th floor, because it is too dangerous, and since it is all for their own safety, people need to hear him. The guy in the red cape grabbed the side and raised his hand clenched into a fist. He was outraged and asked why he should believe these words. He said that he did not believe them and insistently asked to be released. The man from the bureau spread his arms in different directions. He said that if the guy really wanted to leave, he would let him out, but only if he understood that all the consequences would fall on his shoulders. Hearing this, the guy spat on the ground. The bureau members opened a portal for him, and he came out. The guy indignantly said that he is always responsible for himself, so there is no need to intimidate him. As he passed a man in a black robe, he turned around and pointed his finger at him. He said irritably that apparently he considered him a coward who trembles from a few affirmative words. When the guy vandalized further, the man breathed a sigh of relief. He approached the Protestants behind the barrier. Raising his hand, he said that if there are other people who insist on coming out, he can let them out too. After these words, all the warriors began to whisper among themselves. The man asked the guy standing next to him if he wanted to go out. He asked if the territory of death that the man spoke about really existed. Everyone turned around sharply when they heard a loud scream behind the barrier. A guy in a red cape, who had part of his right cheek missing, flew out of the teleport, ran forward and screamed loudly. He shouted that a successful mutation had occurred there. Having reached the teleport, the guy fell to the ground, and all eyes were focused only on him. He shouted that all the monsters had mutated and were chasing him to kill him, but fortunately he was able to escape. People asked in surprise, "Is this really true?" The man from the bureau approached the guy lying on the ground and trembling with fear. The guy in the red cape shouted that the territory of death really exists. The man turned around and glanced at the Protestants. He asked if they believed him this time. While members of the bureau were helping the guy in the red cape get up, the man raised his hand and addressed the people. He said that he suggested that they avoid entering the 4th floor of the demon territory for the next few days and return to this floor after the death territory completely disappeared. People took turns opening the system tab to return to the real world. One of the guys irritably said that since you can't log in for several days, it would be easier to wait out this time offline. Z watched as the users began to exit the demon territory. The guy opened his electronic system panel. He thought that since he had to wait a few days, it would be better for him to go out too. He mentally noted that, fortunately, tomorrow was Saturday and he did not need to go to school. Among the ruins of the city, a huge red monster with a scythe, growling loudly, was walking towards a man. A boy with brown hair, wearing large armor, grinned and began to draw his sword. He pushed off the ground and jumped into the air. The guy quickly flew around the monster from all sides, striking him in different parts of his body. He received a blow to the head. The monster roared in pain. The guy turned around and walked away, and the monster began to slowly dissolve into the air. He received a system notification that a giant zombie had been killed. Sheathing his sword, the guy headed towards the purple soul sphere that had fallen into the monster. He bent down and picked her up from the ground. He opened the system tray and saw that he had one new message. Opening it, he read that the kiss of death was killed by Rakshasa. The guy rubbed his chin with his finger and grinned. Pronouncing the latter's name, he noted that this must be a very interesting guy. Taking the sword in his hands, the guy headed towards a giant monster with many eyes all over his body, which was the boss of the 22nd floor, Zhang Zi's house. The guy was sitting at the dinner table, looking at his little sister. He asked Xiao Feng to stay at home and do his homework while he went away for a while. He took out his phone and looked at it. Z said Zhang Pan said that her cousin has a job that suits him very well. After taking a bite of bread, Xiao Feng looked up at her brother with concern. She noted that Pan Pan's cousin's job seemed to be very dangerous. Leaving the house, Z waved to his sister and she waved back. The guy noted that she shouldn't worry about him because she knows what her brother is capable of. In response to this, the girl asked him to be careful. Z walked past abandoned buildings. Opening his phone, he scratched the back of his head with his hand. The guy started looking around. He noted that the address is definitely correct, but he does not see Pan Pan. The girl standing on the right side of the building waved her hand. She loudly called Z's name and told him to turn around. The girl smiled, placing one hand on her waist. She said he needed to come to her. The girl opened the door to the warehouse. Pan Pan said that Z can come in since her brother is already there. The guy noted that this place looked abandoned for a long time. Entering the warehouse, Z saw a company of 4 people standing near a table. With a smile on her face, Pan Pan raised her voice, drawing attention to herself. She said that the same Jiang Z she had talked about earlier came with her. The girl turned to Z and pointed at one of the guys. Pan Pan said that this is her cousin named Lu Kai. A large guy in a white t-shirt with slicked back hair smiled and extended his palm to Z. He said that he heard that the guy has good skills, but he lacks money. He asked if he was interested in joining his team. Looking at him with a confused face, Z ruffled his hair. He replied that he wanted to find a job, but he did not know what they were doing. Kai exhaled noisily and smiled. He said that they were going to go to the occupied zone. Z's eyes widened in surprise and he pulled back a little. He asked what they needed there. Kai began to say that recently demonic monsters had invaded the occupied cities. He added that in these occupied territories there are not only monsters, but also many treasures, such as property, antiques, valuable calligraphy, paintings, and so on. He continued to say that many wealthy people have their eye on these things and want to collect them. He noted that this work was dangerous because you might encounter monsters, and besides, it was illegal since the National Security Agency prohibited ordinary people from entering areas occupied by the enemy. Kai smiled as all his team members stood behind him. He noted that it's all for the money and they don't care about the danger. A tall, plump guy walked up to Kai and put his hand on his shoulder. Turning to Z, he invited him to make money with them. Tai Geng, a guy with blonde hair and sunglasses named Feng Zai, clenched a cigarette in his teeth and showed the number 3 with his fingers. He said that he was paying 300,000 each for this and asked if the guy was with them. Behind him stood a gloomy man with many scars named Lao Ba. Z's eyes widened in surprise. He thought that 300,000 is a considerable amount and his sister's life is most precious to him. He thought that during this period he had managed to earn a round sum, plus the money that Jiang gave him. Then this already comes out to about 800,000, and if he added these 300 more, he would be able to save his sister. The guy straightened up and smiled broadly. He replied that he was in business. Kai walked up to the guy and hugged him with a smile on his face. In Levy's happy voice, he said that he has good news, and since the difficulty has increased this time, the reward has accordingly doubled and will be 3 million. The guys from the gang were pleasantly surprised by this development of events. Feng Zai noted that this turns out to be 600,000 per person. Z gave Kai a slightly worried look. He asked what they would have to find this time. An image of scrolls appeared in Kai's head. He replied that they would distort both painting and calligraphy from the period of the 5 dynasties. The guy patted Z on the shoulder. He said that they were meeting tomorrow at 4 a.m. at the Jiangdong Museum and asked the guy not to be late. The next day, entering the kitchen, Z yawned and headed towards his sister, who was fiddling with the plates. The guy asked Xiaofeng why she got up at such a time today. The girl replied that she knew that he had to go to work early today, so she prepared breakfast for him. Taking a piece of bread from his sister, Z Apostle looked at the red apples flying on their table. He asked where they came from. Xiaofeng replied that their new neighbor brought them, and then said that he was a fractional uncle. The guy began to chew a piece of bread. He said that they now have little money, especially for fresh fruits and vegetables, and 2 apples cost at least several hundred yuan. He noted that their new neighbor was really generous. Z threw his backpack over his shoulder and headed towards the exit, looking at his sister. He said she could keep them, but she should remember next time that it was not nice to take anything from strangers. In response, Xiaofeng asked her brother to be careful. Z walked along the quiet old streets, chewing a piece of bread. He thought that this operation was very dangerous, and at night before going to bed he absorbed the remainder of the magic soul ball. The guy opened his profile in demon territory. Name, Rakshasa. Number, country C24,751,176. Health capacity, 110. Energy, 120. Damage, 4-14. Speed, 15. Attributes, strength, 14, constitution, 11, spiritual strength, 12, agility, 15, distributed attribute icons, 0, skill, level 1 summoning, equipment, none, comprehensive assessment, novice adventurer. The guy looked at his indicators with surprised eyes. He thought his current strength score was 14, and although he hasn't tested lifting weights, he thinks it's more than 1,000 kilograms. He mentally noted that since his agility had also increased to 15, he was, in theory, looking to fight a monster if he suddenly encountered one. He thought he still hoped they wouldn't run into anyone and everything would be okay. After some time, he stopped and looked around the city wall, which he approached. He saw Kai with his comrades, who raised his hand high. He shouted that they were all here. With a smile on his face, Kai handed Z a well-aimed plucked chicken. He said the guy should take this for critical moments. Z looked at the carcass, taking it into his hands. He asked what Kai meant. He replied that monster mobs love to eat corpses, and if he himself suddenly becomes their target, he can give them a dead chicken and escape. While Z put the chicken in his backpack, Kai headed towards the wall. The dark-haired guy noted that this was not a bad idea. Feng Zhai shouted that they should stop messing around, and Kai noted that they had to go. One of the guys pulled the rope to check its reliability. One by one they began to climb the wall. Holding onto the rope, Z slowly walked along the wall. Having reached the top, the guy exhaled and grabbed the edge tightly. Having risen, all four looked at the chaos going on behind the wall, and a huge number of different monsters roaming around the ruined city. Z noted that it looks very impressive. Kai came up to him and put his hand on his shoulder. He said that since he was his mother's friend, he didn't want anything to happen to him, so if the guy stayed close and obeyed commands, then he could guarantee his return home safe and sound. Feng Zhai began to descend to the other side of the wall, calling out to the rest of the squad. He shouted that they needed to hurry up because they didn't have much time. They all crossed to the other side and headed into the city. Lao Ba went ahead of the others along with Kai. The bald man said that they should let this child go home as soon as they finished the job, since they did not need the extra burden. The guy replied that he had already thought about it before. They approached a tall building, the entrance to which was blocked with huge stones. The squad captain smiled. He noted that they had reached the right place. Z asked worriedly how will they get through if there is no entrance. Feng Zhai climbed up the ruins and began to walk on the cobblestones. Looking at the man, Kai asked if he found it. The blonde moved one of the wooden boards and saw under it a sign indicating the direction to the entrance. He smiled and turned to the team. He told the boss that they needed to come here. Standing near a pile of stones, Kai turned to Lao Ba. He noted that it was now his way out. The bald man frowned and began to flex his fists. In a menacing voice, he told the others to move out of the way. He approached the wreckage and swung it. From the impact, the stones began to fly in different directions. A moment later, the team looked at the broken hole. Kai crossed his arms over his chest and smiled. He noted that among them, Lao Ba is the strongest since his strength mark reaches 12. Hearing this, Z lowered his eyes to the floor. He thought that this man's strength was lower than his. Shining flashlights, they began to climb inside in the middle. Kai noted that there might be demonic cave monsters here as they like to hide in the dark. He added that everyone should be extremely careful. The guys moved further along the old corridor, lighting their way. After some time they reached the door. Kai pushed it forward and opened it. They found themselves in a destroyed museum hall, with paintings hanging on the walls. Kai suggested splitting up and asked everyone to be careful. The guy walked up to one of the paintings and shined a flashlight on it. In the lower corner he saw the name boat on the Spring River. He illuminated the picture again and frowned. Kai noted that this painting does not seem to resemble a real boat on the Spring River. He cast a side glance at Z, who called him while standing near the picture. The dark-haired guy asked if this painting was a gift to the prince. Kai took out his phone and compared the photo with the painting. Shining a flashlight on his phone, the guy smiled. He happily told Z that this is the picture. The guy took the picture out of the frame. He folded it into a scroll and buried it in his bag. The three young men gathered around Kai, who was stuffing items into a bag. Feng Zhai smiled and happily noted that as soon as he received the money, he would immediately go to the Yunding Club to fool around with the chicks. Z turned around, and after his words, everyone looked at him worriedly. He asked if they had lost anyone. Kai rose from the floor and everyone began to look around. Feng Zhai asked in surprise where is Steel. Kai tensed up and immediately started calling the man, but heard only beeps. He nervously asked Steel to pick up the phone. Lao Ba, standing behind him, asked how such a huge person could get lost. Kai began to cast worried glances at the rest of the team. He muttered that they couldn't stay here because it was too dangerous. He threw the bag over his shoulder and they all headed towards the exit. The boss asked to leave a message for Steel as they had to leave. Behind them, two glowing red eyes peered out from a crack in the ceiling. The creature shuffled its hand as it watched the group of four guys leave the museum. Hearing this, Z froze and turned around sharply. He tried to figure out what that sound was. At that moment, the creature crawled out of the hole and fell to the floor, raising a huge cloud of dust, and the guys, hearing a loud sound of impact, jumped back to the side. The team stopped and looked at what was happening with worried looks. Kai cried out in irritation that this was all they needed. Gritting his teeth, Z asked in fear, "What is this?" A huge green leg with black claws appeared from a ball of dust. A moment later, a huge green monster with 2 pairs of arms, an extra eye on its forehead and stomach, and a healthy round mouth with sharp teeth in several rows, came out. Kai screamed that it was a level 2 monster from the Devil's Cave. Taking the dagger, Lao Ba took off and rushed towards the monster. He shouted to the others to run while he dealt with the monster. The man pushed off and jumped on top of the monster, swinging his weapon. With a loud roar, he struck the monster. Jumping away from the monster, Lao Ba was very surprised that his dagger broke into pieces. Baring his teeth, he looked with a furious gaze at the small fragment of the blade in his hand. He cursed loudly and noted in an irritated voice that this monster had very thick skin. With a heart-rending cry, the monster raised its arms to hit the man. Gritting his teeth tightly and furrowing his brows, Lao Ba crossed his arms under his face. The monster slammed one of its hands straight at the man, raising huge clouds of dust. Seeing this, the rest of the team got scared, and Kai even rushed forward, but Feng Zai stopped him by grabbing his shoulder. The boss shouted his friend's name loudly in a worried voice. As the dust began to settle, a male silhouette appeared not far from the monster. Lao was sitting on the floor on one knee, and huge purple abrasions appeared on his forearms. Glancing at his comrades, she said that he had only broken his arms, and that everything was fine with him. Z tensed up and looked at the monster with bewildered and frightened eyes. He thought he was simply terrible as Lao Ba, who weighs over 120 kilograms, flew away with just one punch. Opening its toothy mouth wide, the monster growled and, spreading its arms, headed towards the team. Z furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth as his eyes narrowed in fear. He quickly opened his backpack and took out a dead chicken. Swinging, he threw it straight at the monster. The monster jerked back, trying to catch the carcass in its mouth, and at this time the team members began to run away. Kai shouted to the others that they needed to be faster. The squad sped up when the monster finished the chicken and ran after them. When Kai reached the exit, Z, who was running behind him, turned around. He saw that the monster was very close with Feng Zai and Lao Ba, who could not run fast due to his injury and was being dragged by a comrade. Frowning his brows, the blonde took off his sunglasses and cursed in irritation. Taking out his pistols, the guy with a menacing face ran towards the monster. He shouted to the boss to take the boy and leave, and he himself would fight the monster. The monster began to cover himself with his hands to hide from the fiery shots. Looking at his fighting comrade, Lao Ba took a grenade in his hand. He shouted that if he and he died today, it would be in battle. He walked closer to the firing Feng Zai and threw a grenade at the monster. Having almost reached the monster, the grenades began to explode, and a moment later there was a loud explosion. Kai and Z froze in fear when the small remnants of the shock wave reached them. Kai covered his face with his hand, and Z looked towards the corridor with stunned eyes. He muttered the names of his comrades quietly, and Kai cursed loudly. Removing his hand from his face, he turned to Z, who saw tears in his eyes. Frowning, the guy shouted loudly that now is not the time to be sad, since they still need to save their lives. He grabbed Z's hand and dragged him. Kai dragged him towards the exit of the building. He shouted that once they got outside, they would be safe. 2 guys began to climb the rocks. Rising to his feet, Kai grabbed one of the cobblestones with his hand. When he raised his head, his mouth and eyes widened in shock. With a trembling voice, he screamed, asking what it was. Zhang Zi and Lu Kai, holding hands, ran as fast as they could from this museum through a narrow passage into the gorge. Lu Kai said that once they left the cave, they would be safe. Out of breath, the 2 of them climbed out of the narrow cave over the rocks, trying to quickly get out of this terrible place. Lu Kai practically crawled out of the cave and, holding the edge of a huge cobblestone with his hand, he raised his head. With horror and shock, he widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He didn't understand what he had stumbled upon. The same huge monster with an eye on its forehead and a huge mouth with several rows of sharp teeth appeared in front of them. While near the destroyed entrance to the museum, they were surrounded by a bunch of these nasty monsters. They were like ants among these huge mutants, who had a huge red eye on their stomach, looking straight at these 2 guys. Waving his hand towards Zhang Zi, Lu Kai took out his gun and said that the calligraphy and painting are in the bag, so Zhang Zi should leave first. And if something bad happened, Lu Kai asked Zhang Zi to take care of the peng. Zhang Zi clearly did not want to run away from the battlefield alone, leaving his comrade to die, so he said that they would only leave together. Zhang Zi stood behind Lu Kai along with a bag of treasures while Lu Kai pointed his gun towards those mutants and shouted. Raising his barrel to the level of the terrible mutant's head, he fired a huge barrage of cartridges at the monster, which looked at its victim with an open mouth. Lu Kai attacked this monster, screaming for it to die. A huge green mutant with an eye on his stomach, who was looking out for his prey Lu Kai, raised his hands and was about to hit him with his huge and impressive mass. Lu Kai's foot almost left the ground. This huge monster with several pairs of arms with sharp claws was about to tear its victim apart when Lu Kai, with good agility skills, dashingly jumped off the ground and flew at this monster with a gun. The monster was not quick enough to react to Lu Kai's deft maneuvering, and Brother Peng was already behind the monster, behind him. Lu Kai pulled the pin off the grenade with his teeth as he walked. Swinging with all his might, Liu Kai, with a deft movement of his hand, threw this powerful grenade straight at the monster. There was a huge explosion, which Liu Kai only looked back at with furrowed brows as he held his gun in his hands. However, this monster did not care about the combat grenade, and the monster reappeared from the acrid ash and smoke that remained after the grenade explosion. Liu Kai continued to hold his gun with a lost expression, realizing that his grenade only tickled that monster that was behind him and was about to attack again. With his eyes wide and his brows furrowed, Jiang Zi shouted to his comrade to be careful. A huge monster with a terrible mouth and teeth like a razor grabbed the bow with its huge hands. Liu Kai was horrified that now this monster could do anything to him, including kill him. With a lightning movement of his hand, the huge monster threw Liu Kai's body along with his gun towards the stone wall. Liu Kai hit these stones with all his might, to which he pressed himself and bared his teeth and writhed in pain. Finding the strength to stand up, he raised his body, all out of breath and exhausted, among a heap of clouds of dust. Opening one eye slightly, he rested his hands on the fragments of stones lying near him, which supported his weakened body. He was not happy about what happened to him. The huge mutant advanced with its bulk on small legs directly towards the exhausted Liu Kai. The monster flew at Liu Kai with the knowledge that he had come to this place to certain death. Swinging all its pairs of arms with sharp claws, the terrifying monster jumped off the ground and tried to pounce on Liu Kai lying on the ground. Liu Kai, watching how he was about to die, bared his teeth and looked furious. What was happening was also observed by Jiang Zi, who did not want to allow his friend Liu Kai to be torn apart by this terrifying mutant so easily and effortlessly, and therefore ran to save him. A terrifying monster with sharp teeth almost reached its victim, when at that moment Jiang Zi appeared with a lightning-fast reaction, intending to protect his exhausted friend. Jiang Zi looked confident in his abilities, and behind him Liu Kai looked on in bewilderment and delight at the same time. Angry, Jiang Zi straightened his fists and was about to attack the huge monster that was not allowing them to leave quietly. Behind Jiang Zi lay Liu Kai, holding his stomach wound, and called out the cunning Jiang Zi, calling him a bastard. Jumping off the ground, Jiang Zi swung his arm to deal massive damage to the monster, who had no idea who he was fighting. Jiang Zi's fist caught up with the monster's huge hand. Liu Kai, lying on the rubble, watched as Jiang Zi's enormous strength threw this terrifying mutant far away with one blow. Liu Kai was shocked by what was happening, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. He raised his hand and turned to Jiang Zi, asking him whether he was really so strong that he was able to slam the monster right into the face so that its huge carcass flew very far away. Liu Kai still continued to lie on the rubble, near which Jiang Zi stood, watching how the huge mutant again wanted to return and continue his battle. Liu Kai looked worriedly at his protector, who was holding his hand, which may have been slightly injured or suffered some kind of damage. Jiang Zi was taken aback by his comrade's alarm, saying that there was no big problem now. However, it would not be worth it for him to fight a monster of such power one-on-one. Liu Kai found the strength to get up and stood behind Jiang Zi, who looked around with a worried look and said that there were a lot of scary and strong monsters in this place, and if they surrounded them, then Liu Kai and Jiang Zi would be in trouble. Jiang Zi turned to Liu Kai, who wanted to address him while the huge monster had already recovered from the attack and intended to attack these people again, raising all four of its arms. Liu Kai noted to Jiang Zi that cave monsters have a peculiarity and do not snatch prey from their comrades. Therefore, until the monster gives up and leaves them behind, other monsters will not attack and create competition. A bunch of other monsters stood aside and were already licking their lips at their possible victims, who were about to attack but did not dare until their comrades surrendered. Jiang Zi slightly furrowed his brows and looked at this pile of monsters with a bit of hatred as he held onto his injured arm as behind him, an exhausted Liu Kai looked out in fear. Jiang Zi said, if what Liu Kai said about monsters is true, then he can rest easy for now. A huge cave monster with a terrifying mouth in the form of spirals with teeth was about to attack its offender again, who with one blow threw him back several tens of meters. The monster once again raised all its arms and intended to crush Jiang Zi with its entire mass. However, Jiang Zi understood that this monster was very strong, but as for its speed, he wanted to find out. The huge monster was about to grab Jiang Zi in its huge hands with sharp claws, but Jiang Zi was not going to just give himself up to this monster. The huge cave monster slammed its hands together and thought that it had crushed its offender. As expected, Jiang Zi's speed and quick reaction allowed him to avoid falling into the monster's trap, and he jumped off the ground with his foot. The monster had not even had time to turn around and raise his hands, when at that moment Jiang Zi flew out at him from the side, intending to finally put an end to this monster. Frowning his brows, he swung his fist and was about to punch this monster in the face. Flying with his fist as fast as he could, he hit the monster in the face, whose face changed in an instant. At the moment of impact, Jiang Zi shouted to the monster that they would meet in the next world. The huge monster no longer looked so fierce after being hit in the eye, which was already damaged and bleeding with green blood. However, the monster was not going to give up and planned to carry out his attack again and deal with his offender. The huge monster extended its hand towards Jiang Zi and wanted to grab him and squeeze him like a bug. Covering one injured eye, Lu Kai smiled sarcastically and stood up from under the rubble. He praised Jiang Zi, who delivered an excellent blow to the monster's face. The monster did not yet intend to carry out its attack and looked at the offender in anger. The monster tried to get up and attack Jiang Zi, who was ready for this attack. The monster began to extend its hand again, but Jiang Zi did not even plan to move or run anywhere. A huge monster carcass fell in front of Jiang Zi's feet. Jiang Zi stood in front of the fallen monster with his head held high and covered his mouth with his hand. He realized that the blow was very risky, but fortunately for him, it was fast enough. Jiang Zi lowered his head and looked at his fist with a cold gaze. He said one was ready. Jiang Zi stood with his backpack behind his back and watched as the rest of the cave monsters ran towards him in a crowd. He said that there were 3 monsters left and today he was going to finish them all off. A group of monsters watched the offender of their comrade and licked their lips, clearly wanting revenge. The whole crowd of monsters, waving their arms, began to run towards Jiang Zi. Jiang Zi raised his hands and prepared his fists as he prepared for another monster attack. Suddenly Jiang Zi turned back with a lost expression. Baring his teeth and slightly knitting his eyebrows, he looked at his shoulder, on which someone's shoe rested. It was a red-haired girl with a tattoo on her shoulder and wearing glasses who jumped away from Jiang Zi's body. She performed somersaults in flight and deftly attacked these monsters with quick movements, who did not even have time to look around. She stood behind one of the cave monsters, who managed to notice her behind him. The monster turned around and was going to crush this new girl on the spot with his 4 hands. However, when the monster only managed to swing, she was already behind the monster, who was very clumsy. Wearing her glasses, the girl looked out from behind at the monster. Jumping off the ground, she hit the back of the monster with a precise kick, who was not expecting a blow from behind. From such a blow, the monster completely crumbled along with its skeleton. The girl landed on the ground after the monster's huge carcass fell face first onto the ground. Jiang Zi looked at his new girlfriend's skills with amazement and admiration. He noticed that she was very strong and her blow had a force of at least 1,200 kilograms. The girl walked up to Jiang Zi and looked at him with her gaze, which somehow made Jiang Zi hesitate. She called him a boy. Standing in bewilderment, Jiang Zi did not know how to address this fighting girl. Suddenly, a large yellow jeep drives up to them. The fighting stranger watched the next wave of monsters and turned to Jiang Zi from behind, telling him to take his friends and leave the battlefield. Exhausted, Lu Kai walked closer to Jiang Zi, who was about to carry out her order. Jiang Zi grabbed his comrade Lu Kai by the waist and helped him to the jeep while the boss girl continued to fight the evil mutants. The driver of the jeep turned to his boss, saying that another large group of monsters was advancing on them and that the whole group should also leave. The girl with the tattoo turned sharply back and began to run away from the battlefield towards the car. Getting into the car, she said to leave quickly, because a huge crowd of monsters was already approaching behind them. The driver placed his hand on the black knob gearbox and engaged the gear. The wheels of the jeep suddenly began to dig into the ground and spin forward. With all their speed, their jeep rushed to leave the battlefield, which was completely surrounded by a company of cave monsters who did not intend to let their victims go in the car. Huge, angry mutants rushed to catch up with the jeep leaving them, but their speed was not comparable to the powerful jeep, so it was useless. Sitting in the car, Jiang Zi turned around and looked out the back window of the jeep, wanting to make sure that the monsters had left behind their car. One of the monsters spread its arms and was about to attack their car. On the way from the battlefield, the yellow jeep knocked down several monsters. Exhausted, Lu Kai and Jiang Zi sat in the back seat of the jeep. The driver with glasses turned to his boss, saying that this crowd of monsters cannot be led to the city wall that protected Tianjing City, because they are attacking the city. The girl looked out the window of the jeep through her glasses and watched as the monsters tried to catch up with their jeep. She looked sharply at the back seat and saw that a worried Jiang Zi was also watching through the window as the monsters tried to catch up with them and deal with them. She told Jiang Zi not to look out the window. Jiang Zi looked at the boss's girlfriend with a grin on his face at the moment when the catching silhouette of an angry monster was clearly visible in the back window of the jeep. The girl raised her hand and tried to open the top hatch of the jeep on the roof. She turned to Jiang Zi, saying that if he did not want to die, then let him help her. Concerned, Jiang Zi touched his backpack. The girl practically opened the hatch and looked at the confused guys from behind. She told him to help her right away, because saving the useless guy was not in her plans. The girl handed the guys sitting behind her a large blue bag with grenades. Jiang Zi asked her what kind of grenades they were. Opening the bag, the girl said that these were flash noise grenades and asked to throw the whole bag of grenades back at the feet of the monsters to scare them away. The monsters were not going to just let go of this jeep, and the whole crowd tried to catch up with the car, and they were doing well. Jiang Zi threw a whole bag of flashbangs back and there was a huge explosion right in front of the monsters, who were immediately hit. Tired Jiang Zi, in the company of a fighting girl, watched the explosion from the hatch of the driving car. The girl with glasses with a cold expression raised one grenade in her hand. Baring his teeth, Jiang Zi also picked up a different type of grenade. The two of them aimed their grenades at the monsters catching up with them, who continued to pursue them even after the first explosion. The grenades flew straight into the faces of the monsters, who were trying with all their might to catch up with the jeep. A huge explosion thundered, which with its wave caught the stern of the yellow jeep. Thanks to this explosion, the crowd of terrifying monsters fell behind and watched as the jeep drove away from them too quickly. Jiang Zi, who was sitting in the back seat, closed his eyes in fear and looked very confused and scared. He didn't understand who this woman was and where she got so much ammunition from. Stunned by what was happening, Jiang Zi and Lu Kai sat quietly until the driver called out to them. The driver with glasses turned around and asked the guys what they had done to attract so many huge monsters. Exhausted, Lu Kai placed one hand on his chest and the other on Jiang Zi's shoulder. He replied that they did nothing of the kind, they just wanted to return to their hometown to honor the memory of their ancestors, but unexpectedly they met monsters from the Devil's Cave. He also thanked his rescuers. A girl with glasses, sitting in the front seat next to the driver, scratched her ear. Crossing her legs, the girl turned back to Jiang Zi and asked his name. She said that he was too smart and brave when he fought the monster, so she admired him. Lu Kai sat next to Jiang Zi, who frowned slightly and replied that his name was Jiang Zi. The girl tilted her head slightly and rested her protruding chin on her hand. She turned to Jiang Zi, telling him to listen to her carefully now. She told him that next time he should not even think about going into enemy-occupied territory, no matter what his goals were, because he would simply die unless he became a powerful demon hunter. Sweating, Jiang Zi looked away and sighed. He understood that he still knew nothing about the girl's identity, but he felt that she had no malicious intent. The yellow jeep in which the guys were driving drove up to the city wall. The girl called out to them, saying that now there was a city wall in front of them, and if one of them was wounded, then he needed to quickly heal and they would transport them over the wall. The guys thanked their saviors. They left Lu Kai and Jiang Zi at the wall and rushed back to their place. Jiang Zi took the arm of his wounded friend Lu Kai and thought about who it was who saved them now. Lu Kai noticed that he also saw these people for the first time and knew nothing about them. However, these people looked like super strong heroes, because otherwise it would not be so easy for them to defeat the monsters in the Devil's Cave. Holding his wounded friend, Jiang Zi sadly turned back and looked around. He was sad because his backpack was torn in a battle with monsters and he lost all his loot. Lu Kai pressed his hand to his chest and closed his eyes, expressing his condolences for the loss of his comrade. He said it was fate. They came almost close to the large wall, holding each other. Lu Kai noted that they were lucky that they did not lose their lives. In the evening of the same day, Jiang Zi was in his school, holding the back of his head with his hand and his phone in his other hand, clearly not expecting that he would have to test himself in such a battle. He noticed for himself that the day really turned out to be dangerous and painful. He stared at his phone in amazement. He understood that if it weren't for the sudden appearance of that woman, he and Lu Kai would have died in the demon-occupied territory too. Jiang Zi walked up the stairs, buried in his phone. He was sorry that painting and calligraphy were lost, because otherwise this day would not have been considered meaningless. On the stairs, he bumped shoulders with a guy in a mask and cap. Jiang Zi furrowed his eyebrows as he passed by this mysterious guy and realized that his figure was too familiar to him. Having dispersed a little, Jiang Zi turned back in puzzlement and once again looked at the figure of the guy who was trying to cover his face with a cap. He remembered one face from the brigade with which he went to the territory of demons. Jiang Zi looked confused. He didn't know what to do. Jiang Zi turned around on the stairs and looked at the departing guy who followed his path. Jiang Zi noticed that that guy then disappeared into the ruins during the battle, and now he is here again. Jiang Zi started chasing a guy who looked a lot like one of the guys from the brigade that failed. He wanted to know where this guy in the cap was going. Walking around the corner of the house, he pretended to be holding a newspaper in his hands and reading it while the guy in the cap accelerated forward. Jiang Zi followed the guy in the cap around the city and crossed the pedestrian crossing with him. Jiang Zi clenched his fists and continued to chase the guy in the cap. He followed the guy through a narrow alley between houses and hid around the corner of the house, pressed against the cold brick wall. Jiang Zi peeked around the corner and frowned slightly as he watched. The guy in the cap and mask took out his phone and called his boss. The guy in the cap stood in a closed alley between the houses and continued to chat with the boss, telling him that he was in place and no one was following him. Jiang Zi thought that most likely this guy was to blame for everything. Jiang Zi looked around the corner and saw two black silhouettes of men approaching the guy in the cap. It was a gray-haired man in a suit with a cigar and Huang wearing glasses. The boss with a cigar greeted the guy in the cap. Extending his hand with a cigar, he asked with a grin if this guy had brought what he needed. The guy in the cap turned out to be Steel, and he handed the hidden goods to this boss. The boss touched the calligraphy and said that he would pay Steel every last penny. The boss in a black suit and white tie opened the roll completely and said that he likes guys like Steel, stubborn and angry. Rolling up the calligraphy, the boss looked at Steel with a malicious grin and said that he had betrayed his brothers, whom he had worked with for 10 years for 3 million yuan, calling him unprincipled. Jiang Zi watched from around the corner of the building and was shocked. He didn't expect Steel to be such a vile person. Taking the roll of calligraphy with him, Wang stepped forward and held a shiny suitcase in his hands. He opened the suitcase and there were stacks of red banknotes. There were 3 million yuan. Taking the suitcase of money from Wang, he grinned and said that in today's world, you need to be cunning to survive. Before he could go around the corner, Wang took out his pistol and took the safety off. Wang pointed his gun at the back of Steel's head, who heard the sound of the gun and immediately went into shock and sweated in fear. In anger, he turned around and furrowed his brows, asking what that meant, but the gun was already pointed at him. Steel understood that no one would negotiate with him and he widened his eyes with the understanding that he would most likely die now. The boss, holding the calligraphy, watched as his assistant shot directly at Steel's forehead, whose body fell like a matchstick. The boss, looking at Steel's dead body, said that this guy had correctly noticed that in the current world only the cunning survive. Wang extended his hand and tried to take the suitcase with money from Steel's dead body. He said he was more ruthless than Steel. Throwing the roll of calligraphy over his shoulder, he looked at the immobilized body and grinned ironically. The boss turned around from the murder scene and walked away while his assistant was still watching Steel's dead body in his hands with a suitcase. The boss noted that the guys he hated most were guys like Steel. The boss and his assistant Wang were heading away from the place where Steel's dead body lay covered in blood. Horrified by what had happened, Jiang Zi covered his mouth with his hand and widened his eyes. He saw that the guy died with one shot to the head. Jiang Zi scratched his chin and wondered who Boss Lai was. Realizing that Boss Lai had done his dirty deed, Jiang Zi also planned to flee the scene as quickly as possible. Jiang Zi was returning home and was greeted by his younger sister Feng. In a panic, Jiang Zi ran without looking back, out of breath. His sister closed her eyes and waved to her brother with a happy expression on her face, asking him how things were going at his job. With a sad expression on his face, he walked up to his sister and scratched his shoulder. He told her that it was a very difficult day and he didn't even want to remember, so he suggested that his sister come home as soon as possible. Jiang Zi put his arm around his sister's shoulder and was about to enter the house. Suddenly, a neighbor familiar with Feng came out of the next apartment. Smiling, Feng turned to her neighbor and introduced him to her brother, who did not expect such a meeting. Sister Feng said that this uncle brought them apples for breakfast. He was a broad-shouldered man wearing glasses and a black cap with a scar on his face similar to Wang's. This guy smiled and greeted Brother Feng. Jiang Zi widened his eyes and was in complete despair. He noticed that this neighbor had the same scar on his face as Boss Lai's bodyguard. Without letting it show, Jiang Zi covered his sister with his hand and politely smiled back, thanking the kind and generous neighbor for the apples. The neighbor in the black cap smiled and extended his hand to Jiang Zi and said that it was not worth the praise because neighbors should always help each other. Sister Feng, who watched the dialogue between brother and neighbor with admiration, turned to her neighbor and invited him to have dinner together. The brother was taken aback by covering her with his hand and telling her to take her time. Jiang Zi continued to pretend that he was seeing this guy for the first time and told him that it would be worth rescheduling their dinner together because he was very tired that day, so it was time for them to go home. Jiang Zi grabbed his sister by the back and took her into the house. However, Sister Feng did not understand why her brother reacted to his neighbor this way. She said that this uncle wants to come to their house for dinner in the future. Jiang Zi's apartment door slammed shut and the neighbor continued to stand outside his door with a bag of trash. He clearly didn't like his neighbor's reaction and looked disheartened. Once inside the house, Jiang Zi held his chin with his hand and his sister was about to cook dinner. Jiang Zi continued to think about what was happening, because it couldn't be a coincidence that the scar on his neighbor's face was exactly the same as the Steel Killer's. Jiang Zi could not leave this puzzle unsolved and therefore prepared to leave the house again. He told his sister that he would be back soon. Sister Feng turned to her brother and asked where he was going again if he had just arrived. Jiang Zi was about to leave the house through the window. He turned to his sister and told her to stay home and not go anywhere. Jiang Zi knew that he needed to figure things out quickly, otherwise he and his sister were in too much danger. He climbed out through the window onto the balcony and deftly began to jump between the balconies. He jumped onto his neighbor's balcony and saw white ash scattered on his floor. Jiang Zi understood this, and luckily for him, he had 15 agility points, so he could easily pass this obstacle. Jiang Zi, with a worried face, opened the window on his neighbor's balcony and tried to climb inside. He understood that an ordinary person would never do such a thing. Going inside the house, he saw his neighbor's large bed with a white sheet. He noticed that the furniture in the neighbor's house was too simple, and the windowsill was covered in white ash. Jiang Zi understood that this guy was definitely not an ordinary person. Looking under the bed, he saw a large box. Taking it out from under the bed, he opened it and saw the certificate lying inside, which immediately made him stunned. It was a fighter's authentication certificate. It said, "Congratulations, Wang, you have successfully passed the exam and received a rank 1 demon strength certificate." Genuine certificate. Jiang Zi held this certificate in his hands and looked furious because he realized that his neighbor was just pretending to be a nice uncle and rented a house next door to them on purpose. However, it remained a mystery to Jiang Zi what Huang actually intended to do. While examining the box of papers, he heard that his neighbor had returned home. Jiang Zi turned around at the sound with a dissatisfied expression on his face. The neighbor's silhouette entered the dark room, throwing the door open. With a malicious grin on his face, the neighbor realized that Jiang Zi had broken into his house. The villain comes through the door and tells the guy to come out. The frightened hero lies under the bed. "I hope he doesn't find me," he thinks. "Otherwise, I will have to fight him with everything I have in my arsenal." The bald man with glasses has a gun in his hand. Jiang Zi breaks out in a cold sweat. The villain goes inside the room. "Don't hide," he says, "I know you're here." He jerks the bolt, sending the cartridge into the chamber. The hero's eyes become round with fear. "Damn, he'll probably find me," he thinks. This is an expert from the demon territory. It's 7 seconds to 6 minutes on the clock. Now there is only 1 second left until 7. The same time is on the hero's wristwatch. They squeak loudly, announcing this fact, and the hero realizes with horror that he has already been discovered. A joyful smile appears on the villain's face. In the eyes of the hero, on the contrary, there is horror. "I found you," says the bastard and pulls the trigger. There is a satisfied smile on his face. The hero is still terrified. He looks at the watch, which has begun to emit electrical discharges. The bullet flies straight into the hero's eye. Electrical discharges move to the window. The villain holds a smoking gun in his hand. The bed under which the hero was hiding flies up. We see that she was thrown up with one kick by a bald bastard in glasses. The place that was covered by the bed turns out to be empty, and the scoundrel curses with anger. He picks up a bullet from the floor. The bald man examines the bullet. The demon territory opens at 8 o'clock, he says. "This guy must have gone there." A smile appears on the villain's face again. "Well, okay," he says, "I'll wait for your return." He releases the bullet and it falls to the floor. The hero, changing clothes in the air, falls with his arms outstretched. He begins to examine the information windows that appear in front of him. "I've been discovered," he thinks. "This bastard will probably be waiting for my return by that very bed. I can't stay in demon territory either." Jiang Zi extends his hand to one of the status windows. "In 12 hours, when I run out of energy, I will be thrown out of the demon territory. What should I do?" he thinks. The status window prompts him to select a demon territory level to enter. "I should use these 12 hours to become as strong as possible," Jiang Zi thinks. "Otherwise, I won't be able to do anything against this criminal." He chooses the 4th level. The entrance portal of the 4th level of the demon territory is surrounded by a blue energy sphere. The hero, around whom groups of blue pixels are concentrated, looks warily at something. Around it are many edges of a blue sphere. Could it be that the territory of death has not disappeared? He thinks. His gaze is thoughtful. "If I can't leave the altar, how can I fight monsters and become stronger?" he thinks. Jiang Zi listens to what the other two guys are saying. "The Demon Territory Management Bureau said that Death Territory will appear soon. Let us wait," says a young man with a naked torso. "What the hell? I've been waiting for more than 10 hours. The second one is indignant. "When will they let us out of here?" The other young people whose legs we see also cannot understand what exactly is happening here. There are a lot of people on the site. They said, "Only when Death Territory's boss is killed, it will disappear," says the guy with a naked torso. "I heard that a group of experts is preparing to enter the Death Territory. I heard that they need an invitation letter to Demon Territory if they want to enter," his interlocutor asks. "Otherwise they can't enter at all." A third guy joins the conversation. "Yes, only boss will drop things, and drop rate is very low. 100 bosses may have only one drop. The chance is 0.01%. One of the guys raises his index finger. "Newbies like us should forget about the territory of death," he declares. "The rewards there may be very generous, but it is too dangerous. We won't survive there. So if someone gives me an invitation letter, I will simply refuse to accept it." The very letter that was just discussed appears in front of the hero. We see the corresponding window. Death Territory Invitation Letter. Quality, C rank. Note, certificate to enter Death Territory. Durability, 1/1. Jiang Zi looks at this document in surprise. An invitation letter to the territory of death? He thinks. His bewilderment knows no bounds. He is holding a ticket with a fancy monogram in his hands. A notification appears. Death Territory has opened. Do you wish to use invitation letter to enter? Yes, no. Jiang Zi moves to the edge of the portal. He looks at the window where he has to make a choice. We see creatures above the hero's head that he can summon. I passed the 3rd level, Jiang Zi thinks. If I go back there to fight, there will be no rewards. Besides, I can't leave level 4. In the real world, a strong expert is waiting for me, who dreams of dealing with me. It seems I have no choice. The hero clicks on the word yes. We should use an invitation letter, he thinks. A message appears indicating that the item was successfully used. A 3-second countdown begins. 3. The invitation letter twists around its own axis. 2. Jets of blue energy appear near the hero's head. 1. The glow spreads over his entire figure. To come in, Jiang Zi is transported to an eerie area where a dilapidated town is illuminated by a dim reddish light. Some people are standing in front of the hero. Jiang Zi looks at the young people and tries to understand what is happening here. His attention is drawn to a muscular guy with a ponytail and a sword on his back. Are the demon territories of different countries related to each other? Jiang Zi thinks. Why do I see foreigners here? He notices a rather unpleasant guy wearing a traditional samurai helmet. Rakshasa, someone asks behind the hero's back and puts a gloved hand with a star on his shoulder. The hero turns around. Standing in front of him is Liu Yuying, a sexy beauty with pink hair. Hello, she says. She puts her hand to her chest. Finally, I found you. The girl looks straight into the hero's eyes. Last time you saved my life, she says. I was looking for you. I wanted to thank you, but you were nowhere to be found. I never thought that we would meet here. An elderly hooded warrior standing behind Liu Yuying enters the conversation. Moon Shadow, so he helped you lure away that elite dark shadow wolf? He asks. The girl turns to him. Yes, 6th uncle, she says. He saved me on that day. The hero raises his hand and modestly says that he did what he had to do, and there is no need to thank him. Liu Yuying introduces his companions. This is my 6th uncle, she says about the elderly warrior, and this is my younger brother. The first sign that appears identifies him as Furious Chasing Wind Killer, and the second is Midsummer Night's Dream. The guy holding the green sphere greets the hero. The girl's uncle looks at the hero with respect. Boy, have you entered the territory of death alone? He asks. You are very brave. Before us are the outlines of a terrible monster and a very real skull of some horned animal. This location is different from the demon territory, the old warrior continues to say. The monsters here are much scarier, and foreign adventurers also come here. We see people fighting and a dead man releasing multicolored balls from his hands. There are very frequent cases here when people kill each other over loot, the girl's uncle continues. He extends his hand to the hero. So consider joining us, it's very dangerous here alone. Yes, brother Rakshasa, says the youngest representative of this family. My 6th uncle is an excellent rank adventurer, you will be safe traveling with us. Amazement appears on the hero's face. Excellent rank, he thinks. We are introduced to a ranked system of adventure combat abilities operating in demon territory. At the very bottom are the newbies. Next come veteran, excellent, elite, transcendent and peak rank title. The hero looks at the experienced warrior who extended his hand to him. This 6th uncle must be very strong if he has an excellent rank. Jiang Zi thinks about it. This is my first time in the territory of death, he reflects, and this is really very dangerous. He shakes the hand extended to him. This is my first time here, he says out loud, and if you let me into your squad, I will gladly agree. It will be better this way, he thinks. 6th uncle puts his hands on his shoulders. Yes, you're not arrogant, you have a nice personality, says the warrior. Liu Yuying looks at the hero lovingly. It's good that he didn't refuse, she thinks. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to repay what he did for me. A notification appears indicating that Rakshasa has joined the party. The old warrior explains the plan of action to his young companions. Since brother Rakshasa has joined our squad, we must tell each other about our talents. This will allow us to better understand each other and interact in battle if necessary. Yes, of course, says Jiang Zi. The 6th uncle takes hold of the hilt of the sword, which is located behind his back. My talent skill is shock knockback, he says. We see this warrior in front of a scary green monster with very sharp claws and teeth. He takes out his sword from behind his back, flames running along the blade. The warrior looks at the monster sternly and applies shock knockback. Having received a powerful blow, the monster flies high up. We see a reference card describing this skill. Talent skill shock knockback. Can knock back the target 10 steps away. At the same time, it can also paralyze the target for 30 seconds. We see a stunned monster, who just recently was much bolder, represents the girl's brother, who continues to hold the green sphere in his hand. My talent skill is illusion, he says. I can create an illusion of any target, although it lasts only for an hour. We are shown a practical use of a green sphere that can create vortices. A translucent copy of him appears next to the young man. But illusion can't fight, says the guy. Liu Yuying, smiling, says that her talent skill is light blade slash, and the hero has already seen how this skill works. The girl asks the hero to tell him what he can do. Zhang Zi thinks for a moment. Sooner or later others will find out what I'm hiding, so why not reveal it now? He thinks. My talent skill is. Jets of white energy swirl around the hero, and he begins to demonstrate his skill. Zhang Zi extends his hand forward. The girl's brother covers his eyes with his hand from the too bright light. We see the eyes and nose of the monster. This is the goblin warrior that the hero summoned. Zhang Zi are standing next to their charge. My talent is the summoning technique. All three of his allies look at the toothy green monster in surprise. Wow, that's pretty amazing, one of them says. Sixth uncle rubs his chin thoughtfully. Yes, not bad at all, he says. Liu Yuying points his finger at the goblin. The creatures you summon obey orders, she asks. The hero answers in the affirmative. The old warrior turns, intending to go somewhere. We will end the introduction here, he says. Others have already entered the village. If they kill the boss, we will return empty-handed. All four run to where the boss should be. The boss of the death territory is much more dangerous than the one in the demon territory, he asks. Does it earn more? Yes, the old warrior answers as he runs. Death territory is a soul dungeon. It will drop magic soul orb without attribute, high rank equipment, rare items, etc., but it's also more dangerous. We see the potential rewards that are being discussed. The sixth uncle looks ahead. I brought both Shadow Moon and Xiao Tian to let them gain more experience, he says. A squad of heroes enters the city. Either a fire or an explosion is visible behind the building in front. The hero looks at him in amazement. What's going on there? He asks. We are faced with a battle in which humans seem to be losing against the demons. Sixth uncle looks at this scene askance. These villagers seem to be possessed by something. We will go into the village to find the boss first, he says. Now the fire is behind the squad running as fast as they can. Sixth uncle orders the others to stay as close to him as possible and not to lag behind. The heroes run out of the alley, and the leader reveals that this village is built in the form of a labyrinth. Further, the path runs along the street. All the houses here look the same, says the sixth uncle. The squad continues to run. Suddenly the hero stops. He looks around and tells his companions that, in his opinion, they have already been here. Liu Yuying confirms his words. That's right, she says. It seems to me that you are running in circles. Now Zhang Zi hears something. They're getting closer, he says. The girl with pink hair tenses, thrusting her chest forward and clenching her fists. It looks like enemies are approaching the squad standing in the middle of the street from all directions. This is true. We see the wide open mouth of one of the monsters. Now there are many more of them. Monsters are armed primarily with entrenching tools. In front of us are the legs of creatures approaching the heroes. Most of them seem to be human. Enemies approach the four heroes from both sides of the street. Sixth uncle urges his comrades not to panic. He takes out his sword and puts it forward with the hilt up. I'll guard the front, Yuying should hold the back, and little Tian and Asura should be in the middle, he says. We'll walk and fight, so don't get swept away by the monsters. The young people make it clear that they understand him. We see the balance of power from a slightly different angle. The monsters grin angrily. Some of them rush at people. The hero's hand begins to glow. He is about to summon his animals. The first to appear are goblins, one mage, and one warrior. Xiao Tian, who is holding his green sphere, seems very scared. Zhang Zi sees this fear and understands that the guy is most likely here for the first time too. A monster, very similar to a demon, attacks the goblin. He loses 3 times less health points than he deals. Another hit follows, and the damage ratio remains approximately the same. The hero looks at what is happening in shock. It can't be, he thinks. The attack and defense of these monsters are simply monstrous. A monster with a huge spiked club is approaching the sixth uncle. The old warrior pushes off the ground with his foot, and then cuts the enemy in half at the waist. The man looks over his shoulder at the hero. He saved his niece, he thinks, and I thought he would be pretty strong. But, unfortunately, it seems I was wrong. He strikes again, cutting down another enemy. A dark cloud appears in the sky, inside of which lightning flashes. From there a powerful discharge hits the old warrior. Uncle, cautiously, shouts to Yuying, but it is too late. Sixth uncle is confused. What is this? He says. It seems like someone caught me. He stands there, unable to do anything, and loses hundreds of health points. A long-haired man in a red cloak appears in front of the squad. Hey you, big shrimp, he greets the helpless warrior. Now we see this man from a different side. He is armed with a staff with a sphere on top, and his face is covered with a mask. The sign explains that this is the mysterious professor. We meet again, this character declares. He approaches his sixth uncle. It's you, he exclaims angrily. The professor extends his hand, which contains the rod, to the side. The ball turned from blue to red and now emits much more energy. The enemy grins under his mask, and electrical discharges begin to sparkle inside the sphere. Now their source is above the head of the sixth uncle. He holds a sword in his hands, but still cannot do anything. "I'm paralyzed," he shouts to his comrades, "and I can't move. Be careful." There is a powerful explosion. The sixth uncle, who seems to have no strength left, sits on one knee, resting his hand on a sword stuck in the ground. Yu Ying, who is holding a rapier, bequeaths Uncle Liu. An arrow falls on her from above. "Be careful," someone shouts, and the girl notices the approaching shell. She swings her rapier and deflects the arrow. We see that the shooter is on the roof of a nearby dilapidated building. This is a blonde girl with pointy ears. According to the sign that appears, her name is Spirit of the Night. The hero throws his hand forward and summons a goblin, who immediately receives the order to run to the attack. The enemy, towards whom the green warrior is rushing, raises a huge axe over him. A blow follows, and the goblin flies far back. Before us is another enemy, a menacing-looking bearded man named Harrison. The hero looks at him in amazement. "This guy has crazy attack power," he says. Killing the Wind, holding his sword in his hand, looked at the three people who appeared. He cried out in a dissatisfied voice that it was them again. He looked around at the elf, the mysterious professor, and the large, tall man. Mysterious professor exclaimed that last time he let him go, he didn't expect him to be so brave. Uncle Liu clenched his teeth tightly and bared his teeth. In response, he loudly spat out that he hated him. Mysterious professor waved his staff, the ball on which began to sparkle. He noted that the build of Killing the Wind brought 3 newcomers to the death zone today. They could not miss this opportunity. The man raised his staff high up and lightning burst out of it. He said that he who laughs last laughs, and that will be them. Lightning struck Uncle Liu. The man lowered his head and his whole body began to shake. Raising his head, he saw the system icon above him and read the information. He thought that this was another paralyzing spell. He thought that if this continued, they would all die. A potion container began to appear in his palm. The man thought that he could not allow these terrible people to commit murder, since there were little nephews behind him now. The man drank the contents of the bottle, and at that moment his nephews called him loudly. Uncle Liu thought that Moon Shadow is the support of their entire family, so he must make sure that everything will be fine with her. The man clutched the bottle tightly in his hand, and a green glow began to emanate from his body. He was freed from the effects of magic and his health level began to rise, and Uncle Liu grabbed his sword. He shouted at his opponents to come to him. Seeing this, Mysterious Professor and Harrison began to laugh. The masked man noted that Killing the Wind actually used an activation potion. He added that although it cancels all applied effects, it also reduces the amount of damage by 20%. Yu Ying looked at her uncle with worried eyes and called him. She thought that since he actually used the activation potion, she would have to work hard here. Raising his sword, Killing the Wind walked towards his opponents. The man frowned and loudly shouted his niece's exhaustion. The girl and her younger brother looked at the man with downcast faces. Uncle Liu shouted that they should run away from here and not worry about him. Following Mysterious Professor's order, Harrison swung his huge axe with a crazed smile on his face. In a menacing voice, he screamed that no one could escape from him. Uncle Liu, enraged by these words, bared his teeth and rushed forward. He shouted that his words were complete nonsense. Swinging his sword, he knocked Harrison off his feet and into the air. His nephews were very surprised at their uncle's current abilities. Moon Shadow looked at him with confusion in her eyes. She turned back and confidently began to walk away. The girl shouted to Z and her brother that they urgently had to run away from here. Spirit of the Night grimaced and pulled 3 arrows onto the string. She cried out in displeasure that she wondered if they could escape. The girl let go of her hands and 3 arrows flew towards the fleeing guys. In an attempt to escape, Yu Ying suggested turning the corner. Having rounded the corner, the steels continued to fly after them. Midsummer Night Dream shouted that these arrows are chasing. Moon Shadow rushed forward and glanced at her brother. She shouted that it was a natural skill and they had to be careful. The girl lowered her hand and grabbed her rapier by the hilt. Swinging her weapon, she stopped and began to cut the arrows. The arrows, which escaped the blow, flew straight at her. The girl's eyes opened wide in surprise. Yu Ying screamed loudly as the arrow pierced her shoulder and took 407 health. Moon Shadow bared her teeth and pulled it from her shoulder. The girl bent over slightly and grabbed the wound with her hand. She said that since their main target is their uncle, people will not chase them now. Midsummer Night Dream asked what should they do now. All 3 of them ran forward again. Yu Ying said that they need to find a shelter where they can hide until the dead zone boss is killed. They approached a small tower that was being struck by lightning. As the team stopped, Z glanced at a worried Moon Shadow, who was still holding her shoulder. The guy said that as far as he knows, players from other countries will only be able to enter and fight monsters from their own country. The guy opened a list of his calls. He asked, how in that case could Uncle Liu know those people? He added that he only had 2 goblins left and 3 hidden bosses that he had not summoned yet. The girl looked at him with a calm gaze. She noted that the demon realms of different countries were truly not interconnected. At this moment, Mysterious Professor, Harrison and Spirit of the Night pulled their powers on Uncle Liu. Yu Ying continued that despite this, the dead zone is interconnected. She thought that, apparently, her uncle had some conflict with those people. With a sad face, Midsummer Night Dream sank to the ground and patted his head. He noted that it was all his fault, because if he had known that it was so dangerous here, he would not have come here with such useless talent. Yu Ying, in response to this, screamed irritably so that he would behave like a man and not whine after first failure. The boy grabbed his head, and Z walked up to him and put his hand on his shoulder. He asked him not to talk about his talent like that, because he simply had not yet learned how to use it correctly. In a whining voice, Summer Wind asked the guy not to be consoled by him, noting that Z's talent can summon scary monsters, and his phantoms are of no use. Yu Ying heard something and became tense. She asked if the others heard it. All three turned around when they heard a loud sound behind them. Their eyes were caught by huge legs and iron shackles, which rang loudly as they walked. Drool slowly ran down the monster's toothy mouth. A large humanoid monster with a giant mouth on its stomach appeared in front of the tower. With his weapon in hand, Butcher of Death opened his red eye. The guys looked at the Butcher of Death walking along the tower. Their eyes widened from the gain, and Midsummer Night Dream clutched his head in fear. Yu Ying exclaimed that she thought this was the boss. Her brother, in an indignant voice, asked why they were so unlucky, because they had just escaped from the tiger's hideout and now they had met him. The girl gave Z a worried look, and he stuck out his index finger. Yu Ying asked what they should do, adding that if Uncle Liu were here, they would have a chance of winning, otherwise they would all die. The guy responded by telling her not to be nervous, since the monster had not discovered them yet. They both looked at Midsummer Night Dream, who was sitting on the ground, shaking in fear, holding his head. The boy muttered that there were foreign hunters behind them, and the Executioner of Death was ahead. He shouted that they were doomed. Z glanced at the boy and stepped forward. He thought they couldn't just stay put and wait to die. The guy sighed and lowered his head. He said that in that case. At that moment, he tightly grabbed the bow that appeared, and his face frowned. He confidently said that they should kill the boss together. Midsummer Night Dream rose from the ground and, together with his sister, looked at Z with frightened eyes. The boy became indignant, asking how they could defeat the Dead Zone boss. Holding her brother by the shoulder, Yu Ying fearfully asked if Z was sure that they could defeat Butcher of Death. Midsummer Night Dream walked up to the guy and grabbed him by the shoulder. Z replied that he was not 100% sure, however, it was worth a try rather than just waiting here to die. Midsummer Night Dream exclaimed, asking what they would do if 3 foreign hunters came here and attacked them from all sides while they were fighting the boss. Z stuck out his index finger and smiled. He noted that this was a very good question, and then said that the boy's innate talent would come in handy at this point. Midsummer Night Dream already had tears in his eyes when he gave Z a surprised look. He asked how his talent would help them in this situation. At this moment, the 3 foreign hunters were arguing among themselves. Harrison stepped on the head of a monster lying on the ground. He loudly noted that he was very surprised that Killing the Wind had a scroll of random teleportation. Grinning, he hit the monster with his axe. The monster began to dissolve into space. The man noted that this thing was very expensive and would cost tens of thousands of dollars on the platform, and then asked if Killing the Wind was rich. Frowning her face, Spirit of the Night sat down on the floor and reached for the purple soul sphere. She annoyedly noted that this time this guy was lucky, otherwise she would have taken revenge on him today. Mysterious Professor, holding his staff, glanced at her through his mask. He noted that Killing the Wind only had 10% health left. He added that if the place he was teleported to was surrounded by monsters, he would not be able to survive. Harrison and Spirit of the Night laughed when they heard these words. The girl noted that it would be much better if he was sent straight to the boss, and he would immediately kill him, and the large man agreed with her. Mysterious Professor perked up. At his request, the rest of the team turned around and their eyes widened in surprise. Not far from them, a toothy monster with a glowing red eye appeared in a ball of dust. Mysterious Professor asked if this is what he's thinking. A few moments later, with an axe in his hand, Butcher of Death appeared in front of them at full height. The man exclaimed that it seemed like the boss. Looking at the monster, all 3 more firmly surrendered their weapons. Spirit of the Night noted that this is definitely Butcher of Death. They leaned forward with smiles on their faces. Harrison cheerfully noted that today they were very lucky, because for killing the boss of the Dead Zone they would receive a simply huge reward. Mysterious Professor agreed with the man and noted that now they will quickly deal with the monster. The girl smiled and pulled the bowstring. She exclaimed that she was taking the S-class equipment for herself. Using the skill, she fired a hail of arrows from the boss. Butcher of Death stood deadpan as arrows flew through him. Mysterious Professor swung his staff and it formed a fireball. The man asked if the monster was immune to physical attacks. He exclaimed that he would try another trick now. A wave of fire and lightning struck Butcher of Death. However, this attack went through him again. The man looked at this with his mouth wide open. He asked in surprise what was going on here now. He looked at the boss, who didn't have a single scratch on him. Mysterious Professor indignantly asked why this monster wasn't hurt at all. He was looking thoughtfully at Butcher of Death when Harrison approached him. The menacing man noted that this was very strange and he had never seen a boss without a uniform before. Mysterious Professor replied that he had one thought about this. Through his ball, Midsummer Night Dream watched the team of foreign hunters. Mysterious Professor at this point suggested that this might be a boss skill and the monster becomes formless when attacked. Moon Shadow and Z looked at the real Butcher of Death while Summer Rain concentrated on his ball. The boy shouted for the two of them to hurry up, since he could only maintain his illusion for an hour. Moon Shadow glanced at Z as he stepped forward. She asked how he was going to fight. The guy replied that first you need to be careful and carefully check everything. He waved his palm and activated the summon. The guy told his familiar that now is the time to play. At that moment, the sky-devouring toad, the Goblin King, the Dark Shadow Wolf, the Poison Spider, and the Goblin appeared. Looking at the creatures with surprised eyes, Yuying covered her mouth with her palm. She noted that at first she thought that the guy could only summon small goblins, but it turned out that he could even summon floor bosses while asleep. The Dark Shadow Wolf bared his teeth and growled. During this time his level increased to the second. Z glanced at Butcher of Death. He noted that they have little time, so they would all recruit together. The guy pointed his hand in the direction of his familiars, and they rushed forward. Butcher of Death looked at the opponents approaching him. He noted that they were just a bunch of pathetic ants. When the Shadow Wolf was next to him, the monster swung his axe. Z tensed and his pupils constricted. The guy shouted to the wolf to move aside. Butcher of Death struck, but Shadow Wolf managed to jump up. The monster muttered that they should all die. Shadow's eyes shone with a bright blue fire. Hitting the boss with his clawed paw, he dealt 109 damage to him and jumped to the side again. The boss asked if he felt the breath of death. Having caught up with the Shadow Wolf, he struck him with his weapon, taking away 380 health. With a loud thud, the familiar fell to the ground. Z clenched his hand into a fist, looking at the battlefield with confused eyes. He thought that the power of the Dead Zone boss was truly terrifying. Standing up, Shadow Wolf walked back to his teammates, and Butcher of Death swung his weapon again. In a vile voice, he shouted that a bunch of little ants couldn't hurt him. Taking out her rapier, Yuying walked forward. Z warned her loudly that this boss's power was very strong. The girl noted that his Dark Shadow Wolf is no match for him, so he needs to go to the rescue before Butcher of Death destroys him. The guy waved his hand, giving an order to the poisonous spider. He told him to use a web attack. The spider shot a web, and it chained his legs to the ground, confusing the monster. Yuying jumped up and quickly walked towards the monster. She dealt him several cutting attacks, each of which took about 100 Butcher of Death health points. Z raised her hand again, ordering a ranged attack. The goblins began throwing rocks, and the toad spat a stream of fire at the monster. The boss covered himself with his hands, but the toad was able to inflict 188 damage on him, and the goblins 67-78 each. Butcher of Death growled and swung his axe again. The huge mouth on his stomach said loudly that he wanted to drink and eat all their blood and flesh. Z's face frowned and his pupils shrank in confusion. He thought that this boss's IQ was very high. Breaking out of the web, the monster quickly headed towards its opponents. The guy thought that it turns out that the boss knows that he needs to attack him. The summoner called out to the Goblin King, who immediately stepped forward. He swung his blades, but Butcher of Death held out his sickle in front of him. By hitting it, the Goblin King tried to break through the defense. The boss threw him aside and hit him in the back, dealing 343 points of damage. The monster shouted loudly that he must die. Z, confused, pulled back a little. He exclaimed that his bone-crushing skill was terrible. He noted that the speed, attack, and defense indicators decreased by 20% and also caused damage. A Dark Shadow Wolf crept up on the monster from behind. With its fanged mouth wide open, it lunged at Butcher of Death. The monster turned sharply and pointed his axe towards the wolf. Having pierced the familiar's body and dealt him a critical blow, the boss threw the wolf aside, shouting that it was time for him to die. A drop of sweat ran down Z's stunned face, and he loudly called out to his familiar. The monster continued to wave its weapon, and the Shadow Wolf, falling to the ground, began to disappear as its health was at 0. The guy loudly called his wolf again, but it was too late. Z clenched his hands into fists and his face frowned. He screamed furiously that he hated this boss and would never forgive him for killing the Dark Shadow Wolf. Yuying, who was next to him, gave the guy an irritated look. She said in a stern voice that now is not the time to be sad, and if they do not defeat the boss, they will all die. At this moment, the exhausted Midsummer Night Dream spoke up. The boy said that he could no longer maintain the illusion. Frowning his brows, Z grabbed his bow and pulled the string. He confidently said that he would also fight the boss, and then ordered the poisonous spider to use its web attack. After ordering a ranged attack, the goblin warriors began to throw boulders again, and the sky-devouring toad spat out a stream of fire. Butcher of Death turned around in surprise, feeling the heat behind him. He began to twitch in different directions, hiding from the flames, which dealt him 198 damage, and in parallel with this, the goblin's long-range attacks took away another 88 health. Yu Ying kicked off the ground. Flying over the monster, she dealt him several cutting blows with a rapier for 98-113 damage. The girl screamed that they should tense up and hit everything together. After the attacks, Butcher of Death's health bar dropped to 30%. The monster straightened up and screamed loudly as unused glowing rings began to appear around its body. Z perked up and looked at the girl. He loudly warned Moon Shadow that the boss was apparently entering the second phase. The girl frowned, holding out a rapier in front of her, and also asked the guy to be careful. Moments later, the monster took off and ran back to the tower. In a worried voice, Yu Ying asked what happened now. Z's eyebrows dropped to the bridge of his nose and his eyes widened. He tried to understand why the boss started running away and what his next actions would be. Butcher of Death ran to the base of the tower. He began to throw pieces of meat into his mouth, and they began to rapidly increase his health level. The boss repeated loudly that he was very hungry. Seeing this, Moon Shadow perked up, and her mouth and eyes opened wide in surprise. Clenching his palms into fists, Z looked questioningly at the monster. After a moment, the guy realized that this boss could restore his health by eating meat. The guys, along with their familiars, watched the frenzy with which the monster devoured pieces of meat. Z raised his bow and pulled back the string. He shouted that this must be stopped urgently, and then ordered the sky-devouring toad to use a ranged attack. Flames began to accumulate inside the familiar's mouth. A moment later, with its mouth open, the toad spat out a stream of fire at Butcher of Death. A loud explosion was heard next. The enraged boss, growling loudly, ran out of the fire and, waving his weapon, headed towards the opponents. Hearing the order, the poisonous spider splashed out its web. Z loudly ordered him to keep the monster away from the toad. Butcher of Death became nervous as the web chained his feet to the ground. Using a light strike, Yu Ying rushed past the monster, striking it with multiple blows with her rapier. Also, the Goblin King suddenly attacked him from behind. He hit him on the back with his blades and Butcher of Death dropped his sickle. Z shouted to keep it up and noted that the boss would die soon. With a wave of her hand, Yu Ying rushed forward again. The girl exclaimed that they could do it. A moment later, they all began to hit Butcher of Death with a variety of magical and physical attacks, significantly reducing his health. Frowning his brows, Z aimed his arrow at the monster. He noted loudly that now is the time. He shot an arrow, and it hit Butcher of Death right in the forehead. The boss growled and looked at the guy. He swore loudly and began to walk towards Z, holding out his hand. Moments later, Butcher of Death called the guy names and collapsed right in front of his feet. Holding the ball in his hand, Midsummer Night Dream walked up to his older sister, who was looking at what was happening with surprised eyes. The boy asked if they could really kill the boss. Many soul orbs and artifacts appeared in the place of the monster, and all players received a notification that the dead zone boss Butcher of Death had been killed by a user named Rakshasa. At that moment, something caught Z's attention, and Midsummer Night Dream looked at the fallen objects with a smile on his face. The boy happily noted that they were really able to kill the boss in the dead zone and added that it was very cool. Z approached the objects and picked up the bow lying among them. He was wondering what kind of bow it was. He held tightly in his hand a black bow with golden accents in the form of demonic skulls, from which a red aura emanated. The guy noted that this bow seemed to be S rank. Blood Demon Longbow, quality S, damage 410-650, special effect, when an attack damages the target, converts 10% of the damage to its own health, stamina 300/300. Midsummer Night Dream, with his mouth open, looked at the weapon in surprise, and Yu Ying smiled and pointed at it with her finger. The girl happily noted that this weapon has a blood-sucking effect. She added that the guy was lucky and the gun fell just for him. She said that many people who have been in the demon realm for 10 years cannot even obtain a piece of S-rank equipment. As Z raised his bow up and shot it into the sky, red energy began to swirl around him along with the impact. Raising his head and frowning, the guy looked at the weapon. He thought that this was indeed a very powerful weapon. He mentally noted that he could even feel the intense bloodlust emanating from him. Returning the bow to his inventory, Z opened the system tab and began to read the list of received items, after which Yu Ying's mouth dropped open in surprise. He said that in total they received 16 high-level magic soul spheres without attributes, 1 random teleportation scroll, and 4 bottles of powerful healing wine for recovery. The guy noted that he would only keep the scroll and everything else in half. The girl made a guilty face and began waving her hands negatively. She mumbled that she didn't need anything. Her eyes widened when she saw that she had received a notification that user Rakshasa had sent items to her inbox. Z looked at Yu Ying and waved his hand. He said that he sent everything to her email and asked her not to refuse. The guy added that they killed the boss together, so everything should be fair. The girl shivered and opened the incoming notification with a confused face. She thought that although these items can help me in my 2nd grade Magic Domain Fighters examination, Z was the one who made a much greater contribution to defeating the boss. Mysterious Professor suddenly appeared. He shouted loudly that it turned out that they were here, the citizens of Great Zia. He stood with the rest of his team, holding his staff to his chest. The man indignantly told his comrades that they had deceived them with the help of illusions. Forest Dream was very frightened when he saw foreign hunters. In a trembling voice, he cried out that they had finally arrived. 2 teams of 3 stood opposite each other. Yu Ying noted irritably that it was them again. Harrison was the first to take off. He said loudly that it was time for them to stop wasting words. Swinging his axe, he headed ahead and the others followed him. The man menacingly noted that they should just kill them and take everything they have. Z turned around and looked at his toad and the Goblin King. He noted that he only had a few familiars left and their chances of winning were equal, so he needed to get out of the dead zone. Midsummer Night Dream approached Yu Ying with a worried look as she stood with a gloomy face. The boy exclaimed that since they had already fought the boss, they could go back. Moon Shadow opened her mouth and said in a low voice that she was not going anywhere. With complete confidence in her gaze, she raised her rapier over her head and walked forward. The girl told Z and her brother to go ahead, and she would stay here to take revenge on the foreign hunters for the death of her uncle. Yu Ying waved her rapier and walked forward with a serious face, while Midsummer Night Dream took off and ran to the side. The boy exclaimed that he did not want to die here, and therefore he left. A second later, he began to dissolve into thin air, and Z cast a thoughtful look at the girl. He mentally began to reflect on the fact that Moon Shadow, as always, was the very embodiment of stubbornness, and he could not leave her here alone. Yu Ying turned around and looked at the summoner with worried eyes. She asked why he didn't leave. She exclaimed that this was only her burden, and she did not want to shift it to anyone else. The guy extended his palm forward, activating the call. He noted that even if this burden is not connected with him, he will not silently watch as 3 eccentrics carry it around. The foreign hunters stopped when a puff of smoke appeared in front of them. Z loudly commanded his familiar to rise up and show his true strength. The opponents with frightened faces retreated back. Spirit of the Night asked what's going on now. Butcher of Death began to appear in front of them. Swinging his weapon, he roared loudly. Foreign hunters stood opposite and were shocked by the appearance of the monster. Breaking into a scream, Harrison asked what Butcher of Death was doing here again. He exclaimed that never before had a dead zone boss appeared so quickly after a kill. Raising their heads, all 3 looked at the monster with frightened eyes. Mysterious Professor noted that they are not imagining this, and Butcher of Death is really here. Harrison asked why, in this case, the boss does not attack those 2. Yu Ying shed a tear with a gloomy face. In a stern voice, she said that she would definitely avenge her uncle. A moment later, the girl was surprised to receive a message notification from Killing the Wind. Yu Ying opened a dialogue with her uncle and read the message. Killing the Wind, I'm alive, and you and Rakshasa need to quickly leave the dead zone and not fight those aliens. Moon Shadow, Uncle Liu, are you really alive? Killing the Wind, don't waste any time and get out of there. Xiao Tian already told me what happened and you 2 did a great job. Moon Shadow, I'm really glad you're okay, we'll be there soon. Smiling widely, the girl turned towards Z. She happily noted that her uncle was okay, and he told them to go back immediately. The summoner replied that he was very happy about this news. Yu Ying began to emerge from the dark zone. Finally, she told the guy that they needed to meet at the altar on the 4th floor. When she disappeared, Z lowered his head and smiled softly. He thought that he didn't even know what to say about this woman. At that moment, Harrison, swinging an axe, rushed at Butcher of Death. However, his blow landed on the ground. The man perked up when he saw that there was no one else in front of him. He exclaimed, why did Butcher of Death suddenly disappear? Demon Territory, 4th floor. Smiling Yu Ying and Z approached Killing the Wind and the Forest Dream. The girl exclaimed loudly that she was very glad to see her uncle. Uncle Liu, smiling widely, stepped forward, leaving his nephew behind. He enthusiastically said that Moon Shadow and Rakshasa were great. The man walked up to Z and put his hand on his shoulder. He noted that the guy was really different from everyone else and his instincts were right. In response, the summoner briefly thanked him for his praise. Killing the Wind turned around and cast a contemptuous glance at his nephew, causing him to shudder guiltily in his seat. The man told Midsummer Night Dream that he was worthless and should look at Rakshasa instead. Calling Z, he threw his hand on his shoulder, and the guy gave him a questioning look. Hearing her uncle's words, Yu Ying froze, and her confused face began to blush. The man noted in a joyful voice that Moon Shadow, there is no boyfriend now, and he will definitely like their family, and then added that he thinks that the 2 of them need to communicate more. Turning red as a tomato, the girl screamed loudly, ordering Uncle Liu to stop. The man grabbed his head and laughed loudly. He agreed with Yu Ying and said that he would not embarrass her anymore. Z turned to the man, getting his attention. He said he wanted to ask him something. Killing the Wind asked him in response what happened. Z stared at the man and his face frowned. He asked how he could defeat a rank 1 expert from the demon territory. He thought he would leave some things for later since there was still a killer waiting for him in the real world right now. Uncle Liu stood opposite the guy with his hands folded under his chest. Z thought that although the Liu family is not first class, they are in the top 100 rankings and cannot be underestimated. Killing the Wind asked if Rakshasa has any problems. He placed his right palm on his chest. The man noted that he could share this with him, and he would do everything to help. Opening the system tab with his account, the guy smiled and waved his hand negatively. He thanked Uncle Liu for his kindness, but said that he felt he had to deal with it himself. Z with a thoughtful look began to study his own characteristics. He thought that the hardest thing would be to repay the favor, so he had to figure out a way himself. He thought that he now had 8 high-rank soul spheres, and if he absorbed them, his combat ability would increase significantly. Midsummer Night Dream looked at the guy with a worried look, and Yu Ying folded her hands to her chest. The boy exclaimed that this is very risky since the experts of demon territory are much stronger than everyone thinks and Rakshasa could die. Killing the Wind pointed his hand towards the summoner. The man began to reason that if he wanted to fight the demon territory expert, then his fighting abilities must be strong enough. He added that he would also need to study all the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy. Z gave the man a confused look. He asked what he meant. Uncle Liu began to tell that as everyone knows, if a person wants to become a fighter in the magic domain, then he must go through a series of exams. He said that, in fact, the examination for a level 1 magic domain god is very simple, and if the 4 core indicators meet the established standard, then he has already passed it. The man said that, however, in order to become more outstanding, many magic domain fighters focused on enhancing one specific quality from the very beginning. Thus, for fighters it is strength, assassins focus on dexterity, and magicians develop fortitude. He gave the example that magic domain fighters put all their resources into developing strength, and their damage would be much more critical than other magic domain fighters. Raising his hand, Z looked up thoughtfully. He noted that he seemed to understand better now. He added that it turns out that even level 1 magic domain fighters would have a difference in ability due to the difference in their 4 stats. The guy opened a tab with his characteristics and began to study it. He thought that among his stats now, the highest was his agility, which had already reached 15. He thought that his movement speed and attack speed were much faster than others, and this gave him an advantage in battle and a good chance of victory. An image of a smiling Han-Fei appeared in his head, and the guy thoughtfully touched his chin with his knuckles. He thought that the problem now was that he did not know the benefits of Han-Fei. Midsummer Night Dream raised his hand high, drawing attention to himself. The boy called his sister and uncle and said that their time in the demon territory would soon end, so it was time for them to return. With a thoughtful look, Yu Ying opened her account. She noted that in this case, if they have more to do here, they can leave. Z received a notification that the user Moonshido wants to add him as a friend. The guy looked at Yu Ying as she began to dissolve. She asked him to be careful and Z nodded and said goodbye to her. He added Moonshido to his friends list. Lowering his eyes, the guy exhaled noisily. Opening his inventory, he pressed the use button. The guy exclaimed that now it was his turn. 18 soul spheres of different colors appeared around him. He thought that first he would need to absorb them all. With his arms outstretched, the guy began to be absorbed by the spheres that began to swirl around him. He thought that with them his agility would reach 26 points. Having finished, the guy's face frowned and he began to stretch his hands. He thought now was the time to act. A bright blue light flashed in the windows of Han-Fei's apartment. Landing on his haunches, Z looked around him. He thought it was very strange that there was no one in the room and then asked where Han-Fei was. When realization dawned on him, the guy's eyes widened in horror. He thought that this couldn't be. Instantly taking off, Z ran out of the apartment. He understood that Xiao Feng was in danger now. The guy ran into his own apartment, loudly shouting his sister's name. Entering the living room, he saw Xiao Feng and Han-Fei sitting on the sofa, who was holding a knife and an apple in his hands. The girl with tear-stained eyes looked at her brother and quietly called him. The man stabbed a piece of apple onto the tip of his knife. He noted that Z had arrived earlier than he expected, and then added that they were in no hurry and asked the guy to sit down. With a crazy smile on his face, he grabbed a piece of apple from the knife with his mouth. Han-Fei said in a creepy voice that they had something to talk about. Gritting his teeth, Z perked up. He exclaimed that they could discuss everything calmly and without unnecessary problems after he let his sister go first. Raising the knife, the man looked at the girl sitting next to him. He replied that he could not let her go because she had already seen his true appearance. He added that he also knows that the police are hunting for him. Baring his teeth, Z extended his hand towards them. He indignantly asked what exactly the man wants to do. With a creepy smile on his face, He moved closer to the girl crying with fear and put a knife to her throat. Xiao Feng said in a trembling voice that she would not call the police and asked the man to let her go. Han Fei laughed and said that he would now tell him what he wanted to do. Waving his free hand, he imagined a large sum of money in his head. The man said he was going to sell their organs on the black market. He happily said that both of them were his utter surprise to arrive. He approached the girl again and gave her a crazy look while she trembled with fear. Grinning, the man asked why he should harm them. All three of them jumped up when they heard a loud knock on the door. Baring his teeth, Han Fei looked at Z angrily. He asked if the guy had called the police. Z briefly replied in denial, and the man pointed his finger at the door. He ordered the guy to slowly open the door and not throw out anything unnecessary. Frowning, Z turned around and walked towards the exit of the apartment. He thought that he had only just managed to send a message to Liu Wei, but it was unlikely that he would have been able to come so quickly. Closing the door, the guy first saw the package. A girl in a yellow apron and a yellow cap stood in front of him, lowering the visor over her face with one hand and holding out a bag of food to the guy with the other. She greeted him loudly and said that she hoped he wasn't too hungry. Standing opposite the girl, Z looked at her with a surprised look. He replied that she had the wrong address because no one had ordered delivery here. The girl told him that this could not happen. She moved a little to the side, lowering the visor of her cap at her words. The girl asked if he really wanted to prank her, arguing that she could not have made a mistake with the delivery address. Her green eyes peeked out from under the visor and looked into the apartment. She asked if those two people ordered food. The angry Z roughly pushed the girl away with his hand. In an indignant voice, he repeated once again that they had not ordered anything and told her to get out of here. When Z entered the apartment, the girl began pounding on the door with her fist. She angrily asked why the guy was treating her so rudely and added that couriers are people too. Puffing out her cheeks, she turned around and walked in the opposite direction. The girl muttered that this idiot had too high an opinion of himself just because there was something alive in the city. She grabbed the peak of her cap and laughed. Taking off her headdress, the girl tousled her short blonde hair and smiled. She noted that it was definitely him, adding that she almost had 1.5 million in her pocket. Holding the frightened Xiao Feng's neck with his hand, Han Fei held the knife in front of him. In a menacing voice, he ordered Z to open the door because they were leaving. The three of them went outside and approached a black car. The guy asked where the man was going to take him. Han Fei annoyedly told him to stop talking and get into the car. Z looked with a worried look at his sister, who turned to him. He asked her not to be afraid as he would definitely protect her. Like a whirlwind, something was rapidly heading towards the trio. Han Fei ordered the brother and sister to stop being nice as they had to leave right now. Gritting his teeth tightly, the man started and cursed loudly when something hit him on the arm. Z watched with frightened eyes as the enraged man again pointed the knife at his sister. Han Fei loudly shouted to the attacker to come out voluntarily, otherwise he would kill the girl. Smiling insidiously, the girl rubbed her chin with the back of her hand. She laughed and noted that she was right on target. She said that if a man wants to kill this child, let him do it quickly. The girl, who had previously introduced herself as a courier, came out in a tight-fitting black suit, spinning her dagger on her finger. With a wink, she cheerfully said that it would be easier for her to deal with him. Z looked at the girl who appeared in surprise, and Han Fei smiled. The guy thought that this seemed to be the courier girl who had just arrived. The man loudly noted that he knew she was a hunter, and then asked if she really thought she could catch him. Squeezing the kunai between her fingers, the girl grinned. She noted that one should not judge a person solely by his appearance. In one sharp movement, she launched a weapon at Han Fei, saying that now he will see everything for himself. The man put Xiao Feng in front of him, threatening the girl with a knife. He laughed and said that he had a hostage as a shield. Z darted to the side and loudly shouted his sister's name. Standing in front of her, he caught one of the flying daggers with his hand, and the second one flew between Xiao Feng and Han Fei, causing the man to recoil from the girl. Z kicked off the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, he ran up to his sister and grabbed her by the shoulders. The guy suddenly darted to the side, leaving a perplexed Han Fei in sight, who was trying to understand what had just happened. Seeing Z's reaction, the hunter's eyes widened in surprise. She was trying to understand why this guy was so fast and was even able to catch one of her daggers with his hands. Clenching one hand into a fist, Z put the other in front of his sister, thus covering the girl. Having become enraged, he angrily shouted that the huntress had almost harmed his sister. With her hands spread at her waist, the girl smiled widely. She said that it was not on purpose, and in general, the girl herself was standing right in front of the criminal. Han Fei twirled his finger at his temple and laughed loudly. He noted that he initially did not plan to kill anyone today. Flashing his glasses, the man smiled terribly. He added that it was apparently impossible to avoid this. Holding the kunai between her fingers, the huntress took off and ran towards the man. She told him not to rush to rejoice, because now he would not be able to hide behind a hostage and she would kill him. Grasping the frame of his glasses with his fingers, the man smiled widely. He noted that the girl has quite high speed. He took off his glasses and his left eye glowed a bright purple. Seeing this, the girl involuntarily froze in place, trying to understand what was happening now, and consciousness slowly began to leave her. She stood motionless, looking at one point with her empty eyes. Laughing loudly, Han Fei noted that she had added all her stats to agility, but her fortitude was too weak. He waved his hand, looking contentedly at the huntress. The man exclaimed that she would not be able to escape his mind control. He happily noted that the girl wanted to catch him so much, but he did it first. Xiao Feng's eyes showed fear, and Zi's gloomy face showed obvious bewilderment. He tried to understand if the girl wasn't moving because she was under control. He thought that Han Fei's talent seemed to be mind control, meaning that he specialized in mental strength. Clenching his hand into a fist, Zi took off and ran. He thought that if his thoughts were correct, then he should use this chance and kill the man. In a split second, he approached the grinning Han Fei. The guy thought that now he should use all his dexterity. The man pulled out a gun and called out to the guy, turning in his direction. At that moment, clenching his teeth tightly, Zi punched him straight in the stomach. Flying back and holding the wound, Han Fei grimaced and pointed his pistol at Zi, while the guy raised his hand for another blow. The man angrily shouted at him not to be arrogant. Zi punched Han Fei in the face, causing him to drop the weapon from his hands. Falling to the ground, he tried to reach his hand for the gun. The man asked Zi why he was so fast and then passed out. The guy exhaled loudly with relief. Stammeringly, he noted that he was very lucky, because if the man had taken out the gun earlier, no one would have known what would have happened then. Looking at Han Fei lying on the ground, Xiao Feng walked towards her older brother. She asked if he was okay, and the guy replied that he was fine. They looked at the huntress frozen in place. The girl with a worried face asked what happened to her. Zi replied that she was hypnotized by that criminal, adding that she only thinks about money and acts too carelessly. Xiao Feng walked up to the girl and looked at her with a satisfied smile on her face. She asked her brother if they could help her somehow. The guy replied that this girl deserved her fate, asking why they would help her. Xiao Feng turned to her brother and smiled. She asked if he had a pen with ink that would be difficult to wash off. Zi laughed and replied that there was, and that he would bring it now. 10 minutes later, several police cars pulled up in the yard and officers began walking around the area. The brother and sister stood together with Liu Wei, who was actively gesturing with his hand. The man annoyedly said that Zi was too bold, noting that he sent him a message asking him to run away from here since he and the police would have dealt with it themselves. He asked if the guy knew that this criminal had already killed 7 people. Xiao Feng pressed herself against her brother's hand and he guiltily scratched his head. He apologized to teacher Liu Wei and said that he did not have time to check his phone then. A police officer approached the man and put his hand on his shoulder. With a smile on his face, he asked not to criticize the young man since he was now a hero and assistant of Tianfeng City. The policeman added that they tried to catch this criminal for 2 years, but he was always cunning and quickly escaped, and now his student caught him, and this is something to be proud of. Wei smiled guiltily and pointed his finger at Zi. He said he was very proud, but that didn't change the fact that he was very worried. The man asked how Zi was able to defeat a rank 1 expert in demon territory. The guy lowered his eyes and looked away. He thought that he needed to hide his true abilities, and even teacher Wei should not know about them. Zi pointed his finger at the hypnotized huntress. He said that he did not do this alone, and this girl helped him a lot. He noted that Han Fei seemed to have hypnotized her and now she couldn't move. Crossing his arms, the policeman turned his gaze to the huntress. He said that her name was Shen Mengdai and noted that she had completely lost the fear of dying because of money. Xiao Feng said that this girl has a very beautiful name. The policeman approached the girl and looked at her downcast face. He revealed that she was a bounty hunter, a veteran, and a rank 1 expert in demon territory, and that he had heard that she had caught many criminals. He added that he also knows that she always causes a lot of problems. Scratching his chin, the man frowned, and Xiao Feng took her embarrassed hand aside. The policeman asked what happened to Meng's face. The girl exclaimed that she had no idea, because when they saw her, she already looked like that. Meng had a large turtle painted on one of his cheeks and stripes coming from his eyes on the other. The policeman said they would take the criminal and Meng back to the station. He and his partner put her on a stretcher and carried her to the car. Finally, he said that there was a reward of 1.5 for Han Fei, and since he and Meng worked together, they would split the reward in half. He added that in a few days the guy with his ID can come to the police station to collect the reward. When Xiao Feng and Wei heard about the reward, they were happy, but Zi was shocked. He exclaimed in surprise that 750,000 was a very large amount. With a big smile on his face, Zi walked up to his smiling sister and put his arm around her shoulders. He thanked the policeman loudly, happily saying that with all this money they now have enough to rent a kidney. Night, 8 p.m. Lying on his bed, Zi looked at his digital watch. He thought that the time had already come, and since the death area had been cleared, he could freely roam the 4th floor. He touched the button on the watch, and it sparkled with blue lightning. The guy was glad that he was returning to the territory of demons again. Demon territory, 4th floor. Appearing on the altar, the guy looked around, seeing people talking loudly. One man loudly exclaimed that they needed a healer to join their team of 4, and they were willing to pay a high reward. Z thought that this place had finally returned to normal and it was now safe to go in and out. The guy opened a guide to the demon territory. He thought that after the last battle he had few summoned creatures left. He thought that, in theory, with Butcher of Death, Goblin King and Sky-Swallowing Toad, there should be no problems. Looking at the guidebook, he thought that he needed to find out about the monsters that were on the floor. Of all the information in the book, only the names of the monsters were indicated: Pighead, Bird Person and Boss Bullhead Overload. Closing the guide, Z put it back into his inventory. He thought that there was no information at all about the monsters, but their damage was most likely high, so he needed to go and check for himself. Barren Forest. In the middle of the trees, several pairs of glowing red eyes were looking at the guy. A large saber-toothed pig head appeared in front of the guy. Z activated the summon and behind him the ground began to shimmer with a blue light. He noted that the monsters arrived just in time. He extended his blue-lit palm forward. The guy ordered his familiars to go out and deal with the monsters. Goblin King and Butcher of Death appeared behind him. Clenching their sharp teeth tightly, the two pig heads frowned and growled. Clutching their weapons tightly, they took off and rushed towards their familiars. Jumping high, they swung their hammers at the Goblin King. Z quickly gave the order to stop them. The familiar put his blades in front of him, blocking the attack, and the monster's blows fell directly on them, removing 137 health from the Goblin King. The guy frowned and clenched his hand into a fist. He indignantly noted that even despite the block they were able to cause damage. Hearing his master's order, Butcher of Death began to swing his sickle. He threw it at the monsters with all his might, and the weapon dealt more than 400 points of damage to each of them. Z was very surprised, and did not even notice how something in the sky was rapidly approaching him. The guy loudly noted that Butcher of Death's damage is very high. He turned around towards the sound and saw a claw that had almost managed to hit him. Z quickly jumped to the side, avoiding the attack of the emerging bird person. As the monster flew into the air again, the guy turned to look at it. He noted that the speed of this creature is amazing. A sign appeared with the characteristics of the weapon, and a bow began to appear in the guy's hand. Holding it tightly in his hand, Z sharply pulled the bowstring. The guy loudly exclaimed that now is the time to test out his new S-rank weapon. Looking at the bird person with evil eyes, Z took aim and loudly wished the monster death. However, when he released the arrow, the monster flapped its wings several times and rose higher, causing the arrow to fly past. Outraged by this disgrace, Z began to blush and raised his index finger up, pointing at the target. He angrily ordered his toad to strike the monster and burn it to ashes. A flame began to flare up inside the toad's mouth. A moment later, she spat out fire directly at bird person. The monster jerked to the side, trying to hide from the hot fire. A pillar of flame was also waiting for him there, forcing bird person to look for another way of escape. The monster began to rush in different directions until the flames completely consumed it. Looking at the fire cloud, Z laughed loudly and raised his fist in a victory gesture. He mockingly exclaimed that now he would definitely not be able to escape. 1 hour later, another bird person monster fell at the hands of Z and his familiars. The guy knelt down and raised the soul sphere. He noted that, fortunately for him, the defense of Pighead and bird person is quite weak, otherwise they would have had to tinker with them quite a bit. He stood up and waved his hand, activating the summon. In a loud voice, the guy ordered the last monster to appear. A moment later, the newly killed bird person flew out of the blue light towards him. The guy stood surrounded by his own army of familiars. He opened the beast summoning list and looked at it. The guy happily noted that he had finally filled all the slots, and now he had a full team. His team now included Sky-Swallowing Toad, Goblin King, Poison Spider, Butcher of Death, 2 pig heads and 3 bird persons. He waved his hand, canceling the summoning effect, and placing his other hand on his belt, he walked through the forest. The guy said that now is the time to go to the floor boss. Z started and froze in place when he heard a loud scream. A woman's voice desperately asked for help, saying that someone wanted to kill her. The guy's eyebrows immediately dropped and his gaze frowned. A few moments later, he saw a pink-haired girl with bunny ears being chased by a man, threatening him with a staff. The man loudly shouted at her to stop, after which he will teach her a lesson today. Jang scratched his chin. He understood that he didn't want to get involved in yet another showdown, since he himself had a lot of obligations. A girl with pink hair and bunny ears on her head attacked Jang's leg in a panic and screamed for help as the guy who was chasing her ran after her and, according to her, tried to kill her. However, Jang did not understand what was happening at all. The girl's name was Moonlight Bunny. With tears in her eyes, she looked pitifully at Jang and asked him to save her as she was about to be killed. Jang lowered his head and frowned at this dumbfounded girl. He apologized and said that he had no time for that right now, so he suggested that she run to the altar and save herself. He noticed that when the girl reached this place, she would be safe. Moonlight Bunny, with fear in her eyes, continued to hold Jang's leg, who was shocked by what was happening. She turned to Jang, telling him that he supposedly gave her a task and she did everything as he told her. But now she was being chased and Jang had no right to leave her to be torn to pieces by people. She said that she would give him everything for his help. Jang was at a loss and did not understand what Moonlight Bunny was talking about because he saw this girl for the first time. The guy running after the girl, with black hair and a beard, pointed his sword at Jang and turned to him, saying that, apparently, Jang gave her an order, which means he was the instigator. This guy with the sword was called Fierce Dragon King. Fierce Dragon King said that he does not like scoundrels like Jang, and his death will be for the benefit of all his people. Jang shrugged and was at a loss because he didn't understand what this guy was talking about because he really saw this girl for the first time. Fierce Dragon King tried to lift his foot off the ground and pounce on Jang, who actually ended up in this center of events by accident. Fierce Dragon King ironically teased Jang, telling him that he wanted to leave his companion at the first opportunity. Fierce Dragon King swung his sword and tried to attack Jang, at whose foot the frightened girl continued to sit. The guy with the gun said that Jang can't be a real man if he refuses to protect this girl, so he deserves to die. Moonlight Bunny let go of Jang's leg and turned her back to him as Jang himself prepared to defend himself from the attack of the crazed Fierce Dragon King, who had a bad temper. Moonlight Bunny moved away from Jang with a malicious grin and waved her hand at him, saying that it was time for her to go and she would be sure that Jang could handle Fierce Dragon King alone. Confused by what was happening, Jang examined his inventory and realized that he was missing magical soul spheres. A notification appeared. Moonlight Bunny stole 3 intermediate soul spheres from Jang. Now Jang realized that this girl simply set him up and set her ill-wisher against the innocent Jang, and also stole things from him. He realized that Moonlight Bunny stole things from Fierce Dragon King and that was why he was chasing her. Fierce Dragon King wanted to attack Jang and told him to give back his things that this girl stole from him. The embittered Jang, raising his head to the guy flying towards him, answered him that he really didn't know this girl and she herself had just stolen 3 intermediate soul spheres from him. The enraged Fierce Dragon King could no longer be stopped, and he told Jang not to lie. Jang peeked out from under his hood and replied to this guy that it looked like he was really stupid and would have to fight him after all. Summoning a huge sky-swallowing toad and poison spide, he set the spider on Fierce Dragon King. Fierce Dragon King's face changed to dissatisfied at the moment, because he was not ready for such resistance from Jang. The guy with the staff didn't understand where Poison Spide was on the 4th floor. Frowning his brows, Fierce Dragon King grinned as his staff was disarmed by the web, and he responded to this attack by wondering if Jang could really summon monsters and was surprised at his talent. Jang, accompanied by his sky-swallowing toad, looked straight at his enemy. He extended his hand and directed a blue aura magic attack at Fierce Dragon King, ordering the sky-swallowing toad to use a fireball. A huge stream of fire beams and flames headed straight towards Fierce Dragon King. Jang's cloak unfurled from the shock blast that was aimed at Fierce Dragon King. The damaged Fierce Dragon King was holding a blue tube of substance in his hands. Exhausted by the attack, Fierce Dragon King was angry with hopelessness and invited Jang to engage in hand-to-hand combat, if, of course, he had the courage and his poison spide would not trap this Fierce Dragon King in its web. He wanted to test who would be stronger in close combat. Throwing his head back, Fierce Dragon King closed his eyes and drank the glass tube of red potion. This potion was like an enhancement and gave him more strength and fury as he looked furious and had a red magical aura emanating from him. Jang, who watched as Fierce Dragon King took on a more frightening and enhanced appearance for himself, did not understand what kind of potion it was he drank as he was able to get out of Poison Spide's web in an instant. An enraged Fierce Dragon King pointed his staff at Jang, who stood motionless. However, Fierce Dragon King lacked reaction and speed, and he missed because Jang managed to jump away. Fierce Dragon King with an unkind look, he looked at Jang, who was already standing in the distance, and noticed that he was too fast. Fierce Dragon King was not going to give up easily and continued to advance on his opponent, swinging his staff. He shouted at Jang not to even think that he could win. Unexpectedly, Fierce Dragon King's blow was blocked by a huge knife in the air. It was the summoned Goblin King who came to his master's defense. Fierce Dragon King knew that fighting such an enemy would not be easy for him. He recognized this Goblin King and didn't understand how Jang could summon so many monsters. With fear in his eyes, Fierce Dragon King knew that although Goblin King was the boss of the 3rd floor, even he alone, without his teammates, would have a hard time coping. Jang raised his hand above his head with an ironic grin and wanted to set more monsters on Fierce Dragon King. Fierce Dragon King turned back and saw another huge monster in front of him and fell into a stupor. It was a huge butcher of death with one eye and a mouth with sharp teeth on its stomach, which angrily examined its frightened victim. Fierce Dragon King stood motionless in despair and watched as there were huge monsters opposite him that he clearly could not cope with. He realized that the new monster was the Butcher of Death, and he did not know people before who could summon this monster. He threw away his staff and fell to the ground, raising his hand above his head in a sign of defeat. Fierce Dragon King told Jang to stop attacking because he was giving up and wouldn't fight anymore. Jang, as the leader of his summoned monsters, headed towards the angry Fierce Dragon King, who made an unflattering hand gesture towards him. Fierce Dragon King said that even though he was giving up, the fight was still unfair, and if he had even a drop of manhood in him, he would fight him one-on-one. Jang noted with a grin whether such a fight would be considered fair and whether it would be fair to him. Jang placed one hand on his belt and extended the other forward, lowering his head in advance and looking at the Fierce Dragon King sitting on the ground. He said that his talent was the art of summoning, and if he did not let him use the talent, then how would Jang be able to fight him? He also asked what Moonlight Bunny stole from him. Fierce Dragon King became angry at what was happening and began to tantrum, clenching his fists and scrunching up his face. He agreed with Jang, but it was difficult for him to accept such a truth. Fierce Dragon King also noticed that Jang and that runaway girl were not accomplices. It seemed to him that Jang was simply trying to anger him with such statements. Jang opened his inventory and, closing his eyes, raised his finger, noticing that they were indeed not on the same team as the girl. Jang handed his inventory to Fierce Dragon King and showed him that his arsenal was indeed missing 3 soul orbs. The man scratched his nose and smiled ironically, realizing that he had made a mistake and started attacking this guy with monsters in vain. He then scratched the back of his head and lowered his head in front of Jang, who put his hands on his belt and stood confidently. Fierce Dragon King apologized to Jang, telling him that he had made a mistake. Jang, hearing the apology, thought that although Fierce Dragon King is straightforward and stubborn, he still has good sides, one of which is admitting his mistakes. With a smirk on his face and holding the back of his head, the man extended his hand to Jang as a sign of friendship. He said that it was fate that they met each other and offered Jang friendship. Jang looked at Fierce Dragon King with admiration in his eyes. He noticed that this was the first time he had seen such a person, but his personality had to match Jang's taste. Jang extended his hand in response and shook it as a sign of acceptance of friendship. A notification appeared above them stating that Jang had successfully added Fierce Dragon King as a friend. Jang liked the fact that he added a friend. Jang's new friend turned around and started to walk back, waving at him and smiling slightly. He added that Jang would find him himself if he suddenly needed help. Fierce Dragon King was about to meet up with his friends as they were going to fight the boss as a team. Jang timidly waved his hand back at him as a sign of farewell and thought that although the man was straightforward, he was still quite an interesting person. Jang lowered his head and studied the Demon Territory manual that was in his hands, because he was planning to go to the boss quickly since he had already wasted a lot of time. He needed the 4th floor, and if he had maps, he would simply get lost. Passing through an empty forest and bare trees, he followed the map and knew that soon he would come to the boss. Entering a wild stone desert forest, he heard cries for help. What he didn't expect to see was people around the 4th floor boss. What he didn't expect most was to hear people screaming for help. However, he felt that these screams came from the same Moon Bunny thief. Coming closer to the place of the scream, he saw that the same thief was hiding behind the ice block, whom the huge Minotaur was trying to attack with his axe. It was Bullhead Overload with green energy and a huge axe. The Moon Thief continued to call for help in fear, hiding behind an ice block that Bullhead Overload was about to split. Moonlight Bunny, with feigned tears in her eyes and holding a small staff in her hands, called for help and screamed that she did not want to die because Bullhead Overload had already split this boulder behind which she was hiding. Jang gloated over the events taking place at the Lunar Thief because she should have gotten what she deserved. Behind the huge Minotaur with his hands behind his back stood another monster that looked like a boar. Jang noticed that this rock monster had a strange name. This monster's name was Bai Ryu. Bai Yu said that this girl also stole things from him, and he looked at her very angry. Monster Bai Yu noticed that Moonlight Bunny deserves to die. Jang watched the events unfold with a dissatisfied face, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Jang understood that the girl should be punished for stealing things, but what she did was not extreme enough to warrant a death sentence. It would be too ruthless and cruel. A huge Bullhead Overload with a green aura continued to strike the ice block. Jang readied his fire skull bow and planned to release his arrow. An arrow pierced the back of the monster's head, causing decent damage to the monster. The terrifying Bullhead Overload looked even more enraged and began to growl as he wanted to know who dared to attack him. Orc Bai Yu pointed his finger at Jang's silhouette and became angry. He asked the guy what he was doing and asked him not to mind his own business. The orc noticed that this girl deserves to die for her actions. The two monsters watched as Jang jumped high. Jang noted that he was aware of the girl's evil deeds, but there was no need to push her onto the path of death because she was still young, so he suggested that the monsters cool down and give her the opportunity to atone for her guilt. The huge and furious Minotaur did not like this statement and tried to attack the agile Zhang. Orc Baiyu, who was watching from the side, turned to Zhang. He said that a person who has not been through the same thing has no right to comment on the orc's actions. He asked Zhang if he really wanted to be a hero who saved a damsel in distress. Baiyu pointed out why Zhang shouldn't check if he is capable enough to do this. Zhang again dodged another attack from the clumsy Minotaur. Baiyu noticed that Zhang was not able to handle the 4th floor boss alone. Zhang ironically told Baiyu not to worry about him. Zhang put out his hand, surrounding himself with blue energy, and wanted to summon his monsters. He wanted Orc Baiyu to witness this event. Behind Zhang, his pile of monsters appeared, including spiders and Butcher of Death. Orc Baiyu, seeing the entire squad of summoned monsters, was surprised. He was dismayed that so many monsters were summoned by just one person and tried to understand what type of talent this was. Bullhead Overload was not afraid of these circumstances and angrily attacked the monsters summoned by Zhang. Zhang planned to launch Poison Spide and his web into an attack with a wave of his hand. Bullhead Overload swung his huge axe in an attempt to repel the attack of the summoned monsters. Zhang also took out his Fire Skull bow and aimed his arrow directly at the monster, shouting to his monsters to concentrate and attack together. A bunch of monsters with wings and clubs ran to attack the Bullhead Overload, whose legs were trapped in the web. The angry Butcher of Death threw huge chains on the Minotaur. Before he had even released his arrow, Zhang continued to aim his bow while in the company of the Sky-Swallowing Toad. He gave her the order to prepare for an attack. Zhang directed his entire squad of monsters at the immobilized Bullhead Overload, who received an incredible amount of damage. Zhang wanted to finish off Bullhead Overload as quickly as possible, so he ordered to attack the monster with all possible force. Orc Baiyu stood aside and watched in anger as the Minotaur was simply beaten by the crowd. Baiyu was angry that this guy had summoned many strong monsters at the same time and thought that this guy was unlikely to be defeated by anyone at all. The enraged Orc Baiyu clenched his fist and realized that his talents, particularly camouflage, were simply completely useless. As he was about to retreat, he said that he had remembered Rakshasa. Orc Baiyu turned to the Moon Bunny, who continued to hide behind the boulder, and told her that she was lucky today because one cunning guy rushed to protect her. Continuing to cry and whimper behind the block of ice, the girl raised her head and heard a huge explosion. This explosion occurred in front of the Minotaur, who was being slaughtered by the crowd, which meant the death of the Minotaur, and his health indicator was at 0. Bullhead Overload lowered his sharp axe to the ground. The blue silhouette of Bullhead Overload fell to the ground as Zhang looked on in admiration at his victory. Zhang lowered his fire bow and saw the blue silhouette of the monster for the last time. A notification appeared with congratulations, because he killed the boss of the 4th floor Bullhead Overload. Zhang bowed down in front of the fallen soul spheres and began to collect them as a reward, when Moonlight Bunny tried to approach him from behind. Zhang noticed that his full team is strong, because he killed the boss of the 4th floor. Moving closer to Zhang, Moonlight Bunny addressed him and he turned to look at her. The girl said she was very sorry. With a sad expression on her face, clearly ashamed of her action, she handed over the 3 magical soul spheres stolen from Zhang. The girl with pink hair admitted she was wrong and thanked her hero for saving her. With a grin, Zhang looked at his unkind friend and thought that after this incident she should learn a certain lesson. Moonlight Bunny had already managed to move away from Zhang with a calm soul, who waved his hand after her and told her not to steal other people's things next time. After all, otherwise, he will no longer be so kind to her. Holding 2 magic balls in his hand, Zhang frowned slightly and told his new monster, who had settled in the collection of familiars, to no longer pretend to be dead, because they still had to go to the 5th floor. Zhang waved his hand and summoned a copy of Bullhead Overload, which was now his pet. They, along with the monster, were heading to the shining portal from the demon territory of the 4th floor to go to the 5th. Zhang ordered his Minotaur to activate the 5th floor, and after that he could be free and rest. The monster was sent to his home in a small room that looked unkempt. Baiyu Ryu turned out to be a heavyset and bald man who was holding his head with a very dissatisfied face. He was upset because his boss almost killed the thief, and then Zhang suddenly appeared and ruined his plans. Putting on a white and torn t-shirt, he sat down at the table and tried to eat instant noodles. He took out his phone and began to eat noodles with great appetite. On his phone he came across an advertisement for a reward. It was Zhang's profile. Name Rakshasa. Gender male. Profession archer. Age appearance age unknown, wears a mask. Country China. Contents of reward: provide any information about Rakshasa, you can get a reward. The reward point itself was filled with the man's finger. Baiyu was incredibly pleased with this announcement because he just wanted to deal with Zhang. He called Zhang dead meat with an ironic laugh. The next day at school, a crowd of students walked along a large and long corridor. Zhang, walking through the school hallways with his hands in his pockets, heard 2 guys behind him having a heated discussion. After listening, he realized that the guys were discussing the Magic Domain Forum, and the Dawn organization had put someone on the wanted list. One of the guys commented that he checked the list and realized that it was number 1 on the awards list and smirked, saying that it was too tragic. Jang, with a look of surprise and curiosity on his face, decided to take out his phone and check the Magic Domain forum in person. He came across place cards on a forum and came across an advertisement. The Magic Domain forum did not belong to any country, and no one could figure out where this forum came from. Adventurers of the Magic Domain from all over the world can visit the forum, share experiences, and practice freedom of speech. It was currently the most active and powerful communication platform in the Magic Domain. He came across a wanted post and saw that his card and photograph were there. He clearly did not expect such a situation, and someone offered 5 million for an investigation into Jang's identity. With horror on his face and furrowed brows, he read out the name of the Dawn organization. It is obvious that Jang was not happy about this news, and it was obvious from his face. He thought about the fact that most likely, before the death of the guy called the Kiss of Death, information was received by the organization. Now people knew that this guy died at the hands of Jang. He realized with horror that he would have to face trouble in the near future. Jang took a thoughtful pose, tilting his head and holding his chin. He remembered the friends he had already made. He was going to find reliable companions in demon territory. He understood that with them he would not have to worry about his safety. Jang, with a backpack on his back, was about to enter the office when he heard a heated discussion among his classmates about the events taking place. The guys were discussing that a few days ago, a death territory appeared on the 4th floor of the demon territory. The entire 4th floor was sealed by the Control Bureau and no one was allowed to leave. However, someone found out about this even earlier and said that this information had spread even earlier. Jang walked into the office with his head down and saw a guy and a girl discussing this situation. The guy told his girlfriend that he was there and heard personally that the people of their country killed the head of the death territory. After all, the foreigners returned empty-handed and this amused him. The guy, holding the phone in his hands, was glad that they could finally discuss this information with everyone. A girl with long and blonde hair asked if anyone knew who had accomplished this feat. After all, this man won fame for the country, and they did not know their heroes by sight. One of the guys noticed that everyone who was in the territory of death received information. This notification came 3 times. It was funny. Jang had not even had time to sit down and close his eyes when the guys immediately turned to him. It was the same Wang Yang who pounced on his comrade Jang and eagerly wanted to share this news with him. Wang Yang said that his idol was Rakshasa because he killed the boss of the death territory. He seemed like a god, so he really wanted to become his disciple. Jang was taken aback by his curious friend and slightly pushed him away with his hand and told him to get Rakshasa then, and not him. The name Jang was heard from the office. Not expecting to hear such a statement, Wang Yang and Jang turned around in fear at the man who shouted his name. A guy in a t-shirt and curly hair burst into the office. His name was Crocodile. The arrogant guy, breaking down the door and entering the office, stared at the whole crowd and told them not to look at him like that because he was looking straight at Jang, whom he told to come up. Wang Yang, frightened, immediately said that he was not Jang. The guys hiding behind the door watched the crocodile. The guys knew that this was the boss of a gang of crocodiles. They heard that the crocodile had awakened a rank B talent. The girl in the white t-shirt watched what was happening in fear and asked if Jang had provoked this guy, and now Jang would have a hard time. Jang understood the essence of what was happening and did not try to hide, but rather stood up from his chair and put his hand on Wang Yang's shoulder. Wang Yang said that this guy is called a crocodile and he is the leader of a gang, and he knew that this guy could kill a cow with one blow. Jang tried to walk through Wang Yang towards the crocodile and said that everything was fine. The crocodile angrily picked up a chair and headed towards Jang, who had his fists ready. The crocodile asked if his name was Jang. If yes, then he has a strong character since he tried to replace the crocodile. Jang tried to calm the angry guy down by telling him that this was their first time seeing each other. The crocodile raised his chair and was about to hit Jang in the face in anger. He said his hands were itching and he wanted to fight him. Jang watched as a chair flew towards him. However, he realized that he was faster and stronger than his opponent. Before he could hit Jang with a chair, the crocodile received a hard fist in the face from the evil Jang. The crocodile flew back into the wall from such a blow and straightened its arms, spitting blood out of its mouth. The partners immediately rushed to the aid of their boss, who was sitting on the floor. Jang looked at his enemy with disdain and stretched his fist, thinking that he expected more from this guy. Classmates who watched the showdown between the two guys were shocked by the strength of Jang, who hit so hard that the crocodile had to be carried away in his arms. His classmates did not understand where Jang got so much strength. The girl in the white t-shirt did not understand how the boss of the crocodiles was defeated. The guys did not understand how Jang was able to defeat the crocodile's boss with one blow. Jang Hao took out his phone and saw that Jang's punching force was more than 1,000. Jang crossed his arms and sat down at his desk, which the whole class was looking at. The guys were still in shock because the blow was such that the crocodile flew off like a feather as if it weighed several grams. Zhang Hao remembered that a few days ago Zhang hit the bag with a force of 497, and now the hit was already more than 1,000. Zhang Hao clenched his fist and looked at Zhang furiously. He was not going to give up his place in the Great Martial Arts Academy because Zhang Hao was the one who was supposed to go there. We were transported back home to Zhang. He turned to his sister, saying that it was dangerous on the street lately, law and order had been broken, so he should be careful when she went to school. Zhang was wiping down the large white table while Feng was washing dishes in the sink. Feng calmed her brother down, telling him not to worry because their girls' school had security teachers who were experts in demonic territories. Zhang calmed down a little and said that he would need to go to the demon territory soon. Feng, wiping the moisture off a washed plate, looked at her brother in amazement and noticed that lately he had been constantly going to the demon territory and fighting. She wanted to know what talent skill he had. Zhang smiled mockingly at his younger sister and said that when she discovers her talent, he will definitely tell her. Feng thoughtfully received this information and did not understand what was wrong with it, and she, too, would soon be able to awaken her talent. Zhang went to the demon territory and planned to visit the 5th floor by clicking on the corresponding button on the panel. We moved to the 5th floor. Zhang, looking around and holding a guide to the demon territory in his hands, did not understand why there seemed to be more people on the 5th floor than on the previous one. People in closed cloaks stared angrily at Zhang. Zhang felt like he was being persecuted because the message of the reward had already had an effect, and these people might want to attack Zhang out of greed for profit. Zhang looked around with displeasure and realized that he needed to leave this place now, otherwise there would be consequences. Zhang went into his inventory and looked at his collection of monsters. He was going to go to the 4th floor first to create a team with the bosses. Zhang suddenly teleported from the 5th floor and all the people in cloaks began to fuss. The people in black cloaks were angry that they were unable to catch such a large fish because Zhang's intuition did not fail. The mysterious people who tried to hunt Zhang did not know which floor he fled to and next time they might not meet. Demon Territory 4th floor. Zhang already knew this place and headed straight for the boss, clearly knowing what he would face here. Luckily for him, Zhang quickly ran away and a group of people in cloaks almost managed to catch him. Walking through a deserted and dense forest, he heard familiar sounds and called out to a man who was hiding behind the trees, not yet suspecting that it was Moonlight Bunny. Zhang was already prepared to attack and prepared his fists. Moonlight Bunny grabbed his leg again, which made Zhang a little surprised and did not expect a repeat meeting in such a reception. Moonlight Bunny, with tears in her eyes, said that she knew that stealing was bad, but she really needed money and she had no other choice because she needed to get to the 30th floor and she really asked him for help. Zhang lowered his head and knitted his eyebrows with a pitiful look. He agreed to help her, saying that they would talk about this topic later, but first it would be worth letting go of his leg. Moonlight Bunny continued to hold Zhang's leg tightly and cried. She said if he didn't agree to help her, she wouldn't let him go. Zhang felt sorry for this girl, and he said that he would help her and stop crying because it would attract a lot of attention. Finally, the girl with pink hair let go of Zhang's leg and handed him her entire arsenal of things and treasures that she had managed to obtain. She turned to Rakshasa, thanking him and saying that she was ready to give him everything valuable that she had. Zhang felt amused by this situation and simply turned away from her and went on his way. Watching the girl, he told her that she could keep these things for herself because he was also going to hunt the boss and there was nothing wrong with that. He was also taken aback by saying that he was also new to this business, so he couldn't guarantee that he would help her get to the right floor. But he said he would try to do everything he could. Moonlight Bunny agreed with the statement of her battle protector Rakshasa and thanked him. A notification came out. Moonlight Bunny has joined the Zhang team. Zhang went looking for the boss in the company of his new girlfriend, who faithfully followed him. Zhang asked his friend about the skill, clarifying that it really helps her steal the necessary items. The girl followed her leader and agreed with him, saying that her skill was called stealing a sheep. However, she didn't like this skill either, but she had no choice. Zhang stopped and looked thoughtfully at the moon bunny who was walking next to him. Zhang suddenly had an idea. He was going to help the girl use her talent while his strength and skills could counter the monsters so she could steal all the things. He wanted to see what they could come out of this. Zhang's new fighting friend agreed with this idea, saying that she had never stolen from a boss before. Zhang put his hand on his belt and looked puzzled at his friend. He asked her why she needed to get to the 30th floor of the magic domain. The girl with sadness on her face said that her dad disappeared on this floor and she really wants to find him. Zhang was even more puzzled, because he knew that there was only one reason for disappearances in the magic domain. The victims were killed either by monsters or other adventurers, otherwise they would be forcibly driven out of the domain within a certain period of time. Zhang, in the company of his girlfriend, approached the battlefield where Bullhead Overload was fighting with people. The huge and evil monster waved his axe and left no chance for mere mortals to win. Zhang watched this from the side and said that people were destroyed by this monster and now it was their turn to defeat the monster and take the prizes. Zhang furrowed his eyebrows and raised his hand as he wanted to summon a monster. The entire horde of warriors appeared and headed to attack Bullhead Overload. Zhang looked at his frightened friend and took out his fire bow. He said that he would distract the attention of this monster, and she would take this chance and steal his things, saying in advance that he would take care of her safety. Moonlight Bunny held her small staff in her hands with fear in her eyes and said that she understood. Zhang pointed his fire bow at the monster and told her to do her part. The huge Butcher of Death attacked Bullhead Overload. Bird Person and Sky Swallowing Toad flew at the monster from the side, directing their fiery beam at the monster. Bullhead Overload bared his teeth, got angry and turned on Berserk mode. The enraged leader, in Berserker mode, tried to attack the monsters flying at him. Zhang raised his hand and used magical light to direct Poison Spide and his web to attack, shouting at that moment that it was the bunny's turn to play his role. The girl approached the enraged monster from behind, who continued to swing the axe in anger. Zhang's fighting friend came almost close to the monster. She extended her hand and sent a purple magical aura towards the monster. She stole a huge horn from him and examined it in surprise. A notification appeared. One solid Minotaur horn was received. The enraged Bullhead Overload realized that a valuable item had been stolen from him and he turned back to his pleased girlfriend Zhang, who had stolen the horn from him. She asked what the horn was for. The angry Minotaur turned back and was about to attack the girl, who sat up in fright and closed her eyes in fear. However, Zhang approached her and told her confidently that while she is with him, the monster will not be able to offend or harm her. Zhang raised his finger and ordered his friend to continue her work while Bullhead Overload hesitated in the web. Closing her eyes and turning her face away, she extended her hands and used her skill again, sending purple energy towards the monster. A Minotaur skin was obtained. The evil Minotaur became even more angry from the hopelessness of the situation and, even more so, that Moonlight Bunny simply stood aside and teased him, wrinkling her forehead and showing her finger. She said that the Minotaur is a clumsy monster and he will not be able to touch her, so she will steal everything from him. Zhang inspected the demon territory guide while raising the Minotaur's horn above his head, and behind him stood a girl with a malicious smile. Zhang said that these items obtained from Bullhead Overload should be materials, but there is no mention in the manual about a side profession, so he said that he will keep these items. Moonlight Bunny agreed with him. Zhang, in the company of his monster butcher, closed the manual and said that the leader of the monsters had had enough because he had nothing left. Butcher of Death with a big swing dealt a final and critical blow to the monster. Zhang was standing in front of the exit of the compound with his girlfriend. He told her that she was supposed to get the key, so he ordered her to go to the 5th floor and wait for him, while he himself was going to go to the 3rd floor and finish killing the boss. The hero and the rabbit girl stand in front of the portal. Moonlight Bunny, you must get the key, go to the 5th level and wait for me there. I'll go to the 3rd level to kill the boss. The girl runs away, saying that she will wait for the hero at the altar of the 5th level. Zhang Zi extends his hand forward and summons his creatures. In particular, the Minotaur, who appears with his huge axe in his hands. Let's go, says the hero to the monster. We don't have much time, and we still have to find the boss of the 3rd level. In front of us is the Goblin King's camp from a bird's eye view. Something is happening in the central tent. The frog shoots a huge fireball and it knocks out 491 health points from the Goblin King. Zhang Zi, the Minotaur and the Death Butcher are fighting nearby. The hero sits on one knee in front of the corpse of the Goblin King. Next to him are a dozen multicolored spheres. Luck is not bad, he says. No one tried to snatch boss from me. Now my team is maxed out after I defeated the Goblin King. Zhang Zi points his finger at the creature selection window. This should be enough, he thinks. Now even if I'm surrounded and attacked by adventurers, I won't be scared. Floor 5, here I come. He teleports out of the Goblin King's tent. We are at level 5 of demon territory. The altar here stands on a small coastal island. When the hero appears in the middle of the teleportation circle, Bunny runs up to him. She greets him. The girl excitedly whispers in the hero's ear. These people must have read the reward post. They will try to harm you. Be careful. Zhang Zi calmly looks ahead. Don't worry, he reassures. I don't think there will be any unnecessary movements. The hero is noticed by Yu Ying. She calls him and waves her hand. We met again, she says happily. Next to the beauty is Violent Dragon King. At first he smiled when he saw the hero, but now he recognizes the thief who is standing next to him. He points his finger at her. The guy approaches the hero, behind whom Bunny is hiding. Brother, why are you with this thief? He says. Could it be you are really companions? Everything is not as you think, Zhang Zi answers him. Bunny reformed, she promised never to steal again. The girl comes forward and holds out 3 multicolored spheres. Sorry, she says. I promise I will never steal again. Please forgive me. Violent Dragon King scratches his head. I'm a good person, he says. I'll forgive you this time. From behind him, a guy in a closed cloak with a huge shield over his shoulders addresses the hero. His name is reported to be Giant God. He extends his hand and greets the hero. "I heard from Moon Shadow that you distracted the wolf boss," he says. "You are very brave and I want to be friends with you." Zhang Zi puts his hand forward. "It's not very safe to be friends with me now," he warns. "There is a reward for me, and I know that someone is already hunting for me." A little girl in a green suit, who is introduced here as Little Princess, screams loudly, not believing her ears. "What? Are you a bounty prey now?" She runs up to the hero and grabs his hand with both hands. "What reward was given for you?" she asks, smiling. "Don't let strangers take this reward. Why don't you let me earn this money?" Violent Dragon King looms over the girl and starts yelling at her. "Money again? Are you betraying friends for money? And didn't you obtain a 1.5 million bounty reward a while ago?" "Don't mention it," Bunny defends himself. "A person called Zhang Zi took half of it. That caused my income and expenditure to be imbalanced this month. I'm so pissed." The hero looks at the girl a little surprised. "So she is the bounty hunter Shen Meng Dai. I would never have thought that the little princess was her." Giant God puts his hand on the clearly upset girl's shoulder. "Little princess, don't go too far with the joke," he says. "Brother Rakshasa is Moon Shadow's benefactor and he is friend with Dragon King. We should get along well with each other." "Okay," she answers. Violent Dragon King pats the hero on the back, smiling. "Let me tell you, guys," he exclaims. "Brother Rakshasa's talent skill is amazing. He is able to summon monsters to fight for him. He can even summon bosses." A blonde man comes forward with a very unusual staff. His name is reported to be One Autumn Leaf. "What, you can call the bosses?" he asks. The little princess turns away indignantly. "You aren't saying anything," she says indignantly. "Just want to be good people. We are the ones at the front line. You should at least pay some fees, right?" These words infuriate Violent Dragon King. "You're talking about money again," he says. "Stop it. Everyone." Giant God calms everyone down. "Stop arguing. I will pay the Moonlight Bunny's fee. I will give Leader face. Forget about the fees," the little princess says offendedly. "But don't expect me to heal Moonlight Bunny." Another girl approaches the conversation. "Little princess is the only healer in our team. Even though she's very greedy, but she's a good person and her skills are good. Yes, her temper is a bit bad, but don't take it to heart. Yes, she is very greedy," the hero thinks. "I was personally convinced of this." Giant God raises his hand, drawing attention to himself. "Okay, get ready to hit the road," he says. "This time we will defeat the boss of the 5th level, Blackfin Wizard. Last time we couldn't defeat it because we didn't prepare enough. This time we brought enough potions, and Brother Rakshasa has joined us. We can definitely succeed this time." Violent Dragon King pumps his fist in joy, inspired by the speech he heard. "It seems that now I'm safer," the hero thinks. "The killers will think 10 times before attacking me." The squad sets off. Yu Ying walks slightly behind the hero. "Rakshasa, starting from level 5, both regular monsters and bosses become much stronger," she says. "Only trained adventurers can cope with them, so only teamwork can guarantee success." "Okay, I'll be more careful," he replies. In front of us is an altar, next to which rises a high rock. The squad goes hunting, and monsters are already visible in front of them. "We'll have to kill a lot of monsters along the way," says the commander. "Let's go quickly and don't waste supplies." The young people respond that they understood the order. Giant God puts up a huge shield in front of himself, stopping the monsters rushing at people. The rest of the squad stands behind him. We see a magic circle that surrounds a shield stuck in the ground. 2 information windows appear in front of the hero. Defense Aura. Level 1, XP 857 1000, use 10 Vitality, cooldown 60 seconds, effect, within 3 meters, increase all members' defense by 50%, no time restriction. Note, Level 1 Defense Aura, increase all members' defense by 60%, Level 2 Defense Aura, increase all members' defense by 70%, Level 3 Defense Aura, increase all members' defense by 80%, Level 4 Defense Aura, increase all members' defense by 90%, Level 5 Defense Aura, increase all members' defense by 100%. I didn't think he would have an S-rank talent, the hero thinks. We see a terrible monster. It is reported to be Murloc. Violent Dragon King charges at this monster. "Die," he screams. The monster loses 428 health points. A Murloc magician appears behind the monster that received a powerful blow and begins to heal it with the help of a wand. The walking fish's health is quickly restored. Violent Dragon King looks at this in amazement. Yu Ying raises his rapier above his head. "Leave it to me," she screams. Yellow stripes appear around it. These are traces of weapons. The skill Light Blade Slash is reported to have been used. We see a monster behind the girl who has just received 443 points of damage. The monsters look in shock at the enemy who caused such terrible damage. One Autumn Leaf comes to the fore. He raises his hand, spinning a vortex of blue energy around himself. "Let's finish this quickly," he says. But the monsters are not going to give up. Their leader holds out his staff in front of him, and the other monsters gather behind him. The hero and Bunny look at their opponents in bewilderment. They work together very skillfully, says the first. They are all so strong, the girl notes. Violent Dragon King tries to repel the attack of a monster that is approaching him, protected by a blue energy cocoon. Yu Ying fights monsters using his rapier. The hero thinks about what he sees. Joining such a strong team brings many benefits. I won't have to fight alone in the future. I don't even have to do anything. The allies really quickly deal with their opponents. We see that weapons and pieces of monster corpses are lying around the squad. Giant God walks up to the stone, which has some pretty neat designs carved into it, and puts his hand on it. Everyone come and touch this stone, he says. Come and receive the blessing of the water god. Let's go into the sea together. The hero, who is standing behind Yu Ying, asks her what this blessing of the water god is. The girl replies that the boss of the 5th level is underwater, and if they want to fight him, they must receive the blessing of the water god. Zhang Zi thinks for a moment, but then he touches the stone with his hand. He sees an information window that tells him that the task must be completed in 1 hour. Violent Dragon King explains the necessary details. He says that if the squad does not finish the job in an hour, the members will begin to drown and will lose 10% of their health every minute. The previous few attempts ended in failure, but now, he hopes, everything will be much more successful. Expedition members enter the water. Earlier I read the Demon Territory Guide, says the hero. It only wrote that the Blackfin Wizard is a monster that can use magic. There's no other detailed description. The little princess calls him an idiot. Not many people reach floor 5, she says. Blackfin Wizard's raid is very valuable. Only idiots will write it on Demon Territory Guide. The hero looks thoughtfully at his allies as they go deeper into the water. It seems like this Blackfin Wizard is indeed difficult to deal with to be able to make an elite team stuck at floor 5, he thinks. The squad sinks to the bottom and walks along it somewhere. Yu Ying, who follows the hero, says that Blackfin Wizard is different from the first few bosses, which don't have 3 stages in battle. We see the creature in question in the background. It controls an entire army of monsters similar to itself. First stage Blackfin Wizard won't be around, the girl explains. It will summon monsters to protect itself. After 3 waves, if adventurers are still alive, it will enter the 2nd stage. Now the leader of the monsters has a glowing pink sphere in his paw. At 2nd stage, the Blackfin Wizard will use an attack called Darkness Strike, causing the damage and knocking back the target. We see the monster up close, and it looks truly scary. Yu Ying continues his explanation. After the HP is reduced to half, it will enter the 3rd stage, which is the hardest. It will use its skill, Death Sacrifice, which causes AoE damage, and it has a stack effect. First sacrifice would cause 20% damage. Each sacrifice will cause the damage to increase by 20% until it reaches 100% and we will be wiped out. The hero rubs his chin thoughtfully. I see, he says. From the description it looks like it will be very difficult to deal with. The detachment continues its journey along the bottom of the sea, and the commander explains the plan of action. First 2 stages won't be a big problem. We have attempted 3 times, got familiar with it. The problem is in the last stage. We will assign tasks. I will resist the boss, Moonshadow will handle output, Autumn Leaf will support Dragon King, and Brother Rakshasa will handle the area. His stage 3 monsters will stop boss from sacrificing the monster, and we will be able to kill the boss. The squad members say they understood everything. Giant God walks ahead of the party. Blackfin Wizard, here we come again, he says. The party approaches a round dais surrounded by arches, in the middle of which stands a boss spreading a purple glow around him. We see that the monster is holding a staff in his hand. It has a webbed foot with sharp claws. Blackfin Wizard raises his right hand, which contains a purple energy sphere. At the top of his staff appears the head of a horned monster bearing its sharp teeth. The commander puts up a huge shield in front of him. Everyone gather behind me, he orders. Autumn Leaf, use the blizzard skill. Young people are very determined. They are ready to fight the boss. Autumn Leaf thrusts his original staff forward, and the advancing monsters are surrounded by a blue energy shell. Yu Ying, brandishing his rapier, enters the battle. Violent Dragon King also fights. The hero summons the Frog and the Goblin King. It's best if we defend ourselves here for now rather than make hasty attacks, he says. We see the squad members huddled inside the magic circle generated by the commander's shield. Armed with a sword, the Goblin King fights against water monsters. He quickly loses health under the blows of monsters, which are called surfers here. What the hell, the hero thinks. The monsters at this level are terrifyingly strong. Even the most ordinary ones cause terrible damage. The boss extends his finger forward and sends another wave of his subordinates to attack. Yu Ying skillfully works with his rapier, striking them down one by one. Be careful, she shouts to her comrades. The second stage is about to begin. Something rushes quickly through the water, leaving a trace. This is a boss who rushes forward rapidly. Giant God looks at this maneuver in amazement. Yu Ying also notices this movement and shouts for Dragon King to be careful. We see that the boss is already behind this squad member. Until that moment, he did not even suspect about the danger. Behind him, one of his comrades shouts to him. Black Fin Wizard, in whose hands a purple sphere glows dimly, bares his huge teeth. He strikes and knocks out 759 points of damage from the enemy. The hero looks at the monster in amazement. Can he rush right through our formation? Shen Ming Dai comes into play. A bright green sphere appears in her hands. The girl uses the green blessing skill. The health of a wounded squad member is restored almost completely. How annoying this is, says the nearly dead Dragon King. He grinds his teeth. Why is it the same thing every time? He asks irritably. He raises his pole and strikes. Why do you need to attack me first? This weapon hits the target. Black Fin Wizard is now above Yu Ying, and the nearby Dragon King shouts to the girl that she is in danger. But the warning is too late. The girl misses a very strong blow in the back. She falls on her back and begins to drown. At some point, Yu Ying comes to her senses and tries to regroup. The hero looks with alarm at what is happening to the girl. He picks her up. Are you okay? He asks when Yu Ying finally comes to his senses. Yes, I'm fine, she replies, holding his hand. Autumn Leaf, putting his hand forward, unleashes powerful energy streams on his opponents. The target is Black Fin Wizard. We see that he is encased in a shell of blue energy. Dragon King, come on, act, shouts Autumn Leaf. The guy strikes and knocks out 698 health points from the boss at once. However, the very next second the monster is no longer in the same place he was just before. The young people look up in shock to where the trail left by the boss leads. The entire squad stands in front of the boss's rise, where he returns after a failed attack. Black Fin Wizard is very angry. He makes incomprehensible, but clearly not very happy sounds. Giant God puts his shield forward. Watch your health, the commander shouts. He begins the third stage. Remember what you would have agreed on earlier. Dragon King, smiling, reminds the hero that it is his turn. He replies that he understood. Jiang Zi brings up the creature selection window and makes his choice. We see that he summoned the Goblin King, the Frog and the Death Butcher. I hope the three of you can handle it, he says. The commander with Autumn Leaf standing next to him shouts that the third stage has begun. He orders everyone to get ready. A white whirlpool appears above. From this whirlwind, fish-like monsters rush towards the heroes, stretching their bony fingers towards people. A whole flock of these creatures hangs over the hero. The Death Butcher mercilessly chops down these creatures, knocking out hundreds of health points from them. It seems that in order to win this battle, we must use the resources obtained in it, says the hero. Now I will show the power of my art. He stretches both hands forward, and the same toothy creatures that were killed here a little earlier begin to appear on the battlefield. Newcomers, show yourself, shouts Jiang Zi. Dragon King looks at the hero in amazement. To tear me apart, he says. This is simply amazing. Although this is exactly what one would expect from an SS rank talent. The guy turns sharply, looking after someone. Wow, he exclaims, seeing how quickly the newly summoned creatures rush at the enemy. They rush towards the boss, who, with his mouth wide open, raises his staff. Lighting up everything around him in purple hues, Black Fin Wizard uses his sacrificial death skill. Black Fin Wizard puts his left hand out to the side and roars loudly. He is now inside a purple sphere, which emits powerful energy jets far away from itself. The squad members look warily at the enemy. A purple wave hits the hero, and he immediately loses 815 health points. Jiang Zi looks at the status window. Curse of Death. Effect: once you are under the effects of the Black Fin Wizard's curse, each of its magic attacks increased by 20% in damage. This skill is too deadly. Giant God, not liking the progress of the battle, turns back and gives orders. Autumn, hurry up and freeze all of the remaining merpeople we've missed. Yu Ying, finish them off as quickly as possible. We must not give the Blackfin Wizard another opportunity to use sacrificial death. Autumn Leaf raises his wand, which once again emits powerful waves of white energy. He confirms the received order. Fish-like monsters are surrounded by paralyzing shells. Yu Ying, around whom we again see the characteristic yellow marks from the rapier, looks intensely at her opponents. She uses her weapon, and the monsters walled up in the shell fly apart. Dragon King brandishes his weapon and loudly curses the sea monsters. The hero, clenching his fist, looks at what is happening. Right now we are out of ideas on how to deal with the boss, and if we continue wasting time like this, the water deity's blessing will run out, he thinks. I have to think of something. Black Fin Wizard, stretching his paw forward, containing a purple sphere, makes threatening sounds. He uses his terrifying sacrificial death skill, after which he immediately knocks out 1147 health points from one of the squad members. The heroes, realizing how difficult their situation is, frown at the enemy. Luckily, Shen Meng Dai standing behind them is already healing them with her green sphere. Dragon King, who has very few health points left, turns to the girl and shouts for her to heal him quickly. "Am I messing around?" asks the little princess indignantly. Yu Ying turns to face the monsters attacking her. She delivers several blows and says that the squad will achieve nothing only by defending against all these creatures. Blackfin Wizard, surrounded by a cloud of purple energy, seems happy. He makes sounds that only he can understand next to the monster, which, apparently, will be sacrificed. He performs some manipulations, after which a terrible sound is heard next to him. The purple cloud becomes huge, flies high up, takes on a threatening outline, and falls on the human squad, knocking out 1566 points of damage at once. Yu Ying, having received a blow, screams in pain and curses. She clutches her chest, which was hit. We see that the members of the squad were indeed seriously injured. Autumn Leaf, who is holding his shoulder, shouts that everything is very bad and the squad will be destroyed if things continue this way. Is this another failure? Yu Ying thinks. If we die here in the magic domain, then we'll be gone for good. Wands with blue spherical tips appear in the hands of monsters. The red stripe above Yu Ying's head begins to fill, and the girl opens one eye in confusion. "What's going on?" she asks in surprise. Dragon King laughs happily. "Healing magic. My HP is being restored," he shouts. "Guys, look, it's Tidecaller." It turns out that the treatment of allies is carried out by creatures called by the hero, and from among the water monsters. The hero's hand glows with white energy. "My summoning art is quite useful, isn't it?" he asks. Dragon King, smiling, turns to him. "Brother Asira, look at you go. If you hadn't summoned those merpeople to recover our HP, I'm afraid we might have actually found ourselves in trouble." Giant God and Little Princess are also very grateful to the hero. Brother Asira makes sure is delivering us with unexpected surprises. "As expected of an SS rank talent, it's very helpful indeed," says the first. "With this many merpeople healing us, we have more than enough power," the girl rejoices. We see how inspired the squad members are by success. They are all ready to fight further. "Everyone, just one more push," exclaims Giant God. "Let's take down this Blackfin Wizard and pass. Then we won't have to spend money on an expert to carry us." Yu Ying supports the commander. "That's right. Everyone, together," she shouts. We see both the commander's magic circle and the waves of energy characteristic of Autumn Leaf. Yu Ying again slashes at the blue encased monsters with his rapier. "We attack at the same time," she shouts. The hero takes a bow decorated with skulls in his hand. He pulls the bowstring and orders the frog to act, since its time has come. "It is I who must strike the decisive blow in order to be able to summon this monster," Zhang Zi thinks. Blackfin Wizard holds the head of the sacrificed monster in his hands, but it disintegrates into pixels. The boss realizes that something is going wrong and makes a loud sound, which symbolizes anger and indignation. There is a powerful explosion, and the frog takes 1977 health points from the boss. The members of the squad, with their mouths open, look at what is happening. They don't believe their eyes. The boss lies on the bottom, and the health bar above his head is empty. The little princess screams with joy. "It's the transfer gate. We did it," she shouts. We see this purple portal next to the corpse of the killed boss. "We finally passed," Dragon King rejoices. The transfer gate appeared. "We finally got the key," says Giant God. "We can enter the 6th floor now." A window appears congratulating you on the destruction of Blackfin Wizard. Bunny and Dragon King approach the hero. Soon other members of the squad arrive. "The Blackfin Wizard has finally been defeated," says the commander. "It dropped so much loot." Bunny is amazed. "You're the reason of our success today," says Dragon King, smiling. "You can choose the reward items first." "Okay," the hero answers him. He notices an interesting object among the loot. "What is this?" he thinks. "Invitation letter to the Death Zone." He looks thoughtfully at the ticket. "Last time I managed to get the powerful Butcher of Death from the Death Zone," he thinks. "If the Death Zone appears again, I wonder what else I'd encounter." Zhang Zi looks at the Dragon King standing next to him. "You can share the rest among yourselves," he says. "Can I take this Death Zone invitation letter?" Naturally, the commander answers. The crew members who are still on the seabed chat animatedly after defeating the boss. "Bunny, you didn't participate in the battle, so there won't be any reward items for you." "It's okay, I don't want anything. I never even dreamed of entering the 6th level alone." Let's go, I'm drawn to the 6th level. I really want to see what's there." The squad leader turns to his soldiers. "Since we're all so eager to get to the 6th level, let's go there." According to the Magic Domain guidebook, this is a mine inhabited by dog-headed miners. "Damn it," says the hero, turning around and noticing something behind him. "Brother Titan," shouts the bearded, gray-haired old man standing behind him. He raises his finger up and asks displeasedly whether the young people actually managed to complete the level on their own. Autumn Leaf stands behind him with a frown on his face. I can't believe this, the old man says indignantly. We just spent a huge amount of money on an expert who was supposed to help us. But you managed to beat this boss. Giant God smiles, holding his head with his hand. We were just lucky, he says. Good luck to you, Brother Lee. Once you complete the level, we'll meet you on the 6th level. I agree, Brother Titan, the old man replies, raising his thumb up. A very disgruntled young man with a staff and a richly decorated robe enters the conversation. Couldn't you make sure of your circumstances before inviting me here? He asks disgustedly. Now that the boss has been defeated, it'd take another 24 hours before it regenerates. Isn't this waste of time? Just to let you know, I don't refund money under such circumstances. The old man looks back angrily at the expert, who is going to steal the money paid to him in advance. This group of people moves away from the hero. The old man, by the way, agrees with the expert. Moreover, he apologizes for his oversight. Yu Ying, who is already walking towards the portal, calls out to the hero. He interrupts his thoughts and makes it clear that he heard the girl and will join her. The hero enters the purple circle of the portal. Once I become an expert here in the magic domain, will many people request for me to carry them too? He thinks. Before us is the vault of a cave with many multicolored crystals. It is reported that this is the 6th level of the magic field. Inside the circle of the altar are many adventurers. We see him from under the arch of the cave. The tall pillars at the edges of the circle glow with white energy. The hero calls up the information window and aloud analyzes the information he sees. According to the Magic Domain Guidebook, the 6th floor is a maze. From the looks of it, the pathways are indeed intricate, he says. That's right, confirms the giant god standing behind him. Because the maze on this floor is ever-changing, there isn't a set route we can follow. Everyone, we must remain cautious and keep ourselves from getting lost. Otherwise we might find ourselves trapped here forever. Little Princess, meanwhile, is quite worried. Where did the damn Dragon King go? She asks. Where could he have run away to? She looks around at those standing inside the circle of the altar and does not see her squad comrade. Suddenly the missing person is discovered. He runs out of the black cave screaming for help. He is being chased by a huge crowd of dog-headed monsters, and someone notices that there are an incredible number of them. Before reaching the altar, the miners, holding pickaxes in their hands, stop. Dragon King runs on. Running into the circle, he falls face down, realizing that he has escaped. Dragon King, what did you do? Asks Autumn Leaf. How did you manage to provoke so many dog heads? The guy shows the big red crystal and says it's because he took the stone from the miner's cart. Little Princess draws attention to these words. She abruptly snatches the crystal from the young man's hands and raises it above her head. What kind of stone is this? She asks. Is he valuable? A man in a hat appears. It seems like this is your first time at the 6th level of the magic field? He asks. Now we see him from the front. He has a neat beard, a burgundy cloak, and a huge sword on his back. Local ores are incredibly valuable, he says, especially black gold ones. On the trading platform, one of those could sell for 500,000. We see the stones he is referring to. Greed lights up in the little princess's eyes. What? 500,000? That's right, the man answers. This is because this ore can be used to enhance weapons and equipment. The girl looks in bewilderment at the place where the red crystal had just been. Now the stone is in the hands of the hero. He looks at the guy in the hat and asks questions that seemed relevant to him. So, with the help of this ore you can strengthen weapons and equipment, right? How exactly is this done? The hero looks at a red stone. Stones of other colors float above his head. To enhance weapons and equipment, you must go to the dwarves' blacksmith forge on the 10th floor, the man explains. The higher level you want your equipment enhanced to, the higher your ores must be. The one in your hand is just a common grade ore, so it's only valued at around 10,000. The dream stone is in the hands of the little princess. 10,000 is also a lot, she says, lovingly turning the crystal in her hands. If I manage to take a couple of dozen from here, I will be incredibly happy. The hero thinks, rubbing his chin. Although my S-grade bow has high damage, its level is still too low. It's about time to enhance it, he thinks. Members of the squad stand in a circle and begin to discuss information that is new to them. Since we're on this level, we can collect some ores as we fight the monsters. They may see useful in the future, says Autumn Leaf. The little princess jumps up and down happily. Of course they will come in handy, she shouts. What are we waiting for? Let's go collect crystals. I no longer know what to do with impatience. Giant God smiles and raises his hand. It's quite late, he says. We used quite a time defeating the Blackfin Wizard, so it's almost dawn now. We need to rest. Taking care of our bodies is the top priority, so I think it's time to go offline. Team members express their opinions on this matter. Why so early? Why not get at least one crystal of black gold ore first? Exclaims the little princess. Wow, Dragon King says sarcastically. You're usually the first to ask to leave. Why this sudden change in mood? The power of money works wonders, as I see it. We still need to rest, says Yu Ying. We will return tomorrow when we have fully recovered our energy. The little princess reluctantly agrees with these arguments. The hero looks at his left wrist. Then I'll pass out too, he says. Goodbye everyone. It is indeed very late, he thinks. My sister is probably already asleep. Okay, Dragon King answers him. Having said goodbye once again, the hero disappears from the altar of the 6th level. The next day, in front of us is the police station building. The hero receives some object from the hands of the officer. Mr. Jiangzi, he says, this is your reward. Take it, please. Thank you, the young man replies. A brown-haired woman in a yellow sleeveless jacket looks at this scene from the side. So Jiangzi is you, she says. I'll have to remember that. Naturally, we now recognize Shen Mengdai, who we also know as the little princess. Not only did you take half of my reward, she says angrily, but you also drew a turtle on my face. This is simply disgusting. You don't have to watch what you eat, but you have to watch what you say, the hero answers. I wasn't the one who drew a turtle on your face. The girl points her finger at the hero. You don't want to admit it, she shouts indignantly. Despite the fact that it was hypnosis, I was conscious and understood everything. The turtle was drawn by you and your sister. Do you know how long it took me to wash it off? You are very evil people. Even if so, then we are no more evil than you, Jiangzi answers. To earn money, you are ready to risk the lives of other people. Shen Mengdai smiles and turns away from the hero. I won't argue, she says. For me, money is most important. Only they can win a place in our society. There is nothing more important than them. What's wrong with her? Jiangzi thinks to himself. Does she have some kind of childhood psychological trauma? She really worships money. A crowd of reporters bursts into the room. Look, here are the heroes who caught the criminal Wang Hanfei. One of them shouts. Mr. Jiangzi, his colleague addresses the hero. They say that it was you who knocked him out. Can you describe what exactly happened there? The hero is silent, his mouth open in surprise, and the journalists continue to bombard him with questions. I heard that Mr. Jiangzi is a college student. May I ask what university are you going to attend? Mr. Jiangzi, they say the situation was very dangerous. If you had not intervened in time, the criminal might have killed Miss Shen Mengdai. What were you thinking at that moment? Were you scared? Could you describe to us what happened there? The little princess comes to the fore. Who said he saved me? She screams indignantly. I didn't need his help. The reporter contradicts her. We saw the CCTV footage. You were under hypnosis by the criminal and stood in one place, not moving anywhere. And on your face. The hero is standing in her room next to the table at which her sister is sitting. She reads the news from her phone. Our city hero, Jiangzi, comes from there, bravely took on the criminal and destroyed the threat to our society. He received a reward of $1 million. Listen to this title too. The young hero helped the police arrest the criminal. This is a real feat that will glorify his name throughout the country. The hero turns and moves away from the table. This is just catching a criminal, he tells his sister. Very soon everyone will forget about it. It will be better if you and I lead a quiet life and keep a low profile. Brother, don't you know, asks the sister. You must become famous as soon as possible. Jiangzi is already standing at the door. What have you been learning? He asks his sister. Once you finish dinner, hurry and do your homework. I'm entering the magic domain now. Okay, I understand, says the girl. We are again in the mine, at the bottom of which there is an altar where dozens of adventurers stand. The hero looks at the creature selection window. I have obtained 4 tide collars to act as healers, so there shouldn't be a big problem going forward, he thinks. We see the layout chosen by the hero. He is greeted by little princess. You're early, she says, smiling. Why is it her again? Jiangzi thinks. It's good that she doesn't know who I really am. Yu Ying approaches the hero from behind. Asura, your reward has increased, she says in surprise. Now it's already 5 million. How could you provoke the Dawn organization so much? Now it's obvious that they want to kill you. Jiangzi, lost in thought, looks away. I didn't want to attract their attention, he sighs. But trouble sometimes finds me. Be that as it may, be careful, the girl advises. Do not navigate the magical area alone. Stay close to us. The girl sincerely looks into the eyes of the hero. If you need help, contact me, she says. I'll come online and help fight monsters. At least that way it's somewhat safer. We see a window with the inscription Yu Ying. It turns out that the hero is thinking about adding a new contact to his list. Sharing your number is a risk to your privacy. Is it safe to casually share it with someone you don't know? Asks Jiangzi. You saved me once, so I know that you are a good person, the girl answers. Thank you for your trust, but I won't save your number, says the hero. Yu Ying is upset. As you wish, she says offended. The hero looks after her thoughtfully. Was she angry? What a strange girl, he thinks. Other members of the squad appear on the circle of the altar. How did your preparations go? Asks Giant God. If everything is fine and there are no questions, let's get started. Yes, everything is already in place, one of the young people confirms. Dragon King puts forward the hand in which he holds his weapon. Dog-headed miners, we are coming to you, he shouts defiantly. Let's find a random mine and kill our way in. The heroes walk through a cave, the walls of which are covered with multicolored crystals. It seems that the monsters of the magic domain are becoming more and more powerful, Zhang Zi thinks. At the first level, the lava turtle seemed very strong to me, but now, if I compare it with the creatures of subsequent levels, it looks quite weak. The young people hear a knock echoing through the cave. We see the tip of a pickaxe piercing a stone. Be careful, one of the squad members warns his comrades. Adventurers approach two miners who are chiseling away at the local rock. Dog heads notice the approach of strangers. Without thinking twice, they rush to attack. We are sticking to the old strategy, the commander reports. I'll hold back the monsters, Autumn's crowd control, Little Princess would focus on healing, and everyone else are responsible for fighting the monsters. The subordinates respond that they understood the order. One of the miners hits with a pickaxe, causing Giant God to lose 79 health points. Wow, the hero thinks. These dog heads are very strong. They were able to damage the commander, although he has a very high defense rate. Giant God places his shield on the ground, from the base of which yellow magic circles immediately rise up. Don't let them get close to you, the commander shouts. They have a very strong attack. Autumn Leaf comes in with his white energy. Opponents find themselves immersed in energy cocoons, they lose health points in large quantities. The hit that Dragon King deals knocks out 399 points from the miner. The irresistible Yu Ying's rapier also deals serious damage. The hero calls his charges, it's Butcher of Death and 2 Tidekillers. I'll refrain from summoning Blackfin Wizard for now, he thinks. Spell-casting monsters have low defense. It'll be a big loss if it's defeated. The dog-headed miner tenses up. He destroys the energy cocoon surrounding him. The monster raises his pickaxe over Dragon King. A blow follows, and the young man loses 496 health points. Damn your grandfather, the victim swears in a very original way. It was very painful. Autumn Leaf and the commander standing next to him look at what is happening in surprise. What's going on? Asks the first one. The freezing effects of ice rain current should last 60 seconds, so how did they get out before then? Could it be they are resistant to it? The hero is trying to understand what is happening. Ice rain current is an upgrade skill, yet it's been impaired this drastically, he thinks. It seems that if we don't strengthen our weapons and equipment, our skills will be completely useless in the next levels. Dragon King, who takes the blow from the miners, turns to the little princess and asks her to heal him since he has already begun to weaken. Okay, the girl says, and raises a rod emitting green energy above her head. The hero summons a couple more Tidekillers. Yu Ying runs to the aid of Dragon King, who is holding back one of the dog heads with his weapon. The girl's rapier delivers many blows, each of which takes 350 health points from the monster. She stands over the defeated enemy. We finally killed one of them, she says. There's another one here, attack him, shouts the commander, who is barely holding back the enemy with his shield. The hero draws the string of his bow, decorated with skulls, and summons a frog. The joint attack seriously wounds the second miner, who flies high into the air, caught in the fire. Death Butcher, Dragon King, and Yu Ying strike the stunned enemy. The squad gathers around trophies dropped by enemies. We underestimated the strength of level 6 monsters, says Giant God. I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat the boss of this level. I suggest staying on the outskirts for a while, killing weaker monsters and upgrading your skills. If even ordinary monsters at this level have such a powerful attack, I can't even imagine what to expect from the boss, says the hero. Barking is heard behind the commander. He turns around. Everyone, it's them again, shouts Giant God. 2 more dog-headed miners rush at the adventure hunters. Autumn like Night raised his staff and froze the approaching dog-headed mine owner. At that moment, Fierce Dragon King jumped high above the ground and, swinging his staff, was about to hit the ice block in which the monsters were frozen. However, Fierce Dragon King, blinking one of his eyes, did not expect that the monster miner would get rid of this spell and intended to carry out his attack. The huge and scary Butcher of Death intended to carry out his attack by slashing his huge knife at the monster. Titan, frowning his eyebrows, raised his huge shield, behind which his exhausted team were hiding. Tired and exhausted, Fierce Dragon King said that he could no longer fight and suggested returning to the previous floor. Titan noted that they should not despair. After all, he had heard that it was common to get stuck in this place fighting small monsters for about a month. Little Shen Ming in the company of Moonlight Bunny widened her eyes and asked in surprise whether they would really have to hang around here for a month. After all, this period is too long, and it will not leave her a means of subsistence. Liu Yu, who was about to draw her sword, turned to Zhang Zi, who was standing focused and watching the battle. Liu Yu asked the Rakshasa what he was looking at and why he was so focused. Zhang Zi glanced at his girlfriend and said that he had just discovered something interesting, and it could help them defeat this dog-headed miner more easily. Liu Yu asked with amazement in her eyes what could he have discovered. Jiang Zi looked straight at the miner with frowning eyebrows and pointed out to them how they couldn't notice, because every dog-headed miner carries the same thing on his head. These were candles. Liu Yu, stunned, really suspected that this seemed to be true. She pointed her finger at the miner's head and said that Jiang Zi was right, because miner monsters carry candles on their heads, and suggested that maybe they need them for vision. Jiang Zi took out his fire bow and aimed his sharp arrow directly at the dog-headed miner advancing towards him. Jiang Zi remembered the moment when they fought with these monsters in the past. They accidentally knocked the candle off the monster's head, and it immediately stopped attacking and began to walk in circles, as if blind. The fire arrow flew straight towards the target at a very fast speed. Jiang Zi noticed that the candles were the weak point of these heads. Jiang Zi hit the candle straight with a well-aimed hit, and it crumbled in the air. He said that now they will test this theory. The dog-headed monster went suddenly blind and looked confused, since the candle was no longer there and he probably couldn't see anything in the dark. Liu Yu and the Dragon King's company grinned together and looked happy because they had found the weak point of these monsters. Liu Yu noticed that this was true, and the monster really couldn't see anything anymore. Fierce Dragon King raised his eyebrows and also noticed that candles were indeed their weakness. He praised Jiang Zi for his intelligence. Anticipating his victory, Fierce Dragon King flew to finish off the blinded monster, hitting him on the head with his staff. Liu Yu rushed to finish off the second monster with her sharp sword. Fierce Dragon King slung his staff over his shoulder and grinned gloatingly at the fact that he defeated the monster so easily. After all, they found their weaknesses and killing them was not difficult. Shen Meng raised her hands and rejoiced that they had defeated the monsters so easily, while Titan approached Jiang Zi, who had crossed his arms from behind. Titan closed his eyes and thanked his Rakshasa brother for defeating the boss, and said that as soon as they passed this floor, he would come up with an opportunity to meet offline to treat him. Shen Meng agreed with this idea, suggesting that they go to the restaurant this time since last time, because she liked their fish with sauerkraut. Jiang Zi was a little taken aback by his team, inspired by the victory, and turned to Titan, raising his hand. He suggested leaving these offline parties for later. After all, there is still a reward hanging on them, and if his true identity is revealed, he is afraid that he will get them all into trouble. Titan, adjusting his collar, apologized and said that he had forgotten about it, so he suggested discussing this point later. Jiang Zi turned away from the team and took out his inventory as Fierce Dragon King and Liu Yu rushed to pick up the magical soul orbs that had fallen from the bosses. Jiang Zi said, according to their guide to the magic domain, deep in the 6th floor, there is a special cave with a boss inside. Mine owner with the dog's head. It was a huge monster with spikes on its body, surrounded by red energy and with a sharp pickaxe. It was the owner of the doghead mine. Level 1, maximum 5. Experience 1 out of 10. Health points 56,000. Damage 1220 to 2050. Defense 350. Skill Dynamite Explosion. Jiang Zi pointed out that since they knew the dog-headed mine owner's weak point, they would be much easier to defeat. He suggested acting quickly and doing everything possible to meet the boss as soon as possible. And with their friendly team, inspired by exploits, they agreed with his idea and went to look for the boss. They, in order, led by Titan, walked through the cave, which contained a lot of interesting and colorful ore. Along the way, they came across a huge dark cave in which, most likely, the boss could be located. Fierce Dragon King slung his staff over his shoulder and walked up to Jiang Zi, who said that the boss should have this cave. Fierce Dragon King said that they most likely found his place and needed to take a look. Titan, with a shield on his back, walked first and turned back to his comrades. He told them to be careful, because the boss is much stronger than the smaller monsters, and he has a powerful skill called Dynamite Explosion. Not only does it cause a lot of damage, but it also causes dizziness, so they had to be careful. The guys agreed with him. As soon as the guys entered the cave, they saw that another team of magicians and a large number of people was fighting this boss. They stood aside and looked at what was happening in bewilderment as they realized that someone was one step ahead. The guys noticed that another girl with long red hair was standing to the side near the wooden barrels and watching the fight. Shen Meng asked the guys how could this girl end up here. The girl with red hair cast her sharp gaze at the newly arrived guys. It was Celestial Fairy Loyan, Celestial Fairy Loyan. She crossed her arms and looked at the guys with a smirk. She replied to little Shen Meng that she was wondering who it could be. Celestial Fairy Loyan placed one hand on her waist and touched her chin with the other. She said that the magic domain was certainly not big, and she didn't expect to meet the little princess here. Celestial Fairy Loyan tried to tease the princess about how much time had passed and whether her family was able to fully repay their debt. Frowning her brows, Shen Meng glared at this heavenly fairy. She turned to her and said how dare she be so arrogant, even though her Shen family had separated. A bitch like her shouldn't look down on her. Celestial Fairy Loyan continued to gloat at little Shen Meng, who looked very unhappy. Celestial Fairy Loyan said that she is very rich, so Shenmeng can't do anything about it. Celestial Fairy Loyan pointed at the guys fighting and turned to Shenmeng, telling her that whoever she saw fighting was that they were all her subordinates. She invited the princess to look at her subordinates, by which she meant the Jiangzi squad, because they all looked so incompetent. With her brows furrowed and her eyes wide, Shenmeng raised her hands and told Celestial Fairy Loyan to shut her mouth. They were not her subordinates, they were her friends. Jiangzi, in the company of his friends, watched the altercation between the two young ladies. Jiangzi wondered what kind of woman this was and why did they have such graders. Liu Yu watched from the sidelines at these two arguing girls and said that it must be someone that little Shenmeng knew offline. However, she understood that it was better for them not to interfere in this showdown. Fierce Dragon King showed his teeth and smiled sarcastically, telling them not to worry, because if little Shenmeng needed help, she would definitely say so. Celestial Fairy Loyan continued to mock Shenmeng and said that she never thought that the once precious little Shenmeng now had friends. A man who looks like a cowboy with a cloak and a red scarf approaches Celestial Fairy Loyan from the side. He addressed Celestial Fairy Loyan, saying that the mine boss would soon be dealt with, and also asking if she knew these people. Celestial Fairy Loyan looked furious and pointed her finger at Miss Shenmeng. She said that she knows these guys, and she will never forget how this Shenmeng humiliated her in every possible way in the past. It was because of the little princess that she vowed to regain her lost honor. Celestial Fairy Loyan turned to the rest of her team out of revenge. She said that if she is not a gray mass yet, they have the opportunity to leave the Shenmeng team and join her, because everything that falls from the boss will be theirs too. She also noted to the guys that with her on the team they would process 1 million every month and asked how they would like this situation. Shenmeng just wanted to explode from the anger and rage of this impudent person. Fierce Dragon King and Jiangzi Company also did not like this arrogant statement. The angry Fierce Dragon King said that he would not give up this dirty money because he would rather remain poor but would never betray his friend. Jiangzi's squad watched as Celestial Fairy Loyan interacted with the little princess. Titan noticed that Fierce Dragon King was right. Titan also added that they don't know what happened between the Sky Fairy and the little princess, but they are her friends. They said that the Heavenly Fairy would not be able to buy them. Celestial Fairy Loyan stood in a proud pose and pointed her finger at them. She called them fools and said that if they did not want to remain in poverty, then so be it. She also wanted to make it clear to them that the boss on this floor would be hers. The enraged Fierce Dragon King furrowed his brows and raised his fist. He said that she does not own the magic domain and she has no right to it. The guy with the revolvers raised one sight on the Fierce Dragon King. He told him that Celestial Fairy Loyan did not need rights, and now he would find out about it himself. Fierce Dragon King, frowning his eyebrows, was about to answer his offender when Jiangzi put his hand on his shoulder. Fierce Dragon King said that he was not afraid of the guy with the revolvers and wanted to approach him. Jiangzi said that this Celestial Fairy Loyan was covered in S-class equipment and therefore they would not be able to defeat it. Celestial Fairy Loyan glanced at Jiangzi with a malicious grin and said that he was very tactful. Apparently, the Heavenly Fairy's protector, the guy with the revolvers, said since he knows that Jiangzi can't win, then let him go. Titan, along with Fierce Dragon King, looked at Jiangzi, who stopped Fierce Dragon King from doing something rash. Fierce Dragon King asked Jiangzi why he stopped him. Jiangzi raised his hand and said with a confident look not to worry, because he had found another way to resolve the conflict. Titan was very interested to learn about this method. The Celestial Fairy Loyan team practically overwhelmed this boss with the entire crowd. Jiangzi saw that the boss had almost 0 health left, so he took out his fire bow and shot an arrow straight at the boss. The fire arrow pierced the wooden barrel, exploding it, and flew straight towards the target. Celestial Fairy Loyan turned around at the explosion with a puzzled look. She did not understand what was happening and how this barrel exploded. Another arrow flew into a wooden barrel. There was another huge, powerful explosion, with fragments of the barrel flying in all directions. Celestial Fairy Loyan, who was standing near the explosion, watched as her warriors ran away from the battlefield. She said that they did not need to run around and asked them to quickly deal with the main boss. The guys still continued to run away. Little Shenmeng furrowed her eyebrows and covered her mouth with a malicious grin. It was funny for her to watch this spectacle. The enraged Celestial Fairy Loyan pointed her finger at Jiangzi Company and looked gloatingly. She said that Jiangzi did a great job since her warriors escaped from the battlefield. She asked if he did this, then they are just pathetic people. A crowd of magicians and warriors from the Celestial Fairy Loyan squad surrounded the huge boss monster, who had very little health left. Jiangzi looked around puzzled and realized that the cave was collapsing from such a huge explosion. Celestial Fairy Loyan and Jiangzi's squad also noticed this and realized that the cave was collapsing. Titan stood aside and said they didn't need to panic. The entire Celestial Fairy Loyan squad fell and flew into the destroyed ruins. Celestial Fairy Loyan herself also fell there. The Heavenly Fairy and her assistant with revolvers sat on the ground in a heap of smoke and dust. Celestial Fairy Loyan and her protector watched as a huge crowd of dog-headed monsters approached them. They realized that they were surrounded. Celestial Fairy Loyan, standing back to her assistant, watched as a whole crowd of monsters with a pickaxe surrounded them. The guy with the red scarf was scared and wanted to quickly think of something, and told Celestial Fairy Loyan that if they die in the magic dome, then they will die in real life, and he really didn't want that. A bunch of dog-headed monsters with candles on their heads tried to attack the surrounded guys. Celestial Fairy Loyan turned back and immediately became angry because her assistant with a revolver took out a copy of the teleportation scroll. The guy in the hat said that he couldn't do anything because there were too many of them. He apologized to Lady Celestial Fairy Loyan and said that he didn't want to die either. Celestial Fairy Loyan called him an ungrateful sly because he teleported from the battlefield and left her alone. The ferocious monsters saw that Celestial Fairy Loyan was left alone, scared and watching as the monsters were about to devour her. She closed her eyes in fear and raised her hand in defense. She fell to the ground and continued to scream while all these monsters were frozen in and remained in a block of ice. It was a guy named Autumn Like Night. He froze all the monsters with a wave of his hand. He smirked at the poor and unfortunate Celestial Fairy Loyan as he greeted her. She noticed that they were Zhang Zi's guys. She asked them to help her. The whole crowd of the guys watched from above as Celestial Fairy Loyan sat miserably in the collapsed cave. Now it's the little princess's turn to speak. She raised her hand and addressed her opponent. She said that of course they could save her, but according to Celestial Fairy Loyan, they were all very poor, so she said that their help would cost 5 million each. The surrounded Celestial Fairy Loyan shouted to her rival that 5 million each was too much. Little Shen Meng gloatingly crossed his arms and told her if she thought it was too much, then they would not help her. Celestial Fairy Loyan knew that she was in despair, so she raised her head with furrowed brows and agreed to her terms. She said that she would give each of them 5 million, she would send them a phone number and give orders to her butler for the bank details and he would transfer the money. Only she had to be saved first. Joyful and inspired by the situation of her malevolent friend, Shen Meng said that since Celestial Fairy Loyan is so generous, they will help her and handed her a rope through a magic spell. Fierce Dragon King was using a rope to pull the Celestial Fairy Loyan in trouble. All of Zhang Zi's guys were watching this. 10 minutes later, Shen Meng went into her inventory and saw that a bank transfer of 35 million had been received. With her eyes widening, she rejoiced at the news and said that she had received the money, so Madame Celestial Fairy Loyan could go. The guys said goodbye to the departed Celestial Fairy Loyan, who turned around after them. She told them not to worry because she remembered everyone and in the future she would pay each of them for saving her life. Shen Meng, being in the company of her guy friends, grinned maliciously. Fierce Dragon King crossed his arms and walked up to her and said that she was so ruthless. After all, she received 35 million from Celestial Fairy Loyan in an instant. Shen Meng replied that she took into account how rich that girl was, and therefore it was in exchange for her life and it was a very small amount. In addition, she added that there were many of them in the team, so there was no need for them to help for free. Zhang Zi stopped the guys heatedly discussing money and asked his team what to do with that boss downstairs. He understood that if they did not defeat him, they would not be able to get to the next floor. The guys looked into the very depths of the cave and saw that the king, the boss of the mine, was surrounded by his subjects. They were going to defeat him, but they realized that there were too many assistants around the boss. Fierce Dragon King proudly looked at his leader and addressed him, saying that now it was his turn to fight because he was the only one from their squad who could fight from afar. Since they had a rope, he was going to attack from above, and his squad was going to deal with the monster's assistants below, having climbed down the rope in advance. Zhang Zi agreed. The entire squad, except Zhang Zi, rushed into the depths of the cave to attack the monsters. They noted that now everything depends on Zhang Zi. Shen Meng glanced at Zhang Zi and said that his last arrow fired hit the target, and now she is his debtor. Titan put up his shield and expressed his further plan of action. As usual, their plan was that Autumn Like Night would control the crowd, Fierce Dragon King would be in charge of luring the boss's assistants, and Liu Yu would look for an opportunity to attack the boss with Shen Meng maintaining their health and healing. The battle begins. Fierce Dragon King put out his staff and the angry boss was heading towards him. He wondered why there were so many candles on this boss. Fierce Dragon King watched as a huge ferocious boss bearing 10 candles came towards him. Zhang Zi took out his fire bow and fired several arrows with one swing. He told the guys to leave the candles for him because he would find a way to knock them down. The arrows hit the candles exactly and crushed them. The huge dog-headed monster did not like this, as he did not want to remain blind and be defeated. So he put out his pickaxe and broke the flying arrows in the air, which Zhang Zi was extremely surprised because no one had protected candles from arrows before. Autumn Knight used his magic and froze all the boss assistants, which were approaching them. He wanted to freeze a few of them first, which would weaken their attack. Liu Yu also tried to help her team with a long sword. In a sweat, she bared her teeth and looked at her enemies, realizing that her damage was simply not enough. The huge dog-headed boss of the mine threw a pack of dynamite in their direction. Fierce Dragon King looked at his friend with the sword and told her to be careful, because if she let herself get blown up, she would take a lot of damage. With a well-aimed and precise hit, Zhang Zi punched a pack of dynamite flying in the air from above. Before reaching its target, the dynamite exploded in the air, causing Fierce Dragon King to raise his finger up and express his gratitude to Zhang Zi. Liu Yu knitted her eyebrows in a puff of smoke and looked at Zhang Zi in amazement, realizing that he had saved her again. Summoning his heavenly devouring frog, Zhang Zi aimed his bow and arrow at the boss. He ordered the Sky Toad to aim at the boss. Together with Zhang Zi, she opened her mouth and released huge and hot clouds of fire at the boss. Huge clouds of fire and explosions occurred around the angry miner boss. He was receiving critical damage from Zhang Zi and Sky Toad on himself. Fierce Dragon King watched from the side with admiration and rejoiced. He said that this is an amazing job. If they continue to reduce his health level and hold on, then they will get this floor. Suddenly, the boss became even more ferocious and tried to take his dynamite, causing Fierce Dragon King to immediately rush into a panic. The ferocious boss picked up packs of dynamite and threw them, lit, into the crowd. Zhang Zi and Moonlight Bunny covered their faces with their hands and told their boys to find cover. This time, his packs of dynamite reached their target and were thrown back by a huge explosion with fragments of the body of Liu Yu and Fierce Dragon King. However, Titan managed to put up his huge shield, behind which the little healer managed to hide. Titan asked Shen Meng to restore their health levels. Shen Meng said that she couldn't do it because the boss was using his skill again and suggested that most likely he did not have a cooldown. Opening his mouth with sharp teeth, the huge boss took out his dynamites again and tried to throw them into the attack. Fierce Dragon King, together with Titan, watched as Zhang Zi from afar again hit the candles on the monster's head with his well-aimed shot. Titan noticed that it was a well-aimed blow and it was just in time. Zhang Zi, who was on top, continued to fire a huge barrage of arrows at the boss. He shouted to his guys to attack him. He said that their attack would help knock down the candles on his head and prevent him from setting fire to the flasks of gunpowder. Little Shen Meng surrounded her boys with a green aura with a wave of her hand, healing them. Having received some health points, Liu Yu took out her sword and attacked the huge monster with a furious look. She said that they must deal with him as quickly as possible because his skill is too powerful. Liu Yu was quick and agile, and with quick and accurate movements she hit the enraged boss with her sword. At the same moment, Fierce Dragon King joined her with his staff. The guy with the staff said that he was not afraid of the boss's skill because he was going to attack him with all his might because he understood that it was either victory or loss. Titan also did not stand aside and opened his huge shield with an angry expression on his face, baring his teeth. Titan said that we all need to attack together. Zhang Zi with his well-aimed shot and a huge devouring toad with fiery rays also joined his entire company. Fierce Dragon King raised his head to the boss with his brows furrowed and saw that his health bar was 0. However, Titan, sweating, widened his eyes and realized that now the boss would self-destruct. All the guys were shocked. They didn't expect such a skill to exist. He managed to protect his guys from a powerful explosion and put up his huge shield, calling this boss cunning. All the guys looked in horror as Titan tried to cover the huge explosion with his shield and were very worried about him. They asked him not to rush and return, as it was dangerous. The huge boss self-destructed. An incredible huge explosion occurred in their cave, which Titan wanted to close. Zhang Zi understood that the guys were in trouble there, so he rushed straight into the depths of the cave to his guys with the help of a rope. Zhang Zi said that this boss is not so easy because it can self-destruct. After a huge and powerful explosion, everything was in a cloud of smoke and ash, and the lost guys were looking for their comrade. They saw fragments of Titan's broken shield on the ground and immediately their faces looked saddened because they understood that Titan could have died. Fierce Dragon King lowered his head and hands and wondered why his boss was so stupid. Suddenly, Titan's hand appeared to the side, trying to throw off a huge block of stone. The exhausted and wounded Titan climbed out from under the rubble and, sighing, told them not to cry because he was still alive. The whole crowd of guys rushed to run to their savior. The healer called her boss too reckless because he scared them to death. Autumn like night approached Titan, saying that if he did this again, they would not be friends with him. Fierce Dragon King grabbed his wounded comrade by the shoulder. The wounded Titan said it was too much of a loss and all his equipment was broken. After the boss was defeated, a lot of valuable rewards and magical soul spheres fell from him, which the guys immediately rushed to run and inspect. Little Shen Meng the healer lowered herself and saw a huge and large piece of black gold ore on the ground. With her eyes widening, she extended her hand and said that this ore is black gold and it is different from ordinary ones. Fierce Dragon King noticed that it was worth more than 1 million, and it was no surprise that Celestial Fairy Loyan brought her comrades to fight the mine boss for the sake of money. The little healer Shen Meng handed a piece of this ore to the exhausted Titan, whose shield was broken. She said that everything is here for him because he made the biggest contribution to this battle. Autumn Like Night noted with a grin on his face that he completely agreed with Shenmeng's words, because if he had not risked his life to save them, then he and Shenmeng would definitely have died, and, after all, they were low-level mages' health. Googling his eyes and standing in surprise, Titan said that he could not agree with this, because he could not defeat the boss alone, and he offered to divide this ore equally. The exhausted Titan held onto his comrade. Titan said that, moreover, they only won thanks to brother Jiangzi, because if he had not knocked down the candles in time, they would all have been destroyed at an early stage. Jiangzi, seeing how hard Titan was hit, said that he should accept everyone's sincerity, because in addition, his equipment was damaged, so he should use this ore in exchange for new equipment. Titan nevertheless agreed with his leader and took the ore in his hands. He said that he would take this ore and exchange it for new equipment. However, he suggested they call it a day, so they would only continue to the 7th floor after he had all his equipment ready. The guys, pleased with this news, agreed. The whole crowd of them walked back to the exit through a huge stone gorge with glowing ore. Little Shenmeng turned to Jiangzi curiously and raised her finger. She asked what the Rakshasa was going to do. Glancing at his friend walking behind him, Jiangzi said that he didn't know yet, there were no plans. Satisfied that Jiangzi had no plans, she winked at him and raised her hand, saying that this was great news and suggested that in half an hour in Jiangzi's company, she and Fierce Dragon King should meet at the altar on the 6th floor to earn some money. Jiangzi was unburdened by this news and agreed, so he hung up and said that they would see each other in half an hour. As a sign of farewell, the healer raised her hand and waved to him. She told him to see him. We returned to the house of Jiangzi and his sister. Jiangzi sat on his large bed, crossing his legs, fiddling with his smartphone. He thought that since he had a free half hour, he would use this time to buy equipment on the trading platform. Walking into an equipment store, he was flipping through the equipment and came across large, beautiful armor with shoes. He remembered that Celestial Fairy Loyan gave him 5 million, and he received 10 million today. This should be enough for a couple of S-class gizmos. However, after seeing the price of agility boots and stone armor, he realized that S-class equipment was very expensive. However, he still wanted to acquire these boots of agility and acquired them. He said that these boots would be perfect for Moonlight Bunny and he should buy her something as she would be very safe. These were S-class agility boots. They increase evasion skills by 20%. He also found a silver necklace at the stock exchange. Silver necklace, class S spirit +5. Special effect, permanently enhances 10% of your talents. Durability 500 out of 500. Thinking slightly, he continued to look at the screen of his phone and wondered if he should buy this. He realized that this was a very useful thing. Enhancing a talent by 10% may not seem like much, but for him it was possible to summon an additional monster. He successfully purchased 2 items and waited for the seller to confirm the transaction. Pleased with the purchase, Jiangzi smiled sarcastically, because he understood that while time was ticking, he had to go to the altar of the 6th floor. We found ourselves in a magical domain on the 6th floor. In fact, the whole company ended up on the 6th floor, with the exception of Titan and Autumn Like Night. Jiangzi walked up to the princess and the Dragon King. The dragon asked if everything was in place. Fierce Dragon King asked the princess how exactly they could make money. Shenmeng pulled out her eyes, smiled sarcastically and raised her finger while the Fierce Dragon King standing next to her closed his eyes and held his chin. Shenmeng said that they will mine the ore. She asked Fierce Dragon King if he still remembered the place where he robbed the ore. Fierce Dragon King replied that he remembered and said that it might be too dangerous. Jiangzi knew that he was right because Shenmeng would try to mine the ore to earn some money. They left the central district at the altar, and Fierce Dragon King led the entire squad behind him. He said that it would not be dangerous because the healer was fine before, now that he was taking care of her health and Jiangzi was knocking down the monster's candles, so little Shenmeng had nothing to worry about. She said everything was fine. Fierce Dragon King was a guide to the narrow rock gorge. With the permission of his friends, he wanted to clarify the situation, because to participate in the battle they must rely on their own strength. Therefore, those who did not participate in the battles will not receive ore. Moonlight Bunny, the one who once stole things, told the guys not to worry because she won't take their profits. However, she noted that she would only share the obtained items with the Rakshasa's brother. A pebble fell from somewhere on the side. Out of nowhere, 2 dog-headed, ferocious monsters with their pickaxes fly out at the guys. Jiangzi instantly took out his fire bow and aimed his arrow directly at the candle located on the monster's head. He shouted to his boys to be careful and prepare for battle. Shenmeng, who was behind the guys, was healing her guys, in particular Fierce Dragon King, who was already furious and trying to attack the monsters. He hit the monster's head with his staff as hard as he could while Moonlight Bunny was trying to steal things behind the monster. However, Fierce Dragon King did not like this very much and shouted unpleasant words towards his girlfriend. He turned to her and told her to keep her antics away from him, as he wouldn't care about her if dog-headed mine owner's hostility rubbed off on her. Moonlight Bunny and Lu Yu surrounded the dog-headed monster and at this time stole things from him. Moonlight Bunny told him not to worry because she could protect herself. Moonlight Bunny, having done her job, ran up to Zhang Zi and hid behind him while he took out his bow and tried to shoot his arrow again. She said she stole a bunch of trash, rags, and a broken pocket watch. Zhang Zi called this girl a troublemaker and told her to be careful not to get hurt. The guys, almost the whole company, watched from the side as Fierce Dragon King tried to deal with the last dog-headed monster. During the battle, he still managed to say that the flame had ended, and when they left the cave, they would come to where he stole the ore last time. Having dealt with the last monster, under the leadership of the princess, they set off. Shen Meng raised her hand and ran forward, shouting that they shouldn't mess around then, because time equals money. Fierce Dragon King already understood what awaited them, and therefore he was taken aback by his curious friend, saying that it would not be as easy as she thought. On the outskirts of the cave, they saw in the center a huge pile of stones with multicolored ore, which other workers were trying to take away. She noticed that there was too much ore here. A pile of multicolored ore attracted attentive and curious guys who came for this ore. Little Shen Meng noticed that with so much ore, if they took it all, she was sure that she would make a lot of money. Fierce Dragon King gloated over his friend's curiosity and took her aback by saying that she couldn't even imagine how heavy one ore was, because last time he only took one and almost died from the weight of the load. Little Shen Meng did not like this information. She sadly raised her hands and looked down, because she did not think that it would be so hard and realized that each of them could only take a couple with them. Zhang Zi crossed his arms and scratched his chin, thinking that in the magic realm, the higher the strength attribute, the heavier the items that can be carried. He knew that now his strength was equal to 16 points, and one of his blows was equal to approximately 1,000 cats. And according to Fierce Dragon King, the bag of ore will be at least 2,000 carats, so he alone will not be able to carry it. He turned to the guys and told them to check their attributes and inventory to find out how much ore they could take with them. All the guys opened their inventory and started flipping through it for available seats. Zhang Zi noted that he could carry around 60. Fierce Dragon King said that he could carry around 50 and would have a hard time walking, let alone fighting. Little Shen Meng said that she was concentrating on improving her spirit skills, so she could only carry 18. Zhang Zi took out his fire bow and prepared an arrow, and next to him stood Fierce Dragon King, who was also preparing for another attack for the ore. Zhang Zi said that they could lure a bunch of dogheads and kill them one by one because this is the safest way. Fierce Dragon King agreed with this idea, saying that he didn't want to die over a bunch of glitter. Zhang Zi turned around at Moonlight Bunny and rushed straight to the very bottom of the cave towards the ore. He said that he would lure out the monsters, so the three of them had to set up an ambush and told Moonlight Bunny to find a place to hide and not forget about protection. She understood everything and told him not to worry about her. A dog-headed, enraged monster with a candle on its head was already waiting for them below, and a fiery arrow had already flown past it. The monster turned sharply upward and saw Zhang Zi flying towards it. The enraged monster headed straight towards Zhang Zi, who was flying towards him, who was holding a fire arrow in his hands, and behind him was trying to hit the Fierce Dragon King with his staff. An hour later, they stood in the middle of a heap of ore with bags and defeated all the monsters, after which a bunch of multicolored spheres fell out. Fierce Dragon King noticed that killing them was a very tedious task. Little Shen Meng asked not to complain to Fierce Dragon King, because there was still a little time left until she would sell these ores and give them a feast. Taking all the ore with them, Zhang Zi and Fierce Dragon King looked at Little Shen Meng, who was holding 2 pieces of ore in her hands. She said that first she needed to sell all the glitter. Zhang Zi turned back and saw that Moonlight Bunny was left behind everyone. He asked where she ran off to. Zhang Zi instantly turned around and went closer to her to find out why she was moving away from them. Holding his finger up, he walked up to her and told her what she was doing. Closing her eyes with a mischievous grin, Moonlight Bunny replied that she walked around a bit and told him to just trust her because she was going to show him something good later, but she didn't want to tell him yet. They all turned around and headed for the exit with a bunch of ore that they managed to take from this place. They left the cave and headed straight to the very center of the 6th floor where a bunch of people were standing. Little Shen Meng noticed that she was tired and was glad that they were finally back and hoped that they could sell these ores at a good price. The people in the center of the altar shouted that they would take high-grade ore. 2 guys stood in the middle of the altar and waved their hands. One of them in a dark cape shouted that he was taking high-grade black gold ore for more than 500,000 on the trading floor, and if anyone had stocks, they should hurry to sell them. Another scantily clad guy said that they were taking high-grade black gold ores because it was a rare opportunity. He said they only needed 10 and as soon as they got 10 they would leave. Little Shen Meng approached these ore dealers and addressed them. She said that she did not have black gold ores, but only ordinary ones, and asked if they would take them. The half-naked guy, who was wrapped in a snake, said that they did not need ordinary ores, but only black gold. Little Shen Meng asked why this was so, because ordinary ores could also be sold at a good price and weren't they too inflexible. Suddenly, a knight in armor intervenes in their dialogue. He went to the center of the circle and stood between them, asking how things were going with the resellers. He also asked how much they had already received, because their young master was becoming impatient. The ore dealers said they had been standing here for over an hour but only received one piece. The knight in armor began to shout loudly at them. He called them wasteful because young master Chen Feng had been stuck on the 7th floor for several days, and he urgently needed the black golden hordes to forge equipment. The knight also noted that if the two of them delayed the young master's entry into the King Academy of Great Martial Arts, they would pay with their lives. The dark-haired guy said that they would do their best to speed up the process. Jiang Zi, along with Fierce Dragon King, stood aside and watched this chaos. Fierce Dragon King said that this armored guy was too harsh. Jiang Zi remembered this guy Chen Feng, because their fight in the Yunding Club is not over yet, and now that he is ready to enter the 8th floor, he should become stronger than him. Little Shen Meng stood apart from her boys and, having said goodbye to them, wanted to teleport. She said since these resellers do not accept their ore, she will simply sell them directly through the trading platform, and according to their agreement, the profit will be divided equally between them three. Fierce Dragon King also noticed that it was already late. He had to go cook food for his father. Jiang Zi waved his hand at this time and said that they would see each other soon. Jiang Zi turned around at the Moonlight Bunny who had approached him, who was looking at him with a pitiful look. Jiang Zi said that it was already late and it was time for him to leave too. Apparently, the moment had come when Moonlight Bunny was ready to show him something good. Moonlight Bunny stretched out her hands and in her hands were glowing gold ores. Jiang Zi, opening his eyes, was shocked that he did not know where she managed to get these gold ores from. Moonlight Bunny with a malicious grin recalled the incident when she managed to steal these gold ores from the dog-headed monster. She said that while Jiang Zi was fighting the monsters, she managed to paint them. She also noticed that after going through a pile of garbage, when she thought that there was nothing valuable there, it turned out that it was still black gold. Jiang Zi smirked at her and said that she was lucky because she had already given him the money a long time ago, so she could keep these ores for herself. However, Moonlight Bunny remembered that she owed Jiang Zi her life, so she still insisted that he take them. She said that the black gold ores would help him improve his abilities. The stronger he is, the faster he can get her to the 30th floor so she can see her father again. Jiang Zi said that in this case he is her debtor. Moonlight Bunny said that she was switching off until tomorrow, so she said goodbye to him. Jiang Zi picked up this gold ore and inspected it. He understood that S-class weapons, although they had quite strong abilities, but their class and damage were still too low, and he was afraid that fighting monsters would be very difficult unless he could improve enough. He understood that if he used these ores to improve his skills, his S-class weapons would become more useful. The next day, we moved into a huge white building that looked like a hospital. The doctor turned to elder brother Feng and told him to come and sit down, and asked that his sister was feeling out of sorts again. Jiang Zi approached Dr. Yang, saying that he came to the hospital today to purchase the right to permanently use an artificial kidney. Dr. Yang, hearing this statement, stood up from his chair and desk. The doctor replied that the permanent use of the kidney and the total cost of the permanent use of her sister's 2 artificial kidneys would cost 10 million, which is a very huge amount of money. He asked Jiang Zi if he was really able to get that much. Jiang Zi scratched his head and hurried a little after hearing this cost information. He said that he borrowed them from a richer friend, and now he only has 7 million and offered the option that he would first buy 1 kidney for use, and then he would definitely have the remaining money for the second kidney within 6 months. The doctor, accepting the whole situation, said that he had his own proposal. The doctor stood up from the table and showed his finger. He said that next month their company will receive a supply of new artificial kidneys for use, and they are the best available in terms of capabilities and human compatibility. He also noted that their cost would be a little higher and suggested that they wait another month. Jiang Zi liked this idea and said that he would wait another month because he wanted to provide his sister with the best. The doctor accepted his answer. Suddenly the doors to their office opened. The amazed doctor and Jiang Zi turned around as the door to their office opened. A huge man with no hair and a black suit with glasses burst into the office. He said he had an urgent matter to discuss with Dr. Yang. Dr. Yang patted Jiang Zi on the shoulder and said that it was time for him to go. He invited him to return home and said that he would be the first to report all the news. Jiang Zi frowned at the doctor and said if he suddenly has a problem, he can help him. The doctor said everything was fine. Jiang Zi stood back to the man in the black suit. The doctor spread his arms and looked angrily at his subordinate, who turned out to be a bald man. Yang asked why he was in such a hurry to come to him. The guy put his hands behind his back and said that they received a message from headquarters about an important building, and therefore they must carry it out today in the magic domain. Jiang Zi put his hands in his pocket and walked out of the hospital. He realized that he still did not have enough money, and he had to get the best artificial kidneys for his sister within a month. He was going to find another way to make more money from the magic domain. We were transported to the Cave of Giants, 7th floor of the magic domain. There were many corpses and skeletons around the magic domain in center. Someone from the crowd said that they were very scared because their monsters kill everyone they see. Zhang Zi's squad arrived on the 7th floor and they came across a guy in a black cape with blonde hair. He told the guys not to panic and stay calm. The guy in a black cape and a large sword behind his back turned towards Zhang Zi. Recognizing his friend, the guy in the cape turned to Zhang Zi and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Zhang Zi realized that it was Uncle Liu. Zhang Zi didn't know that Liu was also on the Magic Domain management team and asked his uncle about what was going on around him because no one was leaving to fight the monsters. Zhang Zi stood in the company of Uncle Liu, Liu Yu and Fierce Dragon King. Fierce Dragon King was clearly unhappy with what was happening and put his hands on his belt. He said that a crazy group came out of nowhere and was killing everyone in their path. They are very strong and are no match for ordinary adventurers. He heard that these guys had already killed more than a dozen people. Uncle Liu also crossed his arms and was unhappy with what was happening. He said that the Ministry of State Security had teamed up with the Magic Domain Administration and sent a large number of Magic Domain fighters to maintain order. On each floor there are assassins who attack solo adventurers, and he also advised all of them to stay away from the Magic Domain for the next few days. Fierce Dragon King did not like this information very much. He furrowed his brows, realizing that it looked like he would have no choice but to leave the domain. Near the platform, the girl was grabbed by one of the killers, and all the guys in the circle turned to look at him. Everyone saw that killers began to surround this circle and take people to kill. One of the killers was wearing a mask with red eyes and held up a huge sharp knife to one of the guys. His name was Devil's Smile. He said that this person was from the team of administrators of the Magic Domain, showed what happens to them when they do not mind their own business. The devil kills the administrator of the Magic Domino. The body of the dead guy fell to the ground. The man's body simply disappeared on the spot, and the killer teleported away. Uncle Liu took a defensive stance and prepared his fists. He realized that these were members of the Dawn, and they were publicly provoking them. Liu took out his huge sword and rushed to attack these killers, and Liu Yu ran after him and said that she would go with him. Zhang Zi also wanted to help deal with these killers and rushed to support. He realized that it was dawn and he wanted to see how strong they were. Other people watched as the guys rushed to attack. They called them saints because they had just left the altar. Most likely, they were completely fearless. The guys asked them to return because they were sending themselves to certain death. Uncle Liu was about to go alone and turned back to see that Zhang Zi and Liu Yu were following him. He asked why they came for him. Liu Yu turned to Uncle Liu and said that they were at a crossroads and where they should go. Uncle Liu turned around slightly in his hood and told the guys that there was no time to think about it, so he simply suggested that they choose one and that they stick to it. Zhang Zi agreed with him. Having pulled out one crossroads, they rushed forward and behind them a huge monster appeared, like a lizard, which was climbing the wall. It was a huge, ferocious lizard that was climbing the wall. Most likely, this large lizard who could climb the wall was the summoned monster of the same killer who was following them. The Devil's Smile said that today these three guys are his prey. The card came out. Werewolf Art a level 2. Consumption 1704 out of 3000. Consumption 30 energy points. Action time 60 seconds. The effect can turn into a monster and enhance all attributes by 10%, lasts 60 minutes. Note: Level 1 Art of Transformation enhances all attributes by 5%. Level 2 enhances all attributes by 10%. Level 3 enhances all attributes by 15%. Level 4 enhances all attributes by 20%. Level 5 enhances all attributes by 30%. To the side, the guys heard some rustling and noise. All the guys turned to look at him. Uncle Liu stood in front of the guys and motioned for them to stay back. He told them to be careful because these were barbarian giants, which were one of several monsters on the 7th floor. And although they were slow, their attacks did a lot of damage. Liu ordered them to stay close to him while Zhang Zi had already prepared his fire bow and Liu Yu had prepared her sword. In the cave on their way, they met two huge monsters with clubs and spikes, and one monster with spikes on its back, similar to a goblin. Uncle Liu walked forward and said that he didn't expect there to be a man-eating giant here. The giant ogre's personal card came out. Level 1, maximum 5. Experience 1 out of 10. Health points 7550. Damage 350-550. Defense 700. Skill Silent Spell. Zhang Zi continued to study the monster's personal card and said that he had read the Magic Domain reference books and that the giant ogre's skill was incredibly strong. The three of them hid behind a large piece of stone and tried not to fall into the eyes of a huge monster. Uncle Liu noted that his silent ogre giant spell could seal talents. Zhang Zi didn't expect to hear such news and asked again, could they really seal talents? Uncle Liu crawled out from behind the cover and, having prepared his huge sharp sword, headed towards the huge monster with a club. He said if they wanted to get past this floor they had to kill these three giants and he would lure one in first. One of the giants tried to attack his uncle, but his agility and speed surpassed the monster, and he was already in the air, and Zhang Zi had already aimed his fire bow at him. Liu Yu also did not stand aside and with a swing of her sharp sword caused incredible damage to the monster. Zhang Zi also did not want to be left behind by his team and summoned his monsters and sent his fire arrow straight at the monster. Uncle Liu continued to attack the monster with his big sword and noticed that 4 Zhang Zi monsters could heal quite a significant amount of health. The 3 of them killed one boss in a fairly quick period of time and stood next to his corpse. Uncle Liu threw his sharp sword over his shoulder and said that they had finally dealt with one. Zhang Zi said that the remaining 2 will be even more difficult. The 3 of them, led by Uncle Liu, set out to finish off the remaining 2 monsters. Uncle Liu said that the 2 giants were too close to each other and fighting one of them would alarm the other, so they should focus on the ogre giant first. Although he could seal talents, his points, health and defense were low, so they needed to deal with the ogre first, and then they were going to deal with the barbarian giant. Uncle Liu, having prepared his sharp sword, rushed to the attack, and after him, Liu Yu wanted to add her own damage with her sharp sword. Zhang Zi remained behind them and prepared to heal them. Uncle Liu told Liu Yu to attack the ogre with him, and Zhang Zi left his health for them. Zhang Zi understood everything and told them not to worry. The barbarian giant, together with the cannibal giant, saw their enemies and wanted to attack them. The giant ogre spread his huge powerful arms and summoned his spell with red magical energy. He sent a red aura directly towards Liu Yu. Liu Yu fell for the magical power of the monster's spell and realized that she could no longer use the light slash. A warning came out that she was hit by the ogre's giant's silence spell, and now she cannot use her talent for 3 minutes. At this time, Uncle Liu rushed to her defense, flying with his sword at the barbarian giant. The barbarian giant tried to swing his club and shout for them to kill the enemies. Uncle Liu continued to fight the barbarian giant one-on-one and turned to the trapped Liu Yu. He asked how soon she could use her talent, to which she replied that only 40. Yu Ying watched as her uncle fought Giant while Or's Giant was about to attack him from behind and use his ability. The girl shouted at him to be careful. Holding a block with his sword, the man turned around and saw a clot of blood-red energy nearby. He screamed, saying he couldn't dodge. Frowning, Z reacted instantly and leaned forward. He closed Killing the Wind with himself, taking on a magical spell. Surprised, Uncle Liu asked the guy why he did this. Z turned around and glanced at the fighting Liu. He shouted that Killing the Wind is their main warrior now, so they can't afford to seal his talent, and since Z attacks at long range, it would be better if he bears the brunt of Or's Giant's agility spell. The guy looked at Yu Ying and Uncle Liu with an angry face. He told them to attack Or's Giant quickly as they couldn't let him use his talent. Having grouped, the furious Yorotu monster used his two-handed sword. Moon Shadow dealt several cutting blows with a rapier, and Z fired an arrow, and thus Or's Giant's health quickly reached 0. Opening his mouth wide, the monster coughed up blood. A moment later, he fell to the ground and began to disappear. Uncle Liu watched as his niece took off and rushed to attack the last giant, and Z froze for a moment. The man noted that there was only one monster left, and victory would clearly be theirs. At this point, the summoner said that he felt that something was wrong here. As Killing the Wind ran towards the monster, Z pulled back his bowstring. He asked how the masked killer was able to move on if 2 monsters were blocking the way here. The man responded by asking what the guy wants to say by this. Uncle Liu turned around when he heard the danger warning. When something passed him, the man jerked to the side. In a frightened voice he asked, "What is this?" At that moment, a giant black lizard jumped on top of him, and Killing the Wind tightened his grip on his sword. He was very surprised how the lizard appeared on the 7th floor. His brows furrowed and his pupils shrank. He clenched his teeth tightly and held his sword in front of him. Killing the Wind shouted that it was apparently a masked killer and he could change his shape. Jumping down, the reptile struck the man several times with its clawed paw, inflicting more than 1,000 damage per blow. Uncle Liu cursed and complained that this guy's damage was very high. Sticking out its long tongue, the lizard began to walk around the man. The reptile laughed in a hissing voice and noted that they noticed him too late, so each of them would become his prey today. Backing away, Killing the Wind loudly called for Moon Shadow and Rakshasa to come to his aid. When the couple arrived, they all stood with their backs to each other. The man warned his comrades that the killer is now in disguise mode, so they all must be careful. The girl exclaimed that he was too dangerous. The summoner said that since it had come to this, he would now show the killer his true strength. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, the guy waved the other, thereby activating the call. All his familiars immediately rose from the ground. The lizard, crawling along the cave wall at this time, was surprised by the appearance of monsters. The killer tried to understand what just happened and where the sky-swallowing toad appeared on the 7th floor. The reptile hissed and crawled to the side. The killer was also surprised by the appearance of the dead zone boss and then suggested that perhaps that guy had summoned them all. Hearing her summoner's command, sky-swallowing toad spat a stream of fire from her mouth. After that, Z pointed his finger at the lizard on the wall and exclaimed that the killer is there. Simultaneously with the guy's arrow, Butcher of Death launched his sickle at the killer, trying to escape and cause damage. The reptile fell to the ground and turned back into a human. The devil's faint smile stood up and smiled a predatory smile. He noted that Rakshasa is indeed a very interesting character and he is lucky to survive today. Laughing loudly, the man took out a teleportation scroll and activated it. As the small circle of ground beneath the devil's faint smile glowed blue, Killing the Wind rushed towards it with his sword. The killer laughed and exclaimed that the Dawn organization never gives up. Uncle Liu shouted loudly that he was running away and they needed to stop him. When Killing the Wind reached him, the killer had already teleported away. The man was outraged that this killer used a random teleportation scroll to escape. Yu Ying, standing behind, asked how scary the Dawn organization is. The man turned to his niece and Z. He said that Dawn is an organization that should never be underestimated, because last time the administration team sent a small squad to suppress them, but the entire squad was destroyed. He noted that all members of that detachment were very capable. Killing the Wind walked up to his two partners. Moon Shadow noted that then, since Rakshasa became their target, which means that Uncle Liu did not let her finish and said that now Rakshasa should be extremely careful. In response to this, Z said that he would act according to the situation. The three of them slowly walked towards the exit of the cave. Killing the Wind said that since they don't know where that killer ran off to, they better return to the altar and go offline, and then they will discuss the whole situation when everything calms down. The summoner agreed with him and said that now this is the only way out. The ground in the distant part of the caves glowed with blue light. The teleported the devil's faint smile sat down on a stone and opened a tab with the system messenger. With a smile on his face, he noted that Rakshasa is really difficult to defeat and everyone needs to report this to the boss. The man entered the command channel and began typing. The devil's faint smile, I just met Rakshasa on the 7th floor and learned that his talent is summoning creatures, so everyone should be careful. Gravedigger, Rakshasa is the guy for whom the reward was announced on the forum. Silent Death, yes, this is the adventurer who killed our comrade Kiss of Death. The devil's faint smile, this time there were two more people with him, one of whom was Killing the Wind, and the second was Moon Shadow, Violent Blade. The Liu family is an eyesore again, so we need to finish them all off. Gravedigger, we can't do that now because they are the descendants of the 10 founding fathers of the Great Zias, and if we do anything to them, each of us will have our heads blown off. A Ray of Dawn, we cannot resist the Liu family in any way now. We need to cooperate with the main commanders to obtain information about the Great Zias, so don't you dare ruin everything. Violent Blade. Got it, boss. A Ray of Dawn, the magic domain experts of the Ministry of State Security will soon enter the magic domain, and these guys are not like ordinary adventurers, so be careful and don't go head on with them. The man closed the messenger. Tianfeng City Wall. People began to run away in different directions when a loud explosion was heard. Seeing him through the window of their apartment, Z and his younger sister jumped out of their seats. The guy noted that the sound apparently came from the city wall, and then asked the girl to put some clothes on herself. Xiao Feng asked her brother what was going on outside. A moment later, a huge green spider flew into their apartment, breaking out the window glass. The girl screamed in fear that it was a devilish cave monster. Clenching one hand into a fist, Z with the other hand ordered the frightened sister to step back. Xiao Feng shouted that she was very scared now. The tense guy asked the girl not to worry because he was next to her now. While the monster was trying to get into the apartment, Z turned to the girl, after which she took off. He shouted that they needed to quickly run to the shelter and they would be safe there. Suddenly running out into the street, they saw many people who were also looking for shelter. The brother and sister and the city residents ran through the streets while a crowd of monsters chased them. Z heard someone calling for help very loudly. Ahead, he saw a child sitting crouched on the ground and crying loudly while the devil cave monster was rapidly approaching him. Z exclaimed that this was all very bad. Having caught up with the monster, he took the child in his hand and swung his leg, after which he struck the monster, throwing him to the side. He shouted to his sister that they needed to run to the shelter quickly. At this moment, they were surrounded by devil cave monsters from all sides, and Z took a fighting stance. He asked Xiao Feng not to be afraid since he is here by her side. The guy noted with bitterness in his voice that it would be very difficult to cope with these monsters alone. A staff that flew in from nowhere hit the monster on the head, and he screamed heart-rendingly. A woman's voice loudly called the monster to come to her. Clenching his hands tightly into fists, Z raised his head. He noted that he recognized this girl, and that it was her in the enemy-occupied zone. A red-haired girl, dressed in a dark, tight-fitting suit with a long train, stood on the edge of the roof and looked at the guy. Z saw a green monster jumping onto her from the roof of another building. The guy shouted loudly, warning her of the danger. When the monster approached a sufficient distance, the girl jumped high into the air, doing a somersault. At this moment, Z thought that she was very fast. Raising her hand, she threw her spear towards the monster. Z also noted that she is also strong. The monster opened its mouth wide, trying to grab her in the last seconds. A moment later, when the spear pierced the monster's chest, the girl landed and stood on its hilt, thereby driving the weapon even deeper. Loudly calling for their commander, a group of soldiers ran up to the girl. She descended to the ground and looked at the corpse of the monster, under which a large puddle of green blood had already formed. She gave the men orders to take the creature back and hand it over to Professor Aoyang. With her hands folded under her chest, the red-haired girl approached Z and his little sister. She said in an indifferent voice that they needed to rush to the emergency shelter and leave only when all the monsters had retreated. In response, the guy nodded and said that he understood her. While the soldiers were packing up the monster, Z and Xiao Feng watched as the girl quickly jumped across the rooftops of the night city. Looking at her with delight, Xiao Feng said that the red-haired girl looked very cute, and then asked if her older brother knew her, to which Z answered with a short yes. He followed the girl with a gaze, compressing his lips into a thin strip. He thought that he needed a little of his time, and then he would definitely be able to surpass her. Standing in the street amid the rubble, people watched the news broadcast on a big screen. The presenter said that currently all the monsters have been killed. The invasion of monsters in the demon territory has caused damage to many vehicles in the city area. For safety reasons, we ask the population not to leave their homes. With his hand behind his head, Z lay on his bed and looked at phone screen. He was thinking that the Dawn organization was killing monsters in demon territory, and at night they were already invading the city. He suggested that perhaps the organization had something to do with the monsters on the territory. After opening the comments under the news release and reading them, Z learned that today monsters had invaded not only Tianfeng, but also other cities, and people also assumed that the monsters of demon territory would return to the cities. Reading the comments, Z stood up and sat on the bed. He thought that today he should go to the demon territory himself and try to find out the whole truth about this incident. 7th floor, demon territory. Appearing on the altar, Z saw his acquaintances nearby. He walked up to Titan, Moon Shadow, and Fierce Dragon King. With a downcast face, Titan noted that he heard that a lot of people died during the monster invasion this time. Moon Shadow said that her uncle Lu said that high-ranking officials from the National Security Bureau and the Demon Territory Administration Bureau attach great importance to this incident and pays a lot of attention to it. Now they are recruiting more experts to solve cases. Crossing his arms over his chest, Fierce Dragon King bared his teeth. He said that he was sorry that he was too weak, otherwise the walrus would have gone to kill these monsters. Titan noted that they all need to get stronger first, so they now need to discuss how they will deal with the floor boss. At that moment, Moonlight Bunny and Autumn Like Night appeared behind Z, and the guy looked thoughtfully at the floor. He said that while reading the Demon Territory guide, he remembered that only 3 people on the floor could fight the boss at the same time. Fierce Dragon King asked in surprise, "Is this really so?" The entire team headed towards the exit from the altar. Titan stopped and said that there really is such a rule, so they need to discuss strategy while they go to the boss, and all the other team members agreed with him. When they entered the caves, Titan stepped forward and everyone followed him. He said that he had heard that the boss cave on this floor only opens once every 12 hours, and only one team of no more than 3 people is allowed to go out each time. Little Princess asked how they would fight in this case, since everyone in the squad performs their duties and everyone is useful. When they came to a small fork, Titan stopped and turned to the others. He said that he had an idea that they could split into 2 groups, each with 3 people. Images of what he was talking about appear in his head. Titan said that the first group will consist of him, who will deal the main damage, Autumn Like Night, who will act as support, and Little Princess, who will heal them all. He said that the second group will consist of Moon Shadow, Fierce Dragon King, and Rakshasa, and since the last of them is a generalist, his fish monsters can also heal the rest. He added that in this case, Fierce Dragon King and Moon Shadow would act as the main force, but if the 3 of them attacked, the battle would be very effective and they would be able to complete the floor much faster. Fierce Dragon King rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and Moonlight Bunny ran up to Z from behind. While the formidable man noted that the plan was really not bad, the girl asked the summoner what should she do in this case. The guy turned and put his hand on her shoulder. He told her not to worry because when he went forward, he would come back and help her pass the boss of the 7th floor. Moonlight Bunny exhaled and thanked him. Titan pointed his finger towards one of the roads. He said that in this case, they would all act according to this plan, and then noted that ahead was the cave of the Etten boss. Z noted that since they didn't encounter any monsters along the way, most likely someone had gotten there before them. The team moved and headed towards the cave. After some time, in front of the large gate, they saw a large group of people. They were all surprised to see so many people at the boss's place. As they approached, they saw 2 men standing opposite each other in front of the gate. In one of them, Z recognized the young Master Chen Feng and saw that his name in this world was Tyrannical Young Master Chen. He thought that this name sounded very arrogant. When the team stopped, Titan looked at the man standing next to Chen. He revealed that his name is Fengyan Layman, and he is an expert of excellent rank or has even stepped out. Tyrannical young Master Chen and Fengyan Layman stood in front of the gate and looked at the people with arrogant faces. The gray-haired man said that today is an important moment because my Chen family young master will be fighting the boss of the 7th floor of Demon Territory, so he asks everyone to step aside and wait. Hearing such impudence, people began to cause a commotion. They resented that the boss belonged to everyone, so they couldn't make the rules and decide when and who to fight. The gray-haired man reached for one of his swords that was on his back. He said that if they do not understand in an amicable way, then he will force them to calm down, and then they will be to blame for it. Fengyan Layman swung his sword and stabbed it into the ground with all his strength, forming a stream of wind, from which people began to fly away in different directions. Watching what was happening with worried eyes, Titan and Z stepped aside. The summoner exclaimed that this man is very strong. Titan replied that first they needed to watch him for a while. Swinging his pole, Fierce Dragon King took off and jumped towards Fengyan Layman. He shouted at him, telling him that the old man needed to stop putting on airs and try to do something about his blow. The man suddenly lowered the pole, pointing it straight at Fengyan Layman. In a split second, the white-haired man brought his sword in front of him and blocked Fierce Dragon King's strike. As Fierce Dragon King jumped back, Fengyan Layman waved his hand and smiled widely. In a cheerful voice, he told the striker that he was greatly overestimating himself. With his feet planted firmly on the ground, Fierce Dragon King bared his teeth, and his health dropped slightly. He thought with indignation that the old man was apparently really strong, able to injure him with just one swing of his sword. The rest of the team ran up to him, and Z grabbed his teammate by the shoulder. He tried to reason with him, saying that Fengyan Layman was able to wound him with only one blow of his sword, and he had another one behind him. Autumn Like Night exclaimed that Fengyan Layman's fighting abilities were simply unimaginable, and since he was able to feel the attack coming, it means that his fortitude is very high. With his lips stretched into a nasty smile, Chen stepped forward and addressed Fierce Dragon King, after which he bared his teeth and again tightly grasped the pole. The blonde laughed and noted that in Demon Territory, the strong make the rules and the weak obey or die, and if they are not strong, they should just wait here, and only after he finishes fighting the boss can they pass. Swinging his weapon, Fierce Dragon King took off again, but Titan managed to grab him and stop him. The guy with gray hair exclaimed that there is no need to act rashly now, since now they are not their rivals. Moon Shadow added that they should observe first, and then asked why Fengyan Layman and tyrannical young Master Chen were waiting. Taking up her question, Fierce Dragon King indignantly asked that if the old man is so strong, then why are they still not fighting the boss? With a perplexed face, Chen waved his hand and approached the gray-haired man. He asked when the monster he was talking about would appear, and added that they had been waiting for almost half an hour. Fengyan Layman asked the guy not to rush, the time of the monster's appearance was not determined, and then added that as soon as he appeared, the door would open and they would enter and kill the boss. Little Princess stood next to Z and crossed her arms under her chest, loudly indignant, attracting the attention of other people. She asked loudly what kind of monster they were waiting for. An unknown guy who was standing nearby noted that most likely the girl was here for the first time and did not yet know that on this floor the boss's door was usually closed. He said that it will open only when the monster delivers food to the boss. Throwing a glance at him, Z asked that since the appearance of the monster is not fixed, then there is no way to cope without luck. The guy nodded and said that that was why the old man occupied this door. Crossing his arms over his chest, Z frowned. He said that if this is indeed the case, then he has a plan. Moon Shadow asked what kind of plan he came up with. Everyone was alarmed and began to point their fingers, when suddenly a huge ogre appeared from one of the passages, carrying a plate of meat in his hands. People were screaming that there was finally a food-delivering monster. They asked everyone to step aside so that those two adventurers could quickly defeat the boss so that it would finally be their turn. Not paying any attention to the people, the monster carried wild boar on a plate. Standing next to his partner, Chen pointed his finger at the giant. He asked Fengyan Layman if this was the monster he was waiting for to visit the boss. The man replied that it was true, and that soon young Master Chen would be able to go to the 8th floor. Suddenly, an arrow burning with red light flashed through the air. She stuck the monster right in the forehead, and he screamed and fell to the ground. The blonde turned around and looked at Z with an angry look. Breaking into a scream, he asked in an indignant voice how the guy dared to kill the delivery monster. He threatened that if he couldn't fight the boss, then Rakshasa would never get that opportunity in his entire life. Fierce Dragon King grinned contentedly as Z lowered his bow. He said that he didn't care whether tyrannical young Master Chen could fight the boss today or not, and he just needed to get this delivery monster for himself today. A vein bulged on the embittered Chen's forehead, and the blonde sharply pointed his crossbow at the summoner. He shouted furiously, asking how Rakshasa dares to disturb him. Z and Titan stood with straight faces while Fierce Dragon King grabbed his pole tightly and got into a fighting stance. Z replied that since tyrannical young Master Chen and his comrade do not allow them to fight the boss, they might as well make it so that no one can fight him. He suggested seeing who would waste the most time. Titan noted that he agreed with him, and then added that since Rakshasa is their friend, if the situation gets worse, they will fight. Fierce Dragon King shouted, telling them to attack them. Titan, putting out his shield, and Fierce Dragon King with his pole came forward when Chen began to look like a madman. He shouted angrily, saying that in this case, today he will show them, the slackers, that young Master Chen is somewhat strong. With an angry grin on his face and furrowed brows, the blonde turned around when Feng Yunlaiman's hand touched his shoulder. The gray-haired man asked the young master not to fight these people. He said that because the Dawn organization had caused huge problems in the demon territory last night, their leadership and the National Security Bureau were investigating the matter, and now someone's death might cause unnecessary problems for the Chen family. Raising his crossbow, Chen turned sideways towards Rakshasa and his team. The blonde cried out that they were very lucky today, but if suddenly he couldn't fight the boss, then they wouldn't either. He noted that now everyone can wait for the boss only with him. Standing behind the large Titan shield, Z chuckled loudly. He said that even if he kills this delivery monster, he will still let everyone fight the boss. The blonde lurched forward, pumping his fist in the air and laughing loudly. Bursting with laughter, he asked if Rakshasa really thought that everyone could actually fight the boss. He noted that perhaps if they waited a year or more, it would actually happen. Pulling the string sharply, Z fired several arrows. After receiving a critical hit, the delivery monster dropped his plate and fell on the ground. People looked with shocked eyes as it began to evaporate, sparkling with blue light. With his brow furrowed and one hand clenched into a fist, Chen pointed his finger at Rakshasa. He shouted that he remembered his name. Feng Yunlaiman, standing behind him, said that now that the delivery monster was dead, it would take some time for him to recover again, and they could just use that time to rest. The old man added that as soon as they log in again, he promises that the boss will immediately be in Chen's hands. With a wave of his hand, the blonde turned to the side and then turned to two guys who were standing not far from him. He swore loudly, saying that he was very unlucky to meet with that company today, and then told the guys that they would remain in charge of the elders while he went to rest. One of the people crossed his arms and looked at Z displeased. He suggested that everyone else also go offline, since no one knows how long it will take for the opportunity to fight the boss to arise again. Sticking out his index finger, Z again repeated that he would give them the opportunity to fight the boss. People gradually began to gather and leave. The guy noted that Rakshasa had already killed the delivery monster, and he would not recover earlier than in 4-5 hours, and then added that tyrannical young Master Chen would still return here, and they would all be unable to fight again. The girl added irritably that they all understand that initially he said those words only to console them. Another young man, frowning, said that he would rather spend all the time he stood here killing ordinary monsters, since by doing this he could get a few soul spheres and earn at least some money. Smiling, Chen's henchmen looked at Rakshasa and his team. The man noted that they greatly overestimated themselves when they decided to cross the path of young Master Chen. The guy added that they were very stupid to put their lives on the line, and only achieved that all the other people got angry. He noted that he was sure that they would not be able to go further. A crowd of his comrades gathered around Z, the blank faces of his comrades. Fierce Dragon King thoughtfully scratched his head, and Titan raised his hands. He said that he respects what Rakshasa did, but still cannot understand why he did it. Throwing a sly glance at his friends, Z grinned. Holding a bow in one hand, the guy suddenly bent down and touched the ground with his hand, after which it shone with a blue light. He exclaimed that now he would clearly show them everything. The guys stepped back in fear when the figure of a delivery monster emerged from the ground. A moment later, their gloomy faces changed to jubilant ones. Yu Ying exclaimed that she understood everything. Fierce Dragon King laughed and said that they had all already forgotten what talent Rakshasa has. He noted that the guy is very smart. The delivery monster moved when its owner gave it the order to open the door. Holding a plate of food in his hands, he walked towards the door, causing Chen's henchmen to be shocked. They leaned on the door. The monster began to push it forward. With a loud creak, it began to open. Chen's henchmen looked at this with both surprised and frightened faces. The man exclaimed that it couldn't be that the door opened again. They jumped back when a monster with a tan Relkot's hand walked past them and ducked through the door. Fierce Dragon King, Moonshadow, and Z walked closer to the door while the others stood opposite them. Titan noted that thanks to Rakshasa's clever plan, they would all be able to fight the boss, and while their group fought, the rest would wait here. Yu Ying noted that later, when they fight the boss, they will find them. Chen's henchmen looked on in shock as 3 people entered the boss's cave. The man exclaimed that they urgently needed to return to the altar and report this to everyone to the young master. When the guys entered the cave, they saw that a huge two-headed monster was sitting on the throne with beads made of skulls around its neck, around which an emerald aura was hovering. When they got close enough, one of the heads snapped up, noticing them. Holding the pole tightly in his hands, Fierce Dragon King jumped at the monster. He shouted that Etten would now meet his death. The surprised Moon Shadow noted that the man was very impatient. While the man was running to the boss, his two yearlings began to argue among themselves. One head asked where their food was, noting that he was very hungry. The second one loudly shouted to her that there was no food, and the invaders came to them. The first one was indignant that then they need to kill every single person. Fierce Dragon King jumped up and hit one of the heads in the chin, dealing 566 damage to it. The second head loudly screamed to his brother that he should fight them off and not just sit. Jumping from the throne, the boss found himself next to Fierce Dragon King and swung a huge axe, causing the man to back away. When the monster hit, Fierce Dragon King put a pole in front of him, trying to block. However, he flew back, receiving 1185 damage, and then Z and Moon Shadow jumped out of their seats and ran to his aid. The guy exclaimed loudly that the power of this boss is very strong, and they need to avoid his attacks. Z waved his hand, summoning 3 surfers. Yu Ying rushed past the boss, delivering cutting blows to his body, each of which, unfortunately, only dealt about 100 damage, which made the girl very angry. She screamed indignantly that her damage was too small. Reaching out, Etten grabbed Moon Shadow's leg. The girl's eyes widened in shock and she screamed loudly. In one swift movement, the boss lifted her body up. Then, swinging his hand, he hit it on the ground with all his might. Fierce Dragon King ran towards Yu Ying with a frightened face. He shouted that he would help her now. The monster swung again and slammed Moon Shadow's body into the Dragon King, causing both of them to bleed and the man to fly away with a loud scream. Etten let go of the girl, and she and Fierce Dragon King fell to the ground. Surfers immediately began to heal them, and a moment later they were already standing in line, clenching their teeth in anger and holding their weapons in front of them. Hearing the owner's order, the toad spat out a stream of fire at the monster, and Z, meanwhile, fired an arrow. When the attacks hit the boss, the rest of the familiars jumped out of their seats and quickly ran towards him. Etten's heads turned in different directions irritably. One of them cursed indignantly, noting the fact that they had called a lot of helpers here. The head said that they must show them their strength. Sticking his axe forward, the monster blocked Butcher of Death's attack. He waved his hand, and black silhouettes began to appear from under the ground. A moment later, an exact copy of Etten stood in front of him and rushed forward with a loud roar. Z and Yu Ying ran around the battlefield, trying to dodge his axe attacks. Moon Shadow shouted at the guy to be careful, adding that Etten could split up, and they needed to deal with at least one first. Swinging his axe, the monster hit the bull head overload and knocked it away. Another Etten at this time aimed his attack at Fierce Dragon King, but he managed to block with his pole, and at the same time Z pulled the bowstring and Yu Ying ran towards the boss. The summoner exclaimed that Bullhead Overload was also a boss, but fell to just one hit from Etten, noting how strong the monster was. Z understood that he now needed to think carefully and find a solution. Turning around, the guy with frightened eyes saw how the second Etten mercilessly slashed the dog-headed mine owner with his sword and loudly shouted that they should all die. Z thought that he must eliminate this boss urgently. Following his master's order, Butcher of Death moved forward, followed by Moon Shadow and Fierce Dragon King holding their weapons ready. Yu Ying shouted that they should attack together, and the man agreed with her. Moments later, they hit Etten with a triple powerful attack, reducing his health by 55 points. The girl and the man returned to Z and looked at the boss with surprised eyes. The summoner enthusiastically asked how they managed to carry out such a powerful triple attack. Yu Ying, looking at the monster, asked what was happening now, and Fierce Dragon King supported her question. One of the heads closed her eyes and grabbed the top of her head, screaming as if she were sick. The second answered in a rude voice that she was also in pain, but they must kill all the people. Drawing his bow, Z took aim at Etten and asked his teammates if they could carry out a combined attack again. Yu Ying answered in the affirmative. Butcher of Death, Fierce Dragon King and Moon Shadow attacked the boss, but this time their damage power did not merge into a single one and was much weaker than the previous one. As Fierce Dragon King landed on the ground with a distraught face, Etten swung his axe at him. At this moment, Z loudly asked what happened and why now the attack did not become a combined one. With a loud cry, Fierce Dragon King flew over the stunned Yu Ying's head, losing 1297 health points from the attack. The man shouted that he was in great pain and asked Rakshasa to summon monsters for treatment. At this point, Moon Shadow wondered why they didn't succeed the second time, and then suggested that perhaps there was some chance of luck. Standing next to Butcher of Death, Z drew back his bowstring. He loudly stated that they needed to find out and so they should keep trying. The summoner then gave the order to Butcher of Death to attack. Swinging their weapons, Moon Shadow and Fierce Dragon King quickly headed towards Etten, who was also ready to strike. Yu Ying and Fierce Dragon King shouted that she understood the plan. This time they were again able to hit the boss with a triple combo attack and take away 6158 health points from him. Jumping to the side, the three adventurers looked at the boss with joyful faces. Moon Shadow exclaimed happily that they were able to do this, and Fierce Dragon King laughed in response. Z said that he thought that the combo attack only works if attack skills are used, and it's similar to how his summoned creatures increase the success rate. Letting out a furious cry, Etten rushed with an axe at the trio. The monster shouted loudly that he must destroy all the scoundrels. They all jumped into the air and the boss slammed his weapon into the ground. While above him, they saw a health bar above each of the heads, which were more than half full. At that moment, Z realized that since the monster had 2 health bars, it could only be defeated if both of them were at 0. The summoner invited his comrades to attack the heads and deal with each of them one by one. Having fired an arrow at one of the heads, the guy gave an order to the toad, and it then spat out a stream of flame. Butcher of Death was approaching Etten, while the Dragon King and Moon Shadow hovered above the boss's heads. Yu Ying suggested that her comrade make another combined attack, since this would bring them even closer to victory. Fierce Dragon King agreed and noted that this would be a piece of cake. Moments later, Fierce Dragon King, Moon Shadow, and the Death Meatlings performed a triple combo attack and dealt 5715 damage to one of the heads, and Z and his toad also joined them, thus reducing 1 health bar to 0. The second head, with concern in his voice, tried to find out from his brother what had happened, but it was too late. With a wide smile on his face, Fierce Dragon King looked at Etten happily. He exclaimed that they had almost won, and they had very little time left. Z was enveloped in red energy and raised his bow up, pulling the string. The guy said that if his comrades allow him to finish off the monster, then in the future he will be able to call on him for help. He released an arrow, and it quickly flew towards Etten. The remaining head felt something behind it. The moment the boss turned around, the arrow pierced him straight into the throat, causing a critical hit and splashing blood in different directions. The 3 comrades, pleased with their victory, smiled joyfully. Z thought they had finally done it. 2 heads fell to the ground dead. When the monster's body began to evaporate, a portal to the 8th floor appeared behind him between 2 stones. All 3 received a system congratulation on completing the 7th floor, and Fierce Dragon King tightly clenched his hand into a fist. With a smile on his face, he noted that after defeating the boss of the 7th floor he felt just great. All 3 headed towards the objects that appeared in the place of the dead Etten. They were delighted by the abundance of gold coins, soul orbs, and other various artifacts. Coming closer, Rakshasa took into his hand a shining red and gold sword with a scarlet rose on the hilt. He immediately handed it to Moon Shadow and said that a class of one-handed sword was ideal for her. She looked in amazement at the class of weapon. Rakshasa said that Moon Shadow should not doubt it, because only she can use this sword and now she is his mistress. The girl thanked Rakshasa. The team surrounded the jewels and examined the armor and artifacts. Rakshasa extended his hand to the Fierce Dragon King and said that he could take this grade of armor since his current armor was very worn out and it was too heavy for him. Fierce Dragon King, holding a sharp shining blade equipment in his hands, couldn't believe what was happening and said that he never thought that he could use a great equipment. Moon Shadow said that Rakshasa can take the rest since he gave them 2 items. Fierce Dragon King confirmed her words. Rakshasa approached the boss and after one wave of his hand, Ord's giant began to turn into a blue hologram and joined the team of familiars. The guy suggested that his comrades collect all their things and open the altar on the 8th floor before they gather with everyone else. His comrades agreed with him. The 8th floor magic domain was incredibly rich in natural grasslands and sunny skies, and there were also people in the altar. Moving to the floor above, the team showed admiration, saying how beautiful it was there. Standing in the altar, they looked at nature with joyful faces and could not tear themselves away from the beauty. Crossing his arms, Fierce Dragon King said that according to the stories of his grandfather, in these beautiful meadows before the invasion of the Devil's Cave, their home was here, but unfortunately now these meadows are occupied by enemies. At that moment, Rakshasa thought that he had seen such beautiful lands in a previous life. Hearing an incomprehensible loud noise, the guys turned to the side. Rakshasa asked in surprise what this noise was. In the field they saw an army of quickly running centaur horsemen in armor and with bladed weapons in their hands. Fierce Dragon King opened his mouth in horror. He shouted that these were many centaur horsemen. People ran from the monsters to the altar, screaming for help, trying to escape. Rakshasa, Moon Shadow, and Fierce Dragon King looked at them from the altar. A man with a pole on his shoulder wondered how to fight an entire army of grouped monsters. From the side came the voice of an old man with a gray beard, to which his friends turned. The man said that they could not be defeated alone and that at least several hundred people in the team needed to attack together in order to have a chance to destroy them. A gray-haired old man with a book in his hands, behind whom his team stood, pointing his finger at his comrades, asked if they were adventurers who had just entered this floor and asked if they would like to join his team. He added that they still lack several dozen to 300 people, and when there are more of them, it will be possible to act as a single whole and destroy the cavalrymen. Rakshasa curiously asked him if there were any requirements for him and his friends to join the team. Two teams stood in the middle of the altar opposite each other. The old man said that there are conditions. Firstly, they must obey all commands, and secondly, all the spoils will be distributed after the unanimous decision of the group leaders. He added that also all group members must pay 10 demonic soul spheres as a group fee, because he is already many years old and recruiting volunteers at that age is a tedious task. The cunning old man asked if they would mind giving him that amount as compensation for his efforts. Comrades with thoughtful faces at the same moment realized that they had stumbled upon an old impostor, and Rakshasa raised one hand. He responded to the old man, thanking him for his kindness and clarifying that they were not looking for a team since their friends were waiting for them on the 7th floor. Team Rakshasa moved and disappeared, leaving behind a blue magical portal, and the unpleasant gray-haired old man, perked up, began to stretch out his hand trying to stop them. He shouted that they should not rush because they could agree on a group contribution, if not for 10, then at least for 5 spheres, but it was too late. Rakshasa returned to the empty cave, leading his friends, and they dissatisfiedly discussed the old man. Fierce Dragon King couldn't believe that the scammer thought they were newbies, and if it weren't for Rakshasa, he would have said some kind words to the old man. Moon Shadow replied that they should simply ignore such people because there was no need to stoop to their level. Rakshasa agreed with her words, saying that it is not an old man who has become evil, but an evil man who has aged. The three friends approached the boss's gate, near which stood a bunch of people, including their friends. Moon Shadow waved her hand smilingly and shouted to Titan, little princess, that they were back. Autumn like Night, holding the staff in his hand, rejoiced at their return and smiled, just like the Moonlight Bunny standing behind. The guy with white hair exclaimed, saying that Brother Rakshasa and the others have come. Suddenly, a surprised Chen approached their team and asked why Rakshasa was here, because his minions said that the archer had climbed into the boss's lair. Chen and his henchmen were furious. The henchman recognized Rakshasa, pointed his finger at him, and a vein bulged on the blonde's face with anger. The subordinate shouted to his master that it was the same archer named Rakshasa and assumed that he had summoned the Orge giant. Chen shouted aggressively and couldn't believe how the archer was able to summon him. At that moment, standing in front of the gate with Little Princess, Moon Shadow, Moonlight Bunny, and Titan, Rakshasa turned to the guy with the shield on his back with a request that as soon as the three of them finished, they would return and help the rabbit through. Titan agreed with a smile and asked not to worry. Rakshasa's hand touched the ground and a blue field instantly appeared on it. At that moment, he summoned a delivery monster, who was already stomping loudly into the open gate along with a team of 3 comrades. Titan turned to the archer who was leading them into battle and smiled. The guy with the big shield told Rakshasa to be careful and that they would come back as soon as they were finished. Z agreed and said that they would wait for them. Feng Yunlaman stood behind Rakshasa. He responded and turned his head back to his exclamations that there really is such a talent. The old man said that Rakshasa's talent is very interesting, because he saw how the archer summoned a delivery monster and wanted to know what rank it was, ORS. Fierce Dragon King walked up to the masked guy and put his strong hand on his shoulder, and Rakshasa was confused. The black-haired guy proudly said that his friend had an S-rank talent. The old man smiled and extended his hand to the summoner. He said that this was not surprising, spoke about his connections in the National Security Bureau, and clarified that the country really needed such talents, offering to join the National Security Bureau. Fierce Dragon King was stunned and asked about the National Security Bureau with a shocked look. Rakshasa thought and could not believe that he has connections in the National Security Bureau, because this is truly the most important department in the state. The old man, crossing his arms and frowning, was unhappy that Rakshasa turned away and walked away. He thanked Feng Yunlaman for his kindness and said that he was still a student and had not even received the examination certificate of a first-level magic domain fighter. He clarified that he does not yet plan to join the National Security Bureau. With his teeth clenched and his face embittered, Chen looked at Feng Yunlaman. He indignantly asked the elder if he was trying to appease the archer. The old man replied that this is exactly the case, that his talent is very strong, so if he cannot benefit them, then in the future it will definitely lead them to trouble, and if in the future Rakshasa decides to take the banner of Dongfang, then they will have to get rid of him. Rakshasa with Fierce Dragon King approached Moon Shadow and Moonlight Bunny. The black-haired guy asked the archer in surprise that if he didn't even want to join the National Security Bureau, then what would he do in the future, fly to heaven and become immortal? Rakshasa answered him that he did not have a very good attitude towards Feng Yunlaman and he could not shake the feeling that the old man was not an ordinary person. Fierce Dragon King got upset and leaned his back against the wall in the cave. He exclaimed that he thought Rakshasa was simply crazy. Laughing, the archer told Moon Shadow that he could understand, everyone has their own path. The girl tried to explain that the Hard Dragon King should not be blamed for his statements, because his father always encouraged him to join the National Security Bureau, and that is why it hurt him to see Rakshasa's refusal. 3 hours later, on the 8th floor there was peace, harmony, and the beauty of great nature. A light breeze blew, which carried flower petals everywhere. The team teleported to the 8th floor altar and happily discussed their progress. Moonlight Bunny admired the beautiful views and said that it was like a dream come true, because she was on the 8th floor. Autumn Like Night smilingly said that they were simply amazing and enthusiastically clarified that it took them less than 30 minutes to finish off it. Titan laughed and said that this was the second time they had fought the boss, so it was easier, and the summoned beasts of Rakshasa did not disappoint. He ordered them to beat Etten alone. It was so cool. Fierce Dragon King turned to Titan and Moon Shadow with a smile on his face. He reminded him that it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, and if he didn't rest, he wouldn't make it in time. Titan agreed and said that everyone was probably tired after tonight and it was time to go offline. Moon Shadow also agreed. The team, standing on the altar, went offline, turning into blue holograms. Standing next to Rakshasa was Moon Shadow, who had half turned into a blue hologram. She smiled and said goodbye to him and said that she would see him tomorrow. He turned and waved to her and said goodbye in return. The next day, Rakshasa's house was bathed in sunlight from the outside. With a piece of bread in his mouth, he walked down the corridor past his sister sitting in the kitchen, heading towards the exit. The brother warned his sister that he was going to school. Xiao Feng just nodded. Rakshasa left the house, and before he could close the door, he saw a black car suddenly stop in front of his house. The car door opened and a woman's foot stepped out of it in red heels. The girl was wearing a red dress. Rakshasa recognized Mrs. Jiang. She got out of the car and extended her hand, and the guy pulled his snack out of his mouth. She told Z to quickly get into the car. She wanted to take him to the biggest charity event in Tanfeng City. The guy replied that he was not interested. She approached him and began to pull the guy into the car. The woman said that this was an unusual event and said that she had heard about the guest of honor, the CEO of Gauss Medical Devices Corporation. The guy asked that isn't it the company that supplies the artificial kidney to his sister. Mrs. Jiang began to push the guy into the car, saying that they would talk about everything in detail when they were in the car and that she needed to let him change clothes because the event was about to start. The guy asked in surprise about the clothes. They arrived at a huge, high palace, at the entrance of which there was a single line of guards, and in the very courtyard of the luxurious building there were expensive cars and elegant guests. Inside the expensive palace there was a luxurious staircase that led to incredible paintings. Many guests in luxurious outfits with glasses in their hands walked along it, chatting sweetly. Ms. Jiang walked inside accompanied by Z, who was wearing a stunning blue tuxedo and white shirt. A waiter approached the young people with a tray of drinks. They took a glass each, and the girl, walking away from Z, turned around and said that she was not lying when she said that all public figures from the city of Tianfeng would be there, and that Z should get used to it for now since she needs to go greet some important people. The guy said that he would not detain Lady Jiang. With a stern look, Z walked along the luxurious carpet. Suddenly, the voice of a man shouted from the crowd of people who could not understand how Zhang Zi got here. The guy, glancing at this man, recognized who it was. His classmate Wang Yang approached Z in a brown tuxedo and a bow tie on his neck, raising a glass of drink in his hand. Z smiled and greeted his classmate. Yang asked who brought him here because it was impossible for someone to be there without an invitation. Z wanted to answer what it was, when suddenly, behind his classmate, he saw a guy with yellow hair who was dressed in a burgundy suit and holding a glass in his hand. Z said Chen Feng's name in surprise. Wang Yang turned his head back and was puzzled when he saw him. He asked how Z knows Chen Feng. He began to say that he didn't. At that moment, the guy with yellow hair wanted to take a sip from his glass, but stopped and, frowning his eyebrows, he began to take a closer look and said, "Isn't it?" Leaving his glass, he walked into the crowd of people, among whom stood a long-haired girl in a pink dress. Coming closer to her, he asked a question about whether this was his sister Yu Ying. He said she was difficult to find. A crowd of guests watched their conversation with open mouths, and the girl with emerald eyes turned around displeasedly, frowned and asked what nonsense Chen was talking about. The blonde walked even closer to her with a smile on his face, dipped his hand into her hair, stroking her face, and Yu Ying became even more angry, gritting her teeth. The slimy guy said that Sister Yu Ying was so presumptuous in the magic domain yesterday. People crowded behind them, continuing to watch. The smile did not leave the guy's face, and the girl angrily hit his hand, removing it from her face. She shouted at Chen not to let go of his hands. He replied that Yu Ying's sister was so cruel, and reminded them that they were engaged, asking why don't they show feelings for each other. Yu Ying turned away from him in rage and was about to leave, saying that he was crazy and she didn't understand what he was talking about. He stepped sharply with his foot, blocking her path. The girl was scared. Chen, with a mad look and a grin, came close to her and asked Yu Ying where she was going. The girl was angry and she turned to him on you. She carefully moved away from the impudent guy, taking steps back, and suddenly her name was shouted from the crowd, Liu Yuying. Among the crowd, Z walked towards her with a smile on his face. He said her name again. She froze and looked at him with surprise with her beautiful eyes. She thought that this boy seemed so familiar to her and wondered who he was. They stood opposite each other, and Z extended his hand to her, and she, without a doubt, began to walk towards him. He said he calls her over and wants to introduce her to his friend. She agreed. As Z got closer, the yellow-haired guy shouted and pointed his finger at him fiercely, causing Yu Ying and Z to turn around. Chen shouted for him to stop and that he remembers him. He walked closer to the dark-haired guy, continuing to point his finger at him threateningly while he indifferently straightened his tie. Chen asked why he always tries to get in his way. Z replied that he probably made a mistake. Chen said loudly that what happened at Yunding Club is not over yet. Z smiled and took his chin with his hand. He said that he remembered and asked if he was the same bastard. The guy in the burgundy suit was furious. He jumped high with a clenched fist, which he pointed straight at Z. Chen shouted at him, asking if he wanted to die. When his fist was almost to his face, Z grabbed Chen's fist with ease and confidence in his eyes, stopping the blow. Uncle Liu suddenly walked up to them, dressed in a black and white chic suit. He sternly asked what came over young Master Chen. Chen clenched his fist. Like his teeth, he was unpleasantly surprised by the appearance of Uncle Liu, and Yu Ying and Z, on the contrary, were very happy about his appearance, looking at him with smiles. The girl shouted Uncle Liu. The gray-haired man was approaching Chen with every step, who was not happy with him. Uncle Liu said that even though his father arranged the marriage between him and Yu Ying, they will still never know what changes may happen in the future. Besides, this is Jiangdong, and it would be better if young Master Chen kept a low profile. Chen agreed and said that he had had enough fun for today. Walking away from Uncle Liu, he clenched his fist and began to grin viciously, saying that as soon as the national martial arts competition was over, he would come and propose in person. Looking after the departing Chen, the girl spoke maliciously in his direction. The uncle standing next to her replied that she should not worry about her engagement and that he would find a way to convince her grandfather. Z stood next to them. Uncle Liu smiled and thanked him for getting Yu Ying out of trouble and asked if they had met before. Z smiled back and said that he knew him, but could not remember where they could see each other. He decided to leave, saying that a friend was waiting for him. Z thought he couldn't reveal his identity yet. He walked towards his classmate, and Uncle Liu and Yu Ying looked after him and asked questions. The gray-haired man asked the girl if she felt a kinship with this young man. He thought Z liked her. She replied that he seemed very familiar, but she couldn't remember who he was. Uncle Liu made Yu Ying feel embarrassed and her cheeks turned red. She embarrassedly told him that she would stop trying to attach her to the guys. As he walked away, he laughed kindly and said that he would stop. He reminded that the main character would arrive soon and asked to follow him because this was the main event of today. The girl agreed. Z and Yang stood nearby, and a guy in a blue suit crossed his arms under his chest and looked at his friend with a dissatisfied look. Yang said that Z was too brave because he even dared to provoke Chen. Z replied that he did not want that at all. The invited guests crowded around the high entrance doors of the palace. The guys noticed this and asked if they were waiting for someone. The luxurious door opened slightly. A voice rang out saying that the CEO of Dongfang is here. He entered the palace, leaning on a cane. One of the guests shouted again that the general director was here. A gray-haired, smiling man with a gold badge on his tuxedo walked into the palace, accompanied by two close people, one of whom was a girl with red hair and the other a guy in a green suit. The man laughed and greeted all the guests. The guests greeted him back with smiles, saying that the CEO looked great. Standing aside, Z and Wang Yang watched the main guests appear, and the guy glanced at the red-haired girl. Z asked in surprise if it was her. His classmate asked him a question. Did he really know the Director General of the National Security Bureau, Dongfang? Z asked him again in bewilderment, the Director General of the National Security Bureau. The girl with red hair saw Z standing not far from her. She didn't expect him to be here. The guests gathered near the stage, and the main three stood in front of everyone else, and on the stage, standing behind the podium, Lady Jiang spoke loudly into the microphone. She said that at this reception the second event begins, the auction. On the stage there was a huge monitor with an image of a scroll in glass. Turning to the screen, the girl began to tell that these goods were a scroll with calligraphy and painting. Hearing and seeing this, Z was unpleasantly shocked. He frowned and tried to understand how this scroll got here. He thought it might be. Z sharply cast his frowning gaze to the side. He looked at the gray-haired man, who was one of the guests. He realized that as he thought, Boss Lai is here, and he traded the lives of Lao Ba and Feng Zai for money, and that this is vile and vile. He decided that he must bring it into the hands of justice. The guy approached Yang, who was devouring some goodies. Z told him that he needed his help with something. A classmate, could you clarify how I need to help? Z leaned towards the chewing Yang's ear and covered his mouth with his palm so that no one would hear them. Yang asked the classmate if it was too dangerous. As Yang began to wipe his face with a napkin, Z put his hand on his shoulder. He said that if it was too much for him, he would find some other way. Yang responded sharply that he would handle it and help him. The people were carried away by the banquet. Yang headed into the corridor closed from the guests. Covering his face with a napkin and holding a flash drive in his hand, the guy appeared right behind the wall where the screen was located during the auction. He heard Madame Zhang loudly exclaim that the starting price of the gift for the prince was 5 million, and she declared the bidding open. People began to take turns shouting out their bets. Mrs. Zhang turned around sharply when she heard a strange sound. On the big screen she saw fragments of the surrender between the boss Lai and the traitor Steele. The Lord began to cause a commotion, and Lai pointed at the screen with an angry frown on his face. Some guy behind exclaimed that on this screen is boss Lai, who seems to be holding a gift for the prince. The gray-haired man, breaking into a scream, loudly asked what was happening here and who turned it on. At that moment, a fragment appeared on the screen as Han Fei fired a pistol at Steele's head. The guests crowded around Lai in a semicircle, and Mrs. Zhang, standing on the stage, pointed her finger at him. She asked Boss Lai to tell her what it all meant and demanded an explanation. Looking around, the gray-haired man, breaking into a scream, asked which of those present set him up. Z appeared behind him, waving his hand with a smile on his face, and Lai, throwing an angry look at him, bared his teeth angrily. The guy noted that if you do something bad, people will definitely find out about it, and then added that Lai will no longer be able to hide the fact that he killed a person in exchange for goods. The gray-haired man angrily said that this guy had come from nowhere, and then asked how he dared accuse him of something. Z addressed the guests, asking if anyone wanted to know who the killer was in the video. He approached the red-haired girl who was standing next to Dong Feng. Z said he wanted her to help confirm this for him. The guy waved his hand towards the screen, and the girl irritably crossed her arms under her chest. Z asked her if the killer in the video is the Huang Han-Fei serial killer who was arrested a few days ago. The girl asked if he wanted her to confirm this. A few moments later, she heard an indignant cry about whether Boss Lai really worked together with a serial killer. Furrowing her brow, she pointed a finger at the gray-haired man, and the agents behind her accepted the order and saluted. She said loudly that she had just checked, and indeed it turned out that the person in the video was Huang Han-Fei. She ordered the agents to arrest Lai now. A minute later, Z was already watching as two men handcuffed him and led the gray-haired man out of the hall. The guests were shocked that the man turned out to be a ruthless killer, since they always considered him a patriotic businessman. Someone noted that Z did a good job, and if it weren't for him, they would still be in the dark. At this moment, the guy thought that he was still able to take revenge for Lao Ba and Feng Zai. Dong Feng, standing next to a red-haired girl named Zia Qin, scratched his chin and smiled, while the girl stood with an indifferent face and looked at Z. The man noted that Zia Qin had very sharp eyes, noting that the young man was quite interesting. In response, the girl praised the general for his praise. Dong Feng noted that the guy would be ridiculous to deal with, and then added that when time passes, the girl will need to train him well, and she replied that she understood the order. Uncle Liu and Yu Ying looked at Z and his classmates standing nearby with smiles on their faces. The man noted that the guy definitely has a few aces up his sleeve, adding that he is brave and smart and will definitely achieve success in the future. The man suggested that his niece go say hello to the general director. They walked up to Dong Feng and Zia Qin, and Uncle Liu bowed to him as the man with the cane smiled widely. Grandfather Liu noted that he and the general director had not seen each other for a long time, after which he asked how Liu's father was doing because the last time he saw him was 10 years ago. The man replied to the CEO that his father was doing well and often thought about Dong Feng. Uncle Liu introduced his niece Yu Ying to him, saying that he would like to recommend her as someone who wants to join the National Security Bureau. He added that as far as he knew, to join the Bureau, a talent of at least a rank and an examination certificate of a second-level fighter of the magic domain were required. The men smiled at each other, and Uncle Liu put his arm around his niece's shoulder. He said that Yu Ying was lucky because she managed to awaken an S-rank talent within herself, and although she is still a first-level fighter, he dared to guess that in less than a year, she would definitely pass the exam to become a second-level magic domain fighter. He added that he would like to make this request to the CEO and hopes that he will accept it. Yu Ying greeted sweetly at Dong Feng. He noted that the younger generation is definitely worth reckoning with. The CEO walked closer to Uncle Liu with a smile on his face. He said that he personally was not against it, but procedures had to be followed and, after all, they could not allow rumors to circulate about them. The man responded by agreeing with this. The CEO pointed his hand at Zia Qin standing next to him. He said that the girl was currently a department head and was in charge of personnel management at the National Security Bureau, so he would let them talk to her about it. Liu approached the department head, saying that he needed her to take care of his niece when she applied to the National Security Bureau. Zia Qin replied that if the girl meets all the requirements, then there will be no problems with her application, but if she does not fit, then nothing can be done about it. Mrs. Huan walked towards the smiling Z. She exclaimed that the guy was simply incredible, since no one would have even thought that he would expose such a poisonous insect as Boss Lai. She said she had just agreed with the CEO of a medical device company that he and his sister would be given priority when releasing new artificial kidneys. Z happily thanked the woman and said that if that was all, then he would go. Approaching the guy, Zhang touched her shoulder with her hand, and he smiled guiltily, straightening his tie. The woman asked why he was leaving already, noting that he had a great opportunity since all the powerful and rich people were here today and he could talk to some of them. Z thanked Jiang and said that he had other important things to do right now, and besides, he wasn't very good at small talk. After walking the young man to the door, the woman smiled and waved at him, and he waved back. Z noted with a smile on his face that Mrs. Jiang could come to him at any time if he needed anything else. At that moment, the woman thought that Z was still too young and did not understand that today he received such an opportunity that many other people dream of. Yu Ying noticed the guy leaving the event, and Uncle Liu saw her worried face. He asked his niece not to worry because she would be fine, and when she joined the National Security Bureau. Without letting him finish, she said that now she was just looking at the person who helped her. When the man also turned his attention to the guy, Yu Ying took a few steps forward. She asked her uncle if he thought this guy looked like someone, and the man asked who she meant. Yu Ying said that she sees similarities between this guy and Rakshasa. The girl tensed and turned sideways to her uncle. Uncle Liu asked if she was talking about the archer from Demon Territory. Yu Ying replied that her intuition tells her that they are very similar. The man asked, why not then go to the Demon Territory and find out? The girl's eyes widened in surprise. With a wide smile on her face, she turned sharply to Uncle Liu, who was surprised by her reaction. Yu Ying joyfully exclaimed that she would go there right now and find out. Heading out, she smiled, said goodbye to her uncle and waved to him, and then he waved back. Uncle Liu thought that his niece seemed to have genuine feelings for that guy. He thought that Rakshasa was simply charming because he managed to lure the pearl out of the hands of the Liu family. Magic Domain 8th floor. Holding the bow in his hands, Z teleported to the altar. He saw his friends ascending the altar and Fierce Dragon King walking leaning on Titan. Titan noted that he had the feeling that it was not they who came to kill the monsters, but the monsters who came to mock them. Fierce Dragon King confirmed this and said that he had never felt so pathetic. Concerned, Z quickly ran up to his comrades. He asked what happened to them. Titan replied that since Yu Ying was busy, they went to fight the monsters themselves, but were met by 300 centaur cavalrymen. Fierce Dragon King added that it was terrible and they were very lucky that they didn't die there. The summoner looked at Titan, who was waving his hand in annoyance. Z said that the 300 centaur cavalrymen are strong opponents for a small team of adventurers. He noted that he was confident that several dozen troops would not be able to resist them, and, most likely, they could only be defeated by several hundred or thousand fighters. Titan exclaimed that there were only 3 months left before the Magic Domain Level 2 fighter exam, and if the situation dragged on, it would be very difficult for them to improve their skills. Not far from them, a blue circle lit up on the altar, warning of a new teleportation. A few moments later, Moon Shadow appeared on the altar and headed towards her comrades. She apologized to them for being late, noting that she was delayed at the reception. The guys noted that she was not late at all, and only missed the fact that they were all beaten. The girl approached Rakshasa, who, with his arms crossed, was talking to the joyful little princess. Yu Ying thought that if Zhang Zi and Rakshasa were really the same person, then why didn't he answer when Uncle Liu asked him? She suggested that perhaps he had a reason to hide his identity, or that he simply did not trust them. Little Princess exclaimed enthusiastically that since they were all assembled, now was the time to continue fighting the monsters. Standing next to Titan and Fierce Dragon King, Z opened a guide to the Demon Territory. He said that it indicated that the monsters on the 8th floor were different races of centaurs, which were divided into 3 groups. Titan noted that since they were all here, there was no point in hiding the fact that those monsters on the floor were indeed very scary. Visualizing the appearance of the monsters in his head, Z began to read out loud the information from the guidebook. He revealed that the Centaur Archer specializes in long-range attacks and their aim is frighteningly accurate. He is also extremely vigilant and will never allow enemies to get close, and will keep his distance from the adventurers at the first sign of danger. Then he started reading about the Centaur Soldier, who can run as fast as humans, and is also covered in armor and uses heavy axes, and their damage is very high. He then started reading about the Centaur Cavalrymen, saying that they were very mobile and fast, wore heavy armor and used machetes, and could critically hit ground targets. Finally, Z read about the 8th floor boss named Centaur General, who is on a high platform in the Centaur's lair, and, surrounded by 3 rocks, the boss uses his token, orders to attack all enemies and targets. After some time, the team left the floor altar. Titan said that everyone should be careful not to expose themselves as centaurs would appear ahead. Walking through the green meadow, the rest of the squad members responded in unison that they understood. After some time, Titan, looking back, sharply turned to face his comrades and frowned. He shouted that there were centaur soldiers ahead. When everyone saw the army of large monsters that was walking across the clearing, Titan activated his skill and put up a shield in front of himself and his comrades. He turned to Fierce Dragon King and Z, who were already ready. Titan turned to the summoner, noting that he had a hard time collecting the floor throws, and here it would be dangerous for them to be surrounded by such a group of centaurs, so they would try to do without summoning and lure the monsters first. Z agreed with him and thought that Titan was right and he needed to use his bosses wisely. Coming out from behind the shield, Z waved his hand and fired an arrow into the back of one of the centaurs. When it hit the target, the centaur jumped in place and screamed loudly in pain. The centaur took off and, swinging his huge axe, ran towards the adventurer's room. With his front legs he hit the Titan's shield, causing 110 damage. Fierce Dragon King and Moon Shadow, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, rushed towards the monster. Autumn like Night waved his hand, sending a stream of icy wind towards the centaur. Z fired a stream of arrows towards the monster one by one, but he repelled them with his weapon, and at this time Fierce Dragon King began to attack the centaur from below. The summoner shouted to his comrades, saying that he would target the monster from afar, while they would have to attack his lower half where there was no protective armor. Fierce Dragon King loudly replied that he understood everything. Gritting his teeth tightly and putting his hand forward, Autumn like Night again directed his magic at the monster. A moment later, the centaur's legs were captured in ice. After that, Moon Shadow, holding her new sword, dealt the centaur several cutting blows, each of which was equal to approximately 400 points of damage. Fierce Dragon King, holding his pole, watched with a smile on his face as the centaur's body began to disappear, turning into a blue hologram. He noted that Yu Ying's light strike damage had increased greatly recently. Titan approached the soul spheres that appeared after the monster disappeared. He said that they would first collect all the items together and then divide them equally, and the team agreed. Z noted that if they killed one centaur at a time, it would take too long, and suggested that they deal with all the others at once. He touched the ground with his hand, and it immediately lit up with a blue light. Titan, with his arms crossed, and Fierce Dragon King watched with a wide smile on his face as a small army of the summoner's familiars appeared a moment later. Fierce Dragon King noted that if they had allowed Rakshasa to summon his beasts earlier, then he and Yu Ying wouldn't have to work so hard. Titan replied that the Rakshasa beasts are indeed strong, however, they must not stop improving as fighters, so that one day, being on higher floors, they can withstand a strong opponent even alone. The three guys moved on with smiles on their faces. Fierce Dragon King laughed and noted that they would all try to become much stronger. Z replied that first they need to finish off these centaur soldiers. 3 centaur soldiers rushed towards the fleeing Titan, Fierce Dragon King, Rakshasa, and Moon Shadow with a loud scream. Titan slammed his shield onto the ground, activating his talent, while Fierce Dragon King and Moon Shadow jumped up, swinging their weapons. Butcher of Death, holding his weapon ready, rushed to the attack. Along with him, emitting an aromatic roar, was also the dog-headed mine owner. The huge sky-swallowing toad standing behind Z spat out a huge stream of fire at the monsters. Titan created a force field, and Butcher of Death, Moon Shadow, and Fierce Dragon King attacked the centaurs. After a short period of time, the monsters fell one by one as their health scale dropped to 0. Z and Fierce Dragon King stood behind Titan, who was collecting the soul orbs lying on the ground. The gray-haired guy happily noted that they were able to defeat 3 centaurs in one fell swoop. Z gently asked if they would like to create a guild. Hearing this proposal, Little Princess, Autumn like Night, and Titan were very surprised and outraged. Little Princess asked if Rakshasa would finance it himself in this case. Titan calmly told him that they had never thought about it, adding that they would not only need large funds, but would also have to bear responsibility for the guild members. He noted that things such as demonic soul orbs, blood tonics, weapons, and equipment should be provided to members by the guild itself. Autumn like Night added that, in addition, if a guild member dies as a result of an accident, then the guild must issue compensation. Z lowered his head, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He said that it really doesn't seem that simple, but adventurers inevitably have to join a guild as they move up the floors. After some time of walking, the team saw a wooden camp in front of them. Titan said that with their current capabilities, they could think about creating a guild a little later. The squad walked closer to the camp and saw that a group of people stood right in front of them, one of whom Z pointed his finger at. Titan noted that in front of them there must be a camp with the boss of the floor in the center. The summoner noted that it seemed that they had already met one person from the group of those people. Titan confirmed his words, saying that it was Black Whirlwind. Coming closer, Titan waved his hand to the old man, which made him very surprised. People from the group wondered how they could fight the boss. Titan asked Black Whirlwind what was going on here, and had someone captured the boss again. The little old man turned to the guy and his team. With a wave of his hand, he greeted Titan and said that no one had captured the boss, noting that the Centaur General himself was not an ordinary boss, but an elite one. Hearing this, the boys' mouths and eyes opened wide in surprise. Z was stunned that an elite boss was waiting for them again. Little Princess noted that his power seemed to be enormous, noting that it was no surprise that there were so many people gathered. Fierce Dragon King exhaled and plopped down on the ground, and Z clenched his hand into a fist and frowned. The guy noted that since the elite boss of the first floor was a serious opponent, he couldn't even imagine what power the boss of the 8th floor had. Fierce Dragon King replied that it was too early for them to think about it, and he believed that they should stop for today. Titan approached them. He said that he doesn't think they can defeat this boss today, so he suggests they go to the altar and rest. Fierce Dragon King breathed a sigh of relief, and Z said that apparently this was their only way out. Little Princess was indignant, saying that they were very unlucky today. Rakshasa had already begun to teleport to the real world when Yu Ying approached him from behind. She said she wanted to talk to him about something. The girl drooped when she saw that the guy no longer heard her and left the demon territory. She thought that it didn't matter anymore. Early in the morning, Z went to school. There was a loud cry of joy in the class that the guy had finally arrived. When he entered the room, classmate Yang walked towards him, waving his hand. He told Z that the guy had to guess who was looking for him today. He calmly asked who it was. Frowning his face, Yang walked up to his classmate and pointed his finger at him, which made him surprised. In an indignant tone, he asked Z to explain his relationship with his beloved Liu Yuying, since it was early morning and she had already come here twice and looked for Z. In response, the guy began to mumble inarticulately, trying to find words. They turned around when Yuying walked up to the class and called Z with her arms crossed under her chest. She said they needed to discuss something. When the guy and the girl went out into the schoolyard, inquisitive students stuck to the windows. They began to exclaim loudly, asking why their goddess Yuying came for Z. One of the guys noted that perhaps there was something between them. He was immediately scolded by another guy, saying that Zhang Zi could not compare with their beautiful Yuying, and he did not believe that there was something between them. Yang approached the crowd of indignant guys with a satisfied, sly smile on his face. He said that they were all wrong, noting that he was Zhang Zi's best friend named Wang Yang, and therefore knew much more than all of them. He said that he could tell them about the incredible story that happened between his friend and the goddess, Liu Ying. The guys started turning around, asking what does he mean. One of them smiled, noting that since Yang was Zi's best friend, he could definitely share information with them. Yang climbed onto the podium and, sticking out his finger, began to talk, and everyone else listened to him with their mouths open. He said that his friend always liked Yu Ying, so he showed her all sorts of attentions. He added that since Yu Ying is on a completely different level, she couldn't afford to fall in love with such a simple guy like Z and rejected him. Yang ended the story by saying that thanks to his friend's persistence, Yu Ying's heart finally thawed, and now they are together. Everyone was wondering what Z had done that made the goddess Yu Ying come for him personally, and they went into seclusion. Yang put his index finger to his lips. He quietly asked what if a man and a woman retire together, what do they do, but in secret from others? After this question, the guys in the class began to blush. One girl, holding her hand to her chest, asked a question, after which her classmates were shocked, and Yang blushed deeply. She asked if Yu Ying was pregnant with Z's child. In a trembling voice, Yang replied that it was she who said so, not him. Yu Ying and Z went to the sports ground, and the girl handed him a book. She thanked him for saving him yesterday and said that she wanted to give him this diary as a token of gratitude. The girl handed him a hard brown book. Yu Ying said that the martial arts knowledge contained in it should help the guy pass the national martial arts exam. When Z accepted the diary, Yu Ying went back. The guy noted that this was the result of her hard work and it was too valuable for him to accept. The girl replied that there were only 2 places for martial arts schools this time, one of which, as far as she knew, had already been assigned. She said that Z should work hard for the last remaining place and added that she would be waiting for him at the Great King Academy. Holding the diary in his hands, Z followed the girl with his gaze. He wondered if she still didn't know exactly who he was, and then I thought that most likely not. When Z entered his home, his sister was very happy to see her brother return. Entering the kitchen, he saw Xiao Feng with a plate of fruit, and Xia Qin was sitting on the sofa with a mug in her hand. The guy noted that he did not expect to see her here. Sister said that Ms. Xia Qin is now the new vice principal from the school. Z mentally guessed that it was most likely because of what happened at the charity reception. Xia Qin folded her arms under her chest and smiled sarcastically. She greeted Z, noting that she was just a guest today, and then asked why he was still standing at the entrance. When Z approached the sofa, his sister handed him a plate of fruit. She said that Miss Xia Qin brought them. The guy thanked him, after which the girl with red hair said that she had already familiarized herself with Xiao Feng's personal file. Z sat down next to her on the sofa and waved his hand. He said that he could take care of his sister himself, so Xia Qin didn't have to worry about it. The girl replied that millions of dollars a year for renting a kidney is not a small amount. She gave Z a sly look and asked what his plans were for the future. Before leaving, Zeakin handed the guy her business card. She said he could call her if he needed anything. She added that Z is no longer a little boy, and this also applies to his sister. Holding a business card in his hands, he looked at the leaving girl, who turned around and waved at them. He wondered why she wanted to drag him into the National Security Bureau too. Standing at the door of Zeakin, Xiao Feng asked why she was leaving so soon. When she left, Z looked at his sister. The guy asked the girl when Ms. Zeakin became the deputy principal of the school. She answered him that it seemed like it happened last week. Z began to mentally reason about the fact that the girl became the deputy director only last week, but she is already visiting the students' guardians, and this suggests that she has had her eye on him for a long time. While the girl was eating fruit, the guy went to his room and finally waved his hand. He asked his sister to prepare her own dinner since he would have to go to the demon territory early in the morning. Xiao Feng noted that her brother goes there every night and said that she already wants to go there too. A light breeze swayed the picturesque clearings of the 8th floor of the demon territory. When Z teleported to the altar, he immediately saw Titan and Fierce Dragon King in front of him. The latter waved to the guy and called him to him. When he approached, the two guys smiled. Fierce Dragon King noted that he hoped that one of the elders had already defeated the elite boss. Titan replied that they would only find out when they got there. Hearing a noise behind him, Z turned around and saw an argument between two adventurers. He asked what was going on there. A guy with gray hair, named Arrow Through the Heart Archer, clenched his hands into fists and argued with a tall, gray-haired man. He indignantly asked why they don't accept archers. The crowd around them also demanded an explanation. Waving his hand, the man replied that compared to magicians, the damage and protection of archers is too low, and therefore they will only be a waste of the healer's strength. He added that they were only taking up space, and then suggested that the guy find another team. Three guys with dissatisfied faces watched the ensuing skirmish. Crossing his arms over his chest, Titan noted that in the demon territory, many archers find themselves under unfavorable circumstances. Z stepped forward and walked towards the crowd. He greeted the adventurers and said that he was also an archer, and after seeing how they were rejected, he came up with an idea. The guy said that he wanted to create an archer guild and asked if anyone wanted to join it. Titan asked in bewilderment, "What is Rakshasa doing?" 4 young men with bows started and backed away. They asked if the guy really said about the guild, and they heard right. With a wave of his hand, Z said that he understands that they have doubts, but if they join his guild, he promises not to take money from them or cause them losses. He added that he also guaranteed them successful passage of the 8th floor and asked if anyone would dare to try. The other adventurers began to laugh when they heard these words. One of them noted that a guild that consisted only of archers would be a definite failure, since it would be based on the most useless class of all. Another guy noted that he was sure that once Rakshasa lured everyone onto his pirate ship, he would start demanding payment for the guild's services and then just disappear. Another person laughed, saying that if anyone joined his team, he would be able to lead them throughout the entire demon territory. Z Titan and Fierce Dragon King standing behind tried to reason with the guy. Titan said that everything is not as simple as Rakshasa imagines, and a guild consisting only of archers will not be able to defeat the boss. He asked what they would do when the centaur was attacked. Crossing his arms, Fierce Dragon King agreed with him and suggested leaving while the situation was still in their hands. Z lowered his eyes and clenched his hand into a fist. He asked his friends not to worry, confidently adding that since he could say such words, then he could fulfill them. Arrow Through the Heart Archer and the other archers ran towards the summoner, clenching their palms into fists. Arrow Through the Heart Archer exclaimed that today he will trust Rakshasa and join his guild. One by one, the other archers began to support his decisions, saying that they had been considered worthless for too long. Arrow Through the Heart Archer, he suggested that the guy try his luck, and if nothing works out, they will just die altogether. Z smiled and said that this was just great. He extended his hand towards the gray-haired boy, and a sign appeared above his head that Arrow Through the Heart Archer had been successfully added to his friends list. Z asked if there were any other archers who wanted to join. He said that today he would allow 100 people to join the guild for free. However, after passing the 8th floor, everyone who wanted to join would have to pay. People started running towards Z and his friends from different directions. They exclaimed that they also wanted to join because no one else needed them. They said they didn't want to be treated like trash anymore. Titan, Fierce Dragon King Ash and Knight watched with puzzled faces. Titan noted that it was too late to stop Rakshasa as he had already recruited so many people. Scratching his head, Fierce Dragon King said that since he was their comrade, they should trust him and suggested that they also join the guild. Autumn like Knight agreed and said that they should support Z. They approached the girls from the team. Little Princess indignantly declared that this was all nonsense, and the archers would not be able to defeat the boss. Yu said that she would also join because she believed that Rakshasa understood what she was doing. Moonlight Bunny said that she also wants to join the guild. Fierce Dragon King noted that although Rakshasa is a little capricious, they should still support their comrade. Titan noted that since no one objects, then they all join the guild. With smiles on their faces, they all approached the summoner. Laughing, Fierce Dragon King asked if Rakshasa would allow them to join as well. Turning around, C noted that not only was he allowing them to join, but they would become VIP members of the guild and enjoy various benefits. Titan walked closer to Z and put his hand on his shoulder. He said that they would talk about the advantages later, but for now we need to figure out how exactly Rakshasa is going to help the archers pass the boss of this floor. Z replied that when the time came, they would see everything. Raising his fist, Arrow through the Heart Archer walked towards Z with a joyful face. He exclaimed that there were now 100 archers in the guild and asked what they should do next. Z was surprised that people got involved so quickly and told them to go to the forum and buy a shovel and pickaxe. The gray-haired guy was very surprised and asked again, and Z began to gesture with his hands. He said that if they don't have them, then the guys need to buy any other equipment that can be used to dig the ground, for example, a long axe with blades. He said that they would come in handy when they fought the monster. Arrow through the Heart Archer said that he understood everything. Washing his fist, Rakshasa noted that the show would begin soon. An army of archers began to emerge from the altar, which attracted the attention of other people. They noted that they had all completely lost their minds and were going to certain death. Someone noted that they didn't have a single defensive class fighter and wondered what they would do when faced with a herd of centaur cavalrymen. Another person laughed and said it would be a lot of fun to watch them die. The guild moved in a long line across the meadows of the 8th floor. Seeing a herd of centaurs in front of him, Z waved his hand, ordering everyone to stop. He stood with his hand raised for everyone to see and said loudly that from now on all archers must follow his orders. Arrow through the Heart Archer asked how they will fight. Z replied that he would hold a frontal position against them, and they would shoot at them from behind. Titan took out his shield, and the summoner waved his hand, thus indicating that it was not needed. Autumn like Night excitedly noted that Rakshasa must be very careful as these cavalrymen are very fast and even from a distance of several tens of meters it will take them all of 5 seconds to reach them. Z said that this time Titan doesn't have to worry about him and just watch. Taking the bow in his hands and pulling the string, Rakshasa stepped forward. Yu Ying asked him to be careful in a worried voice. The guy loudly ordered the archers not to attack now, but simply to aim at the cavalrymen, whom he would now lure and wait for the next order. Raising his bow, the guy released an arrow. The arrow quickly headed towards the monster, cutting into the air. It hit the monster right in the thigh, causing it to jump. Rising from his seat and holding blades on his head, he headed towards the guild, whose archers had long since aimed their arrows at him. Z loudly ordered everyone to take aim. After the next command, all the warriors released their arrows. A huge hail of arrows flew towards the centaur. Unable to withstand such pressure, his health scale immediately dropped to 0. Fierce Dragon King, Autumn like Night, and Little Princess were shocked by such power and opened their mouths in surprise. The man exclaimed that the damage from 100 people is equal to. Little Princess intercepted his statement and loudly said that it is equal to 10,000 points of damage. A huge rain of arrows was fired at the monsters again. The centaurs fell dead and some tried to escape. Seeing this result, the archers were excited, and Arrow through the Heart Archer smiled contentedly and clenched his hand into a fist. He exclaimed that the archers, it turns out, were not at all useless, but had simply been using their strength incorrectly all this time. From behind him, there were shouts that the true power of archers was revealed in a team with other archers. Z noted that this is exactly what strength looks like. He approached with soul spheres that appeared in the place of the fallen monsters. The guy said that they need to destroy this battlefield, since there are still many monsters ahead, and the archers responded with happy agreement. Satisfied archers passed by members of another squad who were lucky enough to see what was happening, and were very surprised and frightened by such power. One of them noted that no one could have thought that the damage from 100 archers would be so huge. Z was running away from the next centaurs, whom he lured into the trap of his guild, whose members were already ready, and ordered them to shoot. And again an endless stream of arrows rained down on the monsters. The centaurs, frightened by such force, did not have time to react in any way. Z's friends looked at the centaurs who had fallen dead. Titan happily noted that Rakshasa is a real talent. While the summoner was collecting soul spheres, Fierce Dragon King approached him from behind with a smile on his face and a wave of his fist. He asked how the summoner came up with the idea to gather all these archers together and combine their attacks, noting that it was simply a stroke of genius. Z replied that there was nothing special about it, and he simply remembered how during the era of warring states, the Kin state had a powerful army that went from victory to victory, completely destroying all 6 major states, noting that this army was used as weapons, bow and arrows. He smiled as he saw Fierce Dragon King begin to scratch his chin thoughtfully. The man noted that it was very strange that he had never heard of both the Warring States period and the Kin state. Z thought that this was not at all surprising, because he brought this story from another world. After some time, the Archers Guild approached the Centaur's camp. Z, who was in front of everyone, stopped and several comrades stood next to him. He noted that the floor boss was right in the center of this camp. Arrow through the heart archer crossed his arms and asked the guild leader what they should do next. One of the guys asked the leader how exactly would they use the shovel and pickaxe he told them to buy. He asked if the leader thought they would fight in close combat with such equipment. Z pointed his finger at the centaur camp. He said there was an entrance ahead and their next step would be to use equipment to dig a shallow hole around it. He added that the hole should be deeper than the height of the centaurs, namely at least 10 meters. Titan asked if Z was planning to kill the centaurs while they were in the pit. He replied that this was exactly his plan, since none of them could resist the power of several hundred monsters rushing at them, and by using only this method, they would be able to deal with them effectively. Fierce Dragon King laughed and said that was a great idea. 100 archers began to diligently dig a hole around the camp. Titan and Moon Shadow approached Z with puzzled faces. The guy with the damp hair said that he still doesn't understand how they can lure several hundred centaurs out of the fortresses. The summoner replied that he had already thought of everything and would lure them himself. Titan objected, saying that it was too dangerous since he was an archer with a low defense rating, and if the centaur cavalrymen started chasing him, he would be in danger. Yu Ying said that she also thought it was too dangerous. Z took out a bottle of liquid and showed it to his friends. He agreed that it was dangerous, but noted that he was the only one who could serve as bait, since his durability was quite high, and if the centaurs caught up with him, he would be able to survive. The guy asked Titan not to worry about him, since his agility has already reached 50 points, and his evasion rate is also quite high, and he also has something else that will help him survive. He handed his friends a blue bottle, above which a sign with an explanation was displayed. Major Agility Potion, rating, B, damage, 0, special effect, increases agility by 200%, duration, 60 seconds, use, 1/1. Titan said that he could see that his friend had thought of everything, but despite this he still had to be careful. 10 minutes later, around the camp there was a huge deep hole, on different sides of which there were cobblestones tied with one rope. Arrow through the heart archer shouted to the group leader that they were finished. Z, who was on the other side, ordered everyone to get ready and said that now he will go to lure the centaur cavalrymen, and then jump over using this rope. Titan and Moon Shadow approached Z with worry on their faces and he turned around. The guy with gray hair said that Rakshasa's safety is the main priority, and if things don't go according to plan, then he should run away. Moon Shadow confirmed, adding that he should stay safe. Holding the bow tightly in his hands, Z ran to the camp. He shouted that he understood everything and that they didn't have to worry. His friends watched as the guy disappeared beyond the camp gates. Fierce Dragon King asked if he could do it. Moon Shadow replied that they should all believe in Rakshasa. The summoner moved quickly among the tents of the camp. He appreciated their number, thinking that it was not surprising that the boss could command more than 100 centaur cavalrymen. Approaching closer to the boss, Rakshasa hid behind one of the tents. Peeking out, the guy looked at the centaur general elite. It was a large centaur, fully dressed in powerful armor and holding tridents in his hands. The guy thought that since this boss was still elite, then not a single person could defeat him and pass the floor. He thought that there was no time for unnecessary thoughts now, and if he were a simple boss, Z would still kill him. Frowning his brows, the guy pulled the bowstring and took aim. The arrow flew right in front of the stunned boss's face. Gritting his teeth in anger, the monster turned sharply towards the guy. He shouted loudly that an intruder had sneaked into his camp. Centaur General reared up and began waving a red flag. He shouted loudly to his soldiers that they should bring the intruder to the tree for the sake of their battle banner. Z thought that he must be using the yellow signal flag for cavalrymen. Suddenly, a lot of centaurs ran towards the guy from the side. He ran towards them at some distance and called loudly, shouting that he was here. Pulling the mask down, Z drank the contents of the bottle. Frowning, he abruptly took off and was surprised at his own speed. He loudly teased the centaurs, saying that they, four-legged animals, could not catch up with a person with only 2 legs. After some time, Z broke away from the chase far ahead and ran out of the camp gate. He loudly shouted to the archers to prepare to attack. The members of his squad, seeing how many monsters were rushing after their friend, perked up and fear appeared on their faces. Waving their machetes, the cavalrymen shouted death wishes to the guy. Having reached the dug hole, Z pushed off from the ground and jumped onto the rope. He thought that their victory now depended only on whether the centaurs fell for the trick or not. When he landed, the rope began to move in different directions. Standing on squats, the guy swayed with her, trying to balance. At that moment, Moon Shadow's face distorted with fear and excitement for the guy, and she loudly shouted his in-game name. The centaurs rushed at breakneck speed, trying to catch the intruder. One by one, with a loud cry, they began to fall into the pit. Z, who was already on the other side, put his palm out towards the monsters. He shouted to the archers, ordering them all to shoot. The archers, who had been ready for a long time, began to fire their arrows in one gulp. A huge hail of arrows flew towards the monsters. From such a powerful attack, they began to fall dead one by one as their health was reduced to 0. A few moments later, their entire bodies glowed with blue light. Fierce Dragon King and Little Princess watching this were shocked and couldn't hide the surprise on their faces. The man exclaimed that he now felt cold sweat all over his body. The girl supported him and shouted that she would never underestimate the power of archers again. Satisfied archers looked at their job well done. One of them happily noted that this was simply an amazing feeling that he had not experienced for a long time. Another agreed and added that in the past, when fighting monsters, they could only release kites to lure them out or shoot a few arrows in response, escaping from their pursuers. Another exclaimed that he finally felt like he could hold his head high and no longer feels like his specialty is trash. The archers stood on the edge of the pit and watched the disappearing bodies of the centaurs. Z waved his hand, summoning some of their nicknames to join his squad of familiars. He told everyone to get ready to clean up the area and noted that they should put all the dropped items into the guild's inventory, and when they finished, he would divide it among everyone. With a joyful smile on their faces, the archers began to jump into the pit and agreed to Z's words. Fierce Dragon King and Little Princess watched with interest as the archers descended into the pit. The girl noted that they killed about 300 centaur cavalrymen at once, and now they must feel just fine. Fierce Dragon King replied that he generally felt that their presence here was unnecessary, since their help was not needed at all. The Titan, with a huge shield on his back, crossed his arms and turned to Zhang Zi, who was holding a fire bow in his hands. Titan noticed that the cavalry boss was commanding 3 waves of centaur cavalrymen, and they only fought the first wave, and the next 2 waves would be more dangerous, so he told Zhang Zi to be careful. Liu Yuying came up from the side and agreed with Titan's words, saying that she did not think that everything would be so simple. Zhang Zi frowned slightly and told them not to worry about him as he had prepared enough agility potions. Jumping over a huge gorge, he charged at the cavalry general with his skills and his fire bow. He turned to the guys and told them to start cleaning the battlefield, and he was going to lure out the monsters. Liu Yuying stood on the other side of the pit and told him to take care of himself. The guys watched as Zhang Zi advanced alone into the cavalry territory. The guys saw how Zhang Zi struggled to escape from an entire detachment of cavalrymen who were too angry with their ill-wisher. Zhang Zi ran forward without looking back and felt that he was about to be reached from behind. The cavalrymen running behind him tried to pierce him with their spears. Titan watches as his guild leader is overtaken by the centaurs. He caught himself and got scared. Like the rest of the guys, they saw that everything was bad because there were armored cavalrymen, centaurs. Zhang Zi jumped off the ground with all his might and tried to cross to the other side, where his team and the guild archers were. The Titan with the shield on his back raised his hand and addressed his leader. He asked if the arrows could penetrate the armor of these cavalrymen. Zhang Zi called out to his comrade and said that there was no time to think, so he needed to try. The entire guild pointed their bow and arrows and fired a huge barrage of sharp arrows directly at the centaurs falling into the pit, for whom a trap had been prepared. Zhang Zi shouted to his squad to fire as hard as they could to penetrate the armored armor of the centaurs. The entire guild squad lined up exactly in a row and pointed their bows and arrows directly at the cavalry squad. The guys agreed with him and said that they would use all their strength, not counting the skills they had. They understood that they could not be stuck at such a critical moment now. A bunch of wooden arrows with iron tips tried to pierce the thick armor of a detachment of cavalrymen. A detachment of cavalrymen, even being in such powerful armor, could not resist the huge barrage of arrows flying at them. Titan, along with Fierce Dragon King, approached the cliff and watched as a squad of cavalrymen, who had fallen down the pit, simply hesitated and took damage on themselves. Titan noticed that this was a small amount of damage, because arrows are completely ineffective against such armor of cavalrymen, and thought about how to defeat them. Fierce Dragon King threw his staff over his shoulder and said that if they continue to shoot like this, they will not be able to kill them until the boss regenerates. From the hopelessness of the situation, Titan and Fierce Dragon King turned to their leader, who was also confused and bewildered. Titan glanced at the leader and asked whether they should retreat now, because they had already destroyed 1 wave of centaur cavalrymen and had nothing to lose. Furrowing his brows, Fierce Dragon King grabbed his staff and turned to his leader, asking what they should do. Zhang Zi understood that if they retreated now, it would mean that they would be throwing away all the efforts and work that they had already put in. Moreover, if he decides to retreat, it will jeopardize the guild members' trust in him. Holding his fiery bow in his hands, he touched his chin with his hand and thought. He realized that this could even lead to the majority of the guild members leaving it, because they would not agree with the leader's decision to retreat. Zhang Zi, who was in front of the entire squad, held a huge fire bow in his hands and raised his hand in the air, clearly signaling for them to stop. He ordered them to stop shooting. Behind Zhang Zi, Titan asked whether they would retreat or not. All guild members were waiting for guild leader Zhang Zi's decision. Zhang Zi frowned and looked straight at the cavalrymen dripping in the pit. He knew they couldn't retreat, because how could they retreat if they hadn't killed the boss yet? The confused archers looked at their leader and wondered what to do. They said they couldn't kill these armored cavalrymen. Zhang Zi replied that they shouldn't kill them then. Standing behind, Zhang Zi Titan addressed his leader. He asked why they wouldn't kill them, and now he became more and more confused by the leader's inconsistent words. Zhang Zi stood in a confident position, raising a huge fire bow above his head. He said since they couldn't kill them, they would leave these cavalrymen in the pit. He was going to go into the cavalry territory again and lure out the last wave of cavalry so they could directly deal with the boss and clear the floor. Hearing such an extraordinary plan, the stunned Liu Yuying and Fierce Dragon King went into shock and widened their eyes. Liu Yuying knew that it would be too dangerous if he wanted to lure out the cavalrymen and the boss alone. Fierce Dragon King frowned as he grabbed his staff and said that he agreed with Liu Yuying's words. He thought that Zhang Zi must be joking, because he was going to do something that would take all 9 lives from him, or even 10 lives, because he would die on the spot. Confident in his decision, Zhang Zi turned to his guys and looked at them with a cold gaze. Titan raised his hand and wanted to address the leader. He also agreed with Liu Yuying's words. He suggested that he should not be impulsive. Even if he lured out the boss and the last wave of cavalrymen, they would not be able to attack them. Zhang Zi reassured his guys by telling them to trust him, because he had a plan and they didn't have much time, so he suggested they wait a little. Liu Yuying's refined hand grabbed Zhang Zi's hand. She grabbed his armlets, after which Zhang Zi turned to look at her and gave her his warm gaze. Liu Yuying said that he could not leave. He looked at Liu Yuying, who was worried about him, and wondered why she blushed at the moment. Liu Yuying told him not to forget that this is an elite boss, and one of his attacks can kill them all, so he should not put himself in danger by retreating with everyone else. Zhang Zi looked at her confidently and told her that if she wants him to listen to her, then he should kiss her. Liu Yuying, embarrassed by such words, looked at the leader with pleasant fear in her eyes. She agreed with him and said that he could kiss her. Zhang Zi suddenly turned around and jumped into the cavalry territory and was about to carry out his plan. He said that it was a joke, and he said that Liu Yuying did not take it seriously. Liu Yuying realized that she was in an awkward situation and called him an idiot. One of the archers waved after his leader and said that they would wait for his return. Once on the other side of his guys in the cavalry territory, he raised his hand and summoned the huge dog-headed boss of the mine. He told all the guys not to worry because nothing would happen to him. However, Zhang Zi knew that he did not expect Liu Yuying to take care of him like this. The archers who watched how Zhang Zi was able to summon the dog-headed mine owner were perplexed and shocked. What was funny to them was that the guild leader went into battle on the head of the dog-headed mine owner. A huge summoned monster, similar to a wolf, came close to the cavalry territory. An elite guild general suddenly appears from behind his hiding place, all dressed in huge and powerful armor and wielding a huge sharp spear. The dog-headed monster thought it was a cool sight. However, Zhang Zi, sitting on him, ordered his monster not to be modest and to blow up this general. The dog-headed monster, along with Zhang Zi sitting on its head, tried to attack with their gun. The general of the cavalry detachment took out his spear and tried to attack his enemies on his territory. He wanted the worthless man Zhang Zi to die. From around the corner, a whole detachment of cavalrymen ran into them, who were angry that these ill-wishers had entered their territory. Zhang Zi jumped off the summoned monster's head and sat on its paw while the monster held huge packs of dynamite in its hands. Zhang Zi turned to his monster and said that everything is up to him now, so he can do whatever he wants with them. While the dog-headed monster was swinging its huge arms with dynamites, Zhang Zi squatted and drank an agility potion. The dynamites thrown by the monster reached their target and blew up everything around them, causing a squad of centaurs to simply fly into the air in clouds of ash. Zhang Zi knew that there were too many cavalrymen there, and if he didn't finish off a few, there was no way he could fight the boss. Throwing his arm behind his back, Zhang Zi aimed his arrow directly at the cavalry general, who also did not want to give up and continued to attack for his territory. Zhang Zi told his monster that he only had one potion left, so he apologized to his monster as the mine owner and said that he should sacrifice it. The enraged cavalry general swung his spear and tried to hit the agile and fast Zhang Zi, who was running away from him. The general shouted after the fleeing Zhang Zi, calling him a little man, that the only outcome for those who dared to invade his camp was death. Zhang Zi, running away with all his might, said that they did not yet know which of them would die, so he offered to catch himself if the general could. The dog-headed monster fought alone against the entire crowd and his health points were almost running out. Zhang Zi was running away from the cavalry guild general while the dog-headed monster was surrounded by the entire cavalry squad. Zhang Zi almost reached his squad and shouted for the dog-headed monster to forgive him because he had no choice but to sacrifice him. The dog-headed monster opened its mouth and puffed up, clearly about to self-destruct. The dog-headed monster with his blank stare knew that he had to follow orders. On the territory of the cavalrymen there was simply a nuclear and huge explosion that scattered ashes and fragments of earth and stones into the sky. The entire Jiangzi Guild squad looked at this spectacle and did not understand what was happening. They were surprised that the owner of the doghead mine had self-destructed. They saw their Rakshasa leader running towards them. Jiangzi with a confident look ran away from an entire detachment led by the general of the cavalry guild. Jiangzi really wanted to see how strong this elite boss was. Almost reaching the crossroads between the pit, Jiangzi saw himself being met with a Titan shield and shouted to him while the archers were already preparing to release their arrows. Titan led the archers and told everyone to get ready, and as soon as the boss entered their attack zone, they would all open fire on him. The fast and dexterous Jiangzi, dodging the general's spear flying at him, ordered his guys to get ready to attack him. The archers drew their arrows and were about to fire another huge barrage of arrows at their enemies. The archers fought and shot with all their might. They understood that the guild leader risked his life to lure out the boss, and they could not let him down. A bunch of wooden arrows with sharp tips covered the entire sky with their barrage of fire. A whole detachment of archers stood across the pit and fired at the advancing detachment of cavalrymen led by the general. They knew they had to fire as hard as they could to penetrate the thick armor. The cavalry squad did not expect such a barrage of fire, and they all got hit as a bunch of arrows flew at them. However, the general of the cavalry detachment waved his spear and defended himself from the arrows flying at him with an enraged look. He didn't understand how these people dared to attack him, especially with such insignificant tricks. The enraged cavalry general did not understand why these despicable people could behave this way, so he said that he would sacrifice their blood for the sake of his army. From behind his back he took out his spear and threw it across the long distance between the squads. This spear hit the archers directly. This spear nevertheless pierced one of the archers and he received very massive damage to himself. At this time, Fierce Dragon King and Titan were hiding behind his huge shield. Titan, angry, did not understand why this happened and he thought that this could not be, because not only did the boss avoid so many arrows, but also his damage was terrifying. Jiangzi's entire squad stood in the magic circle and defended themselves from the general's spear. Liu Yuying told her boys to all watch out for the spear and not let it hit them. Jiangzi looked at what was happening with a malicious grin and stretched his hands. He expected such a massive attack from this elite boss, and since it happened, he sent his blue energy directly into the ground, wanting to summon another monster. He said that it was finally time for this monster to take the stage and show himself. A terrifying warlock magician appeared. The Archers Guild was shocked that it was a warlock mage and did not understand how he appeared there. On the contrary, inspired by this monster, the Fierce Dragon King rejoiced. He remembered that his Rakshasa brother could think of this and summon this monster. A warlock magician with a huge staff stood enraged behind Jiangzi, who raised his hand and frowned at his enemy. He said that the time of the warlock magician has come and his black magic needs to decorate the show. The maddened warlock held one of his assistants in his claws as a sacrifice. Continuing to hold his assistant in his arms, with his other hand he was about to use his black magic with a mischievous grin on his face. Surrounded by a magical purple sphere, he directed enormous black energy away from him. The cavalry general stood in shock and did not understand why black energy surrounded him and his entire squad. He received enormous damage from this warlock mage and received a rank 1 death curse. Level 1. Effect. When you are under the effect of a warlock mage's curse, each of his magic attacks increases damage by 20%. Titan, surrounded by the leader and Liu Yuying, grinned and rejoiced that they would now win. He called the call simply magnificent. Sacrificial death is a magical attack, so Centaur cavalry have no defense against it. Moreover, its effect is calculated depending on the percentage of the enemy's health. Liu Yuying knew that the more health points an opponent had, the higher their damage. However, regardless of his health, once the death curse reaches rank 5, there is no escape from death. The cavalry general took out his spear and tried to thrust it into the warlock mage, who stood on the other side of the pit. He cursed his enemy and wanted the warlock to die. The spear flew straight towards the warlock mage's face, but Titan suddenly appeared with his shield and protected this summoned monster Jiangzi. He said that they couldn't let the boss attack his warlock mage. Liu Yuying, in the company of an enraged Fierce Dragon King, set out to protect the warlock mage and attack the Centaur general. Fierce Dragon King put out his fist, flew straight at the enemy and invited the Moon Shadow to go there and attack him in close combat, because he had endured too long. The entire guild squad that was on the other side of the enemy attacked from a distance along with the sky-devouring frog and the archers. Jiangzi ordered everyone at range to attack the boss together. The warlock magician still held the victim in his hands, surrounded by black magic. The Centaur general again took great damage from the warlock mage. At the same time, he was attacked together by Fierce Dragon King and Liu Yuying with their sword. He received a death curse of rank 2, level 1. Effect: if you are under the influence of a warlock magician, then each of his magic attacks increases damage by 40%. Jiang Zi, taking out his fire bow and arrow, shouted to his enemies that they were now dead. The Centaur General did not like this very much, and he became even more furious, raising his hooves off the ground. He called these people despicable and wanted them to die. Around the Centaur General, huge fragments of earth and stones flew out from under the ground in a shock wave, as if from an explosion. It was a general skill, Thunder Strike, level 1. Deals 1,000 points of damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius, while simultaneously causing a state of dizziness in victims for 15 seconds. Fierce Dragon King did not expect such a blow and bent over the ground, clearly realizing the full power of this skill. Jiang Zi and Titan, realizing that their guys were now unprotected, rushed to save them. Getting closer to Liu Yuying, Jiang Zi summoned a huge two-headed monster. The Centaur General raised his front hooves again and was about to strike too, calling the people unfortunate creatures, and said that it was time for them all to die. Jiang Zi, who was watching this, said that this was not good. The Centaur General took out his spear, which was surrounded by a magical blue aura. He pointed this magical spear directly towards the warlock mage, and Jiang Zi, who was not happy with this outcome, watched from the sidelines. This time, Jiang Zi was unable to protect the magician, and this spear pierced straight into his chest, taking away almost all his health. The warlock magician, having received a sharp spear in his chest, raised his hands and was about to use black magic. The Centaur General, who watched as he hit the target, watched with an embittered look at the magician, and the black energy emanating from him went away. Still, the warlock magician had no chance to escape from this spear and he died. His health bar was at 0. Jiang Zi was very unhappy that a system notification popped up stating that his summoned beast mage warlock had been killed in battle. Jiang Zi wanted to avenge his most important monster and, taking out his bow, shot an arrow directly into the head of the general who was standing nearby, saying that he could not think like that anymore, so he was going to fight him to the death. He ordered his students, who attacked him from a long distance, to aim at the boss. He also ordered his sky toad to attack, and all hope was on it. The Centaur General raised his head to the sky and saw 100 arrows flying at him. Moreover, the heavenly devouring toad opened its mouth and directed a fiery beam directly at the Centaur General. Having received such enormous damage to himself, the Centaur General's health bar was also practically exhausted. Inspired by such a massive blow, Liu Yuying raised her hands and was surprised. She took out her sword with a red blade and rushed to finish off this monster. Moving closer to the Centaur General, she struck him with many precision strikes with her sword. She understood that the curse on the boss had not yet broken, so all her magical attacks were strengthened when used against him, including her light strike. Jiang Zi jumped into the air and tried to shoot his arrow with a well-aimed shot. He understood that his weapon had the effect of absorbing health, which meant that its damage would also increase. The Centaur General turned to Jiang Zi as Liu Yuying stood in front of him and was about to attack him. The Centaur General called them weaklings and added that they could not kill him. Taking his spear in his hands, he rose again to his front paws and was about to strike his thunder strike again. An enraged Jiang Zi raised his finger, and behind him stood a huge devouring heavenly frog with its mouth open. The perplexed Jiang Zi did not understand why his damage was still small, joking with himself, saying that his luck had really run out. He turned to the Sky Toad and told him to blow up the boss and stop this general from using his skill again. Hearing this order, the enraged frog opened its mouth and directed a fiery beam directly at the general. The Centaur General receives a huge barrage of fire from behind from the celestial devouring frog. His health points had completely disappeared and were at 0. With all his enormous mass, he fell to the ground and hit his face on it. Everything around them was covered in ash and smoke. All the guys stood around the monster they defeated. Fierce Dragon King did not believe that they had actually succeeded in killing the elite boss. Jiang Zi stood in a pile of smoke with his fire bow and looked at the dead body of the Centaur General. A notification came out congratulating them that they had killed the boss of the 8th floor of the Centaur General's magic domain. The rest of the guild watched from the side through the pit. They were surprised, because the guys were actually able to defeat the boss and called the guild leader so cool. Moonlight Bunny said that now she would be able to go to the next floor and she was happy about it. Turning to his guild leader, the archer said that Jiang Zi was too cool, and as they expected, he kept his promise. One of the archers shouted to his leader that he would follow him until the end of his days. With her eyes wide, Shen Meng looked at the fallen awards from the Centaur General. She raised one leg and both arms, clearly rejoicing that too many rewards had fallen and now they would be rich. Jiang Zi raised his hand and addressed the rest of the archer squad, telling them to all gather together and clear the battlefield. At that time, archers were descending into this pit and were going to clean it out. At this time, Jiang Zi was heading to inspect the dropped rewards, where there was a bunch of magic soul spheres and a blade. He was going to see what good items the elite boss dropped. He saw a sharp dagger and took it in his hands, wanting to examine it. It was a Cold War dagger. Rating: S damage 1650 to 34.0. Special effect: increases attack speed by 20%, use 700 out of 700. Zhang Zi was glad that it turned out to be an S-class weapon. He rose from the ground and took a better look at this glowing blade. Zhang Zi knew that this weapon deserved to be an S-class weapon because its special skill increased its attack speed by 20%. The guild leader raised his blade above his head and addressed his archers standing across the crossing. He said that he got this S-class weapon from the Centaur General, and if someone needs it, then let them say their name and he will give it out depending on demand. The two archers on the other side of him said what he meant by issuing depending on demand. They suggested that he simply take the blade for himself. They knew that if it weren't for the guild leader, if he hadn't led them through the ranks and killed the Centaur General, they would have been despised archers. Some of them might still be standing at the altar as grandparents to ask someone to help them get cleansed. The archers agreed with him, saying that simply clearing them was enough for them, so they left the spoils to the adults, for which we thank them. The archers of their company rejoiced because they had such a great leader. One of the archers raised his gloved fist and closed his eyes. He said that it was the guild leader who gave them dignity and confidence, and this was already priceless, and they could not even think of more. One of the archers noted that they should all know that at current market prices, asking a master to help them with cleaning costs 100,000 per person. They knew that the final boss on the 8th floor was an elite one, so they felt that it would be worth at least $1 million. The archers understood that the guild leader had done everything he could without asking them for money, and therefore they should all be grateful to him. Titan walked up to Zhang Zi, who was holding a blade, with a smirk on his face, and patted him on the shoulder. He noted that throughout their battle, the Rakshasa's brother first proposed plans for strategy and then turned the tide by distracting the monsters, so it would be fair and reasonable that he receive this reward. Zhang Zi, in the company of his friends, was across the pit opposite his squad of archers. Zhang Zi said that he knew what everyone was thinking, but there was a lot of loot today, so he wouldn't be able to take it all with him. Zhang Zi also noticed to his guys that now that they were all members of his guild, he, as the leader of the guild, must protect the interests of all its members. He noted that no matter what they contributed to the battle, as long as they participated, they all got their share. Shen Meng was the most happy to hear this news, but the archers also rejoiced at such a correct and competent reaction from their leader. Zhang Zi walked ahead of the entire squad and turned back to Titan, who addressed him. He said that that was all and it was time for them to go to the next floor. A hostile squad approached from the side and watched as the archers and Zhang Zi squad had already taken all the rewards. The alien squad did not understand what happened and where the elite boss and hundreds of Centaur cavalrymen were. Someone from someone else's detachment noticed that these were archers who had recently entered the Centaur's fortress. The newly arrived squad did not expect that the Zhang Zi guild would remain alive, much less that they would be able to kill the boss. They couldn't believe it, because they looked at the violent behavior of the Zhang Zi guild and didn't understand how they destroyed all the Centaur cavalry and the boss on this floor. The alien squad simply stood in shock and did not understand what they should do now. Their squad leader with a large axe behind his back did not understand how this was even possible, because in that guild there were simple archers, and this is the simplest profession. However, he noticed that there was no boss and there were no Centaur cavalrymen left, but only these archers, so they didn't know how to explain it. The guy in the red cape said that maybe, probably, they invited some master to help them clear the road, and most likely it was so. The Zhang Zi guild squad was heading towards the exit from the 8th floor area. Moonlight Bunny, closing her eyes, walked along with Zhang Zi and Titan, who directed their gaze straight ahead. Moonlight Bunny said that she couldn't wait, because the 9th floor of the magic domain was waiting for her. 9th floor of the magic domain. The people who were at the altar on the 9th floor looked around, because everything was gloomy and scary. The newly arrived people did not understand what kind of underground world this was and why it was so terrible. One of the guys noticed that according to the Magic Domain directory, the 9th floor is a terrible place, and it is believed that the monsters here follow the path of evil, cruel, and bloodthirsty. As soon as Shen Meng was on the floor, she began to look around in horror. She suggested skipping this Magic Domain garage. Titan, spreading his arms towards Zhang Zi, stood with a shield on his back and looked at his leader. He turned to him, saying that they were all tired after a fierce battle with the general and the cavalrymen, so he suggested that they first leave the game because they could go explore the floor of the Magic Domain tomorrow. Zhang Zi liked this idea and said that they would follow Titan's example. Fierce Dragon King and Liu Yuying also approached the company of Zhang Zi and Titan. Liu Yuying agreed that it was already a little late, and Fierce Dragon King raised his hand and said that he was definitely exhausted today. Moonlight Bunny said that their battle was too intense and exciting. Titan understood that all the guys were tired, so he told them to switch off and get some rest, and so they would fight the new boss tomorrow. Liu Yuying, with a sword in her hands, glanced at Zhang Zi, who put his hand to her. She said he should rest too. Zhang Zi agreed with this. Zhang Zi, who instantly teleported, disappeared, and Liu Yuying continued to look at him. She wondered if he was the same person or not. The next day at school, Jiang Zi was in his office with his classmates and glanced at the handsome Wang Yang, who was looking at the notebook with displeasure. Wang Yang said that the National Martial Arts exam was just around the corner and he didn't know what to do. Jiang Zi said that in the last days, Wang Yang has a chance if only he puts his life on the line. Jiang Zi threw his backpack and approached Wang Yang from behind, who turned to look at him. Wang Yang noticed that if he thought about it, he had heard that their school had already appointed 2 positions in the Great King Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Zi didn't know that there were even designated positions there. Walking out into the corridor, Wang Yang put his hands in his pockets and walked along it while Jiang Zi leaned against the wall. Jiang Zi said that he didn't care who was appointed because he would definitely go to King Great Academy anyway. As soon as Jiang Zi and Wang Yang left the school, they saw a woman beating a boy in the center of the circle. One of the guys shouted, "Isn't this guy being beaten by a woman ashamed?" The crowd watching this sad spectacle said that they could not lose to a woman, and therefore this guy should not disgrace them. Jiang Zi, together with Wang Yang, looked at this spectacle with an even gaze in bewilderment. Wang Yang didn't understand why this was happening again and why they were fighting again at school, because fights always happen when the National Martial Arts exam is approaching. A girl in a blue skirt, looking like a boy, put her shoe on the body of a lying boy. It was Lily. She asked if they had someone she could fight with, adding that they still wished to enter Great King Academy after losing to a woman. Lily continued to keep her foot on the tear-stained boy's body and pointed her finger at Jiang Zi, who was walking away from them. Lily definitely recognized Jiang Zi. She invited Jiang Zi to have fun by fighting with her. Jiang Zi did not like this young lady, and he was about to leave her, casting his cold and indifferent gaze at her. The girl, taking an open pose, stared with her finger at the departed Jiang Zi. She said she was talking to him again, so he should listen to her. Wang Yang turned to his friend and said that Lily looked like she was from the Great King Academy and she looked fierce. Jiang Zi told him not to pay attention to her. Lily didn't like the indifference of these guys and got angry, furrowing her eyebrows. Lily rushed to run towards them with all her might, and Wang Yang looked at it with a puzzled look. Lily prepared her fists and was about to fight again, but with a different opponent. Throwing her leg over, she was about to hit Jiang Zi, but Jiang Zi's speed and agility were superior, so he grabbed her leg. With an indifferent look, Jiang Zi kicked her leg away and was about to follow his own path. However, Lily did not like this very much. Jiang Zi Lily, who had her back to him, turned to look at him and noticed that his agility was very high because he was able to dodge her blow. Wanting to test his reaction again, she swung her leg sharply and was about to punch him in the face, shouting that she wanted to see how he would dodge this blow. Jiang Zi dodged her blow without any problems and, frowning his eyebrows, still had time to think that it seems that this Lily girl specializes in using her legs. As far as he remembered, Liu Yuying's diary described special techniques used for kicking. As soon as Jiang Zi dodged the blow, he crouched down and tripped Lily. Having successfully completed her move, she plopped down on the ground. 2 of her friends ran up to help Lily and lifted her by the arms. Jiang Zi in the company of Wang Yang looked at them with a malicious grin. Lily realized that the move Jiang Zi had just used was called Cloud Hiding the Moon. One of the friends who supported Lily in a pink t-shirt said that this guy is too cunning. Lily still remembered how her master and the young lady used this move and did not understand how this brat was able to repeat this move. Jiang Zi waved his hand at his ill-wisher with a malicious grin and started to leave her. He apologized to her and said that he had things to do, and if she wanted to fight him again, she would find him when he entered the Great King Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Zi turned away from the crowd with a cold gaze and went about his business. The guys realized that it was the war room cleaner, and he was really able to defeat this cruel lady. The guys realized that this was the same guy, and he was usually reserved, but who would have thought that he was actually a great fighter? The guys rejoiced at this victory and said that it doesn't matter who he is. All that matters is that he drove away these arrogant girls, and he's great. Magic Domain 9th floor. Jiang Zi arrived at the altar half an hour late because he had overslept. Jiang Zi walked to the altar and read the notices intended for him. Message from Titan, Rakshasa, we left first to explore the area. As soon as you appear online and see this message, then wait for us at the altar. Arrow to the heart, guild leader, are you here? Liu Yuying asked, are you here? Fierce Dragon King, brother Rakshasa, are you here? Jiang Zi realized that it would be better for him to wait for them at the altar. An inspired guy flies up to Jiang Zi from behind, having learned that it was the leader of the guild. He was very glad that he found it. Jiang Zi turned to the approaching man, who introduced himself as no one but us. Jiang Zi asked the guy if he was one of his guild members. The guy said that he was one of the loyal members of the guild. Jiang Zi stood opposite the worried warrior. Jiang Zi apologized and said that he added too many friends at once so he couldn't remember him and asked if he had any problems. The guy turned to him and asked his leader to quickly go to the 8th floor and save his guild brothers. Jiang Zi did not expect to hear this information and looked at the guild warrior thoughtfully. He asked about the 8th floor, saying, "Didn't these guys go after the Titan boss to explore this floor?" With a pitiful look, the guy closed his eyes and began to wipe them as he was crying. He said that they didn't feel capable enough, so they didn't join Arrow in the Heart and the others, and they decided to hone their skills on the 8th floor first. He said that he could not think that they would be attacked by 5 armored centaur cavalrymen, and in panic they ran in all directions, and in their haste, some of them jumped into the ravine, not realizing that it was a dead end. The guy asked his leader to save his guys. Zhang Zi frowned at this warrior, who was heading to his guys. Zhang Zi calmed his warrior and told him not to cry. First, he wanted to send a message, and then follow him and watch. The guy turned to follow him and said that he would take him there. Zhang Zi continued to write messages while the guy looked at him sarcastically. Obviously, it was not his assistant. We were transported to the magic domain of the 8th floor. Zhang Zi followed this guy, and once on the 8th floor, he realized that this place was not like an ordinary ravine because it was set up with a huge fence. The guy walked forward and said that his guys were right inside and they were almost there. Entering the cave, Zhang Zi looked around and saw that equipment was lying around. Zhang Zi asked the guy if he was sure that this was the right place because there were a lot of flags and protective structures here. The guy, without hesitation at all, said that this was exactly the right place, and the flags on the floor could have been left by centaur cavalrymen. They were almost out of the cave and came across a huge wooden structure, and the guy pointed his finger at it. He turned to the guild leader and said that they were trapped and needed to be rescued. Zhang Zi walked up to the guy with the scar on his eye and took a closer look at the structure and ordered him not to rush. The guy hesitated. He looked closer and saw that this building was surrounded by centaurs cavalrymen. He saw 7 armored centaur cavalry and said that saving their people was his main task. He touched the cold stone with his hand, and taking out his fire bow, he was going to summon a monster. He called upon the same centaur general whom he had already defeated in the previous battle. The guy did not expect such a skill and was shocked that Zhang Zi was able to summon a centaur general. Zhang Zi calmed the frightened guy and told him not to be afraid, because this was one of his summoned beasts. He ordered the centaur general to run to the attack. His summoned centaur general raised his front hooves off the ground and was about to run into the attack. With all his speed, he ran forward with his entire mass, ready to attack. The centaur cavalrymen noticed this and also rushed to defend their fortress. The centaur general found himself surrounded, and since he was stronger, he calmly dealt with these centaurs with cavalrymen. Zhang Zi raised his bow and tried to aim his fire arrow while being hurried by this guy. He asked what he was waiting for, because while he was distracting the monsters, Zhang Zi could go and save all the guys. Zhang Zi understood this. Having fired his arrow towards the centaurs, where his summoned monster was fighting, the guy turned away with a malicious grin. A strange guy tried to run into this building. Zhang Zi tried to attack with his bow along with the centaur general and was going to finish it quickly, because this place seemed strange to him. The centaur general, in rage, continued to defeat his once assistants from the past. An angry Zhang Zi continued to help his centaur general and continued to fire a barrage of fiery arrows from his huge bow. He did not understand why his people had not yet come out and what they were even doing in the fortress. Zhang Zi had not yet had time to fire his next arrow and turned back, hearing some rustling. He turned back and the centaur general lifted his hooves off the ground, and then with a sharp movement he tried to put his hooves on the ground and perform his skill. Zhang Zi noticed that a guy in a mask with 2 sharp daggers was crawling under the centaur general. Zhang Zi, seeing this sight, felt and said that something was clearly wrong here and ordered the general to take this guy. With a well-aimed hit from his spear, the centaur general hit the mysterious guy who was crawling under him. Then an arrow with a sharp tip flew from the wooden fortress. Fortunately for Zhang Zi, he managed to return from her because he was very fast. Raising his head, he turned to that guy and realized that he had deceived him, and he really didn't like it. With a malicious grin on top of the fortress stood a guy named No One But Us and laughed maliciously. He turned to the guild leader and told him not to blame anyone, because the only one he could blame was Zhang Zi himself, and he asked why Zhang Zi began to insult members of the Dawn in the past. The opponents at the fortress knew what it would be like to capture Zhang Zi. They give 15 million and they went crazy from such a large amount. Zi quickly and firmly picked up his bow, on which eerie golden skulls loomed, raised it and pointed it at the deceiver. He grinned and said that they couldn't get away with it alone. He fired, and his sharp-tipped arrow flew with great speed. The arrow pierced the gang member's shoulder, and the cunning man, closing one eye, put his hand on his wounded shoulder and screamed in pain. He shouted that Rakshasa was dead. He decided to be honest with the archer, saying that this was not just a ravine, but a training camp for centaurs. Having pulled the arrow out of the wound, the guy with a scar on his face stood with 2 of the same guys, and the 3 of them were smiling contentedly, and the gang leader was holding his hand on the wound. He grinned and angrily shouted that it was time for Centaur General to return, and unless he alone could kill hundreds of centaur cavalrymen, then he would not be saved. The monsters were already close. They ran at wild speed to their training camp and carried a loud sound with their powerful hooves. Z, holding his luminous bow in his hands, heard strange sounds and warily turned back to them. He stood not far from the trap along with his elite familiar of the 8th floor, and behind them could be seen a ferocious army of centaur cavalry. They pointed their sharp swords into the sky, showing their readiness for battle. The Dawn organization stood and watched the monsters that were approaching Z, and the two tricksters rejoiced and laughed, pointing their fingers at Z. The red-haired guy, with a bow in his hands, said with enthusiasm that the centaur cavalryman had returned and now Rakshasa was finished. He told his friend to hurry up and start recording Z's murder in full, without missing a single moment, and then send the recording to the rich man as evidence for the reward. He laughed and exclaimed that he would be rich. His friend shut him down by saying that he had already started recording. Z and Centaur General stood up in defense, turning away from each other, and the boss took the cavalry centaur's attacks at close range, attacking in response with one powerful swing of his weapon. A blue hologram of a scroll appeared in Rakshasa's hand, which he was clutching, and a blue system request icon also appeared above Z's head, asking if the archer wanted to use a random teleportation scroll. Z thought furiously and couldn't believe that he was played by such a person. He couldn't let him go unpunished. Suddenly, the archer ran into the tower towards the enemies, his robe flying with incredible speed. The Dawn organization watched him from above the tower and could not understand what was happening. The guy asks what's going on. Why doesn't Rakshasa run away with a random teleportation scroll? Has he given up or is he trying to commit suicide? Another guy suggested that maybe Rakshasa wants to beg them for mercy and let him into the tower to hide from Centaur General. The gang leader laughed and replied that it makes no difference. In any case, today Rakshasa is dead and all that remains is to wait for the money. The cunning red-haired guy pointed his finger at the archer and the familiar, continuing to take cover at the top of the tower. He turned to Rakshasa with the question of whether he had resigned himself to his fate or wanted to beg for mercy. The leader loudly exclaimed that stop dreaming, because he will not save him unless Rakshasa brings him a large amount of money. At this moment, the angry cavalry centaur raced with grins on their faces, waving their silver machetes. The Dawn organization watched and was amused, laughing loudly. One of the guys was holding a gray camera in his hand and was filming. The red-haired sly man rejoiced with the words that Rakshasa is over and 15 million is almost in his hands. Z raised his hand and confidently told the guys that they had made a mistake and that now it was he who would come for them, because they took advantage of Rakshasa's kindness and deceived them. Naturally, they must pay for it. The archer with the scar on his face and his organization continued to mock, laugh, and film. The leader said that Rakshasa must have been terrified, and I was sure that if someone dies, it will be Rakshasa. Taunting, he paved the way and told him to come for them when he dealt with the monsters first, because there was a reason 500 cavalry centaur behind him. One of the gang shouted for Rakshasa to die. At this moment, a large armed army of cavalrymen gathered behind the summoner, who was holding a fiery bow in his hand. Z's smile was visible even through the mask. He pointed his finger at the deceiver, and the centaur general standing in front of him, with wildly glowing eyes, rushed towards the tower, as did the army of monsters standing behind him. Z frowned and with a drop of laughter repeated that he was following him. The leader's pupils shrank and drops of sweat ran down his face. He was puzzled and shocked. Continuing to point his finger at Rakshasa and his army, he screamed in horror and asked what was happening. The organization, standing on the balcony of the tower, began to panic and tried to understand what was happening. One of the guys continued to film what was happening. The gang leader said that this cannot be, because the cavalry must attack Rakshasa, but then why are they only surrounding him? The guy filming everything asked if it was said that Rakshasa can summon assistants and maybe this has something to do with them. The guy with the bow on his back replied that if Rakshasa could summon so many centaurs, he would have conquered the entire magical domain long ago. The third guy asked in horror that it couldn't be that all 500 cavalrymen were summoned by Rakshasa himself. Z, with his armed familiar and army, were already standing at the bottom of the tower and preparing to attack. The archer, raising his hand up, gave the order to the centaur general to order these cavalrymen to surround the tower. The familiar immediately understood him. He stood at the head of a huge army, in his hand was a red flag. He raised it and loudly gave the command to the troops to charge. He sharply pointed his trident towards the tower and rushed into battle with other monsters. They surrounded the tall tower on all sides. The Dawn organization opened their mouths at what was happening and continued to talk. The guy with the camera in his hands asked why the cavalryman was attacking them. The other one said that it was wrong. The first thing they saw was Rakshasa, so he had to be the target of their hostility. He asked, then why are they targeting them? The minions were surrounded and asked the boss what should they do. The guy with the scar on his face was confident that they would get Rakshasa no matter what. The cavalry struck the wooden base of the tower with all their might with their sharp swords, and just from a few powerful blows the tower began to collapse. The cavalry did a lot of good damage, each of which was about 500 points, and the Dawn organization tried to hold on to the tower so as not to fall, but the damage was too high. Finally, they shouted that Dawn will never let go of Rakshasa. The tower collapsed completely and the gang's bodies remained under its masses. Rakshasa, along with Centaur General, came closer to the ruins and asked if he still remembered his promise. He said that if you deceive him, he will definitely send him to certain death. They were walking out of the trap, and they were watched from the side by a man in a brown robe, who said that Rakshasa was a cunning rogue. The guy was wearing a dark mask and hiding behind a rock. He went into the command channel and started typing. Silent Death, the nobody but you plan fails. Monsters of Darkness, I already told you guys that Rakshasa is not such an easy target. Insignificant things like no one but you can kill him. Violent Blade, nobody but you and his team. Silent Death, they are all dead, shot by the Centaur Cavalry. Grave Digger, shot by Centaur Cavalry. How did the animals kill them? Silent Death, it's a long story. Anyway, Rakshasa is formidable. Ray of Dawn, send me the recording. Silent Death, good. A recording of the fight appeared on the channel. Monsters of Darkness, this guy is getting stronger and stronger. He even managed to get his hands on an elite level Centaur General. Boss, we can't let this go on any longer, otherwise it will be too difficult. Gravedigger, I agree, in front of his opponents, not only to eliminate him. He is calm, but also brave and insightful. He is not simple. Violent Blade, he has one weakness. He is too compassionate and not evil enough. He did not even reject the one who asked him for help. If I were in his place, I would have thrown him aside. A Ray of Dawn, that's why you and Rakshasa are not on the same level. If he were as selfish, evil and ruthless as you, then perhaps he would not be able to associate himself with the Liu family, much less create some kind of guild archers. Violent Blade, boss, your words are quite offensive. Silent Death, boss, what are we going to do next with him? A Ray of Dawn, I'm becoming more and more interested in him, so I would like to find an opportunity to meet him. Z climbed to the 9th floor. Neon lightning bolts and red smoke were in the air, and he immediately saw his friends who were already walking towards him. Arrow through the Heart Archer waved his hand and shouted to the guild leader that the 9th floor was terrible. They stood in a circle on the altar and began to talk. The archer continued to say that there are traps everywhere here, especially the pagans. They are all crazy. Z picked up the guidebook and began to carefully study the information. He said that the main monsters on this floor are pagans. One group of believers is dressed in red and the other in green. The book featured a skeleton with glowing red eyes, sharp fangs, and wearing a robe. It was said that after the death of the red believers, their corpses change, turning into ugly creatures that continue to fight the adventurers. Their damage and defense increase sharply and normal attacks become useless for them. Also in the guidebooks there was an image of monstrous creatures in green robes with a beard, in whose terrible hands there were green lanterns, and under the hood they had bars instead of faces, and emerald crystals were depicted on their bellies. It was said that the green believers are even worse. Their damage and defense are very low, so adventurers can easily deal with them, but upon death they place a curse on the one who killed them. The guys, hearing this, were shocked and thought seriously. Titan, crossing his arms and looking down, said that this is exactly the case, that the effect of the curse is included, but is not limited to weakening defense, damage, or speed, permanently reducing health, dizziness. They can impose dozens of different curses. Fierce Dragon King, clenching his fist and gritting his teeth, said that they act within an hour and this time is calculated according to the standards of the magic domain. He asked how they would fight in such a state. Titan grimaced irritably and raised his hand, and then said that the most terrible boss would remain the Archbishop, because he is very insidious and his entire room is filled with snake venom. The book depicted a room with pillars filled with snakes, in the middle of which was an archbishop wearing a crown like a cylinder, his face completely covered with cloth, and a kimono hanging to the floor decorated with a pair of bones. It is said that the snake venom attack has the effect of a toxin, and if players fall under its effect, their HP will constantly drop, so it is necessary to immediately intoxicate them. The Archbishop will make his move only after the poisonous snakes have been destroyed. This type uses dark magic, causing all enemies to lose their attributes and become useless. This effect lasts until the Archbishop is killed. And even after death, he enters the second phase. Evil spirits take over his body, as a result of which he turns into a huge demonic creature. Z closed the guidebook and turned to his comrades, saying that they needed the help of a support adventurer who could remove the effects of the curse, because this was the only way they could fight. Titan replied that it is not so easy to find it, because most of them are similar to Little Princess and can only restore health and not remove the effect of the curse. Fierce Dragon King laughed and suggested buying tonics to restore strength, because these things can resist any effects of the curse, while increasing the user's ability to resist attacks. He clarified that it was a little expensive. Little Princess, crossing her arms, answered dissatisfiedly that one flask costs 5,000. She thinks it's a rip-off. Titan said that recovery tonics are also very scarce, and there is a chance that the guys will no longer be able to buy them even with money. He believes that they will still have to find a few adventurers to support them. Z looked at the guys and realized that he didn't see Moon's shadow. He asked them if she had come today. Fierce Dragon King replied that she said that something happened to her at home and she had to apply to join the military volunteer group, so she couldn't come. Z crossed his arms and suggested to his friends that they take a break because there were too many people under the curse and they wouldn't be able to fight even if they wanted to. The team was upset, but agreed. Titan said that's all they can do for now. The team disappeared from the blue altar, leaving behind holograms, and asked questions about how everything was too complicated and where they could find support. Lewis stayed. In the gym, Yu Ying stood in a white kimono with a black belt and pink sneakers with a very serious look. Her hands were tense and clenched into fists. She needed them while someone stood opposite her. It was a girl with short hair. She was wearing a black dress and a sports jacket. Tang Kaiao was Yu Ying's cousin. She winked and smiled, asking her sister to forgive her for her ignorance and asking her to be gentle with her. Yu Ying frowned and looked at her sister with excitement in her eyes. She told Kaiao to stop pretending in front of her, because she is the wrestling champion of the 40th Jiangdong campus and an unofficial member of the admissions committee of the King Great Martial Arts Academy. She reminded her sister that she had awakened an S-rank talent in herself and had long been included in the list of recruits of the National Security Bureau. Kaiao decided to unexpectedly start the fight, jumping sharply and high into the air, pointing her fists and legs towards her cousin. She asked that why then Yu Ying always says that she will not be able to enter the class of Great King. She wanted her sister to have it. Yu Ying blocked her sister's blow with one hand, pushing her to the side. The girl with green eyes smiled and said that you shouldn't underestimate your opponents, reminding that every year hidden talents arrive in the class, taking as an example her second-year class, where many students had a formidable rating in the magic field and even in real-world second-level experts. Jumping high, Yu Ying slashed her hand in the air, trying to hit Kaiao in the face, but she dodged. Laughing, the girl in a black dress asked if this is all that her cousin has. She said that it seemed like her class wasn't as big as she had described. Someone's footsteps were heard in the hall. The two sisters didn't even notice the arrival of a black-haired girl in a blue skirt with a plaster on her hand. She decided to distract the girl from personal squabbles and called them by name. Kaiao immediately stopped and looked at the girl she knew. Seeing the bandage on her hand, she was scared and asked if Lily was injured. The cousin stood opposite the girl. Lily said that she went to school today to learn from the students and she came across one boy who knows the Tang family's fighting techniques. Kaiao came closer to Lily, clenched her fists and asked dissatisfied if Lily was sure. The girl clearly answered that she was absolutely sure. Cousin Yu Ying was furious and quickly turned away and began to leave, taking Lily with her. Kaiao never thought that such a bore would appear. She assumed that he must be the illegitimate son of her old father and mistress. She told Lily to return home together to show him what they were capable of. Yu Ying saw the girls off with her eyes and smiled. They quickly headed towards the exit and Lily told the young lady that there was no need to rush so much and noted that Kaiao was not at all like her brothers and sisters. Kaiao turned around and emotionally replied that enough nonsense, she herself must confront this frivolous old man. Yu Ying thought that her cousin had never worked, but she quickly entered the King Great Martial Arts Academy because she was a natural talent. In the courtyard of the academy, where preparations for the national martial exam were taking place, there were many people, among whom Z was going to class. Various conversations could be heard from the crowd, for example, where a guy asked another guy which university he would go to, because today they would apply to participate in the combat exam. His friend answered him that there was nothing to even think about, because of course it would be one of the 3 third-rate ones. Z paused and listened to their conversation as his phone vibrated. The guy picked up the phone and answered Pan Pan. He asked what happened. Pan Pan, breaking into a scream, asked Xiao Feng if something had happened, because the teacher said to ask Z why she had not come to class yet. Holding the phone to his face, the guy's face changed, afraid for his sister. He didn't understand why she wasn't in class, because they left together in the morning. He urgently decided to call her and find out what was going on. After finishing the call, Z took the phone in his hand and saw a message on the screen. He thought, why is the message from an unknown person? Opening this message, he saw a photo of his sister with her mouth and eyes taped shut, her hands tied to her body with a rope, and she was sat naked on the floor. The message said that if Z wants his sister to return home safe and sound, he must refuse to participate in the national combat exam and leave Tianfeng City, and also not resort to any tricks or even think about contacting the police, otherwise Z will collect the sister's corpse. The guy felt insanely angry. He clutched his phone in his hand and, gritting his teeth, began to think who kidnapped Xiao Feng. Is his identity really revealed? It's impossible, and if it was blackmail, they wouldn't force him to refuse the combat exam, Z thought. He continued to stand in the crowd of students and looking in all directions. The guy began to panic and think, what to do. In his hand was Ziakin's business card, which he remembered with an exclamation. Taking the phone, he dialed the number and called, holding a business card in his hands. On the phone, he said he needed a favor to help find his sister. Western ruins of the city. On one of the creepy roofs of the ruined city, 3 men with bottles sat near a fire, guarding a hostage who was sitting nearby on the floor, exhausted. One of them asked the boss when they would leave with the girl, because they didn't want to spend the night in such a place. The leader with purple hair aggressively replied that he didn't know, they must do what their boss orders, otherwise. The pupils of the guy in the t-shirt suddenly became smaller. There was a loud shout addressed to the boss. The 2 henchmen were pointing a frightened finger at someone standing behind their boss. Without letting go of the bottle, he angrily asked what it was. Turning back to where his friends were pointing, he saw an angry Z, who in a stern voice asked where his sister was. Cowardly, he told Z not to come closer, otherwise he would beat him. After this phrase, Z kicked the guy in the t-shirt in the face with all his might, and he flew back. The 3 kidnappers knelt before Z, fearing for their lives. The guy with purple hair spilled everything, saying that Z's sister was here, that she was fine. Looking down at the heads bowed in front of his feet, he furiously broke the piece of wood in his hand, frowned and shouted to say who ordered them to do this, and if they say, then Z will spare their lives. The leader of the 3 bent lower, raised his head and said that it was Zhang Hao who ordered the kidnapping of the girl, because Z is the biggest obstacle to entering the Great King Martial Academy. The guy, gritting his teeth angrily, could not believe that the insidious Zhang Hao could kidnap his sister only to enter the Great King Academy because it is so disgusting. Z made his way through the crowd of people and ran very quickly towards a large building. He asked people to be excused and get out of the way. He was so fast that strangers opened their mouths at the speed of the guy who ran without seeing any obstacles in his way. A disgruntled young man in a blue suit stood in the training room with a phone in his hand. He noted that the plan had failed, that Z was indeed not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. Suddenly the door to the hall is kicked down, creating a characteristic loud sound. It was Z. He stood in front of Zhang Hao and told him to get out immediately. The guys came face to face with complete hatred for each other. Z said that in order to force him to do so, he sent the crocodile to catch his sister, saying that he acted like a coward. The guy in the blue suit replied that he thought so, that Z's capabilities exceeded all his expectations, that as a more powerful person, he became an obstacle to entering the Great King Martial Academy. Hao suddenly picked up the purple bottle and with a sly expression on his face said that in order to get there, he must remove all obstacles and Z is no exception. He began to drink the contents of the bottle, a drop running down his mouth. He took sip after sip. Zhang Hao was completely enveloped in violet flames. Z, standing opposite, clenched his fist and, gritting his teeth, asked him what he drank. The hero looks at his fist. What did you drink? He angrily asks Zhang Hao. He bares his teeth and laughs very strangely. The villain's eyes are covered with red veins. He jumps at the enemy, raising his fist to strike. What did I drink? You will find out very soon. And right after this happens, you will immediately meet the boss of hell. Zhang Hao strikes with his right hand, and immediately after that with his left. Wow, how strong he is, the hero exclaims. He blocks with both hands, but still flies back. This strike has a force of at least 2,000 points. Where could he gain such strength? The hero thinks. The opponent chases Zhang Zi and raises his fist again to strike. What did you drink? The hero shouts in bewilderment. When I kill you, ask the devil, Zhang Hao answers. The scoundrel swings again. He hits, but the hero dodges. Zhang Hao laughs. Do you only know how to dodge? He asks. The scoundrel's fist crashes into the wall and knocks out the stones. This character can't stop laughing. Zhang Zi, if you're a man, stop dodging, he shouts. Fight me face to face. I'm not a fool to attack you head on, the hero answers. I'd rather focus on your weaknesses. Zhang Hao rushes at him again. The hero prepares to meet him with a fist blow. Zhang Zi strikes and hits the target. The opponent grabs the groin and falls to the floor. He is shaking all over with anger and pain. This is for my sister, the hero shouts. Zhang Zi, you are a vile coward, Zhang Hao accuses him. Large veins appear on the villain's hand. He extends his hand forward and rushes into the attack, as if for the last time in his life. Oh, no, the hero exclaims with horror in his eyes. The villain grabs him by the throat, and he begins to choke. Why couldn't you avoid it? He asks. It seems that a little more and Zhang Zi will be strangled. Die, shouts Zhang Hao. Suddenly the bastard receives a strong blow and flies back. He crashes into the wall, and it becomes covered with cracks. We see that the blow was inflicted by a girl with red hair. Still in her fighting stance, she asks Zhang Zi if he is okay. Trying to regain his breath, the hero clears his throat and sits on the floor. If you had shown up a minute later, he would have killed me, he says. I should have been late, the savior answers him. The girl points her finger at the defeated scoundrel. Take him straight to the laboratory, she tells the guys who came with her, and they make it clear that they understood the order. Zhang Hao looks very strange, his eyes are completely white. The hero, standing in front of the girl, puts his hand to his chest. I don't know what he drank, but it greatly increased his strength, he says. That's why I came, the girl answers. He most likely drank a forbidden tonic from the magical realm. I have been unraveling this case recently. The hero is shocked, it can be seen on his face. What? Forbidden tonic from the magical realm? How can this even be? Objects from there cannot be transferred into reality at all. The girl stands in front of him with her arms crossed over her chest. Many entries of the Magic Domain guidebook are no longer applicable now, she says. For the past year or two, a group of criminals have been manufacturing a kind of vessel. It is used to bring items from the Magic Domain out into the real world. What he drank may fall into this category, but to understand the details of how this is done, I need to interrogate him. His sister, who was brought by 2 policemen, rushes to the hero. He hugs her joyfully. Brother, I'm so scared, she says, burying her face in his shoulder. Tianfeng is so dangerous. Xiaofeng, don't be afraid, I'm here, the hero tells her. The red-haired girl advises him to take his sister home. She herself will remain here to finish some work. Jiang Zi raises his hand as he says goodbye. We'll go then, he says. If you need anything, contact me immediately. The girl replies that she will do exactly that. Xiaofeng asks his brother if he is going to take the martial arts exam that is taking place today. He puts his hand on her shoulder and leads her out of the room in which they are now. Don't worry, Xiaofeng, he says, I've already applied. I will definitely enroll in Great King Martial Academy and earn a lot of money to cure myself. And then I, too, will be able to enter the magical region, his sister asks. Before us is a portal surrounded by chains on which eyeballs dangle. It is reported to be the 9th level of the Magic Domain. The hero who appears on the platform is greeted by Yu Ying. Asura, why were you so late? She asks. Something happened. Yes, but I've already dealt with everything, he replies. That's good, she says. The squad members get together and begin to discuss a plan of action. Guild leader, you're finally here, says Giant God. We are all here too, but how will we pass the 9th level? We're unlikely to be able to cope without support class fighters, the guy with blue hair suggests. The hero clenches his fist and brings it to his chest. I made a post on the forum requesting a collaboration with support adventurers that guaranteed them a portion of the dropped loot, he says. But no one has contacted me yet. Support class fighters are very hard to find, says Giant God. And even more powerful ones. Dragon King, holding a staff in his hands, enters the conversation. In fact, I know one very powerful support class fighter who has a following of support class adventurers. It's just, the guy doesn't finish speaking and starts mumbling. His comrades are angry with him. Why didn't you tell us earlier that you knew such a person? Giant God asks angrily. And why did you suddenly interrupt? Little Princess asks suspiciously. Dragon King rubs his chin thoughtfully. The fact is that this person is very greedy. He simply has limitless appetites. This phrase makes the little greedy woman who stands next to the guy flinch. How insatiable is he? She asks. Large beads of sweat roll down Dragon King's face. If the way he usually does business is anything to go by, he'll want to take all the loot, he says. Yu Ying screams in amazement. What? Does he want to take everything? Little Princess is no less surprised. It seems his appetites are greater than mine, she screams. The squad members continue their discussion. That's why I never mentioned him, says Dragon King. This is my father's classmate. From what I've heard, this guy was the only support class in the National Security Bureau. For some reason, he then quit and founded a following of support class adventurers. The National Security Bureau. Then his skills must be excellent, says Giant God. The hero, who listens attentively to his comrades, raises his hand. Yes, that's him, says Jiang Zi. This is the man we are looking for. I want to see what he can do. The hero, raising his hand a little, looks ahead. What we need now is a powerful support class, he says. Well, okay, Dragon King replies, I'll contact him tomorrow. After all, he was my father's classmate and maybe it will be easier for me to convince him. Then you guys are waiting for news from me. Okay, says the hero. Arrow enters the conversation and seems a little sad. It seems like we don't have much to do here today either, he says. We can return to the real world right now. I think I have an idea, says Jiang Zi. Brother Titan, Arrow, I want to take a look at the sanctuary. If you have nothing to do, let's go there together. The guys are smiling. I agree, says the young man with blue hair. Then let's not waste time, says Giant God. Everyone else can go on vacation. We will go to the sanctuary to better assess the situation. The 3 heroes leave the circle of the altar and head towards a dark opening that is visible nearby. The monsters of this level are all inside the shrine, so as long as you don't go through that door, it's pretty safe here, says Giant God. Then let's go in there, the hero suggests. Okay, Arrow answers. The other adventurers look at the trio in surprise. There are only 3 of them, says one of them, yet they still dare to enter. They're sending themselves straight to death. Streams of red energy appear around the young people's feet. They look into the passage and see that there is a lot of it there. "Watch out," says Giant God. "It's demonic Kai." An explanatory window appears. Effect: once under the influence of demonic Kai, all damage from cursed skills will be increased by 10%. The hero looks ahead with anxiety. "This place is vile indeed," he says. "We haven't met a single monster yet, but we've already received a debuff." Red and black energy forms strange shapes above the heads of the young people. "The boss is at the end of this corridor," says Giant God. "There will also be many pagans there." "That's right," Arrow confirms his words. "Last time we got hit by that vicious curse after venturing inside." The hero thoughtfully assesses the situation, crossing his arms over his chest. "Then let's end this today," he says. "It seems that without additional support we will not achieve anything. Arrow, see if you can take some of our archer buddies who haven't gone offline yet to the 8th floor to enhance your abilities against cavalrymen." "Okay," he answers. "Then let's go back first," continues Jiang Zi. "Hopefully Dragon King will be able to get in contact with that powerful support class tomorrow." Outskirts of Tanfeng City. In front of us is a destroyed street on which there are several police cars. In a passenger car we see an arrested scoundrel named Zheng Hao. "Who would have thought you'd be so hard-mouthed at such a young age," says the policeman, who put his hand on the criminal's shoulder. "However, once you're at the National Security Bureau HQ, they won't let you stay this quiet." The second law enforcement officer, who is sitting behind the wheel, says that as soon as Zheng Hao falls into the hands of Professor Aoyang, he will obediently tell everything. Zhang Xiaokan, who is also sitting in the car, suddenly notices something. A huge stone flies at the car. The girl screams, warning her colleagues about the danger. A stone hits a car wheel. The car falls on its side due to the impact. "Be careful," shouts the girl, who is already outside the car. We see that all the cars are overturned, and Zhang Xiaokan is standing in front of the car in the middle of the road. A dark cloaked figure is visible on the roof of the building overlooking it. This character has a stupid white mask on his face that simulates a smile. "Dragonlance of the White Pitaya Flower, you live up to your name," he says. The girl jumps up and rushes to the roof, where her enemy is waiting for her. "Who are you?" asks Zhang Xiaokan, approaching the man in the cloak. Without waiting for an answer, she strikes. The girl looks at her opponent in amazement. "You're very fast," she asks, perplexed. "Who are you anyway?" However, the white mask does not allow us to see who it really is or his emotions. "My identity is not important," says the stranger. "All you need to know is that sooner or later the victorious dawn will illuminate this land." "You are down?" the girl asks. He suddenly flies into the air and seems to disappear into thin air. Zhang Xiaokan looks after him with concern. "This is very bad," he says. "He just lured me here." Below, under the building, a powerful explosion is heard. In front of us is the building of the educational institution where the hero studies. Jiang Zi walks down the stairs. The exam will start soon, he thinks. This is the decisive moment. Suddenly someone calls out to him and he stops. Zhang Xiaokan stands in front of him. "Section Chief," the young man addresses her. "You can call me Zhang Xiaokan," the girl says. "There is no need for all these formalities." She looks at the hero with concern. "I don't have very good news," the girl says. "Someone has kidnapped Zheng Hao." The hero screams indignation. "What? How did it get stolen? Who the hell would kidnap someone from the National Security Bureau?" The interlocutors stand opposite each other. "Don't let your imagination run wild," trying to calm down the hero Zhang Xiaokan. "I came to ask you something. Since I helped you find your sister last time, you owe me a favor. When will you return it?" "Any time," the hero answers. The girl, smiling, puts her hand on his shoulder. "Okay, I'm glad to hear that," she says. "Then join the National Security Bureau and become my colleague." But there are only a few days left before the martial arts exam, Jiang Zi counters. He holds a folded sheet of paper in his hands. "What is this?" the hero thinks, looking at it. The girl is already moving away from him. "Follow that address and find the senior who resides there," she says finally. "She'll give you special training. I guarantee you'll be able to get into the Great King Martial Academy." Something beneficial like this really exists, the hero wonders. We see a small private house, on the door of which a woman comes knocking with a small child. "Professor Pang," she says, "please coach my son. I'll pay you whatever you say." The hero goes down the stairs and also approaches the house. "I think it's here," he says. He is already heading towards the door when a middle-aged man appears next to him. Jiang Zi knocks on the door. "Hello, Professor Pang is home?" he asks, still standing in front of the closed door. "I have a recommendation from Zhang Xiaokan." The door is opened by an old gray-haired old man with glasses. "It is reported that this is Great King Professor Pang Tihua. You're the sapling with potential that the brother was talking about?" he asks. "Brat?" The hero does not understand why the girl is called by this word. The old man makes a sharp lunge and his palm almost touches the hero's shoulder. Then he strikes with some kind of stick. The combination ends with a powerful kick. The hero falls on his back and hits his head on the ground. The boy, screaming in fear, rushes to his mother so that she can protect him from this nightmare. An old man with a stick comes out of the door of his house. "Madam, your son is not capable of anything, so I will not teach him. I advise you to spend your money on something else," he says to the mother who brought her boy to him for education. The hero, meanwhile, is already trying to rise from the ground. The old man pokes him with his stick. "You managed to dodge 2 of my blows, which means that you are very gifted. Follow me into the house," he says. Jiang Zi, still sitting on the ground, looks at his mentor a little offended. "No need to be so rude," he thinks. From the house that is already familiar to us, the screams of the hero can be heard. He screams in pain and begs for mercy. Now we see the house where Jiang Zi lives. His sister calls him to dinner. The hero sits on the sofa with his legs tucked under him. The girl brings him a plate of food. Kai enters the dantian and condenses to a mass, says the hero. The dragon winds along the serpent's veins, where yin and yang intertwine. "Brother, what are you muttering there?" asks Xiao Feng. "Take a break and go eat." The hero jumps up sharply, clenches his fists and screams with joy. "I got it. It finally dawned on me." He laughs loudly. "Brother, are you okay?" the girl asks. "What did you understand there?" Jiang Zi gets up from the sofa, walks over to his sister and puts his hand on her head. "Xiao Feng, I was recently taught the dragon breathing technique," he says, "and I finally understood how to work with it correctly." "She is very powerful, yes?" asks the girl, who is still holding a plate of food in her hands. "She is incredibly powerful," the young man tells her. "Today, I must enter the magic realm and earn demon soul spheres to enhance my abilities." Xiao Feng doesn't seem very happy. "Aren't you putting too much effort to get into the Great King Academy?" she asks. "The Great Martial Academy is just the first step to becoming stronger," the hero answers, putting food on his plate. "In front of us is the altar of the 9th level of the magic area." The hero is transported here and immediately asks if Dragon King has appeared yet. They answer him that the guy is not here yet, although the magical area opened half an hour ago. "Maybe his plans have changed?" asks Jiang Zi. However, literally immediately someone shouts that they are already here. The hero, Giant God and Arrow happily look at the one who said this. We see that Dragon King brought who he promised. This is a middle-aged man with a small beard. His name is reported to be a gust of chilly wind. Dragon King leads him to his squad members. "Finally you have come. We have been waiting for you," says Arrow. "Let me introduce you to the powerful support class I was talking about," says Dragon King. "He can help us successfully pass the magic's domain 9th floor. "Are you the guild leader he mentioned?" the man asks the hero. "Let me make my conditions clear. All propped loot will be mine." The hero looks at him calmly. "No problem. If you help us pass the 9th level, you can take away everything that falls out," he says. An alert appears. A gust of chilly wind has joined the team. The hired specialist seems satisfied with the negotiations. "If we have agreed on everything, then let's hit the road," he says. "You're the only one here?" Arrow asks him in surprise. "There are hundreds of us here. Can you help everyone?" A gust of chilly wind looks at the guy a little annoyed. "So what if it's just me here?" he asks. "I guarantee that each of you, no matter how many there are, will be able to face the final boss." He glances sideways at Arrow. "You don't believe me?" he asks. "Then I'll show you something." He raises his hand, and a green ball rises above his head, which generates a huge protective area. The adventurers, judging by their facial expressions and postures, are amazed. The hero carefully examines the information window. Green barrier. Level 1. Effect. Targets all allies within a 100-meter radius. Reduces the effects of debuffs by 60%. Unlimited duration. Wow, the hero thinks. This is very powerful. Arrow can't believe his eyes. "Holy shit," he shouts. Reduces debuff by 60%. And has unlimited duration too. He wasn't bullshitting when he said he's a big shot. A gust of chilly wind smiles. "Now that you have seen everything, let's hurry," he says. "My time is very valuable, so don't waste it." Dozens of adventurers go to fight monsters. Before us is Jiang Zi and Dragon King. "He has a very powerful talent," says the hero. "Is it an S rank?" "No, my father said it was a rank," the interlocutor answers. A rank talent produces such a powerful effect, the hero cannot believe his ears. "Are you sure you're recalling correctly?" In front of us is a green ball emitting a very powerful glow. "I can't be wrong," says Dragon King. "Look at his weapon. It's kind of unusual, isn't it?" Before us is an information card describing the properties of the green sphere. Natural Blessings Magic Orb. Grade 5, damage 204 to -400, special effect, increases the effects of the user's talent by 100%, durability 900/900. The hero rubs his chin thoughtfully. It increases the effects of the user's talent by 100%. "No wonder he's so arrogant," he says. Because of this magic orb, the effects of his A rank talent have increased by 1-fold, and now he is capable of even surpassing an S rank talent. A gust of chilly wind covers its players with a protective green field and leads them towards the monsters that have already appeared in the distance. Once we pass here, we will meet enemies, he explains. As long as you remain within my green barrier, you'll receive the buff. If you step out of the barrier, don't blame me for your deaths. Bunny, who is walking along with everyone, says that she is still quite scared. This may be explained by the fact that the corpses of dozens of dead people lie on the floor, and the monsters that have gathered here look extremely scary and ominous. The sphere in a gust of chilly wind's hand sparkles. I'm only responsible for providing you with a buff that reduces the curse's effects, he says. Killing monsters is your job. The hero says that he understands this. The squad approaches monsters armed with scythes, with jets of red energy walking around them. Jiang Zi raises his hand and gives an order. Team 1, attack the red-robed pagans on the left. Team 2, attack the dark-robed pagans on the right. Aim, shoot. Dozens of arrows fly at the monsters. Arrow also shoots his bow and he just bursts out laughing. Have a taste of what it feels like to be killed in seconds. One of the arrows hits the hand of the monster, who is holding an old-fashioned lantern. He falls to the floor and breaks. Young people stand over the corpse of a monster with the face of a skeleton. Be careful, Jiang Zi warns everyone. The curse is appearing again. An information window appears. Malicious curse. Level 1. Effect: damage received increases by 10%. Under the influence of evil Kai invasion, the curse's effect increases by 10%. A wave of green energy is flowing over young people. A gust of chilly wind continues to generate it with the help of its green ball. I told you I would take you through this level, he shouts. Don't worry about anything, just fight. The heroes each grab their weapons. Okay, we got you, Arrow shouts joyfully. Dragon King jumps up and swings his pole at enemies. This is an amazing feeling, he shouts. Finally, I can warm up in peace. Yu Ying wields his sharp rapier with might and main. Autumn Leaf freezes monsters and encourages allies to finish everything quickly. The hero fires from a bow decorated with skulls. It seems that the squad is finishing off the monsters, which are now surrounded on all sides. A gust of chilly wind looks suspiciously at Bunny, who is simply standing still and does not seem to be going to participate in the general fun. Why don't you fight monsters? He asks. I'm useless in battles, that's why I don't know how to fight, she replies. Contempt appears on the man's face. It's not easy for your comrades, he says. Aren't you ashamed to reap fruits where you did not sow? What's wrong with you? The girl asks. Aren't you doing the same thing? Sassy swears a gust of chilly wind. The hero's squad seems to be finishing off the last of the pagans. A gust of chilly wind, holding a green ball in his hand, approaches the huge wooden gate. When you collect the loot of this stage, do not forget to transfer it in full to me, he says. We see that there are a huge number of multicolored spheres on the floor. A gust of chilly wind turns to the adventurers hunched over their prey. Behind this door is the boss, the Archbishop, he says. Before we go in, I have something to say. While Jiang Zi's team rushed to collect the dropped rewards from the pagans, a gust of chilly wind approached the huge doors. He turned to his guys, saying that when they collect the rewards that fell at this stage, they should not forget to give them to him. Glancing back, Kai frowned slightly and said that behind this door was the boss Archbishop, and before they entered, he wanted to say something. Jiang Zi approached from Kai's side and looked at his new partner, who came to his aid. Jiang Zi wondered what exactly a gust of chilly wind wanted to tell them. Continuing to hold his hand in the air, which included a protection spell, a gust of chilly wind said that there were too many people in Jiang Zi's group, and the Overlord's task was to lead them to the boss, so they would have to pay extra money. Fierce Dragon King and Jiang Zi widened their eyes and were surprised by this guy's impudence. Jiang Zi didn't understand what extra money he was talking about. Stunned, Fierce Dragon King turned to his friend. He said that they had already agreed, and would it be too unfair to ask them for additional money at such a moment? With a mischievous grin on his face, a gust of chilly wind furrowed his brows and bared his teeth. Raising his hand, he turned to his Fierce Dragon King acquaintance. He said that he only helps them because he is friends with him and his father, otherwise his payment for help would reach millions and such a small reward from them is far from enough. Besides the fact that they had too many people, they would have to fight with the poisonous snakes inside, so it would not be easy to cope and protect all the vulnerable archers. It would be a difficult task. The entire perplexed Jiang Zi squad stood in front of a gust of chilly wind, who was holding a magic sphere in his hand. The Titan with a shield on his back said that the boss's snakes can release deadly poison, and if the effect is not removed in time, the victim will die. Fierce Dragon King asked his friend how much money he wanted for his help. Continuing to look arrogantly at his subjects, he furrowed his brows and raised his hand. He said that by their standards, 500,000 per person would be enough. All the guys opened their mouths and were shocked by the huge number they heard. The guys, dissatisfied with this news, were angry and unhappy that now they could be set up at such an inopportune moment. Fierce Dragon King noted that it was a robbery, because with so many people they could not afford such an impressive amount. Moonlight Bunny, pointing her finger at their commander, said that it was dishonest on his part because for the sake of money, a gust of chilly wind is ready to throw away his authority. Moonlight Bunny walked closer to a gust of chilly wind and poked her finger at his sphere, which he was holding in his hand. She said that selfish people like him would never find true friends, and when he died, even on the Huangquan Road, which was in the underworld, he would walk alone because the lonely souls there would not pay attention to him. A gust of chilly wind did not expect to hear such words from Moonlight Bunny and was very shocked. His smirk on his face immediately turned enraged as he furrowed his brows, glaring even more at the Moonlight Bunny who told him this. He asked how to understand these words and who taught her to say such words. It was clear that a gust of chilly wind was furious at the girl's words, and so he was going to express his words to her. But at this moment, Zhang Zi stood between them and raised his hand to protect Moonlight Bunny. Zhang Zi apologized to Kai and politely told him that his girlfriend was a little impulsive, so he shouldn't do anything bad to her. Moonlight Bunny continued to hide behind Zhang Zi, while a gust of chilly wind pointed his finger at her with an evil look. He tried to find out where she heard these words. From behind Zhang Zi, who took out his fire bow, Moonlight Bunny said that it was from her father. This information became interesting to a gust of chilly wind, who stood in front of Zhang Zi, behind whom Moonlight Bunny continued to hide. A gust of chilly wind asked what her name is. Caillou. Zhang Zi glanced back at how Moonlight Bunny clenched her hands with her eyes wide. She realized that this guy knew her father, and she found it hard to believe. She walked out from Zhang Zi's back and walked straight towards a gust of chilly wind, who stood with his back to the big gate. She asked if he knew her father. Uncle Kai said that of course he knows, because her father was his mentor and leader. Moonlight Bunny, inspired by the fact that a gust of chilly wind knew her father, she raised her hands and tried to find out more information about Uncle Kao. She asked if he was a colleague of her father's and if he worked for the National Security Bureau. She realized that a gust of chilly wind knew what happened to her father on the 30th floor of the magic domain and why he still had not returned. A gust of chilly wind understood what was being said and bared his teeth. He lowered his eyes, closing them, and put his hand on his face. He said that he, Kai Jiji, was saved by her father. Moonlight Bunny really wanted to know information about her father, so she asked if he was alive. Fierce Dragon King intervened in their entertaining dialogue and inserted his words while holding his staff. He said that he heard his old man say that Uncle Kao left the National Security Bureau because something serious happened there. With great sadness on his face, a gust of chilly wind recalled his last fight with his father, Moonlight Bunny. He remembered sadly that there were 7 of them, and her dad was their leader, and together with 3 other level 3 fighters, he led them to the 30th floor, and there they first encountered a never-before-seen boss. Zhang Zi was a little taken aback by the enthusiastically telling his story of a gust of chilly wind and climbed in there. He asked about the boss on the 30th floor, did he mean Yukiana? Uncle Kai noticed that it was correct, it was Yukiana. Remembering their last fight, they came across a girl who was floating in the air with white hair. He said that they were deceived by her gentle appearance, and their group consisted of 10 people, 4 of whom were fighters with S-rank talents. All were strong class fighters, but none of them expected such a turn of events. Half of his squad simply turned into statues. He said that Yukiana only used one skill, just one skill, and 6 of them immediately froze into statues. And to give the others a chance to escape, their leader, that is, Moonlight Bunny's father, was also hit by Yukiana's skill and turned into a frozen statue. Moonlight Bunny did not expect to hear such an event and, angry, began to cry in the moment. She said that she had to get to the 30th floor and find her father. With his brows furrowed, a gust of chilly wind continued to hold his orb and turned to Moonlight Bunny, who became sad and continued to cry. However, Zhang Zi came over from the side and put his hand on her shoulder. Kai said that he did not tell this so that she would run there, because she would not have enough strength to go there, she would only lose her life in vain. Putting her hand on her belt, Moonlight Bunny raised her right hand and showed 2 fingers. She said that it didn't matter since she had already found a friend who could take her to the 30th floor of the magic domain. After saying this to a gust of chilly wind, he immediately frowned and was shocked that she had found such a friend. He asked how much money her mysterious friend was asking for his help. Moonlight Bunny turned back and pointed her hand at Zhang Zi, who was holding his hand to his chest. With a happy face, she said that she was talking about her leader, who did not ask for any money for his help. Zhang Zi noticed that Moonlight Bunny said everything was correct, because he promised her that he would definitely take her to the 30th floor and help her find her father. Still holding the magic sphere, a gust of chilly wind let go of his head with furrowed brows and scratched his protruding chin. Uncle Kai said that since he heard these words from her, he would make an exception and help them defeat the Archbishop boss for free. The guys were incredibly happy when they heard that a gust of chilly wind would not take any money from them for their help, and they all stood with admiring faces. Titan said that just a few minutes ago Kai was talking about crazy money and asking for 100 million, but now he doesn't want to take a cent from them. Moonlight Bunny didn't understand what was happening. and she also said that finally a gust of chilly wind began to communicate with them from scratch. Uncle Kai turned around and waved his hand to the guys. He continued to lead them through the tunnel. The whole squad followed him. A gust of chilly wind said that he was not a bad person, as he always considered himself a good person. And since it was already too late to rush around, so a gust of chilly wind wanted to act quickly and together. He noticed that once they walked through those large wooden doors, they would immediately be in the boss's line of sight, so he ordered them to be careful. The guys agreed with him. The large wooden door opened and they saw snakes with red eyes crawling on the ground. Everything around was swarming with snakes and everything was surrounded by red energy. At the back of the hall was the boss, the Archbishop. The boss, the Archbishop, the most important snake, noticed them and raised his hand. He noticed these guys and said that they were violators of the shrine and destroyers of God, so he told them to prepare to be punished. Boss Archbishop raised his hands and directed his spell and power towards these snakes to make them attack. The guys also went on the attack and prepared their guns. With furrowed brows, a gust of chilly wind said that poison is not the only thing that poisonous snakes are dangerous for, and their damage is also quite high. The archer's defense is also so low that a gust of chilly wind was afraid that they would not be able to resist even a couple of these creatures, so he suggested not attacking them head on. The guys said they understood. The archers led by Zhang Zi raised their bow and prepared to fire a huge barrage of arrows straight at their enemies. Zhang Zi said that they should not get close to the poisonous snakes, and everyone should concentrate and prepare to take aim. He gave the order to release his arrows, and the archers heard him. A bunch of arrows with sharp tips flew at these creeping snakes, which were approaching them with red energy. With a well-aimed hit from their bow, they killed many snakes, causing them critical damage. A gust of chilly wind, using his magical aura for protection, said that this was a very quick thought since Zhang Zi had the idea to combine the group's archers and combine their attacks. Zhang Zi was preparing to fire another arrow when a gust of chilly wind stood behind him, and he said that with this method, Zhang Zi was able to revive the despised class of dummy archers. A guy named Autumn Like Night raised his hand and pointed a bunch of sharp crystals directly at the snakes and wanted them to freeze. The archers continued to lay down aimed fire and release a huge barrage of arrows over and over again. Since they were at a distance, the snakes simply had no chance, and they died in a heap. Having defeated all the snakes, they saw that a bunch of magical multicolored spheres fell out. Zhang Zi frowned slightly and glanced to the side. He turned to Kai and said that after all, they agreed to give him the entire reward, so a gust of chilly wind could take it. This statement made Zhang Zi laugh, and he put one hand behind his back, scratched his protruding chin and closed his eyes. He told them to forget about it, because looking at them, so poor, he was no longer going to take anything from the spoils and invited them to divide it among themselves. The guys triumphed, because they understood that now they could share this award among themselves. They thanked him. One of the archers said that Uncle Kai is really a good person. Moonlight Bunny winked at a gust of chilly wind and showed a thumbs up. She said that he had finally done something good, and if her father had known, he would definitely have praised him. In response to such a fiery speech from Moonlight Bunny, Kai closed his eyes and became embarrassed. Zhang Zi was not in the mood for jokes and continued to look forward with furrowed brows and realized that they needed to achieve their goal. Zhang Zi held a fire bow in his hand and asked Uncle Kai how should they fight the Archbishop. Kai stood behind Zhang Zi and continued to hold the magic sphere in his hands, which protected them from spells. He said that at this stage, the Archbishop is not that dangerous yet and his attack damage is not very high, so there is no need to worry. He also added that the only thing they should beware of is his dark magic. Because this thing is very tough, if it hits them, then all their attributes will decrease by 50 points. Fierce Dragon King, hearing this information, raised his hands and began to count how many points he would lose if he was hit. Kai looked at him with frowning eyebrows, turning back. Fierce Dragon King said that this couldn't be true, and as far as he remembered, the Magic Domain reference book said that the attack reduced attributes to 0, not 50 points. A gust of chilly wind lowered his head with furrowed brows, waved his hand and sighed. He said that at the time of writing the book, the author's attributes were in the range of 20 or 30 points, about the same as theirs now, so they wrote that the attributes were reduced to 0, not to 50. And the same applied to the duration of the action Dark Magic, because it is not continuous, rather its effect ends after 60 minutes. Having realized the whole course of events, the guys said that everything was clear to them now. Zhang Zi knitted his eyebrows and clenched his fist. He said that they now have Uncle Kai's green barrier, which reduces all effects and skills by 60%, and they no longer have to worry about losing against the Archbishop. A new appearance of the Archbishop appeared, and a huge snake with glowing eyes crawled out. Uncle Kai noticed that not everything is so simple, and when the Archbishop goes into Phase 3, he will turn into a huge demon snake, causing incredible damage. In addition, at the same time, he will be able to use his poisonous explosion skill, capable of hitting dozens of people at the same time. This huge snake tried to bite one of the guys on the shoulder. He said that not only that, this archbishop would also deprive them of health points, because every time he could take away 50% of the adventurer's strength in order to restore his own. Jiang Zi turned back and looked at his guys, who were all horrified by what they heard. Shen Mengdai and Liu Yuying noted that it sounded very scary. However, Jiang Zi calmed them down and told them not to be afraid, because they had many people, including Uncle Kai, as support. So he was sure that nothing would happen and suggested that they try to attack first and then worry. The guys took out their guns and prepared to attack. Fierce Dragon King took out his staff and stood in front of Liu Yuying, who stood behind them and pulled out her red-bladed sword. Fierce Dragon King was glad that it was finally time to engage in battle. Jiang Zi pulled his arrow and said that he would start first and everyone should get ready. The arrow flew at a very fast speed to its destination, straight at the Archbishop boss. The angry boss Archbishop, with a large crown on his head, received this arrow directly in the chest. However, this was not enough for him, and the Archbishop opened his hands and used a dark magic spell that surrounded everything around with black energy. The Archbishop called his enemies arrogant pagans and dirty mortals, so it was time for them to meet their death. Titan, surrounded by the Dragon King and Jiang Zi, who was also preparing to attack, put up his shield and addressed them. Jiang Zi told Titan to hold this evil Archbishop and Autumn like Night to maintain crowd control and order everyone else to attack. He also noted that they should take care of themselves. A guy named Autumn like Night sent these sharp ice shards directly to the Archbishop's dark magic while they were all under the green protective barrier. At this moment, the enraged Fierce Dragon King swung his staff and flew straight at the Archbishop along with Liu Yuying. Fierce Dragon King said that he had been under pressure for too long and this time he wanted to take revenge on the Archbishop. A gust of chilly wind stood behind with Moonlight Bunny and held his green shield. He told the boys to remain calm even in danger because Jiang Zi's leadership skills were impressive. He told Moonlight Bunny that she has a very good friend. With a joyful face, Moonlight Bunny raised her hands and agreed with Kai's words because her leader Jiang Zi is the strongest and can even summon bosses. Fierce Dragon King frowned in sweat and sharply turned around at Moonlight Bunny, who was afraid of such a reaction. Not believing what he heard, the Lord of the Cool Wind turned to Moonlight Bunny and asked if he could really summon bosses. Moonlight Bunny said that Jiang Zi can summon bosses such as Sky-Swallowing Toad and Dog-Headed Mine Owner. A gust of chilly wind looked furious with his brows furrowed and his teeth bared. He noted that who would have thought that such talent even existed. Remembering the boss of the 30th floor, Yukiana, he knew that Jiang Zi would be able to summon her when he won. The whole detachment continued to attack the Archbishop from different sides, while Fierce Dragon King attacked from the air with his staff and hit the Archbishop's head with it. The archers were at a distance and continued to release a huge barrage of fire with their arrows, providing support to their comrades in close combat. Jiang Zi told his comrades to continue the attack further. Liu Yuying, together with Fierce Dragon King, continued to attack the Archbishop and archers aimed at him, who hit the target, causing a lot of damage to the huge monster. The Archbishop did not like this, and he called these people despicable mortals. His hands were more like sharp claws surrounded by black magic. He raised his hands above himself and was about to use his black magic. Raising his hand, the Archbishop directed dark magic towards Titan, who managed to cover himself with his shield and called him a vile brat. Titan felt all the dark magic of the boss on himself and was angry, baring his teeth. It was cursed with dark corrosion. A notification came out that he was under attack from the Archbishop's dark magic. Even though Titan continued to hide behind his shield, he still took massive damage from the Archbishop. Fierce Dragon King stood between the attack and, having readied his staff, noticed that the Archbishop's damage was very high. Liu Yuying flew at the Archbishop with her sword. He managed to turn his head towards her. He used black magic against Liu Yuying and she fell for it too. Titan peeked out from behind his shield and shouted to his friend to watch out. The Archbishop was furious that he was surrounded and attacked from all sides, so he used all the dark magic he had. Falling under the spell, Liu Yuying fell to the ground and grimaced in pain. She realized that all her attributes had been reduced to 0, and now she would not be able to dodge the attack. Liu Yuying turned back in a sweat with her brows furrowed. Suddenly, a summoned monster general of the centaurs came to her defense. The archers on the side were shocked by the summoned monster and opened their mouths. The centaur general rose to his hind hooves and shouted that he would kill the Archbishop, following his master's orders. A squad of archers standing behind turned to the guys in close combat while Liu Yuying was sitting on the ground and just waiting. A gust of chilly wind, standing in front of the archers, told those in front to listen to him, and if they were hit by the curse, then he suggested that they hurry away and wait until the effect wore off before engaging again. Fierce Dragon King turned back and said that they understood everything. Jiang Zi ran past Liu Yuying, who turned to look at him and asked if she was okay. Liu Yuying glanced briefly at Jiang Zi and said that everything was fine. At the same time, Fierce Dragon King, picking up his comrade with a shield, led her by the arm since he was also under the spell. Titan turned to Jiang Zi, saying that they could not continue like this forever because when their attributes reached 0, none of them would be able to attack with much damage anymore. And the longer they delay, the faster the Archbishop will recover. Jiang Zi, being in the team of archers and Liu Yuying, noticed that they needed to come up with another plan. At this moment, the enraged Centaur General continued to fight the monster Archbishop. Fierce Dragon King, together with Liu Yuying, looked from the side at the Centaur General's battle and realized that he would not last long. Fierce Dragon King noticed this and said that the Centaur General was about to die. Liu Yuying was also unhappy with the events and said that the boss's dark magic was simply insanely strong. Jiang Zi, who was in front of everyone, raised his hand and was about to cast his spell. He agreed with the guys, saying that they couldn't go on like this forever, so he was going to check something out. Jiang Zi sent a blue beam of energy towards the Centaur General, who was already running out of health and was under a spell. The Archbishop looked at the other people and extended his hand to them in anger. He called them vile mortals and told them to come out and accept his trials. Jiang Zi continued to hold his hand and use his magic towards the Centaur General. The guys watched this spectacle from the side and were in shock. They opened their mouths and widened their eyes. Fierce Dragon King noticed that the Centaur General was no longer under the boss's curse. Inspired by his spell, Jiang Zi noticed that, as he thought, if he recalled the summoned beasts, then all their curses would be lifted. Turning to his faithful friend, the Centaur General, he told him to show this religious swindler what the Centaur General was really made of and ordered him to go into battle. The enraged Centaur General, freed from the curse, took out his spear and tried to thrust it into the Archbishop from a distance. A sharp spear with a beautiful golden tip flew across a long distance at high speed. This spear pierced the Archbishop's chest, and his entire health bar remained at 0. Jiang Zi continued to stand with his brows furrowed and raised his hands, clenching them into fists. A notification popped up congratulating him that his summoned beast General Centaur had killed the Archbishop. The entire Jiang Zi battle squad, who was watching this from the side, rejoiced. They thought the Archbishop was dead. They were stunned that the Archbishop was killed so easily by their guild leader Jiang Zi. The guys noticed that their leader was great in battle. However, as it turned out, the Archbishop was not dead yet, and he simply bowed his head, laughing slightly. In fact, the Archbishop was not yet dead, and he stood up and laughed maliciously. He turned to the guys and said, could they really think that their weak attack was enough to defeat him, calling them fools? A gust of chilly wind, behind whom the guys were, frowned and pointed his finger at the monster. He told them to beware of the Archbishop, because he was entering phase 3 of the attack. The entire guild squad was under the protection of the Cool Wind Lord, and they prepared to attack along with the heavenly devouring frog that was behind them. The Archbishop began to transform into a snake demon. He turned into a huge monster with glowing eyes and sharp claws. With his tail, he hit the stone behind which Titan and Liu Yuying were hiding. The Archbishop called them insects and said that their death had overtaken them. The Archbishop continued to attack this stone, behind which the guys were hiding. They were perplexed at his strength. The archers raised their bows and drew their arrows, preparing to attack the boss with a huge barrage. Jiang Zi with his fire bow noticed that Brother Titan had already captured the attention of the big monster, so the long-range archers could prepare for battle. A huge barrage of arrows, together with the fiery stream of the heavenly frog, caused significant damage to the huge snake demon. Dissatisfied with their small damage, the archers looked distraught. Jiang Zi turned to look at his archers who were standing behind him with furrowed brows. The archer didn't understand what was happening and why they did so little damage. Jiang Zi remarked to his boys that the snake demon armor's protection was probably too strong. He told them not to be distracted and to continue attacking. The enraged Archbishop, in the guise of a demon snake, released violet flames from his mouth. He told them to prepare for death. This flame overtook the archers and they were all hit by the boss's poison. A gust of chilly wind raised an orb above his head, which surrounded them with a barrier. He ordered the guys to monitor their health points, and if they were running low, then let them use tonics, and no matter what, they did not stop attacking. He told them to give it their all since the demon boss had almost half his health left. The huge devouring frog, located to the side, continued its fire barrage of attack directly at the boss. The huge snake boss received a barrage of fire right in the back and the monster bowed down. In addition, the boss was also hit on the head by the Centaur General, who also had no intention of retreating. At this moment, the huge snake demon turned towards the Centaur General and looked at him. Jiang Zi, with his brows furrowed, knew that this was not good, because the boss's attention was now directed towards the Centaur General. A huge demon snake grabbed onto the Centaur General and sucked energy and health points out of him. A gust of chilly wind, standing behind Jiang Zi, pointed his finger at the monster. He knew that the snake demon was absorbing the blood of the Centaur General. Jiang Zi told them to stop it quickly. The huge demon snake released from his mouth with the sharp teeth of the Centaur General. Opening his powerful mouth with an enraged look, His health bar reached 60%. The demon snake noticed that the blood of the centaur general was so fresh and tasty. Jiang Zi, who was in the middle of his squad, raised his hand towards the centaur general who was lying on the ground with low health. Jiang Zi noticed that the centaur general only had 15% health left and they could only wait for him to regain his health before he could engage in battle again. The archer standing on Jiang Zi's right said that in this case they would lose their strongest defender and would have to rely only on Fierce Dragon King and Liu Yuying. A gust of chilly wind sweatily furrowed his brows and pointed his fist towards Jiang Zi. He approached the leader and said that his leadership qualities were excellent, but his team did not live up to those qualities. Jiang Zi looked at Uncle Kai sarcastically and said that his team's attributes may not be that high, but they are excellent fighters. A gust of chilly wind, crossing his arms with a malicious grin, repeated his words once again, but in a different wording. He said that he wasn't saying that his friends weren't good enough, just that their roles weren't right for them, and that's a big problem if he noticed. Zonik, looking at the floor with a cold gaze, thought a little about the words. All the guys were in a circle of green barrier and defended themselves from the monster's attack. Kai noted that his team had one distractor, two short-range attackers, one crowd control, a healer and a long-range archer. It seemed that everything was logical, but in reality there was a hidden problem, namely, they lacked a magician protector from the side. A huge guy in red armor was directing a barrage of fire at the small monsters. Kai noted that in the magic domain, the level of team effectiveness depends on having enough fighter defenders, especially mages, because a fire mage like Autumn like Night can stand to the side as crowd control and completely control the rhythm of the fight, and he is most effective when killing monsters. A gust of chilly wind said that his team currently lacks a powerful mage defender. With a reasonable look, a gust of chilly wind continued to make hand gestures and look at the puzzled and thoughtful Jiang Zi. A gust of chilly wind said that this was not all, because the higher the level of the magic domain, the higher the defense of the monsters, and plus they lacked the support class to increase the advantage. Jiang Zi, resting his hand on his chin, said that his team really had this problem, and he wanted to discuss with Titan and the rest of his team to add more people. Jiang Zi held his fire bow in his hands and turned towards Kai, who also looked at him with an even gaze. Kai said that he could recommend some exceptional candidates to Jiang Zi, and if they agreed to join, his team would become even stronger. Jiang Zi was interested in this proposal, and he asked how much it would cost to invite these fighters to his team. A gust of chilly wind noted that by today's market standards, everyone would have to pay at least $500,000 a year, and that's only for a ranked talents. And if you need even stronger comrades, then the costs will increase significantly. Jiang Zi continued to dialogue with the reasonable A gust of chilly wind, who stood point blank towards him. Jiang Zi said that then they should forget about it, because they don't have that much money for outside help and they can't vouch for their character. Because in the magic domain, where standard laws do not apply, it was difficult to understand what was on a person's mind. Raising his hand in the air, a gust of chilly wind said that everything depended on Jiang Zi, and with his team's current capabilities, the most they could do was climb to the 12th or 13th floor, and it would be difficult to advance further. At this time, Fierce Dragon King entered the fierce battle, raised his staff and jumped from the ground directly at the Archbishop. Titan, peeking out from behind the shield, told Fierce Dragon King to be careful. However, Fierce Dragon King was taken aback and did not listen to his comrade, for which he received damage with his tail from the monster's Archbishop. At this moment, Shen Meng Dai raised her staff and sent a healing beam towards Fierce Dragon King. Shen Meng Dai did not like this move from the fighter and was angry. She asked if he couldn't dodge attacks as soon as he saw them. She called him too self-confident, and if he continued like this, then her health recovery skill would not keep up with his antics. Liu Yuying, raising her sword, turned to look at the Fierce Dragon King lying on the ground, who was being restored by the healer. She cast her cold glance towards him and asked that he must have gone crazy and ordered him to go faster back. The snake demon was furious and again spat out purple rays of poison towards the guys and the Titan with the shield. The snake demon said that the end of the world had come for the guys. All the violet flames of poison from the snake demon went to the Titan's shield, which put it up as protection. Hiding behind the shield, Fierce Dragon King turned to Shen Meng Dai and told her to quickly restore his health, because everything depended on her. Shen Meng Dai waved her staff in the air and said that she was already running low and she urgently needed to come up with something, because she was simultaneously treating a squad of archers who had come under attack from a demon. Another squad of archers led by Jiang Zi stood near the heavenly devouring toad. Jiang Zi understood that he could not continue in the same spirit, because the scales of the snake demon were as strong as iron and it was difficult to inflict much damage with ordinary attacks. At this moment, Jiang Zi ordered his ranged attackers to listen to him and aim arrows at the snake demon's mouth, and as soon as it opens, they need to shoot inside. Frowning slightly, Jiang Zi turned to look at his archer, who liked Jiang Zi's plan. Looking at his leader, he tried to string the arrow and said that it was a good idea because the stomach could not be covered with armor. The demon snake was preparing its next attack with purple spit and was about to open its mouth. At this moment, Jiang Zi had already prepared his arrow along with a squad of archers. He shouted that it was time for them to go and ordered everyone to get ready and aim their arrows at the mouth of the snake demon. At this moment, the snake demon's mouth opens, and he spits out another violet flame and poison towards the guys. At that moment, a huge barrage of sharp arrows flew straight into the demon's open mouth. The snake received significantly more damage to itself. Liu Yuying and Fierce Dragon King joined the squad of archers to finish off, who hit the snake on the head with his staff. Liu Yuying, swinging her sword, turned to Fierce Dragon King so that he would find the right moment and the snake demon would be finished. Fierce Dragon King said that they worked well together. At the same moment, a huge demon snake threw the guys away with its tail and looked in their direction with an enraged look. Liu Yuying and Fierce Dragon King watched as the huge snake curled up into a ball, clearly hiding from the attacks. Fierce Dragon King did not understand what was happening and why this huge snake turned into a ball. While Moon Shadow and the Dragon King looked at the monster curled up in a ball in fascination, Uncle Kai tried to calm their feelings by shouting that they should hurry up since the demon snake is going to run away. Clutching the staff in his hand, Fierce Dragon King turned to the man with a grimace. He shouted questioningly that after such a long battle, was he really going to run away? Hissing, a small white snake remained silent past the ball of the snake demon. Moonlight Bunny pointed her finger at her, after which everyone looked at the snake. The girl loudly noted that some small snake had appeared there. Uncle Kai shouted that they couldn't let her escape, because if she crawled back into her hole, the whole battle would be in vain. Jumping high, Z took out an arrow and pulled the bowstring. He confidently said that he would deal with the snake. With a loud whistle, the arrow cut through the air. She landed right on the snake's head, pinning it to the ground. Opening her mouth, she cursed at the people, calling them insects. Landing on the ground, Z touched the floor with his hand. He exclaimed that they were very lucky because the slippery guy almost ran away. A system notification appeared congratulating you on your victory over Archbishop. In place of the boss, many soul spheres and other various artifacts began to appear. Behind them, a portal to the next floor opened and the team headed towards the items they had obtained. Little Princess exclaimed with delight that no one could have thought that so much was hidden in this monster. Z, Moon Shadow, and Titan looked at the work done with satisfied faces. An arrow through the heart archer, like the rest of the archers from the guild, shouted joyfully, raising their fists in the air. Z got down on one knee in front of the artifacts. He noted that now is the time to see if they got anything good. He stood up and turned his head when Uncle Kai called him. While the other guys were collecting soul spheres, the two of them stepped aside. Kai noted that he had dealt with the boss and that his mission was over, but he would like to discuss one more thing before leaving. Z asked what was bothering him. After listening to the man's words, Z rubbed his chin thoughtfully. They stood opposite each other, surrounded by the red aura of the floor, and Z folded his hands on his waist. He asked that it turns out that the man wants him to go to the 30th floor of the demon territory and save Father Moon Rabbit. Raising his hand, Kai said that he really hopes that Rakshasa can save his past leader, and although this is just a request, he is ready to pay any price for it. Stretching his hands, the guy walked towards the others and turned around. He replied that he did not need any money, since he had already promised Moon Rabbit that he would save her father if the opportunity presented itself. He added that since the path to the 30th floor would likely be rocky, he might have to turn to Kai for help more than once. The man replied that if he was needed, he would be happy to help. Titan approached Z and pointed at the portal. The guy noted that they had almost collected all the loot, and it was time for them to go to the 10th floor, to which Z replied that he understood. When the guy passed by Uncle Kai, he smiled and waved. He told them to go up to the altar on the 10th floor themselves, and for now he would go to rest since he was no longer young and this battle had exhausted him. The man also asked Rakshasa to take care of the Moon Rabbit. Z replied that he didn't have to worry about the latter. Finally, Kai said that each floor, the beautiful 10, is indicative and the difficulty there increases significantly, so they should be careful in the future. Z briefly thanked him for this information. I finished salting the artifacts, and the archers lined up at the portal to the next floor. They enthusiastically noted that they did not believe that they were really able to reach the 10th floor and praised their guild and its boss. 10th floor of Demon Territory. One by one, the guild members began to appear on the altar. Moon Shadow noted that this place was very deserted. Z replied that he had read in the guidebooks that this was an ancient battlefield stretching forward as far as the eye could see. After this, he noted that there were actually a lot of bones around, left over from battles. Little Princess stretched and yawned, saying that the boss fight lasted about 7 hours, which means it's about 3 AM and she's really sleepy. Moon Shadow supported her and suggested that she stop there for now, since the martial arts exam was coming up, and many people needed to prepare. Z turned around and glanced at Yuying standing not far from him. He wondered if the girl had really recognized him and realized that he needed to prepare for the exam. He refuted his thoughts, noting that this is unlikely to be the case. Titan approached him with a smile on his face. He said that since everyone was tired, he also proposed to disperse, and then asked what Rakshasa thought about this. The summoner noted that he didn't do that either. Everyone took turns saying goodbye and leaving the altar, leaving only Z and Moon Shadow on it. Smiling, the girl waved to the guy. She said that he should also go and rest. The summoner agreed and said goodbye to the girl. When she disappeared, Z waved his hand and opened his inventory, examining the contents. He currently had 5 high-rank soul spheres, 7 mid-rank soul spheres, and 4 low-rank soul spheres stored in his possession. The guy thought that he should swallow them all at once. When he absorbed the spheres, multicolored rays began to hover around him, increasing his characteristics. Z mentally noted that his strength increased by 1, and his speed and spirit by 2 points. He thought that with such characteristics, he should definitely get into the martial arts university. A voice came from Professor Pang to his house saying that baby ZZ came early today. The guy who was working out on the simulator, which was counting strength, turned to Ziakin, who was leaning against the wall. Z shouted loudly and asked to call him normally. Professor Pang Tu walked up to him and sharply slapped him on the head with a stick, causing the guy to scream in pain. The old lady said in a stern voice that he should not be distracted by chatter, but concentrate and follow the technique she was teaching him. Frowning his face, Z punched the machine with all his might. He then swung sharply and struck again with his other fist. The scale on the simulator showed that the force of the guy's blows was 3,010 kilograms. He looked at his fist with surprised eyes, and Zia King, who also had a stunned expression on her short face, came closer to the guy. Z enthusiastically noted that he could not believe that he was able to knock out 3,000 kilograms. While the satisfied guy was flexing his fist, the red-haired girl was loudly indignant, noting that it only took him a few days to master it. Z noted that this was all only thanks to Mentor Pang, after which the old woman said that she saw that he had already learned the basics of dragon breathing. She walked up to the guy and started hitting him on the head with the stick again, causing him to cower and scream out in pain. The woman said in a stern voice that despite this, he needed to stop talking and continue training. While Z, enveloped in a surge of power, stood in a fighting stance, Ziakin took her mentor aside. She asked if this was not too much, noting that it only took the guy a few days to master the dragon breath. Mentor Pang asked how the girl managed to notice the guy's talent. Ziakin smiled proudly and, heading towards the exit, saluted her mentor. She noted that she has a very keen eye. Pang's mentor said that Ziakin is about to turn 30, but she is still just as stupid. The girl noted that she tried very hard to find a good successor for her mentor, but she immediately swears at her. The old lady replied that she agreed that that guy was very fertile ground. After leaving the building, Ziakin stopped and called out to the guy, who had already walked some distance. The guy turned around, and the red-haired girl approached him, holding out a photo. She said that she would have to leave Tianfeng soon, so she would not be able to attend his exam, but she wanted to wish him to pass it successfully in advance to join the bureau. Z turned and picked up a photograph that showed a man wearing a white smiling mask. Crossing her arms, Ziakin told the guy to be wary of the man in this photo because he was very dangerous and he was the one who kidnapped Hao. Z asked if he was a member of the Dawn organization, and the girl agreed. The guy said he would try to be attentive. Holding the photo, he looked at the girl who approached the white car and waved her hand. She said that she had to go because she still had work to do at the bureau and also added that Z could contact her at any time if there were any problems. 10th floor of Demon Territory. Fierce Dragon King greeted Z with a smile on his face. However, he saw that the rest of the team members all looked gloomy. He asked Arrow through the Heart Archer why he had such an upset face. Fierce Dragon King smiled and placed his hand on the gray-haired archer's shoulder. Arrow through the Heart Archer said with a sad face that a gust of chilly wind was telling the truth, and fighting the bosses of the 10th floor is indeed very difficult. Fierce Dragon King answered in a joyful voice that a real man should not give in to difficulties. The archer gave him a dissatisfied look, after which the man shuddered. Arrow through the Heart Archer indignantly asked why he was the first to run away when they encountered that 10-meter monster. In response, Fierce Dragon King muttered that he simply wasn't ready for that. Arrow through the Heart Archer smiled and sighed, and Fierce Dragon King clenched his hand into a fist as Z addressed him. The summoner noted that he had read in the guidebook that there was a huge monster on the 10th floor and asked if they had stumbled upon it. Fierce Dragon King exclaimed that it was definitely him. An image of a huge armored rhinoceros, riding on which sat 3 orc warriors with various weapons, flashed through his head. The man said that that monster was more than 10 meters, and the earth shook from his steps. He added that 3 orc warriors were sitting astride us, an archer, a swordsman, and an executioner. He noted that he had no idea how to cope with this living herd weapon. Z, surrounded by his comrades, pointed to the exit from the altar. He said that since everyone was already assembled, he offered to go and look at this monster. The large guild left the altar and, under the condemning statements of people, stepped onto the deserted lands of the floor. One of the adventurers was surprised that the guild was so large and noted that there were probably about 100 people in it. Another person replied that so many members would be of no use as they were all novice archers and would not be able to stand up against a giant beast. After walking for a while, the core team members froze when they heard loud sounds approaching. Titan put his shield forward and loudly shouted to everyone to get ready. Looking ahead, Fierce Dragon King clenched his teeth tightly, and both their faces, along with Arrow through the Heart Archer, frowned. Soon the entire guild saw in front of them a huge armored rhinoceros on which 3 orc warriors were sitting. Covering himself with a shield, Titan turned to his comrades. He noted loudly that this monster was too big and he thought that he would hardly be able to hold it. He added that Rakshasa and his archers should stay away from the monster. Arrow through the Heart Archer told him that this would not work, because if the distance was too great, then their arrows would not have the desired effect. Yu Ying walked up to Z and put her hand on his shoulder. She asked what he was thinking of doing. In response, the guy asked if she saw that orc with the reins. He said, if you look closely, you can see that this particular orc is controlling the beast with the help of the reins, and he thinks that this is the key to their victory. Mounted on an armored rhinoceros, 3 orcs quickly approached the guild. The entire Titan team in front frowned on their faces and listened to Z's plan. The summoner said that first Titan must go after the monsters and provoke the orcs against himself, and the task of the rest will be to kill the orcs with the reins, and then, perhaps, the giant rhinoceros will become uncontrollable and cease to be a threat. He added that as soon as they solved the problem with the monster, they would immediately move on to the orcs, and Titan loudly accepted the instructions. Holding a shield in front of him, the gray-haired guy ran towards the monster with a thunderous cry. At that moment, the orc who was holding the reins blew into the horn. Opening its mouth wide, the giant rhino roared loudly. Bowing its head, the monster rushed straight towards Titan, who was holding his shield tightly. He hit the Titan's shield with his horn and the guy flew back. Landing on his knees, he still held the shield and cast an angry look at the beast. The guy shouted that this monster was too strong. The monster hit the guy's shield with its horn again. At that moment, Z and the rest of the archers pulled back the strings of their bows. The summoner loudly gave the command to shoot, noting that they needed to quickly destroy the orc with an accurate shot. A rain of arrows flew towards the orc with the reins. The monster exploded from its place when sharp arrows began to dig into its body. The other 2 orcs watched as their comrade flew off the rhinoceros and fell to the ground. At that moment, the rhinoceros, who found himself without a coachman, raised his paw. A moment later, he stepped right on the orc and crushed it. The beast's eyes glowed red, and he, opening his toothy mouth wide, roared loudly. Continuing to growl, he jerked in different directions, trying to throw off the remaining monsters. Seeing this, Z lowered his bow and looked at Titan, who was still next to the rhinoceros. The summoner shouted that things had not gone according to plan and the animal went on a rampage, then told Titan to retreat. At that moment, the 2 remaining orcs fell from the beast. As soon as this happened, the beast turned around and began to walk away in the other direction, while Fierce Dragon King and Moon Shadow looked angry. The man was outraged that the monster really escaped, and then told the girl that it was time for them to deal with the monsters, to which she agreed. Swinging their weapons, the 2 of them jumped up and quickly headed towards the orcs. Moon Shadow surrounded the orc with swords, throwing blows that he managed to avoid. The girl screamed that the monster had a very fast reaction, and he dodged too well. Raising his red glowing bow, Z pulled back the string and told his comrades that they must attack together. It hit the orc swordsman in the chest, causing him to fly into the air, and the second monster, retreating, stumbled and began to fall. After a while, the Dragon King, holding the staff in his hand, sighed with relief. He noted that they were finally finished, but it was a shame that the giant beast had escaped. Yu Ying pointed her finger to the side and asked everyone to look there. The group turned around and saw a dark silhouette standing not far from the fleeing monster. Z noted that there was a person there. Seeing him, the team became alarmed. The summoner said loudly that he needed to help this man as a giant beast was rushing straight towards him. Titan replied that it was too late to do anything. A guy with brown hair and a long red cloak over his shoulders walked towards a rhinoceros running towards him. Lowering his head, the guy grinned contentedly. He suddenly grabbed the hilt of his sword and began to pull it out of its sheath. He jumped up, delivering several powerful cutting blows to the monster, which began to glow blue. Holding a sword in his hands, he landed close to the beast on one knee, and it howled loudly as the guy dealt him 88,441 points of damage. Sheathing his sword, the guy named a ray of dawn rose from the ground and smiled. He noted in a satisfied voice that he had finally found Rakshasa. Seeing what was happening, the guild members were shocked and stared at the guy. Clenching his hand into a fist, the Dragon King exclaimed in surprise that this person was able to inflict almost 90,000 damage and kill this beast instantly. Z's eyebrows furrowed and his eyes widened in surprise. He thought that this man's strength was simply incredible, and he didn't even have time to notice how he pulled out his sword. A ray of dawn turned around and gave the summoner an annoyed look. Turning around completely, he walked towards Rakshasa and his comrades with a satisfied smile on his face. The guy noted that he had been looking for him for a very long time, adding that information had reached him that Rakshasa was now on the 10th floor of the demon territory, and he had to spend a lot of time here to find him. Putting his hands in his pockets, Z walked towards the guy with a sly smile. He said that they didn't seem to know each other and it was the first time he had heard his name. A ray of dawn stood right in front of the guy and, continuing to smile, waved his hand. He said that he would now explain everything to him and began to tell him that he was from the Dawn organization and had come to Rakshasa with an invitation to join him. Z made it clear that he was not interested in criminal gangs. The boy with brown hair grinned and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He said that this world would inevitably be overrun by demons, and he could only survive if he joined them. He added that he really hopes that the guy will change his mind and want to join them. Z furrowed his eyebrows and glanced at the guy from under his brows. In a low voice he asked what would happen if he did not change his mind. Looking at the summoner, a ray of dawn grinned. Shifting his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, he sharply grabbed the hilt of his sword. A moment later, Z, without moving, looked at the sword that was next to his head. A ray of dawn asked, "Is the guy really not afraid of death at all?" The guy with brown hair continued to hold the sword to Z's head, and his comrades, who had been standing behind him all this time, bared their teeth and looked at a ray of dawn with angry faces. Titan confidently said that they were not afraid of him, and Fierce Dragon King, grabbing his pole, agreed and said that the members of the Dawn organization were nothing but trouble. Lunar Day told Rakshasa in an angry voice not to even think about joining them. As the brown-haired boy lowered his sword, Z turned to him with furrowed brows. He noted that with their current strength, his team would definitely not be able to defeat him. However, they were not going to bow to him either. The two young people turned their dissatisfied, frowning glances at each other, and no one dared to break eye contact. There was a scrape of metal and a ray of dawn sheathed his sword. Turning his back to the team, he began to stretch his arm and cast a side glance at Z. The guy with brown hair noted that they were all a naive bunch and Rakshasa would regret refusing. He added that they would definitely meet again. The squad members looked at a ray of dawn as he walked away, his cape flapping in the wind. Fierce Dragon King asked if they would just let him go. Z replied that nothing could be done about it since they were not his rivals now. Titan agreed and said that now is not the right time to engage him in battle since they still need to gain strength. The Dragon King threw the pole over his shoulder, after which Z turned around and looked at his comrades. He said that before leaving, a gust of chilly wind told him the coordinates of a mysterious camp on this floor where they could improve their equipment. He suggested going there and checking it out. Titan crossed his arms and asked if they could really do this. Having moved a sufficient distance, a ray of dawn opened the system tab. He went to his team's channel and wrote to the members that they were right that Rakshasa refused to join them. When he responded negatively to his teammates' message about whether he had killed the summoner, they caused a stir in the chat, saying that Rakshasa might interfere with their plans in the future. The leader assured them that he had a reason for doing this and ordered his comrades to forget about the guy and be ready, since the entrance exams for the King Martial Arts University would soon begin and they would have other worries. After some time, the detachment approached a mysterious camp where several people were already located next to the blacksmith. Fierce Dragon King noted in surprise that there was already someone there. Little Princess pointed her finger at those people, and at that moment the blacksmith hit the weapon, causing bright sparks to fly in different directions. She noted that it seems they are not the only ones who know about the existence of this camp. She added that those two adventurers seemed familiar to them. Z confirmed that he knew them, and when Fierce Dragon King took a closer look, his mouth and eyes widened in surprise and he pointed his finger at the people. He exclaimed loudly, noting that this world is very small. Young Master Chen and his mentor Feng Yun Layman turned around when they heard outside voices. The blonde made a face and indignantly noted that there was Rakshasa. The old man asked the guy to just focus on his own affairs and not pay attention to other people. The man, whose weapon had just been modernized by the blacksmith, smiled broadly and raised his sledgehammer high into the air. He loudly exclaimed that he now finally had an S-rank weapon. Chen jumped back in shock when he heard the blacksmith's next words. The gray-haired man said that if anyone else had forging materials, they could give them to him to improve the quality. The man also noted that improving equipment is not always successful, and there is a certain chance that it will break, so you need to carefully consider this point. Hearing this, Fierce Dragon King and Z firmly surrendered their weapons. The summoner said that, apparently, the probability of failing to upgrade equipment is relatively high, and if you are unlucky, you can be left completely without a weapon. Fierce Dragon King replied that his rod was a rank and he would not like to lose it. Holding a bag of materials in his hands, Chen approached the forging machine with tension throughout his body. Master Feng Yunlayman, who stood behind him, crossed his arms and told the master to calm down, since this is just equipment, and if he wants to do great things, then he shouldn't worry about the little things. The blacksmith took the bag in one hand and the crossbow in the other and examined the weapon. Ott noted that its characteristics are quite good, and together with bonus materials that can significantly increase the quality, they may well be successful. The gray-haired man picked up a sledgehammer and swung it. In one swift motion, he struck the crossbow, causing a loud metallic sound to be heard. Little Princess and Fierce Dragon King looked with insidious faces at the crossbow, which the blacksmith continued to hit with a sledgehammer. They tried to persuade him to make the weapon fail and break. After some time, the gray-haired man looks into his hands with an improved crossbow. Young Master Chen received a system notification congratulating him on his weapon upgrade. The blonde immediately grabbed his crossbow, which glowed with a yellow light, and raised it into the air with a joyful smile on his face. He started laughing very loudly and exclaiming that he now has an SS rank weapon with an attack power of 27 to 38 points, and the special slow effect now lasts 10 seconds longer than before. While other adventurers looked at the crossbow with delight in their eyes, Little Princess and Fierce Dragon King grimaced with displeasure and indignantly noted that there is no justice in this world. Holding his S-rank bow in his hands, Z walked towards the blacksmith as he called out to the next person. Tyrannical young Master Chen and Feng Yunlayman watched with irritation on their faces as Z handed his bow to the blacksmith. Feng Yunlayman crossed his arms and noted that Rakshasa's weapon was also S-rank and should not be underestimated. Chen, clenching his fist, noted that he was probably just lucky when he received it. Moonlight Bunny watched with interest as Z handed the man his weapon and a small bag. The blacksmith asked if there were materials there, noting that the higher their quality, the better, because with their help you can significantly improve the properties of your equipment. He placed the bow on the machine and opened the bag, after which his eyes widened in surprise. The blacksmith said that he did not expect to see black gold or there, scales and tendons of the snake demon. He noted that the content is quite good, and the materials will greatly help. Z's bag was almost completely filled with various materials. Tyrannical young Master Chen and his mentor Feng Yunlayman perked up with displeasure when the blacksmith took one of the items out of the bag. Feng Yunlayman noted in surprise that the scales and tendons of the snake demon are loot from the 9th level boss. Chen asked why, then, didn't they get these things when they defeated that boss? Frowning, the blacksmith raised his large sledgehammer over his head. When he hit the bow, sparks flew and a loud metallic sound was heard. A joyful moon rabbit approached Z, seeing with what concern the guy was watching the upgrade of his weapon in his eyes. With a smile on her face, she asked Rakshasa not to worry as she was sure that his weapon would definitely improve. Young Master Chen, who was standing not far from Z with his arms crossed, addressed the summoner. He said the failure rate was 40%, and the higher the rank of the weapon, the higher the failure rate. He arrogantly noted that if his weapon survived, it did not mean that Rakshasa would be so lucky too. Taking the bow in his hands, the blacksmith smiled broadly and raised his finger up, after which he congratulated Rakshasa. Z received a congratulation on the modernization, and taking his weapon in his hands, he began to inspect it. He opened the weapon's characteristics and read that it was now SS rank, and the damage had been increased to 34 to 55. Also, this was stated about special effects, the first of which stated that when an arrow hits a target, 20% of the damage dealt is converted to the user's health, and the second effect stated that a target pierced by an arrow is afflicted with a bleeding effect and loses 1% health for 50 seconds. Having read all this, Z tightly grasped the bow in his hand and looked at it with stunned eyes. He noted that the damage is simply enormous, and even with a lower limit of 34 points, he will be able to do more than just scratch enemies. Moon Shadow and Fierce Dragon King approached him with joyful faces. Smiling, the girl loudly congratulated the guy, and the man noted that he was very glad that his friend had SS rank weapons. Z replied that he thought they should improve their equipment too. Sticking the rod into the ground, Fierce Dragon King closed his eyes, and the Titan standing behind him grinned and crossed his arms over his chest. The black-haired man sadly said that his luck was bad and he was sure that improvement would fail. Titan said that in the demon territory, weapons such as wands are extremely rare, and even this Fierce Dragon King received as a gift, so if it suddenly breaks, he simply will have nothing to fight with. Young Master Chen, in the company of his mentor, left the mysterious camp with dissatisfaction on his face. He noted irritably that he couldn't believe that Rakshasa had succeeded too. Feng Yunlayman said that they had to go because it was getting late and the young master still needed to prepare for the martial arts exam. After some time, the whole team lined up in a small circle. Titan noted that it was already late enough that they should return to the altar. Fierce Dragon King noted that he needed to meet with his father in time, after which Moon Shadow agreed, saying that she was now preparing for the exam. After listening to his friends, Z noted that in this case they would all see each other tomorrow. Martial arts school. Someone's enthusiastic voice could be heard from the windows of the building, asking whether it was real at all. 1907 kilograms. The dial indicated the weight of 1,907 kilograms. In the school hall there was Z, from whom steam was emanating. He was punching a target in a fighting stance, and not far from him was a teacher in glasses, recording his results. He admiringly repeated his results out loud and said that the impact force was 1907 kilograms. The speed was 21 meters in 30 seconds. Physical strength was 1624 push-ups per minute. The strength of spirit. The cranial nerves resisted the interference of the first stage for 34 minutes. There was a crowd of people behind the teacher. Z finished and walked up to the teacher, who handed over a piece of paper with his results. The man with glasses turned to the young man, saying that he did not expect such high results from him. The guy thanked teacher Liu Wei and said that he would continue to try. They said goodbye and waved to each other with smiles on their faces. Afterwards, the teacher praised the student and said that he had not let him down. He advised him to have a good rest and prepare for the entrance exam with a calm soul. Z agreed and said goodbye. The guy was heading towards the exit, putting a handkerchief to his face. He wiped the sweat from his face, and a girl with a short haircut walked past him, holding a sweet in her hand. This girl was Tang Kaiali. She walked into the school with Lily, who crossed her arms under her chest with an arrogant face. A girl in a black dress and a green tie, still holding the lollipop in her hand, pathetically said that they were there. A bunch of admiring guys crowded around the girls, but they did not pay attention to them and moved on. A fascinated guy from the crowd asked who these unusual beauties were. Another guy asked in surprise what they forgot at their school. Another young man from the crowd noticed and realized that the girls had the emblems of the Kinghua Martial Arts University, which means they were applicants. The girl in the skirt suggested that by going forward you could pass the check. Kai Aoi agreed. She strutted towards the teacher, who stood near the target as observers crowded around them. The man with glasses said hello and asked her name. She replied that her name was Tang Kai Aoi, and the teacher told her to start. She walked up to the target, put one hand on her belt, and closed her eyes with the other, blowing through her mouth. With complete confidence, she punched the target. The dial made a sound and showed 1,566 kilograms. The girl was pleased with herself. The crowd behind her admired her result with open mouths. One of the guys said that this girl is just amazing. Kai Aoi said that she was bored, that this result would probably be the first, and asked why she should take the test at all. She added that she could be immediately enrolled in Kinghua Martial Arts University. In the crowd of people watching, two guys started talking. One of them pointed his finger at the girl and said that she was still not as good as the previous student. His interlocutor agreed and recalled that this student knocked out more than 19 kilograms. Hearing the conversation between the two guys, Kai Aoi turned towards them with surprise in her eyes. The girl asked again, what did they say? She asked if there was anyone better than her and if he really weighed more than 19 kilograms. Z returned and was already approaching his house, in the windows of which the light was burning. His thoughts were out loud. He said that it had been a long day and he had finally finished all the tests. Entering the house, he saw his younger sister and realized that something was wrong. His sister met him at the entrance, telling him about his return. The guy asked if something had happened, and he clarified that she doesn't look very good. In their house stood a man with a receding hairline and a woman with short hair, who were smiling with all their might, and the guy's sister was confused. There was fear in her eyes. The man said that he and his aunt came on business. Z remembered that the two had been laying claim to their home ever since their parents died, and their visit did not bode well. The uninvited relative sat on the sofa in the living room. The brother and sister stood opposite them. Z suspiciously asked his aunt and uncle why they decided to visit so suddenly. The younger sister told him that they had come to demand money. The guy clarified about the money. The couple was sitting on the sofa. The woman was holding a small wallet in her hands and smiled. Squinting her eyes, the man sitting next to him crossed his legs and also smiled widely. Aunt asked confusedly what does it mean to demand money. She said that the test results of their cousin Jangbo, who passed into the Donghua Martial Arts University, became known, and she also clarified that training there is not cheap at all. The uncle confirmed her words and said that money has been tight for them lately, so they hoped that Z could help, because his cousin was entering a prestigious university and Z, as the eldest, should encourage him. The young man stood opposite and looked at the unpleasant relatives. He thought that this was a second-class higher education institution, but it was not even close to Kinghua Martial Arts University. With a sly face, the woman told Z not to say that he himself was broke, because he had recently helped the police catch a wanted criminal and received a large reward. Everyone saw it on TV. Her husband, laughing, said that the guy was probably paid 600,000, of which they only need 400, Z can keep the rest. The brother and sister were angry. The girl frowned and clenched her fist in anger, and Z put his hand to his chest and looked at his relatives with the same cunning. his sister exclaimed, wondering why on earth they had lost all shame. The young man said that his uncle was right, and since his cousin had entered Donghua Martial Arts University, it was worth the reward. The uncle with an embittered face said that apparently he had a drop of conscience in him, and yet if they had not been spinning like squirrels in a wheel after the death of their parents, they would not have been able to rest in peace. The embarrassed smile quickly left the aunt's face. Her gaze betrayed their commercialism. She extended her hand to take the money and loudly said that Z should get it quickly. He leaned towards her and extended his hand in response. He told her not to rush because he himself had recently passed the tests and was about to enter Donghua Martial Arts University, and if he was lucky and was selected, did that mean that he could expect similar encouragement from them? The couple opened their eyes and mouths wide at what they heard. The uncle asked if he had really heard about Donghua Martial Arts University. They started laughing loudly. The aunt wiped tears of laughter from her face, and the man grabbed his head and grinned and said that this was just funny. He asked how he could get there. This is the #1 university in China and less than 1% enroll there. Applicants. The woman mockingly repeated that Z was going to apply to Donghua Martial Arts University. Z took out a sheet of paper and held it out towards the couple's faces. The young man said that if they don't believe it, then let them see for themselves. They couldn't believe it and their mouths opened again in shock. On the piece of paper was a list of applicants to the university, among whom was Z. Xiao Feng was happy for her brother and said that she congratulated him on being on the list of applicants for Donghua Martial Arts University. The girl was jumping on the spot with joy. Uncle and aunt jumped up from the sofa with angry faces and shouted that this could not be and should be. There was a mistake in the list. The woman bared her teeth and clenched her fists along with a small wallet, and her husband frowned and pointed his finger at Z and said that this was definitely a typo. How could he be so lucky? He shouted and told the guy not to try to deceive them and demanded money. The brother and sister standing nearby were no less angry. The young man refused his uncle, saying that he would also need the money. The sister vehemently agreed and said that they did not have to pay for them. The man's face began to boil. He bared his teeth and frowned deeply. In anger, with his mouth open, he swung his hand back, and with incredible force he slapped his niece. The girl closed her eyes in pain. His hand was grabbed by the wrist. Z stood up for his sister and, without regret, twisted the man's hand, beads of sweat running down his receding hairline. The guy angrily warned him that this was the last time he would treat him like an uncle, and if he dared to raise his hand against his sister again, he would stop holding back. Z told them to get out of the house immediately. The man shouted that he was in pain and asked to let go of his hand. The couple quickly ran to the exit, and before opening the door, the man turned around and shouted that both father and son were both scoundrels. The brother and sister looked at their relatives, whose faces showed shock, and the girl even made a face at them. Xiao Feng smiled and looked at her brother with a happy look. She said of relief that she so wanted them to get what they deserved for once, and now her wish has come true. She decided to tell her friends the news that her brother was on the list of candidates for Donghua Martial Arts University so that they could be happy for him. Z sat down on the sofa and took off his backpack and jacket. He told his sister that it was better not to do this because this was a list of candidates, not those enrolled, and if it didn't pass, wouldn't it be inconvenient? My sister was sure that it would pass. The guy said that since they drove away the rotten couple, he asked his sister to prepare dinner because he would need to go to the demon territory early. The sister opened her eyes wide in surprise, carrying a plate in her hands. Because Z's face was very serious, he clenched his fist. The girl asked if they should at least celebrate. The brother told her that he needed to maximize his strength while there was time, and he had no right to relax if he wanted to enter Donghua Martial Arts University. His sister agreed with him. 10th floor of Demon Territory. Z entered the network. His friends stood on the altar in full assembly. He joined them. They were talking among themselves. Strel was asked how his tests were. He answered sadly that everything was not as good as he would like. Z congratulated Titan on successfully strengthening his shield. Titan glanced at the black-haired man and said that they still went up to the 10th floor. They say that the local boss is just a monster, so he was on the safe side, because without reinforcement he would not be able to cope with his onslaught. Fierce Dragon King noticed that Moon Shadow had upgraded her weapon too. Z looked at Moon Shadow, holding her gorgeous red sword in her hands, and the girl ran her hand along its tip. The guy in the robe congratulated the girl. She thanked him. From the crowd they turned to the head, saying that almost everyone had already gathered, and asked what are the plans for today. Z thought for a moment, lowered his gaze and touched his chin with his hand. He said that he would like to fight the boss of this floor. He added that according to the Demon Territory Guide, the boss of the 10th floor is a powerful orc warrior named Swordmaster. The power of his seismic strike skill is terrifying. He added that his speed is comparable to the wind, plus his extremely stable mind and excellent sword skills. If you win, you must be willing to risk your life. The team, led by Z, left the altar heading towards the monsters. They walked and talked. Fierce Dragon King, sighing, without much hope, said that it was still unknown whether they would reach the boss and suggested that they first think about how they could cope with the monsters on this floor. Arrow through the heart Archer supported and said that last time a glimmer of dawn took care of it for them. Without this they would not have been able to take down that giant with archers alone. Moon Shadow walked next to Z. They stopped and turned their heads to Titan, who was walking behind. The girl said that she asked her uncle for advice, who suggested finding 20 warriors with shields to surround the giant, then inflicting the main damage, but losses in this situation would be inevitable. Titan thoughtfully replied that it would be difficult to simply find 20 warriors with shields. The friends, following the leader, also stopped. Z raised his hand and said that she had an idea, but he would need everyone's cooperation. The guys unanimously agreed. Suddenly there was a loud stomp of a monster, a rhinoceros, whose eyes glowed red. His heavy steps raised dust behind him. On the back of the animal there were 3 black shadows that controlled him. He came close enough to the team of fighters, in front of whom stood Titan, who moved his shield forward. Fierce Dragon King shouted to Titan that everything depended on him. Leaving his friends behind, a guy with a large shield, on which a huge golden star and blue crystals shone, ran towards the enemy. An icon appeared next to him with the characteristics of the shield, which said about his weapon that it has a rank S defense 58 to 74. Special effect reflects 10% of the damage dealt back to the attacker. Durability 3000 over 3000. Titan shouted for his comrades to just watch. He hit a huge horn with his incredibly powerful shield, stopping the monster on which angry ogres were sitting, one of whom was holding a bow in his hands, aiming at Titan. The second was shouting and waving his sword. The third was holding the reins of the monster. They looked from above at the guy with the shield, who looked out with a dumbfounded face from under his improved weapon. Z sternly raised his hand and pointed his finger at the enemies. His fighters stood ready. The guy with the bow pulled an arrow. Fierce Dragon King gritted his teeth and shouted that the new Titan shield has a damage return effect, thanks to which it more stably holds aggression on itself, and as soon as it attracts the attention of all monsters, then they too will join the battle. Z, frowning, replied that everything was almost ready and they could start. Fierce Dragon King and Moon Shadow jumped on the monster and launched a powerful melee attack, delivering just a couple of blows to the monster's head. The guy dealt 25 damage, and the girl fiercely swung her sword 75-20. Having descended to the ground, Fierce Dragon King asked Moon Shadow wherefrom does she have such colossal damage. At that moment, Z pulled a burning arrow onto his bow, which was blazing with red flame. He fired and the arrow, spinning around itself, flew at incredible speed towards the target. The arrow hit the heart of an ogre dressed in furs with a mask on his face, and from the impact he flew back and received damage 61-77. He fell loudly to the ground. An ogre with sharp fangs, his mouth open, lay immobilized on the ground with an arrow in his chest. The archers on the team, aiming at the enemies, opened their mouths when they saw the damage done. One of them asked Z what kind of damage is so abnormal. The riding monster howled wildly, opening its mouth wide with sharp teeth. He stood up on his hind legs and threw the ogres off of him. The animal began to run away, stomping loudly, leaving the ogres on the ground. Titan, Moon Shadow, and Z stood nearby. The guy with the shield shouted that everyone should be careful because the monster was rampaging. The team leader rushed towards the fleeing monster, holding his weapon in his hand. His friends looked at him and did not understand what was happening. Z, running away, turned to Titan and said that he would leave the orc warriors to them while he led the archers to the riding monster. Titan agreed. The commander gathered his archers, and from a short distance they began to aim at the monster running into the distance. Z told the archers that as long as the monster was out of control and had no specific target, they would chase it and shoot arrows at it. They understood his order. Many arrows flew at the terribly furious monster, each arrow causing approximately 300-400 damage. Z shouted for the fighters to press on, because this big guy has at least 50,000 health points and they need to try to kill him before he comes to his senses. At this moment, the two orcs went on the offensive, quickly running towards their enemies. They aimed their sword and arrows at them. They ran towards Titan, Fierce Dragon King, and Moon Shadow, who stood ready to take the ogre's attack. When they got close enough, Titan took his shield, placed it in front of him and used it to hold off the enemies. At that moment, magical golden symbols appeared under the shield. Titan shouted to his friends to find the moment to attack. He gritted his teeth and continued to hold the shield. Behind him, Moon Shadow made a super powerful leap into the sky, swinging her red sword. She understood her friend's instructions. The girl flew at the orcs with a powerful weapon that left golden sparks in the air. She decided to use the light slash technique, which caused a monstrous damage of -5,000. The orc with red eyes flew away from the strong blows and was almost defeated. Titan and Fierce Dragon King stood together, watching the girl. They were shocked. The guy with black hair held his weapon in his hands and admired the girl, saying that her damage was explosive. Titan, standing with a sword, said that apparently strengthening S-rank weapons is no joke to them. Fierce Dragon King rushed to finish off the orcs, swung his weapon in a jump and shouted that he also wanted to strengthen his. The ogre's warriors were finished off, they lay on the ground along with the magic spheres, the monsters turned into blue holograms. 3 fighters stood around their defeated enemies and talked. Fierce Dragon King said that they had finally figured it out. Moon Shadow reminded her friends to hurry to Z and the others, because they would be in danger when the monster came to its senses. The team headed out and went to their leader. Titan clenched his fist and said that this was the right decision. They came to the battlefield and watched as many archers attacked the screaming monster. Moon Shadow, holding a sword in front of her, clenched her teeth, and taking all her will into a fist. She thought that she needed to take advantage of the moment while the beast was still rampaging, and that she needed to provoke it, otherwise a squad of archers would fall under attack. Z stood in front of his friends. He was preparing a deadly arrow to shoot. He thought that he couldn't pull and hoped that this time he would get a crit. The archer in the robe pulled the burning arrow as tightly as possible and released it at the beast. The arrow hit the target and dealt a critical hit with minus 10,577 damage. The monster was furious, he completely lost control and began to scream wildly. Z, frowning, looked at him proudly and said that the job was done. The girl with pink hair was shocked to the core, her eyes showed shock, she even opened her mouth and thought that this damage really shocks. The monster was killed, it turned into a blue hologram, near which there were many soul spheres. Jubilant soldiers gathered around him, one of the archers raised his weapon and shouted about success. Z said to collect loot. Standing next to him was Titan and Moon Shadow, who were also amazed. The guy with the shield said admiringly that Z's damage has increased a lot. Z clenched his fist and thoughtfully replied that he had cooler tricks. The girl, with surprise in her eyes, said that he really. At that moment, the guy in the robe bent down to the ground, put his hand on it, under which a blue hologram appeared. He summoned his new familiar and said that Moon Shadow was right. There was a monster standing on the ground again with its mouth open, a neon hologram glowing underneath it, and Z standing on top of its shell. He shouted that this was now his mount. The team looked at their friend and his familiar with delight, raising their heads high. The guy with gray hair asked in admiration that the head can even summon giant monsters. Titan said with a smile that Z's brother's skills are terrifying. Sitting astride his monster, Z shouted to his friends below. He addressed Titan, saying that now that this giant was there, he would not have to take the rap for everyone in the vanguard. He told Arrow to get up too and be in charge of observation. The archer agreed. He and several other fighters climbed up to Z. Fierce Dragon King, holding his weapon on his shoulder, clenched his fist and laughed. He was happy and said that Brother Z is really something and now they are invincible. Z, waving his fist, said that if they kill a couple more of these, then they can at least give the whole clan a ride. He laughed and said that they would have their own army of giants. Suddenly, loud footsteps were heard in the area, which everyone heard. Arrow, through the heart archer, observing everything from above, pointed his finger into the distance and vehemently warned everyone that there was another beast ahead. Sitting astride the animals, Z saw the same rhinoceros with riders nearby. He exclaimed that this was simply the perfect moment to test the strength of their giant beast. Raising his bow, the guy pulled the string and squinted. It ate and hit one of the ogres that was sitting on a rhinoceros, after which it fell and fell to the ground. Z waved his giant chain-shaped reins, commanding his rhinoceros to attack. At great speed the beast ran towards its giant opponent. Hitting with his long horn, he sharply rammed the animal in the side. The Titan put his shield in front of the orc warriors, and Fierce Dragon King swung his shield and jumped into the air. The guy with gray hair exclaimed that they needed to finish off the monsters quickly. Moon Shadow, asking around and raising her weapon, answered with a furious face that they could handle it, and at that moment Fierce Dragon King hit the ogre archer on the head with his rod. At this, the Z monster pointed his palm at the rhinoceros monster and ordered the archers who were behind to attack. A stream of arrows aimed at the beast lying on the ground without riders. Frowning, Z raised his red blazing bow again and pulled the string, aiming at the rhinoceros. He loudly asked the others to leave the final blow to him and shouted to the beast, saying that he could prepare for a new life. The monster growled loudly as the summoner's arrow pierced its head and dealt 50-11 damage. At the same time, the Titan, with his arms crossed, and Fierce Dragon King and Moon Shadow looked at the soul spheres that appeared after the death of the ogres with satisfied faces. The man with the staff triumphantly clenched his hand into a fist and exclaimed that now it was his turn to make a giant beast. After some time, a small caravan of rhinoceroses moved through the deserted area of the floor with loud stomping. Another group of adventurers that saw them in the distance suddenly stopped. One of them asked if the comrades had already heard the rumors, noting that someone had taken control of an entire squad of giant beasts and were riding them around the floor. Another team member said that it seemed like they were people from the Demon Territory Management Bureau. Another person refuted his words, saying that he heard that this is a skill that one of the adventurers has, with which he can subjugate monsters and give them orders. With his arms outstretched in different directions, the Demon King sat behind Z on a giant rhinoceros with a satisfied face. He joyfully shouted to Rakshasa that he was experiencing great pleasure now. He laughed in response and, flexing his fist, said that now is the time to go to the boss of the swordsman floor. After some time, the entire guild approached huge rocks, at the foot of which there was a giant gate with glowing hieroglyphs. Z told everyone else that the boss of the floor was right in front of them and they should be prepared for the fact that this monster would probably be the strongest they had fought, and the team accepted the admonition. When Arrow through the Heart Archer approached him with several other archers, the guy turned around. He said that the guidebook says that if someone wants to defeat swordsmen, they will literally have to risk their life. He told Arrow through the Heart Archer that the guy would have to watch from afar and look for an opportunity to shoot. He accepted the order, and the huge gates began to rise upward with a loud characteristic sound. An armed team led by leaders and VIP members of the guild headed towards the passage. Entering the dark room, they saw in front of them a huge red rhinoceros lying on the ground, on whose shoulder a dark figure was sitting. The beast's eyes glowed red, and on its back, on a throne, sat a large humanoid monster with long white hair and a burgundy mask on its face, with skulls lying like a crown at its feet. Seeing the adventurers, Swordsman, whose eyes also glowed red, grinned and laughed evilly. With one swift movement of his hand, he grabbed his black sword and looked down at the adventurers with an arrogant gaze. He said loudly that all the insignificant people who dared to set foot on his lands would die. The Titan stepped forward and loudly slammed his shield onto the ground, activating a force field. He shouted to his comrades that this bosso was very strong and asked everyone to stand behind him. A moment later, Swordsman disappeared from his throne, heading towards the people. Jumping onto the Titan, he put one hand forward and pointed his weapon at it with the other. The monster angrily shouted to the guy that he would now fall from his sword. Hitting the shield, the monster jumped back and a small explosion formed between them. As Swordsman struck again, Z grabbed his bow and arrow, looking at the Titan focused on defense. He noted that 3 seconds had passed. At this moment, spinning his sword, Swordsman again struck with a powerful blow. Fierce Dragon King, who was standing behind, clenched his hand into a fist and asked irritably, "Is the cooldown of the boss's attack skill really that short, or does he have no cooldown at all?" Z turned with a frown on his face to the man who was tightly gripping his staff. He said that the interval between boss attacks is 3 seconds. With a smile on his face, Fierce Dragon King replied that Rakshasa is very observant. Peering out from behind the shield, Z raised his bow and pulled the string. The monster started a little when he saw a fast arrow next to him. A split second later, with one swing of his sword, he cut the arrow in half and jumped back. At this moment, Fierce Dragon King and Moon Shadow stood ready, holding their guns tightly in their hands. Z shouted to his friends that Swordsman had finally opened up and they could attack. Moon Shadow jumped up, delivering several cutting blows, and Fierce Dragon King hit the boss in the legs, but Swordsman dodged all their attacks and disappeared. The man and the girl turned around when they heard the deep voice of the boss behind them, who in an instant appeared at some distance from them, tightly burning his sword. Swordsman laughed and noted that it was very arrogant of them, and Fierce Dragon King asked in surprise if he had really teleported. Having struck again, the boss reached for the second sword. He furiously threatened to cut each of them into pieces. Seeing Swordsman's actions, Z froze. He loudly warned his comrades that they should be careful as the boss was now using a whirlwind attack. When Swordsman began to quickly spin up, visually forming an air whirlpool, Fierce Dragon King and Moon Shadow, who were next to him, tried to shield themselves from the cutting blows with their weapons. The black-haired man swore loudly, noting that the monster uses his skills very quickly and almost without recharging, and asked how to even fight him. Autumn like Night and Little Princess turned back after hearing loud noises. The girl exclaimed that things were bad, since the red monster of wickedness was right at them. The large red beast rushed swiftly with archers and a squad of rhinoceroses standing at the ready. Approaching one of them, the monster hit him on the belly with its horn, and he screamed loudly in pain. From the impact, the young people who were sitting on top of the beast, with fear in their eyes, began to grab the ledges so as not to fall, as they began to shake in different directions. When Swordsman, raising his swords, jumped high above the Titan, Moon Shadow, who was behind him, told the guy to be careful. There was a small explosion as the boss hit the shield again, and the Titan turned to his comrades who stood behind him. He shouted that they urgently needed to come up with something, because if this continued, they would not be able to even scratch Swordsman. Z turned to Arrow through the Heart Archer, who was pulling the string of his bow with a serious face. The summoner said loudly that the guy should take control of the units under his control and focus attacks on the riding unicorn, and he would take on the boss himself. Arrow through the Heart Archer replied that he understood, and they would take on the red beast. Before us are terrible toothy monsters with horns on their noses. The hero crouches on one knee. "Come out, Archbishop. Show him your dark magic," he orders. The summoned creature appears on the battlefield and immediately raises its hand. A wave of red and black energy is moving towards the orc swordsman. "Face judgment," says the summoned cleric. The enemy looks warily at the cloud moving towards him. He then raises his sword and strikes. The young people look at him in surprise. "What? His blade can actually cut through magical attacks?" he exclaims in shock. Little Princess is also shocked. "This orc swordsman is way too overpowered, isn't he?" she asks. Squad members stand inside a yellow magic circle. "I heard Uncle said that only adventurers rated as Grandmaster or above can use physical attacks to defeat magic attacks. I didn't expect this boss to actually achieve it," says Yu Ying. "This was totally beyond my expectations," Jiang Zi answers. Little Princess points her finger at the enemy. "Think of something already," she shouts. "It's charging again." The orc swordsman once again jumps up and raises his sword to strike. "Now die," he shouts in a wild voice. Titan again blocks his attack with his huge shield. The hero, who stands behind him, pulls the red string of his bow. The squad is having an incredibly difficult time. "Brother Rakshasa," screams Titan, "how much longer can we hold on like this? If anything, let's retreat," suggests Dragon King. Titan peeks out from behind his shield, which continues to cover the entire group. "Let's retreat?" the hero asks. "Okay, let's all step back and come up with some solution." The orc swordsman understands what his enemies want to do and shouts indignantly that they should not even think about doing it. Behind the shield that Titan holds tightly, a powerful whirlwind appears that resembles a tornado. Titan turns to his comrades and shouts for them all to retreat first while he covers them. Yu Ying points his finger at something in amazement. "Brother Rakshasa, look at your archbishop," she shouts. The summoned creature receives a powerful blow from the edge of the vortex, inside of which there is an orc swordsman. Archbishop opens his mouth and screams loudly. The hero and Yu Ying look at what is happening in amazement. "What a pity," says the girl. "The archbishop fell in battle just like that." "No, the Demon Realm Guide had some reliable information after all," says Jiang Zi. "The only way to deal with this boss is to face him head on." The archbishop lies on the ground without signs of life. We see a clawed hand, after which, in place of the human head of the clergyman, a snake head appears. A notification appears. Archbishop transforms into the snake demon. The hero summons another creature. "This is Centaur General. Since we're going all out, let's go all in and fight him," shouts Jiang Zi. A huge snake, with its mouth wide open, rushes towards the orc. He also rushes into battle. There are two swords in his hands at once. "A bunch of ants trying to destroy my orc territory," he shouts. "Die." His white whirlwind covers several opponents at once. Centaur General puts his weapon forward to defend himself. The snake takes a whopping 3755 health points and damage. Three young people look at what is happening. Dragon King, Moon Shadow, calls his Titan comrades. The snake demon and the Centaur General have pinned down the swordsman. "Let's go now. Let's all attack together." The fighters rush at the enemy, trying to inflict damage on him. A fierce battle is unfolding before us. Suddenly, Moon Shadow freezes in place. The hero, who is standing not far from her with his bow, asks what happened. "Attack him immediately," he orders. The girl again points the sword at the enemy. "Sorry, I suddenly felt that the orc swordsman's moves were very ingenious, and I couldn't help but start to learn from him," she says. "And I also found a weakness in the swordsman." The hero looks at her in surprise. "What is this weakness?" he asks. "Before us is the orc swordsman we are talking about now. I don't know if you noticed," says the girl, "but this guy doesn't dodge when he attacks. Plus he takes a lot of damage when he's hit." "That's right," exclaims the hero. "The swordsman doesn't dodge when he attacks. In the Demon Realm Guide it says that the only way to deal with him is to face him head on." The orc swordsman continues to twirl his swords, which create a whirlwind and cause massive amounts of damage to surrounding enemies. We can see how powerful these attacks are by the amount of health points fighters lose. The enemy strikes again, still comparing opponents to ants. Centaur General gets especially hard. He immediately loses 8644 health points. A message appears indicating that the summoned creature has died. Jiang Zi looks at the corpse of his charge in amazement. He draws the string of his bow. "Damn it," the hero screams. "He killed my Centaur General." The battle continues. Both Moon Shadow and Dragon King fight the enemy. "Wait for the moment," the hero shouts to them. "Attack his weak points together." The girl calls on him to retreat. "Your defense is too low, it's dangerous," she warns. But he continues to shoot at the orc swordsman from his bow, decorated with skulls. The enemy turns to him and raises both his swords above his head. "One can only admire your courage," says the orc, "but it will not save you from death." The enemy throws a series of blows, but Jiang Zi dodges them. Just taking damage head on won't work, he thinks. "I'll have to rely on my speed and fight for my life." The hero looks at the enemy. He turns to him in amazement. How did you manage to avoid my blows? Asks the orc. Zhang Zi draws the bowstring while standing behind the enemy. Dragon King, Moon Shadow, now the time, he shouts. Dragon King and Moon Shadow unleash a barrage of attacks on the enemy. The hero shoots him with a bow. The orc swordsman receives a huge amount of damage, and the health bar above his head becomes empty. The enemy bows and lowers his sword to the ground. Mortal, you have defeated me, he says. We see an arrow sticking out of his back and understand who we are talking about. Young people stand over the corpse of a defeated enemy. Did we really defeat him? Says Dragon King, who still does not believe that this happened. The message appears. Congratulations, you successfully killed the swordsman. That's right, we killed him, says the hero. Adventurers run up to him with faces beaming with joy. Their enthusiastic exclamations can be heard. Damn it, we actually killed the boss on the 10th floor. This can't be a dream, right? I made it to the 11th floor. Awesome. But the hero who stands over the corpse of the enemy is not very happy. In order to defeat you, I had to sacrifice Centaur General. He drops to one knee and places his hand on the ground. Reborn, swordsman, he orders. The swordsman rises. I obey my master's orders, he says. Zhang Zi, standing behind him, extends his hand forward. Then show me your strength, he orders. Go send this big beast to its final resting place. Before us are creatures that must be eliminated by the hero's new creature. The orc swordsman takes his sword and heads towards them. I understand, he says to his master. Leaping into the air, he strikes a toothy monster with a huge horn on its nose. The orc swordsman strikes several more times, knocking out tens of thousands of experience points from the monster. The enemy dies and falls to the ground. Arrow, who is standing on a dais with a bow in his hands, is simply in shock. We fought with it for so long, but he killed it instantly, he asks. The damage done by this swordsman is too outrageous. His surprise is shared by other fighters. Tens of thousands of damage in one hit. This can't be true. Now our brother Rakshasa will be simply invincible. We see a purple portal, in front of which lie the corpses of two huge monsters. A little further from the passage there are dozens of adventure hunters. The hero talks with Arrow. What happened? He asks. Are there any casualties? 3 archer brothers are missing, he answers. I checked the friend list, their names are also gone. It seems like there's more bad luck than good. The demon realm has always been a dangerous and brutal place, says Zhang Zi. Those who enter here should have been mentally prepared long ago. We don't need to be too sad. The faces of the young people are sad. Ask around to see if anyone in the guild knows these 3 brothers, says the hero. Take some funds from the guild and give it to their families as compensation. Okay, says Arrow. Zhang Zi raises his hand and calls for everyone to follow him into the portal. It's getting late, he says. We've been fighting this battle for 6 hours. Hurry up and open the altar on the 11th floor. Okay, says Dragon King. The fact that we're actually going to the 11th floor is making me feel a bit exited. The hero, who has a bow in his hand, looks ahead with some anxiety. We still have a very long road ahead, he says. Before us is a portal, which is located on the sand on the seashore. Not far from it, an ancient ship sails under sail. What kind of place is this? Someone asks. However, there is an explanation here that this is the 11th level of the demon realm. The soldiers of the hero's squad lined up. Haven't you read Guide to the Demon Realm? He asks. It says that level 11 is on the open sea. We see a seagull sitting on a rope. Young people look at a sailboat heading out to sea. We will board the ship and go to our destination, says the hero. I hate the sea, says Bunny, who is standing behind him. The hero turns to face the rest of the squad. Everyone is already tired today, Titan tells him. It seems to me that it will be better to return to this level tomorrow. I agree. But I must warn you that I may be gone for several days, Zhang Zi states. I need to finish some things. His other comrades join the conversation. It's okay, says Yu Ying. I'll probably be busy for the next few days too. Me too, says Dragon King, smiling. My new students will be taking the entrance exam and the academy administration has assigned me some work. I'm really impressed by you guys at Kinghua Martial Arts School, says Little Princess. They're even reluctant to spend money on hiring people for the new student enrollment work. The hero looks at his comrades. The entrance exams at Kinghua Martial Arts School will last for several days, he thinks. I didn't expect they would all be from that school. Does that mean we will soon meet in real life? Titan, who is standing next to the hero, raises his hand. Alright, then, he says. Let's wait until everyone has finished their business and only then will we make plans. Now I'm very tired. I need a rest. Okay, Zhang Zi tells him. Before us is a large modern city. It is reported that this is Xinghui. The hero enters the gates of the educational institution. Here comes Kinghua Martial Arts School, he thinks. Someone calls out to him from behind, and the hero looks in the direction where the voice came from. Could you tell me the way? Zhang Zi hears. In front of him is a girl with a black blindfold and a stick, which is usually used by the blind. I have a problem with my eyes, she says. The girl takes the hero's hand. "Thank you, classmate," she says. "My name is Sun Ruotom. How are you? Are you a newbie too? Okay, no problem. I'll take you where you need to go," the hero answers. "Nice to meet you. My name is Zhangzi and I'm really new." Together with other young people, a guy and a girl are walking along a road along which there are huge statues of heroes produced by the educational institution. "You know, I heard that the entrance exam to this school is very difficult, and there is an incredibly big competition," the girl says. "I'm very worried." The young people who see the blind girl begin to whisper, "What's going on?" Blind people are also eligible to take the entrance exam for Kinghua Martial Arts School. Isn't this a mistake? The slots at Kinghua Martial Arts School are so precious, how could they give one to a blind person? How is a blind going to fight monsters in the demon cave in the future? I couldn't agree more. I really don't understand what they were thinking. They shouldn't allow such a useless person to apply. It's a waste of slots. Young people hear these conversations, and the hero tries to calm the girl down. "Don't pay any attention to them," he says. "As long as you prove yourself with strength, you have the right to be here." "Thank you," the girl answers. Young people approach the registration desk for new students. A guy in a raincoat stands next to the table. He asks everyone to line up one person at a time. His faces seem familiar. "Damn it, this is Dragon King," Zhangzi thinks to himself. His expedition comrade extends his index finger in his direction. "Hey you," he shouts rudely. "Why are you looking at me? I don't have a flower on my face. Quickly grab your ID card and get in line." The man's hand was holding an ID card with Zhangzi on it. Looking at this ID, a young man named Guan Shanwai turned to his fellow Titan and said that this guy was on him, and he asked him to take Zhang to dorm no. 13. A guy with gray hair named Dai Yong crossed his arms and asked Shanwai displeasedly about why he revealed his nickname in the demon territory. Shanwai apologized and said he wouldn't do it again. Yang walked up to Z with a smile on his face, who also smiled widely and waved at him. The guy with gray hair said hello and said that he would walk him to the dorm, also noting that if he had heavier things, he would help too. At this moment, Z thought that it turns out that in the real world the Dragon King's name is Guan Shanwai, in Titanium the name is Dai Yong. He thanked the elder and said that he did not need help with his things. They reached a sign, one of the arrows of which pointed to the hostel. After some time, they came to the men's dormitory no. 13. Z walked behind Yang, who was walking along one of the buildings. The guy with gray hair said that the Z hostel was on course and therefore he asked him to settle down and rest. He also asked the hero not to be late for the meeting, which will be held in the assembly hall at 5 in the evening. Z thanked him in response and said that he understood. Z walked up to the dorm entrance and turned around to thank Yang for the key and waved to him. At this moment, Yang was wondering why this guy seemed so familiar to him. When the clock showed 5 p.m., the meeting began in the assembly hall and two men stood on the stage. One of them asked everyone to be quiet and applaud the rector Ran Kai-Kyu, who will now give a speech. A bald man with a small beard smiled, and behind him stood a man in a suit named Lei Zhenlong. The rector introduced himself and said that he hopes that students will become pillars supporting the country in the future because this is the main goal of studying at their university. The students standing in front of Z were unhappy and whispered among themselves. One of them said that the rector is very boring and would rather talk about how the qualifying tests will be held this year. While the students continued to clamor, the rector stepped away from the podium and waved to the students. Lei invited the students to thank the rector for his speech. Lei also said that he could not help but congratulate the students for successfully passing the admission standards of Kinghua Martial Arts University, but this does not yet mean that they will be able to become its official students. Suddenly, a large digital map of the world appeared on the screen behind the man. Lei spoke about the entrance test, which, as before, will be held in the form of a competition system with the elimination of losers. He also said that the test site is located outside the city in a special occupied territory with an area of about 200 hectares. He said that starting at 8 in the evening today, they will all survive on their own in this place for 72 hours. Looking into the audience, Lei waved his hand and said that they were prohibited from taking anything with them, including food, drinking water, communications equipment, and weapons, which he said was necessary to ensure the integrity and impartiality of the test results. Lei said that there are 26 emblems posted in the occupied territory, and whoever obtains the emblem within 72 hours will pass the test and become an official student of Kinghua Martial Arts University. He then added that, although he was sorry, those students who did not pass would be forced to leave the university and find another way. A picture of boxes of provisions descending to the ground by parachute appeared in his head. Lei then said that during the trial period a batch of emergency packages would be allocated to help the participants survive this difficult time, but whether they received them would depend on their luck and strength. Finally, he said that there are no restrictions in this test, everyone is free to show their talents in all their glory, and no matter whether they snatch the emblem by force or through cunning and manipulation, if they end up getting it, the test will be considered passed. However, he noted that it is strictly forbidden to kill other students, saying that they have installed many surveillance cameras in the occupied territory, so participants should not break the rules, otherwise they will not only not pass, but will also go to prison. Approaching Ruotong, Z smiled and took the girl's arm. He said he would help her get on the bus. The girl thanked him, but Z replied that there was no need for gratitude because they were in the same boat. Looking at the students, the rector was scratching his beard, and next to him stood a black-haired woman with glasses. Rector Rand said that a few days ago Pang Tihua said that she had a student and his name was Jiang Zi. The woman standing next to him noted that it was very unexpected that she undertook to teach someone. Several buses carried their students under cover of darkness. The bus wheels moved quickly across the mountainous terrain. Z, who was sitting with Ruotong, looked out the window and said that he couldn't really see anything because it was dark and cloudy outside. Suddenly the girl said that it would rain soon. Suddenly Z turned to the girl and asked how she knew, to which Ruotong replied that she heard. According to her, about 10 kilometers away, the rumble of thunder was barely audible, and they would soon reach here. She said that although she does not see anything, she has good hearing, she distinguishes tens of thousands of sounds and, based on them, understands what is happening around her. At Ruotong's words, the guy looked around the entire bus. The girl began to talk about how two guys were sitting in the 5th row in front who had secretly entered into an alliance to help each other during the test. She also said that a fat girl in row 9 complained that she didn't eat enough for dinner. Smiling and looking at Ruotong, Z interrupted her and said that she really had excellent hearing, and then asked her if she would like to cooperate in the test because she could be his ears and he could be her eyes. Ruotong was delighted and agreed to the proposal. She said that Z is a very good person, and regardless of whether she can pass this test or not, she sincerely wishes him to go to Tsinghua University. After some time, the buses reached their destination and stopped near a ruined area. Looking around, Z got off the bus, and Ruotong followed him. Lei pointed to the wreckage and told the prospective students that this was the testing area, and he said they had complete freedom of action here, but they should remember to check the messages on their communicators. An interactive map of the area opened in front of all participants. Z, looking at the map, listened as Lei talked about how the emblems in the first batch of emergency kit had already been placed. The emblems were marked in red and the kits in yellow. He also asked to note that information about their location is updated every 8 hours. When he finished his explanation, all the test participants ran away in different directions. Frowning their faces and clenching their jaws tightly, all the guys quickly headed towards the emblems that were marked on the map. They shouted that they wanted to quickly head to this place and seize the initiative, gaining an advantage. Z turned around as Ruotong shyly put her hand to her chest and addressed him. She hesitantly said that they should act quickly, otherwise all the emblems would be taken apart. Z replied that the emblems would wait because he first wanted to purchase an emergency kit. Z grabbed the girl's hand and ran forward with a satisfied smile on his face. Ruotong asked him, "Aren't emblems more important now?" The guy replied that the emblems are important, but there are still 72 hours left until the end of the test, and without the basic necessities they simply will not survive. He added that the main thing is survival, and emblems can be captured at any time, and at the initial stage this is much more important. 8 hours later, a guy and a girl were walking among the rebel. Z said that he is sure that after this time all the emblems already have owners. He noted that now they need to find a place where they can hide and rest while waiting for the next deliveries. Z turned around, Ruotong addressed him with a joyful voice and a smile on her face. She said that 15 meters ahead on the left there was some kind of basement. They headed to this place. Suddenly the girl stopped and said that this place was right here, and the guy sat down on the ground and examined the wreckage. Z moved the stones away and saw a dark staircase down. He asked the girl how she found out. Ruotong replied that she heard the squeaking of mice coming from below and guessed that there must be a large space there. The guy and the girl went down to the basement, and Z began to look around. He exclaimed that her hearing was even better than radar. After some time, they lit a fire for the basement sects. Z said the locations had indeed been updated and a second batch of emergency kits had been delivered, including one very close to them. Z walked towards the exit and turned towards Ruotong. He asked the girl to stay put while he went to get the parcel. She agreed, but asked him to be careful. Hiding behind a rock, Z looked at a case with provisions that lay under one of the trees. He was glad that no one had taken the kit yet. The guy jumped out of his seat and abruptly rushed towards this set. An arrow quickly flew towards him, cutting into the air. Z reacted quickly and immediately jumped back. There was a loud cry about whether he was really looking for death. Two guys appeared in front of the hero, one of whom was holding a crossbow in his hand. He said that this is their kit and they are not going to give it away just like that. Z, pursing his lips into a thin stripe, was tense because he understood that there were more of them and they had weapons, so it was better not to enter into open confrontation with them, but simply take the box and run away. He jerked forward and pointed his hand towards the case. Z took the box and began to run away, dodging arrows along the way. An unknown guy shot at Z with a crossbow, but he managed to hide in the forest. Two unknown guys, looking after him, frowned on their faces and bared their teeth. One of them exclaimed in displeasure that he could not believe that he had allowed this man to leave. He also exclaimed that the guy was very fast. It began to rain outside, but it did not fall into the basement. Z went downstairs and said that he was back. He froze when he saw that a girl unknown to him was standing inside the basement against the wall. Ruotong congratulated the guy on his return, and he, looking at the stranger, asked who she was. A black-haired girl in a short black dress crossed her arms over her chest and leaned her back against the basement wall. She gave him a dissatisfied look and asked if he really was the same Zhang Zi. When she moved away from the wall, the guy waved his hand and said that he had no idea who she was. Smiling and clenching her hands into fists, Kaioi took a fighting stance, and the guy frowned. She grinned and asked if it was Z who came first in the test. She exclaimed that she would not put up with this and therefore invited him to check who was better. However, suddenly her stomach began to growl, which confused her. While the girl was lying down on her stomach, Z sat down on a stone and began to open the case with provisions. Z and Ruotong began to eat the food they took from the box. The guy said that there were again compressed cookies in the case, and therefore if they eat sparingly, they will have enough until the end of the test. Ruotong said that she was cold and wanted to always have hot water to warm herself up. Suddenly, Kaioi took out a lighter from her pocket and looked at the guy blowing. She said she wanted to trade it for cookies, noting that then they could start the fire themselves. Z took out a package of cookies and handed them to the black-haired girl. He said that he could only give her one, and then she had to look for food for herself. Kaioi replied that one would not be enough for her. She sat down on a stone and began to eat cookies. At the same time, she said that the entrance test was disgusting and if she had known that everything would be like this, she would never have taken it. Z sat down on the stone again and began straightening the wood in the fire with a stick. He asked if the black-haired girl could leave now that she had eaten her cookies. Kaioi gave him an irritated look and crossed her arms over her chest. She asked him why she suddenly had to leave, because this basement did not belong to him. Z replied that she had a dangerous thing with her that would get them all in trouble. Suddenly, Ruotong pointed to the exit from the basement, and Z heard the sound of footsteps. The girl said that someone was coming here. The trio looked up in surprise, and someone's voice came from above, saying that, judging by the map, she was very close. Suddenly, one of those who was upstairs noticed the stairs. A girl and two guys, one of whom had a weapon, went downstairs. One of them joyfully noted that someone was indeed hiding here, and the second ordered the emblem to be given back. Kaioi pointed her finger at Z angrily. She started shouting loudly that he had the emblem. Three guests approached the guy and stopped opposite him. One of them said that they didn't want to make his life difficult, so they asked him to be a good boy and give them the emblem before he got hurt. Z replied that he did not have any emblem and also warned them not to blame him if they came closer. Suddenly, a fat guy came at Z with his fist. However, Z quickly reacted and immediately kicked him with a roundhouse kick. Approaching a girl from their team, he quickly punched her. Having reached the last one, he jumped up and kicked him in the face, after which the man's tooth and emblem flew out. The three opponents were lying on the floor, and Z was flexing his fists. He told them to get out of here before he got really angry. The enemies immediately began to run away, simultaneously talking about how Zhang had terrifying speed and strength for future use, and therefore they were no match for him. Z picked up the orange and red emblem and began to examine it. He noted that he now knows what the emblems look like. Ruotong said that those guys are very nasty because they already had emblems, but they are still trying to take them away from others. Suddenly, Z turned around and glanced at the black-haired girl. She began to step back with frightened eyes, and Z extended his hand to her. The girl said that he was a grown guy and would not attack the girl. However, Z ordered her to give up her emblem, and then he would forget about what happened. Clenching her hands into fists, Kaioi grinned and took a fighting stance. She exclaimed that if he tried to rob her, she would fight. She understood that this guy was fast and strong, so if there was a fight, she had to pick the moment and just run away. Z began to stretch his fingers with a loud crunch. Ruotong said that the girl has deep knowledge of martial arts. Most likely she is either from the Liu family or the Tang family, so Z must remain vigilant. He fixed his gaze on the black-haired woman and asked about the Liu family. He walked up to the pompous girl and pointed his finger at her. He asked if she knew Liu Yuying. The girl exclaimed that it was her sister. She also asked if Z really knew her. Z walked away and began waving his hand and sighing nervously. He said that since Kaioi was her relative, he would not touch her, but she should not come into his sight anymore, and the black-haired woman was shocked by this. Kaioi began to slowly approach the guy who was standing with his arms crossed. She asked him that it really turned out that he was a friend of her cousin. Kaioi pointed a finger at Z and grinned. She asked if they were a couple and in a relationship. However, Z loudly continued to tell her to get away because he didn't want to see her anymore. Putting her hand to her mouth, Kayao ran towards the stairs. She said that she would ask Yu Ying about it when she returned. She also exclaimed that she didn't expect to find anything to gossip about here. Ruotong and Z watched as the black-haired girl disappeared away with quick jumps. Ruotong stood behind with a cane, and Z looked towards the exit with his hands on his hips. He noted that darling was very problematic and said that since she had discovered them, they needed to quickly find other shelters, and his friend agreed. They walked out of the basement into the street, where it was raining. The girl, helping herself with a cane, followed the widely striding Z. He decisively said that since they had already been discovered, they needed to look for another shelter. The blind girl agreed. The guy thought that he had originally planned to hide and grab the emblem only towards the end of the test, but now he accidentally took out one, and because of this it is better not to stay in one place. The guys stopped with apprehension and stood nearby. Sun Ruotong exclaimed that there was someone 100 meters away in the northeast. She assumed that he was wounded, but not dead. Z responded and surprised that he would go check and told the girl to stay put. She agreed and told Z to take care of herself. The blonde guy screamed loudly, closing his eyes. He sat exhausted, leaning on a tree trunk. His clothes were torn. Yu Ying was sitting next to him with a stunned look. She held the almost dead guy with her hands and told him to hold on. She heard a sound, sharply turned her head back and screamed and asked who is here. The girl did not expect to see a guy in a yellow t-shirt in front of her. They looked at each other with bewildered eyes. Yu Ying asked if this was Z. The guy asked her what she was doing here. They stood opposite each other. The girl extended her hand and began to say that an emergency had occurred. 5 students had already died and she did not have time to explain everything. She told the guy to quickly return to the bus to the meeting point because this is now the safest place. Yu Ying turned away from Z and frowned. The young man asked that the problem was the cave dragon. The girl answered anxiously that this was the work of unknown people, whose goals were also unclear, and that she needed to hurry. She told the guy to be careful. Immediately, Yu Ying ran away with incredible speed. The guy watched her speed with his mouth open. He shouted that he understood her. The girl, running away, shouted to the boss lady that she had found another dead person, but there was still no trace of the killer. A loud voice was heard from a distance, announcing that the test had been suspended and that all candidates were to immediately return to the buses at the assembly point. Sun Ruotong turned to the guy and said that something was wrong, because a notification had been received about the suspension of the test. The girl was approaching Z, who was standing near the tree. He thought, scratched his neck with his hand and said that apparently everything was serious and he needed to hurry back. They quickly ran after each other through the forest. There was a loud cry asking for help and asking not to come closer. Z and his friend stopped. He held the end of her cane to help with movement. She also held the cane and listened to the sounds. She said with confidence that there was a guy and a girl in front on the right. The girl was wounded. The guy suggested we go have a look. A stranger with sparse yellow hair menacingly held a large sharp knife in his hand and drove the girl standing opposite him into a trap of stones. It was the injured Kayao. She grimaced her face in pain and held her hand tightly. The villain came closer to the girl. Laughing, he said that he would quickly put her out of her misery. A clear voice came from behind him asking whether this scoundrel can only mock girls. The unpleasant man looked like a clown. His nose and eyes were red. He glanced back. At that moment, Z flew up and with incredible force kicked the offender in the face, who flew to the side, dodging the young man. The stranger, with the face of a clown, furrowed his eyebrows and cast a withering glance. Z and Sun Ruotong stood in front of Kayao standing in the corner of the tall rocks. The guy clenched his fist and looked at the villain. The girl in the black dress sighed and said that her son-in-law was on time. He asked who else is the son-in-law here and why is she joking even when her life is in the balance. The man standing opposite with the face of a clown grinned and frowned, looking at the guys with cunning. He said that he would send the children to the next world altogether. Z thought that judging by the way he dodged his blow, this person was at least a first rank or very close to a second and that it was better to take the initiative in order to have a chance to win. His gaze became determined. Z stretched out his hands and sides and completely sparkled with golden rays. There were girls behind him. He told Kayao to retreat, taking Sun Ruotong with him. She agreed. The glowing guy angrily rushed at the villain with his fist, using the slowdown of the flow. Soaring in the air, he struck with all his might and swung his arm. The stranger raised his hands and flew back. He landed and took a step back, his eyes glowing white, and he swung his knife with a thirst for revenge. He asked Z that he was a follower of the teachings of the flow and was familiar with Pang Tihua. The young man clenched his fist tightly with an angry look and rushed to attack using the dragon breathing technique. He shouted to the man that since he knew the name of his mentor, it means she was quite famous, and then dying from the dragon breathing technique would not be so offensive. The dragon breathing method allows you to put all your energy into the attack, increasing its strength and speed. Everything will be decided during this blow. Z's hand was almost in front of the villain's face, who couldn't believe his words. He clenched his teeth and frowned his face with anger, asking clarifyingly what kind of dragon breathing technique is this, and at the same moment he received a super powerful blow to the face. He screamed and his head spun back from such force. The stranger fell to the ground with a crash and screamed even louder. The man lay unconscious. Z stood over his body, holding his hand, which glowed with golden neon. He clenched his teeth in pain and thought that this was an amazing game, but his body could not stand it and most likely 2 fingers on his hand were already broken. Golden rays completely gone with Z. The girls stood next to him and Sun Ruotong asked the guy if he was okay. He said that we need to get out of there. What if this man has accomplices? Tang Kaiaoe agreed and said that her son-in-law's blow was so cool. A crowd of candidates crowded around the white buses. A loud voice sounded, telling the students to get on the buses as quickly as possible and to count everyone. Tang Kaiaoe's voice shouted to his sister. Yu Ying looked with a frightened look at her sister, who was smiling, and Z walking towards her. The green-eyed girl asked her cousin if she was injured, if she was okay. Tang Kaiaoe replied that she just had a small scratch on her hand, and that although it was quite dangerous, her son-in-law arrived in time. Yu Ying was confused and looked at the guys in bewilderment. Z wordlessly cast a piercing glance at Kaiaoe, who smiled back at him. Suddenly, rustling noises began to be heard from the trees. The students were gripped by fear. 2 guys opened their mouths in fear and looked up. The girl in the burgundy skirt screamed loudly in horror and extended her finger forward, saying that there was a cave demon. A huge monster with red eyes was approaching the students. There were horns on its head and arms, its eyes glowed red, and saliva was dripping from a round mouth with sharp fangs, and there was another huge eye on its stomach. He laughed and screamed brutally that he was hungry. 2 fighters in black uniforms were ready to attack. Yu Ying stood next to them and shouted to everyone to quickly get on the bus. The guy with gray hair told Liu Hao, Wang Xiaoshan, Feng Yuan to take charge of protecting the students and asked Yu Ying to report everything to Chief Lei. He picked up a metal trash can lid. The guy rushed into the attack with complete determination, holding his new shield in his hand. Behind him stood Yu Ying shouting for Dai Yong to come back because he couldn't handle it alone. The guy replied that he needed to buy the retreating time. He approached the huge monster, which was reaching out to the guy with its paws, and put his weapon in front of him. He hit him on the head with his shield. The cave demon responded to the blow by getting even angrier and swung its double paw over the guy. Dai Yong sighed and thought that things were bad. Suddenly, at that moment, Z was on the head of the monster. He powerfully kicked his nasty face. The guy's blow was so strong that the demon's fangs broke. Z jumped to the ground and found himself near Dai Yong, who was holding his shield in his hands and was amazed at what he saw. The guy in the black uniform asked what Z forgot here and whether he was tired of living, noting that this was a cave demon. The dark-haired young man explained that he had the same friend who constantly gets into trouble, so he decided to support him. At that moment, the demon jumped and grabbed Dai Yong's shield with its paws. He panicked and clenched his teeth, but behind him was Yu Ying, who flew up and attacked, swinging a black stick. Her eyes were filled with anger. She cracked her flexible monster weapon. The monster was stoic and stood steadily on the ground, waving its paws. The girl jumped up from him and shouted that he was very strong. He rushed at the girl with a squeal, his eyes burning with red flame even more intensely. At the same moment Z used his enhancement. He clenched his teeth and sparkled with golden rays. He shouted for Yu Ying to move back. A guy with a wild look, gritting his teeth in anger, ran at incredible speed to attack. He used his dragon breath technique again, striking the monster's head. After Z's attack, the cave demon fell to the ground with a roar. Liu Ying, Dai Yong and Z stood next to him, watching the monster fall. The girl asked about the dragon breathing technique and said that it was really strong. They stood over the corpse of the demon with surprised faces. The guy with gray hair, impressed, said that this blow was just something and that Z helped a lot by defeating this cave monster. Someone's footsteps were heard nearby. A voice sounded, praising the guys for being able to deal with a mid-level cave monster. The team saw a demonic villain standing on top of you wearing a hat and cloak. He had a white mask on his face with a red smile. They asked him who he was. A wide smile spread across his face. The stranger extended his hand and said that no matter who he is, let them just know that the dawn of victory will eventually illuminate this land. Dai Yong frowned and pointed his finger at the masked man and shouted that this is the whole point, hands of dawn, and how vile you have to be to attack completely green beginners. The vile villain clenched his fists, from which long, sharp blades appeared, like daggers. He said that a lot of kids are going to die today. The man in the hat went on the attack, moving with incredible speed. He crossed his arms to strike. He cut Yu Ying, who did not expect to receive them. She was unable to dodge the blow and grimaced her face in pain. Dai Yong also received cuts and contorted his face, holding his hand over the wound as he screamed in pain. Z rushed towards the girl who stood with a frightened look. He extended his hand to her and shouted for her to be careful. The guy ran closer to the girl and shielded himself from the enemy in order to take the blow on himself. The masked man attacked Z with his blades, which the guy skillfully and quickly dodged. The girl stood nearby and was shocked. She covered herself with her hand. The vile fellow flew up and pointed his weapon directly at the face of the young man, who was looking down at him angrily. He asked Z if he was trying to become a hero, specifying that he would help him and make him a hero posthumously. At this moment, Director Lei appeared. He landed on the ground, clenched his fists, and took a fighting stance. A blue aura emanated from him. The director entered into a fight with the man in the hat. He parried the villain's powerful blow with his hands. The gray-haired man was holding his hand. At this moment his aura began to disappear. There were guys with gloomy faces standing behind him, and a loud exclamation came from the side, saying that it was Director Lei who had come to help. The man asked that Dawn was already completely tired of living, since they dared to provoke on their territory. Police cars appeared behind them, from which many employees ran out with batons. They ran towards the director and the guys. At that moment, the villain resurrected his demon, who stood behind him with burning eyes and screams. The masked man spread his hands to the sides and said that he expected this from someone who is in the top 10 at Tsinghua University, and Director Lei really has excellent skills. The director clenched his fist and raised his hand, at which point the villain crossed his arms and said that he was leaving. The gray-haired man screamed and asked him if he was really going to run away and if he thought he would just allow it to happen. The masked man raised his hand and said that they would see each other again. The director hit the ground with his fist, and at that moment the cave demon jumped high and reached out to him with its paws. The bastard in the cloak flew up. The old man hit the monster with all his might in the belly, where the huge eye was located. A lot of saliva flowed from his mouth and he screamed in pain. The director defeated the beast and climbed onto its corpse, which fell to the ground. Standing on the demon, he looked at the sky, in which a flock of bats circled. They loudly flapped their wings. The villain ran away, which caused the gray-haired man to be indignant. He approached the boys and the police and told the security team and senior staff to quickly count the people and take them back to the university to help the injured students. They agreed. 11th floor of demon territory. Z teleported and joined his team standing in the altar. Below him was a blue magic field with holograms. He greeted everyone. Fierce Dragon King was once brother Z returned and said that he had not seen him for only a few days and already missed him. The guy with black hair came closer to the archer and saw that Z was holding his hand, twisting his face in pain. He asked if everything was wrong with his hand. Was he hurt? Z replied that yes, but everything is fine and nothing serious. The girls joined the boys' conversation. Moon Shadow said that Titan will also not be there for the next few days because he is injured. Autumn like Night asked in surprise what happened to him. Fierce Dragon King sighed and replied that it was a shame to even talk about it. The entrance test for newcomers was unsuccessful and Titan was injured, that he was most likely in the hospital and would need several days to recover. Arrow through the Heart Archer replied that he was sorry, because it would be difficult to fight without the main tank. Z glanced at the girl standing behind Moon Shadow. He thought it was Tang Kaiaoi. The girl took a step forward and waved her hand, at which point Moon Shadow became embarrassed, narrowed her eyes and said that this was her best friend named Prodigy, who wanted to join their team. The girl with short hair greeted everyone with a wink and called herself New, asking them to take care of her. Prodigy moved behind Moon Shadow. A blush appeared on her cheeks. Z waved his hand back and thought that she was mocking again and was a drama queen, without any doubt. He greeted her. On the altar stood a crowd of warriors who surrounded their leaders. Autumn like Night, jumping with his hand raised, told Z that almost everyone had already gathered and they could start. The head replied that we need to go. Fierce Dragon King clenched his fist and agreed. The team and army of archers advanced from the altar towards the ship. Heading there, Prodigy asked her sister why there are so many archers in this guild and why is their leader hiding his face. Moon Shadow said to keep her voice down. The cousin agreed. The fighters were on board a huge ship, floating on the waves, whose sails fluttered with the wind. The two sisters were alone, standing on the deck and talking. Moon Shadow was unhappy with her cousin. She did not understand why she followed her instead of going with her guild. Prodigy confidently replied with a smile that she was just curious and heard that Uncle Liu had met a good candidate in the demon territory, so she decided to see if he was worthy of the eldest daughter of the Liu family. Moon Shadow turned to her sister with surprise on her face as the girl smiled mischievously. Moon Shadow emotionally told her sister not to talk nonsense, because it is clear that he was just joking. Prodigy continued to say that Uncle Liu also said that Z has a very strong natural skill, S or even SS rank, and it turns out that he can be on par with her in terms of ability. On the other side of the deck stood Z and Moonlight Bunny, looking into the distance. Moon Shadow lowered her head and crossed her arms under her chest, telling her sister that she didn't know this because she didn't fight him. The cousin happily replied that she would find an opportunity and fight, then they would see who was better. Seagulls fluttered in the clear sky. Z lowered his head and looked down thoughtfully. Moonlight Bunny stood nearby, looked at the guy and asked what his purpose was in the demon territory. He replied that he wanted to provide a better life for his family, and how he achieves what he wants, he will immediately stop going to the territory of demons and start a peaceful life because spending time with his family is more important for him. A girl in a white dress timidly approached his friends and said that she has a small request and asked if he would listen to her. He replied that he would listen and wondered what she was up to this time. Prodigy said with the hope that a good person like him would not refuse. He turned to the girl. She was smiling and looked embarrassed. He looked at her and asked what kind of request she had. She asked to fight her once. Zay refused. The girl came closer to the guy and quietly whispered in his ear, would he like to know Yu Ying's secret in exchange? He asked what other secret was there. Prodigy replied that it was a secret about what she loved, for example. The guy made it clear that he was not interested. She offered to tell me what color underwear her friend wears. The guy at the same moment began to leave, waving his head in different directions in denial with his hand raised. The girl was shocked by his answer. She asked if he wanted to hit on Yu Ying because there was a good opportunity. The guy replied that she was mistaken because they were just friends. Kaiaoi waved her hands and looked at Jiang Zi, who was in the company of Moonlight Bunny. Tang Kaiaoi noted that in her picture of the world, friendship between a man and a woman cannot exist. Moonlight Bunny remained silent in response. Jiang Zi, obviously displeased, replied to Tang Kaiaoi that she had the right to think as she wanted. The guys who were on the ship saw that another enemy ship was approaching them. They were not happy about such a meeting, as they opened their mouths and began to notice that it was a pirate ship. On them sailed a huge wooden ship with black sails and a banner in the form of a skull and crossed knives, which cut through the waves of the blue and deep sea. The guys who were on the ship, on the 11th floor of the domain, watched what was happening in horror. They did not understand where these pirates came from, because the guide to the territory of demons said that the journey on the ship itself was safe. One of the guys was taken aback and noticed that, judging by rumors, this manual was written about 10 years ago, and its contents had not changed in any way, so one could not really count on the fact that that information remained relevant to this day. They saw that things were going badly for them, because the pirate ship would soon crash into them. Jiang Zi frowned at what was happening, and behind him, with the same expressions on their faces, stood his guys led by the Dragon King. The king, with an angry expression on his face, said that he could not believe that he had come across pirates at sea on the first day. Jiang Zi, pointing his finger at the enemy ship, told his guys not to panic and to prepare for battle. The enemy pirate ship had almost overtaken them, moving smoothly along the waves. The guys on the ship watched in horror at the possible collision, and one of the three guys even closed his eyes. There was a collision of ships at sea, and a wooden ship with black pirate sails overtook its target. Monster pirates with tentacles on their faces were trying to board someone else's ship and were going to take the guys prisoner. The captain of the pirate ship swung his hand, holding a large and sharp blade, right at Jiang Zi. A bunch of pirate warriors were transporting their victims to the ship with sharp blades. The guys were screaming for help because the pirates were advancing and they were everywhere. The guys' line was falling apart because the pirates were too fast. The surrounded guys screamed for help because a bunch of pirates were trying to surround them. Jiang Zi, with his brows slightly furrowed, turned back to his assistant Arrow, who looked angry at the attack of the pirates. Jiang Zi told his assistant to stay close to him and not to run away, but to concentrate on attacking. Arrow agreed with the captain. Jiang Zi knelt down on one knee and sent blue magic straight into the ground to summon the monster to help. He wanted to summon the monster Archbishop, who, with the help of his black magic, weakened and defeated the pirates. The monster Archbishop appeared and heard his master's order and directed his dark magic directly at the enemy pirates. The Archbishop directed his dark magic with a wave of his hand directly at the mass of oncoming pirates who stood in the same line of attack. In addition, a detachment of archers was also preparing for the attack, standing level and pointing their arrows directly at the pirates. Jiang Zi turned to his chief assistant from the archer squad, whose name was Arrow. He ordered the pirates to be targeted and proposed to deal with them in one gulp. The guy heard the order of his commander and ordered his fellow archers to act. The archers followed the order and sent a huge barrage of arrows straight at the pirates. The arrows with their sharp tips hit the target directly, and a bunch of pirates with tentacles on their faces began to fall from such powerful fire from the air. One of the pirates fell to the ground and his hat flew off. Other wounded pirates huddled in heaps and crawled along the deck to prevent more arrows from flying at them. Jiang Zi watched the archers attack with a frown and noticed that these pirates still had a lot of health left. He shouted to the guys that the pirates still had a lot of health and that they should be careful. Jiang Zi held his fire bow in his hand and understood that these pirates would be difficult to deal with, and if this continued, he would also have to call upon the unbridled swordsman. Moonlight Bunny stood in the company of Tang Kaiaoi, who looked at her friend with a malicious look. Moonlight Bunny pointed her finger at her friend and addressed her. She, noticing that her friend's equipment was very similar to the equipment of magicians, noticed that, probably, her friend was also a magician and asked why she did not take part in the battle. Throwing an ironic glance at her friend, Tang Kaiao said that for her, this was too small a stage for the manifestation of magic. She also added that she didn't want to scare Moonlight Bunny, but the rank of her natural ability was probably higher than everyone else present. Unhappy with her friend's arrogant statement, Moonlight Bunny looked at her friend and addressed her. She said that everyone knows how to talk, and she could also make it up to everyone that she has an SSS rank skill. Turning to her friend with a malicious grin, Tang Kaiao raised her hand and answered her incredulous friend that she would now prove her words. One of the pirates flies onto the deck of Tang Kaiao over the railing with his sharp blade. A scary and evil pirate with tentacles on his face told everyone that no one should dare touch this beauty because he was going to personally deal with her. Fierce Dragon King furrowed his brows and turned towards Tang Kaiao, who stood motionless even in the presence of the newly arrived pirate towards her. Fierce Dragon King turned to her and told her not to stand there like a stone and to run away from there as quickly as possible. Liu Yuying, who was next to Fierce Dragon King, told him not to worry about her because she was able to take care of herself. With her ironic and confident gaze, she stood and looked at the approaching pirate. Raising her hand, Tang Kaiao raised her hand and cast a pull spell towards the perplexed pirate. The one-legged Porta, waving his blade, froze in a circle with hieroglyphs and red energy. He didn't understand why he froze and couldn't move. Frowning her eyebrows and smiling maliciously, Tang Kaiao took out her sharp blade and headed towards the pirate. She said that he was frozen in place because she had increased his weight with a spell and now he would not be able to move for 100 seconds. With a malicious look, she attacked the pirate frozen in place and inflicted great damage on him. Writhing in place from the attacks of the magician's girl, it was useless for the pirate and he screamed for help. Puzzled by what was happening, Zhang Zi, in the company of an equally puzzled Moonlight Bunny, watched the magical skills of Liu Yuying's newly arrived friend named Tang Kaiao. With her mouth agape and her eyes wide, Moonlight Bunny expressed admiration for Tang Kaiao's skills. Zhang Zi understood that Tang Kaiao's natural skill was indeed quite good, and if he were to fall under its influence, he would be at her mercy for 100 seconds. Suddenly, someone's foot in a beautiful boot steps onto the deck. A black silhouette of a pirate appeared, standing at the top near the Dream, who was the captain of the pirates. With irony, he told the guys that they had clearly overestimated their capabilities since they decided to storm his fleet, and for this impudence he was going to throw them all into the sea to be devoured by sharks. With a deft movement of his body, he jumped from the deck above to the guys, who ran away in different directions in fear. It was Captain Jack, with a parrot on his shoulder and an eye patch. Captain Jack took out his pistol and started shooting. The shell hit one of the guys who was in the crowd. The other guys were shocked by what was happening and did not expect that this captain would kill one of the guys. The frightened guy with a blade in his hands was in shock, and he did not understand why Captain Jack, the boss of the 11th floor of the demon territory, was next to them. After all, the guy remembered that the guidebook said that Captain Jack would be waiting for adventurers who wanted to challenge him in his fort, and now this boss himself came to them. The enraged guys, with such impudence from Captain Jack, rushed into battle in a crowd. They knew that there were many of them, but only one Jack, so if they worked together, they could defeat him. The guys couldn't wait to deal with this scoundrel Jack. Zhang Zi, in the company of Liu Yuying and the embittered Fierce Dragon King, watched the fight from the sidelines. Fierce Dragon King was ready to join the fight to help, because he did not want to let others get to the boss first and take all the rewards. Zhang Zi told Fierce Dragon King to take his time and suggested that he see what this boss could do. Zhang Zi noticed that this Captain Jack appeared too early, and if you believe the experience of previous seekers, then either a fake boss has now come to them, or at some point this boss will simply go back. Captain Jack watched with a malicious grin as a whole crowd of guys approached him, eager to avenge their comrade. Captain Jack grabbed the ropes with a deft movement of his hand. Baring his teeth, he rode the rope in the air and along the way fired a projectile from his pistol towards the guys. He ironically told them that they were too young to compete with Captain Jack himself. Flying high into the air on a rope, Captain Jack continued to shoot at the guys from his front sight and inflicted critical damage on them from a distance. Shocked by such an attack from the boss, Zhang Zi, in the company of the remaining guys, took out his firebow. He was glad that he didn't rush after all, although this boss's damage was small, but the rate of fire of his gun was colossal. Zhang Zi then came up with the brilliant idea of shooting off the rope holding Captain Jack. Zhang Zi aimed his fire arrow towards the rope with a calm and focused gaze. Zhang Zi saw that the rope was wobbling strongly in the air and therefore he would have to strain himself to hit it. However, Zhang Zi was not lacking in accuracy, and with a well-aimed shot he hit the rope exactly and Captain Jack fell off. Captain Jack plopped down from a great height directly onto Zhang Zi's deck. However, Captain Jack was also not a timid person, so he suddenly stood up and stomped his heel on the deck. Baring his teeth, he furrowed his brows and glanced towards the Jiangzi company. Captain Jack noted that it was a good try, but it was still useless. Captain Jack turned towards the guys and continued to smile maliciously. He told the guys that it was time to show these pathetic people their abilities and ordered his parrot to transform. Looking at his parrot angrily, the parrot opened its beak and its eyes looked fierce. A parrot with red feathers and shades of blue flew high into the air. A transformation was taking place. The parrot turned into a huge black parrot with a fierce glowing look and tried to pounce on the frightened people. A huge and terrible parrot in the guise of a huge bird grabbed one of the guys with its sharp claws and lifted him into the air. Having taken off with the man to a great height, he released his claws and released the man, causing him to fall heavily onto the deck. Then the huge parrot tried to grab Fierce Dragon King, who was in the company of Moonlight Bunny, with its claws. He held onto his staff, clearly preparing to attack, and shouted to his girlfriend that a black giant bird was flying straight towards them. Moonlight Bunny, who was standing behind Fierce Dragon King, asked what they should do now. Jiangzi hurriedly glanced back towards Tang Kaiaoi. He said that they couldn't come up with anything now, so they would have to fight. He turned to Tang Kaiaoi, who was standing behind him in shock, and asked how many targets she could hit at once with her natural skill. Tang Kaiaoi said only one. Jiangzi furrowed his brows as he pulled an arrow onto his fire bow and cast his gaze once again at Tang Kaiaoi, who was also preparing to attack. Jiangzi told Tang Kaiaoi to use her attraction spell on the black giant bird and delay it, while he himself was going to take care of Captain Jack. She understood everything. Tang Kaiaoi sent her red aura spell towards the giant bird while Fierce Dragon King and Moonlight Bunny were also nearby. Tang Kaiaoi shouted to her guys not to stand still and to help her. The black giant bird was caught in the spell and tried to wriggle around while in the red magic circle. Jiangzi looked at his enemy with a confident and even gaze along with a squad of archers who were preparing to fire another barrage of arrows. Captain Jack knitted his eyebrows and waved his hand in a relaxed manner towards the guys. Captain Jack added that they had had enough for now, and he would wait for the visit of these guys in his floating fortress, and already there he and the parrot could give them a warm welcome. The guys in the company of their leader Jiangzi stood in tense poses and watched as Captain Jack was about to escape. Captain Jack flew high into the air with his parrot and was about to return to his ship, shouting to the enemy ship to be sure to visit his place. The perplexed guys were behind Jiangzi, who was thinking about their future plan of attack. Jiangzi suggested that his guys have a good rest and go to the lair of this Captain Jack later, and at the moment he was going to go to the sea fort. Suddenly, a huge stone fortress appears in front of them, floating on the water. One of the guys noticed that this floating fortress was built on the back of a huge sea turtle. There were pirates on this fortress and they were preparing their cannons to attack directly on the guys. Jiangzi walked up to the side of the ship with Fierce Dragon King and thoughtfully scratched his protruding chin. Jiangzi noticed that everything corresponded to the notes in the manual. This sea fortress was built on the back of a huge turtle and was surrounded by a thick and strong wall with cannons installed along the entire perimeter. The guys tried to climb the stairs to this fortress and were met with spears and thrown off the wall by pirates. Jiangzi studied the fortress well and noticed that to get to Captain Jack they would have to go through the wall and get inside the fort. However, this was not an easy task because the only way to get up was by stairs. Raising his hand in the air, the thoughtful Jiangzi pointed the guys to the top of the fortress. He said that approaching the fortress would be very difficult, considering that the pirates defending the fort would attack them from above with cannons. And even if they climb the wall, they will be warmly greeted by hordes of fully armed pirates. Their ship landed on a small island with a fortress and they were going to go down to it. The guys understood that now they didn't know exactly how to approach the fortress, so Jiangzi suggested they watch for now, because as they themselves noticed, hundreds of enemies were waiting for them there. Jiangzi went down with his entire team to this island and raised his head above, clearly inspecting the wall. The guys wondered about the height of the wall, and someone suggested that it was around 10 meters. Jiangzi, shielding his head from the light of the rays, examined the wall and said that 10 meters was not too high because he had a way to climb the wall without fighting a bunch of monsters. Liu Yuying turned to the side and saw a gloating Chen Feng, who also noticed her. Shen Meng clenched her fist in anger because she was also not happy about meeting the enemy squad. Chen Feng extended his hand towards Liu Yuying and addressed her, saying that she was his dear bride, and it was a great coincidence to meet in such a place. Liu Yuying did not know how to respond to such impudence. Standing nearby, Tang Kaiaoi asked her sister if she really studied with a descendant of the Chen family. However, after thinking, Liu Yuying told her sister not to listen to him and said that she herself would decide who she would marry. Chen Feng continued to follow his line and did not lag behind his bride. He turned to her and said that it was best for her to go with his team because they would help her get over the wall and get to the final boss, Captain Jack. And in general, he said that they could complete this level as quickly as possible. Turning away with a malicious grin and furrowed brows, Liu Yuying crossed her arms and said that she was not interested and that he should stay away from her. Such a confident and cold answer to his fiancée. Chen Feng looked furiously in her direction and waved his fist. He said that Liu Yuying was too arrogant, and if she wanted to stay with her team of losers, she would not interfere with her. Turning to her loving admirer, Liu Yuying frowned and heard in her address that he would bring her down to earth on their first wedding night. From such violent impudence, Fierce Dragon King became angry and wanted to intervene in their conflict. Fierce Dragon King clenched his fist and prepared his staff. Fierce Dragon King called Chen Feng an arrogant trickster and really wanted to punch him in the face. However, Liu Yuying tried to calm down her friend and told him that he was not paying attention, because the conflict was unnecessary now and she would sort out her problems herself. Zhang Zi, along with Tang Kaiao, approached the dissatisfied Liu Yuying and said that they would stand by her and help her. Liu Yuying looked at Zhang Zi with admiration and thanked him. A fleeting thought flashed through her head that, most likely, Zhang Zi would be her betrothed, but she is not yet entirely sure. The guys, together with swords, rushed to attack the pirates. They were approaching the fortress and were going to kill all the pirates. Standing at the top of the fortress, the pirates with tentacles on their faces got angry and started firing their big cannons. These huge cannons hit the target exactly, and there were huge explosions from below on the ground. Zhang Zi, along with his squad, watched as Chen Feng's squad went on the attack along with his warriors, who raised their shields and took the brunt of the attack. Chen Feng was hiding behind his squad of defenders, who put out their silver shields with a golden cross on them. The shells simply flew off the shields as if from a spring and could not penetrate such armor. Zhang Zi and his company all stood together and heatedly discussed what was happening. Zhang Zi tilted his head slightly and noticed that this crazy Chen Feng and Celestial Fairy Loyan were collaborating to break through the sea pirates' defenses. Fierce Dragon King noted with crossed arms that the enemy team had excellent attack methods, however, his own team only had archers. Shen Meng put her hands behind her back and agreed with Zhang Zi's words, saying, "In order to earn money, Lady Celestial Fairy Loyan hired a large number of adventurers into the demon territory, and all these shield warriors were her subordinates." Celestial Fairy Loyan stood behind her mercenaries and waved her hand at them. She turned to them, praising them and saying that they would soon reach the fortress. Chen Feng turned to his mentor with an angry look. He called Celestial Fairy Loyan a stupid woman and really wanted to see how she would climb over the wall when they took down the final boss. Feng Yunlaman frowned and turned to young Master Chen Feng, saying that Zhang Zi and Liu Yuying had a fairly close relationship, and he was afraid that the relationship between them was not entirely simple, so he advised him to sort out the marriage issue as soon as possible. Chen Feng responded by saying that he would love to do this, but recently the territory of King University was sealed, so he cannot deal with this issue yet, and as soon as he has the opportunity, he will immediately go to the Liu Yuying family with his proposal because he was determined to marry Liu Yuying. Zhang Zi stood in front of his squad and pointed his finger towards the fortress. He said it was time to act. The guys behind him asked how they would get to the fort. Zhang Zi slightly lowered his head and grabbed his elbow. He said that now they will see everything for themselves. He got down on one knee and summoned a bunch of huge beasts. The guy named Arrow and Fierce Dragon King watched with a malicious grin at the summoned monsters, similar to rhinoceroses, but with sharp teeth. The archer noticed that he had completely forgotten about these monsters. Fierce Dragon King agreed with the archer's words and said that with these large monsters there is no need to be afraid of pirate cannons, and therefore they will not need a ladder. Zhang Zi climbed onto one of the monsters and ordered his guys to get ready because they will now attack. The fighting enemy detachment was under the fortress and received a huge lesson from the cannons. The two surviving guys realized that they could not break through against these cannons, because one of them had already tried to pass 3 times and each time he was thrown back by the wave, and if he had not replenished his health reserves in time, he would have died. Another guy in a dark cape turned back and said that his friend was blown up so that there wasn't even a body left, and it was terrible. The guys did not understand what to do because they were afraid to go forward, but they also could not retreat, although they could be hit by a shell everywhere. Angry, the guy turned back and saw Chen Feng's squad, who had a squad with shields, and they had almost reached the walls because they used the turtle formation as an amazing formation. Suddenly, in front of the guys at the foot of the wall, the Zhang Zi team appeared on huge rhinoceros monsters. The girl in the white shirt pointed her finger at them and was in shock, because she did not understand what was happening here and where these giants came from. The guys knew that these giant riding beasts were from the 10th floor, but now they were on the 11th, and especially since they were ridden by people. The huge monsters led by Zhang Zi continued to attack the wall. The guys below realized that these were archers and they did not understand where they got their riding monsters from. They also noticed that these monsters were even better than the turtle formation, because in this way they would reach the wall even easier. The pirates, who were at the cannons at the top of the fortress, noticed huge monsters that were approaching their fortress. The pirates did not understand what kind of animals were approaching them and were going to attack them with their cannons. At the same moment, Zhang Zi, while on his monster, held onto the chains and raised his hand towards the fortress. He ordered his archers to attack the fortress. A barrage of sharp arrows flew from the sky towards the pirates, who scattered in different directions for cover. The pirates did not understand how the invaders were able to get to them. Zhang Zi continued to attack on his monster, which also had a whole squad of archers on it. He told the guys to be careful, because people were still running under their monsters and it was advisable not to crush them. Shen Meng, anticipating victory, looked forward furiously and held onto the chains on the monster. Shen Meng peeked out from behind the cover and addressed Celestial Fairy Loyan, who was standing below. She said that she would make an exception for her and would not listen to her commander. Stunned, Celestial Fairy Loyan raised her head and saw that a huge monster wanted to step on her with its paw. Celestial Fairy Loyan asked Shen Meng that she was crazy and if she was really going to trample her on her monster, because otherwise it would be murder. The huge giant monsters continued to attack the wall with the entire squad and almost broke through it. After a couple of seconds, the huge monster finally broke through the stone wall and killed several pirates, from whom rewards fell in the form of magical soul spheres. Zhang Zi was in front of everyone on his monster and extended his hand towards the fortress and ordered the guys to go into the fortress. Zhang Zi took out his fire bow and deftly jumped over the destroyed wall, watching as a bunch of magic soul spheres scattered in different directions. He hurried his guys, since they were the first to get to the boss of the floor and pick him up. Chen Feng watched Zhang Zi's successful plan near his turtle squad with shields and became angry. With his mouth open, Chen Feng clenched his hands into fists and furrowed his brows. His mentor watched from the side as an enraged Chen Feng rushed to attack with his crossbow. Chen Feng, sweating and furious, shouted that he would not leave it like this, because he wanted to get ahead of his eternal opponent Zhang Zi and kill the boss of the floor. Chen Feng approached a crack in the wall and a huge cloud of ash and dust floated out. A whole squad of pirates was approaching him along with sharp daggers. There was rapid bloodshed with a sharp sword. As it turned out, it was Feng Yunleiman, Chen Feng's assistant, who in an instant ran up to his master Chen Feng and dealt with an entire detachment of pirates. Dissatisfied with his mentor's decision, Chen Feng pointed his crossbow towards the fortress and told Feng Yunleiman not to dare stop him, since today he was going to fight Zhang Zi to the death. An angry Chen Feng looked at his frowning Feng Yunleiman. Chen Feng noticed that Zhang Zi was taking his woman away, so he should kill him. Feng Yunleiman tried to calm the young master down, saying that the Rakshasa's natural gift was too strong. As he noted, Chen Feng himself saw that Zhang Zi could even summon giant beasts, especially since at the moment he was able to summon as many as 5 monsters. The angry Chen Feng calmed down slightly and stood in a tense pose, while Feng Yunleiman calmly watched his master from the side. Chen Feng asked his mentor what he should do now, because he could not watch his enemy Zhang Zi take his boss away from him. Feng Yunleiman replied that he needed to know himself and his enemy, and then he could go unscathed through hundreds of battles, so he suggested watching how Zhang Zi's team would deal with Captain Jack. Chen Feng bared his teeth sarcastically and bowed his head, preparing his crossbow. Chen Feng said that he will play dirty this time. Zhang Zi's team reached the pirate ship, on the mast of which Captain Jack was sitting with his parrot. Captain Jack noticed them and said, since they were really able to break through the wall of his fortress, then in that case he would feed them to his pet Polly. The enraged parrot flew straight towards the squad and was preparing to transform into a huge and black bird. Transforming into a giant bird, Polly headed straight towards Zhang Zi, who took out his fireball. Zhang Zi turned to Autumn Like Night to deal with this bird. Autumn Like Night raised his staff and cast an ice storm spell towards the giant bird. The giant bird Polly tried to dodge this attack with an enraged look on his face. Zhang Zi stood in Tang Kaiao's company and leaned over to summon the Archbishop monster. Zhang Zi turned to Tang Kaiao, telling her to use her abilities on this giant bird, and everyone else would go with him to deal with the captain. Captain Jack jumped from the mast and, right in the air, with a high-firing gun, inflicted a ton of damage on the guys below. Zhang Zi was at the edge of the crowd and ordered the Archbishop to act. The enraged Archbishop raised his hand and directed dark magic directly at Captain Jack. This boss deftly tried to dodge the black magic in the air with his pistol. Fierce Dragon King noticed that this boss was too dexterous and it was difficult to hit him with black magic. Fierce Dragon King went with Liu Ying to attack to finish off the boss in close combat. Frowning his brows, Zhang Zi took out his bow and pulled an arrow, and behind him stood the Archbishop, who was preparing to use his magic again. Zhang Zi ordered his monster to continue crushing the boss. Zhang Zi understood that Captain Jack was fast, but his movement trajectory was patterned, so he thought that he would be able to predict his next moves. An enraged Chen Feng hid behind cover with his mentor and watched Jiang Zi's battle. Feng Yunlamen glanced in his direction and saw that Jiang Zi was remaining calm and giving instructions in a collected manner, so he really looked like a worthy opponent. Chen Feng frowned and waved his fists to the sides because it was difficult for him to watch and endure the graceful battle of his enemy. Feng Yunlamen advised his master not to be impulsive because for now the boss was dealing with Jiang Zi's team. Captain Jack continued to fire back with his cannons. His bullets were aimed directly at the Archbishop, who did not have time to dodge this attack in his direction. Fierce Dragon King stood with Liu Yuying and watched as the Archbishop fell to such an attack. However, after raising his staff, Fierce Dragon King knew that the Archbishop had a third attack phase, and he admired Jiang Zi's plan. The Archbishop turned into a huge demon snake, opening its furious mouth. Jiang Zi pulled an arrow in his fire bow and aimed at the boss. He told his archers that the snake demon was able to lure the boss's attention to itself, so everyone needed to focus their fire on the boss. A huge barrage of arrows covered the entire sky and was heading straight towards the boss along with the snake demon. The enraged Captain Jack took significant damage to himself and was very angry that he was in pain. Chen Feng continued to watch his enemies fight with the boss and was furious that Jiang Zi was successfully completing his task. Chen Feng knew that at this rate, Jiang Zi's team would defeat the boss, so he was going to quickly deal with Jiang Zi. The wise Feng Yunlamen understood everything and told his master not to rush because the boss of this floor would not be so easy to deal with. Liu Yuying and Fierce Dragon King watched together as Captain Jack stood surrounded by broken arrows. Captain Jack noticed that these guys looked like clowns, and so he was going to make sure that Jiang Zi's team died in the most horrific way possible. Captain Jack opened his mouth and began to laugh at the top of his lungs with a malicious grin. The whole earth began to tremble, and the guys did not understand what was happening. Jiang Zi also didn't understand what was happening, so he ordered everyone to be ready. Liu Yuying held her sword in her hand and wondered the same question as Jiang Zi. Suddenly, huge tentacles of an octopus appeared from underground and all the people fell into horror. Huge purple tentacles surrounded Shen Meng, who was shocked and afraid of what was happening, clenching her fists and furrowing her brows. Shen Meng did not understand what was happening and what kind of monster came out. Captain Jack rejoiced with a mischievous grin as he summoned his monster and presented it to his enemies. It was one of his favorite pets, the Kraken. A huge Kraken tentacle rose high into the air above Jiang Zi's heads. Fierce Dragon King, in horror, did not understand where the floor boss got such a huge octopus from. Jiang Zi advised his boys to beware of the tentacles. A huge tentacle from a height hit the ground where the people were. Fierce Dragon King continued to swing his staff at the Kraken and realized that its damage was too weak for such a huge monster. The tense Jiang Zi, who was covering the frightened Moonlight Bunny behind his back, raised his hand and held a fire bow in his other hand. With fear in her voice, Moonlight Bunny said that she was scared because they were only on the 11th floor and the boss was already so difficult. Jiang Zi almost did the splits and placed his hand on the ground, clearly about to use another summon. He said it was time to reveal his trump card. It was an unbridled swordsman with 2 swords. Jiang Zi lowered his head and looked at his summoned beast, which bowed before its master. He ordered his beast to destroy this damned Kraken and Captain Jack. The unbridled swordsman warrior rushed into the attack with his swords. With all his might he wanted to plunge his sword into the Kraken's tentacles. With a deft movement of his hands, he cut with his blue energy blades and struck the Kraken. The unbridled swordsman cut the Kraken's tentacles into small pieces, which scattered in different directions. The unbridled swordsman continued to cut the remaining tentacles into pieces with quick and precise movements of the sword. The enraged, unbridled swordsman could not be stopped, and he continued to cut the tentacles into pieces. Those who watched the precise and graceful attack of the unbridled swordsman, who easily cut through the Kraken's tentacles, rejoiced and rejoiced. Liu Yuying thought with admiration that she would like to learn how to move like that. Chen Feng watched Jiang Zi's fight with panic in his eyes. He raised his head and realized that this Rakshasa was able to summon even an unbridled swordsman, and this seemed unfair to him. He knew that Jiang Zi had reached the 11th floor and already had such a powerful summoned beast, it was mind-boggling. Enraged by the appearance of the swordsman, Captain Jack raised his hand towards the Kraken. Captain Jack did not understand where this summoned beast came from and ordered his Kraken to show all its power. A huge Kraken octopus emerged from the water and its furious appearance truly looked terrifying. The guys in the company of Jiang Zi and his summoned monster looked worried and were heatedly discussing what was happening. Fierce Dragon King made an ironic joke about the octopus, saying that if such a huge octopus was cut into sashimi, then its meat would last for a week. Autumn like Night stood behind everyone and advised the guys not to panic so that the guys would not be washed overboard. Jiang Zi confidently stood behind his swordsman, who crossed his swords and told him that all hope rested with the unbridled swordsman. The huge mouth with sharp teeth of the Kraken was heading straight towards the unbridled swordsman, who straightened his swords and prepared to attack. The summoned warrior bared his teeth and looked furious. Swinging his sword, he became angry and was about to use the Death Tornado spell. A huge and stormy tornado attacked the stunned octopus, causing fragments of stones and earth to fly around. Then the swordsman, with a deft movement, jumped onto the kraken and thrust 2 swords with all his strength into the kraken's flesh. With a deft movement, he crossed his swords and jumped off the defeated kraken, whose body had already fallen. Jiang Zi, who was standing in front of his company, raised his hand and pointed his finger at Captain Jack. Jiang Zi praised his beast and told him that he had now taken care of the main boss. The unbridled swordsman was heading towards the pirate captain, who confidently stood on a wooden mast and waited for an attack. Captain Jack was about to use his rapid-fire gun and fired a barrage of bullets straight at the swordsman. In anger, with his brows furrowed, Captain Jack shouted and became angry at the swordsman as he deftly dodged his volley of bullets. The unbridled swordsman, with a precise cut, hit the pirate captain with a seismic blow spell, who, from such a blow, flew off the mast and flew down. The pirate captain sat on the ground, all shabby. Captain Jack said it was impossible. Captain Jack and his kraken lost this battle and their bodies evaporated, because a notification appeared with congratulations for Jiang Zi and his team. Fierce Dragon King raised his hand up and cheered with joy that they had defeated the boss. Liu Yuying, who was standing next to Fierce Dragon King, said that Captain Jack was finished and they could now go to the next floor. The whole team headed towards the exit from the 11th floor area, coming almost close to the portal. However, Jiang Zi walked behind the entire team and turned around to inspect the dropped rewards and magic soul spheres. Jiang Zi was approached by one of the archers who scratched his head. The archer turned to his leader because he really wanted to tell him something and hoped that the leader would understand him correctly. Jiang Zi cast his thoughtful gaze at his chief assistant and asked what the archer wanted to ask. The archer replied that they would need to be away from the team for a while. Jiang Zi stood up abruptly and turned to his assistant, who put his hand on his chest and smiled slightly. Jiang Zi really wanted to know why they made this decision. The archer said that he and the guys realized that during the battle they had too little damage, which was practically not felt. Therefore, their team decided to return to the previous floors to increase their strength, and then they would be ready to fight together with Jiang Zi. Jiang Zi was taken aback by saying that he never thought of these archers as useless fighters, so they should not worry about their strength. Timid and shy archers approached their leader in a crowd and grinned. The archer said that even if he didn't think that way about them, once they started to rise higher and higher, their weakness would become much more noticeable. However, they reassured their leader with the words that they were not going to leave the guild, because their archer guild will always be their home and they will never betray it. He also added that they just need a little time to hone their skills, and if they suddenly get stuck, they will not hesitate to turn to their leader for help. Jiang Zi waved his hand to his fellow archers and said that he respected their choice. He ordered his chief assistant named Arrow, telling him to keep an eye on everyone and if there was a problem, write to the team chat. The archer said that he would do exactly that, so he told them to go to the next floor, and his company archers will go to hone their perfection by killing monsters. The hero squats in front of the rich booty that fell from the defeated enemy. Arrow approaches him from behind. Brother Rakshasa, I want to talk to you about something, but please don't take this the wrong way, he says. What do you want to say? His hero asks. Arrow hesitantly suggests taking a few people out of the squad for a while. Jiang Zi raises his hand and turns to his interlocutor. But why? He asks. Brother Rakshasa, you also saw it? Arrow answers. During the battle, everyone realized that their attack power is too low. Arrows shot at the monsters were mostly in single digits. So we want to go back to the previous floors of the demon realm, improve our strength, and after that we will come back and fight side by side with you. I see, says the hero, but know that I do not consider you unnecessary ballast. You don't have to worry about this. Arrow, as well as several of his friends standing behind him, are smiling. Even though you don't consider us ballast, he says, at subsequent levels we can become even less effective. I assure you that we will not leave the guild. This is our home, and we had to try very hard to get into it. We will never betray her. We just want to hone and improve our skills. If we encounter serious difficulties, we will come back and ask for help. The hero, with 3 of his allies standing next to him, raises his left hand. If everything is as you say, then I respect your decision, he declares. Take care of yourselves, brothers. If there are any problems, contact us in team chat. Great, let's do that, says Arrow. Then you go to the next level, and I, along with other archers, will go kill monsters to improve our skills. The hero and his companions leave in the direction of a nearby portal. Arrow, if you need anything, be sure to contact us, he says. We will be waiting for you. Okay, take care of yourself, the young man answers him. A gray-bearded old man and a young blonde man with a high-collared raincoat are discussing the hero, hiding behind wooden boxes. Chen, the boss is dead, says the eldest of them. Let's go back and wait for respawn. Luo Sha and the others are moving on to the next floor. Damn Rakshasa, I will kill you sooner or later. The old man and the guy leave the portal, in front of which there are still quite a lot of adventurers. Rakshasa's improvement speed is too fast, says the old man. If we don't deal with it in the near future, it will cause us huge problems. The next portal is located on a rock floating in the air, above which we see the starry sky. We are told that this is the 12th level of the demon realm. Rabbit and little princess are smiling and talking. What a delightful sky this is, the first one exclaims. Look at the stars here, says the second one. I like them the most. The translucent outlines of monsters emerge from this stunning backdrop. The hero communicates with the remaining members of his squad. The monsters on this level are elemental creatures, he says. They are immune to physical attacks, and only magic attacks that counter their element will be effective against them. Otherwise they won't take any damage. Exactly, says Yu Ying. If the elemental creature is of the fire element, then you should use water or ice-based magic to deal with it. If it's a wood element, then fire-based element would be effective against it. The young people continue to thoughtfully discuss the demands this level places on them. Now in the team only Ijiku and Birdie are mages, says the guy in the brown sweater. Ijiku uses ice-based element magic, which can deal with fire elemental creatures. Birdie's magic is a non-attributed gravity attack, and although it can affect all elemental monsters, it does not cause damage. The hero shares his thoughts. Above his head is a magic circle with a diagram of the interaction of the elements. Currently we know magic elements such as fire, ice, water, earth, wood, lightning, non-attributed and undead, says Jiang Zi. Right now we have only ice, which can deal with fire element creatures. It seems that we need to find a few other elemental mages. The young people continue to discuss the situation. It's too late today, says the hero. Let's all get some rest. We can't rush the progress too fast. It won't be easy to find so many elemental magicians at once, says Yu Ying. We must also take into account that Titan is still in the hospital. It would be nice to wait for him, says Jiang Zi. Okay, it's really a little late today, Dragon King chimes in. Let's rest for now. In front of us is the office of Kingdom Martial Arts Academy. Principal Ran. This time I was entrusted by Director Donfeng to assist my alma mater in investigating this matter, says someone inside. Now we see that some important meeting is taking place here. Kaioken, I feel relieved that you are responsible for investigating this matter, says the old man sitting at the table. Thank Director Donfeng for me. If something like this happens at my alma mater, I take full responsibility upon myself, the girl answers. The man standing next to the old man looks very unhappy. President Ran, the most challenging issue now is the entrance exams for the students, he says. If more than 100 students continue to stay on the campus, it will seriously affect our normal teaching order, he says. The old man turns his head in his direction. Kaioken and I have already discussed this issue, he notes. The exams will be held as scheduled and we will announce the results within 3 days. Those who should stay will stay, and the rest will leave. The exams will continue according to the old schedule, the man in the suit asks. But I'm worried about another unexpected incident. Kaioken intervenes in the conversation. Don't worry, the principal made a special request to our National Security Bureau and used professional equipment to test the new students, she says. The interlocutor cannot believe his ears. It is clear that he is very angry. What kind of professional equipment is this? He shouts. The Virtual Combat System, abbreviated as VCS, is a system our National Security Bureau specifically uses to train newly recruited combat personnel, the girl tells him. Students sit in chairs on a small dais, their comrades stand below and watch the exam. It is reported that the Virtual Combat System is testing 10 people at a time, who in the simulation fight monsters similar to those they might encounter in real combat. The hero stands below, next to 2 girls. I was assigned to the 9th group, says the brunette, who stands on the hero's left shoulder. I'm in 11th, says Sun Rutong. What are you wearing? She asks Jiang Zi. I'm in the 3rd, he answers. The blind girl turns her face at the sound of his voice. In the 3rd group, she asks. So it's soon. The 2nd group is now being tested. Yes, and I didn't expect to see Chen Feng in the 2nd group, he replies. On the big screen you can see how the young man called the hero fights a huge monster that resembles a crab. Young people comment with admiration on what is happening. Level 15 Devil's Cave Monster, cleared in 1 hour and 56 minutes. Wow, that breaks the record. Chen is truly impressive. He is a real honor to us. If he isn't in first place, then who will be? Where are the people from Jiangdong who were boasting earlier? Come on, take a look at Chen's performance. If anyone from Jiangdong can achieve half of what he did, I'll call them father. Chen Feng, smiling, moves away from the chair in which the exam took place. An announcement sounds that the 2nd group has finished and the 3rd group should prepare for the exam. We see Sun Ruotong again. In this test system, levels 1-15 correspond to low-level Devil's Cave monsters, levels 16-30 correspond to mid-levels cave monsters, and levels 31 and above correspond to high-level demon cave monsters, she says. This Chen Feng is so powerful, he actually defeated a level 15 monster. Chen Feng, smiling, looks at the hero. He rejoices internally. I've already trained on this virtual combat system, he thinks. It's unlikely that anyone will be able to get ahead of me here. The girl standing on Jiang Zi's left hand chuckles and tells him that it is now his turn to sit in the chair. The hero passes by Chen Feng, and he sees him off with a very unkind look. This time I will crush you, little rascal, Chen Feng thinks. Don't rejoice ahead of time, the hero thinks in turn. We'll see who wins. He sits down in a chair and picks up the headset. Don't let me down, they say. It's Xiaokan who appeared nearby. I'll try, Jiang Zi answers. He puts on virtual reality glasses. The hero, judging by his eyes, is very determined. The exam is starting, he hears. The hero sees in front of him both his two hands and the back of some monster. So this is a virtual combat system, he thinks. Very realistic feeling, I must admit. The monster turns and attacks the hero. A blow follows, but Jiang Zi manages to dodge. He hits back and hits his opponent well. Young people watching what he does comment on what they see. This guy is very strong. I think his name is Jiang Zi. Is he from Jiangdong? He whitewashed, asks Sun Ruotong. You won't see it, so why rush? The neighbor with the yellow tie answers. He won, don't worry. On the screen under which the hero sits, you can see how he fights with a terrible monster and already reaches the 9th level. Young people watching what is happening on the screen chatter excitedly. Damn it, this kid named Jiang Zi is pretty amazing. He has reached level 9 already. I remember him. It seems like he's from Tanfeng City in Jiangdong. I really didn't expect Jiangdong to have such talented individuals. Don't get too excited. It's only level 9, he might get eliminated soon. If he wants to catch up with our Mr. Chen, he still has a long way to go. The hero continues to strike the monster. He dies, and Jiang Zi wearily looks at the corpse lying in front of him. It's physically demanding, he thinks. Although Dragon's Breath technique is powerful, it will also put a lot of burden on the body. Let's try not to use it unless necessary. The battle continues and the hero reaches level 10. Jiang Zi strikes again, but misses this time. How could he evade? The hero exclaims in bewilderment. Chen Feng, who is also watching the hero's fight on the screen, smiles. The level 10 monster in the Devil Cave has a basic IQ. If you don't know his attack patterns, it will be very difficult to deal with him, he thinks. Jiang Zi, he will kill you, get ready. The hero stands opposite the enemy, who rushes to attack. It seems like we need to fight him seriously, Jiang Zi thinks. It definitely won't work here half-heartedly. The hero climbed behind the monster and is trying to strangle him. Principal Ran and Xiaokan discuss what they see. Gentle Force technique, asks the old man. Looks like he's indeed Pang Tiyu's close disciple. That's right, Principal, the girl answers. It's him, Jiang Zi. The public watching the broadcast also discusses the actions of the hero. He's already reached to level 16 monster. Damn it, will he really defeat a level 16 monster? This guy Jiang Zi is really impressive. Most of the others were eliminated around level 7 or 8, but only he and Chen Feng reached level 15. Now it depends on whether he can defeat the level 16 Devil Cave monster. If he does, he'll truly be the undisputed #1 in the entire academy. I don't think it's very likely. It's said that level 16 is similar to the mid-levels Devil Cave monster. It's so powerful. Chen Feng clenches his fist and grinds his teeth in anger. This can't be true, he thinks. Monster, kill him to hell. The old man's assistant in a suit looks anxiously at the screen. Is this guy really going to be able to break the record? He thinks. Before this, only level 15 monsters were killed in this system. If level 16 dungeon monsters are truly similar to the mid-level Devil's Cave monsters, then Jiang Zi probably has no hope of defeating him, he says out loud. Minister Lei, you want to bet? Suggests Xiaokan. For what? He asks. It is clear that the hero is very tired. Continuous battle takes a lot of physical strength, he thinks. But in front of him is a level 16 monster with teeth on his stomach and tentacles behind his back, and Jiang Zi is not going to stop. He clenches his fists and delivers a series of powerful blows. I won't give up, he shouts. You just need to land a very good blow. He hits, but the enemy exposes one of his tentacles. How are you able to block so quickly? Jiang Zi is perplexed. The monster counterattacks and hits the hero's head with his head. He then throws a kick, launching the opponent high into the air. The hero sits down on one knee and considers his position. At most I can use the Dragon's Breath technique once or twice more, he thinks. I have to save it for a critical moment. The hero jumps back and stands in front of the monster in a defensive stance. The audience discusses this turn in the battle. What is he going to do? Does he give up? Stop resisting. Why not just give up if you're not going to fight? Idiot, why are you still in virtual space? I don't know what he's trying to do, but I think he's reached his limit this time. He is weaker and slower than this monster. How is he going to fight? The girls cheering for the hero are excited. Come on Zhang Zi, you can do it, Sun Ruotong shouts. You shouldn't give up, you haven't become my stepbrother yet, the second one screams. Circles appear in front of the hero standing in a defensive stance. The monster flies towards him, putting out its clawed hand. It is reflected in the hero's iris. Zhang Zi seems to be able to evade the monster's hand. He grabs the enemy by 3 tentacles at once and begins to twist them into a kind of pigtail. The most important element of Gentle Force is Tai Chi, he shouts. Then he delivers a powerful blow with his fist and the monster flies far into the air. Without allowing the monster to come to his senses, the hero grabs him by the neck from behind and begins to choke him. An alert appears. Congratulations, you've defeated the level 16 Devil's Cave monster. In 5 minutes level 17 Devil's Cave monster will appear. Before us again are Xiaokan and Minister Lei. What a wonderful welcome, the girl exclaims. I didn't doubt him. Minister Lei, it seems you will lose. Her interlocutor rubs his chin thoughtfully, but smiles. The audience watching the fight on the big screen is also delighted. This guy is simply amazing. Now Jiangdong can finally hold its head high. Only Chen Feng is angry. He extends his index finger in front of him and shouts loudly that this is simply impossible. I just couldn't lose to this dude. The envious man tries to climb onto the stage where the examinees are sitting, but is stopped by Xiaokan. What are you doing? She shouts menacingly. The exam is still going on, you can't come up here. Zhang Zi hasn't taken off his virtual reality glasses yet. He continues. In front of him is a level 17 monster with 3 pairs of red eyes. His character looks up at his opponent. Don't take me lightly, he shouts. Then come on, charge at me. The monster rushes at the hero, but he himself rushes towards him. I'm going all out against you, shouts Zhang Zi. Suddenly the monster disappears. What's the matter? The hero asks in bewilderment. He stands and listens to the announcement ringing in his ears. The exam is over, you will soon leave the virtual space. Please get ready, 5, 4, 3. The exam is over, the hero asks, not believing his ears. I just found a way to overcome my current weaknesses and it ended. Someone's hands remove the virtual reality glasses from the hero, and a rather angry face appears under them. Xiaokan, who is holding glasses, smiles. You've done a great job, she says. You defeated the level 16 Devil's Cave monster, and with your performance you'll have no problem with the National Security Agency's test. Young people standing in front of the stage wildly greet the hero. They praise both him and Jiangdong, which he represents. The guy and girl stood on the stage and looked at the crowd of jubilant students who loudly shouted the names Zhang Zi and Jiangdong. The guy was going down the stairs. His girlfriends were trying to protect him from the rabid fans who were shouting with delight how cool it was and asking how Z did it in the first place. One of the candidates shouted and asked to accept admiration. He flew out from the 4th level and Z defeated the 16th monster. The guy in the yellow t-shirt opened his eyes wide and was shocked by what was happening. He and the 2 girls were closely surrounded by even more admiring guys. A voice from the crowd asked Z if he needed a disciple who would serve him faithfully, bring food and all that. Z asked why such a commotion was happening. Tang Kaiao replied that he passed the 16th level and now his son-in-law will have no end to fans. Another candidate loudly addressed his fellow countrymen and said that he was also from Tianfeng, from Jiangdong High School, and because of this, he would hope to support Z in the future. A dark-haired guy broke out of the crowd and walked widely, followed by a blind girl. Z turned back. He didn't understand which fans he was talking about and preferred to forget about it. The guy said that he would go to his place because he still had to go to the territory of demons. The girl in the skirt loudly called Z. She walked closer to him. The guy turned around and asked Sun Ruotong what happened. She thoughtfully repeated that the guy was going into demon territory and said that she was stuck on the 11th floor, asking if he could see her off tonight. Z replied that he didn't mind and asked if it would be dangerous for her in demon territory because she couldn't see anything. When suddenly crazy fans started running towards the guy, he frowned and experienced a real shock. In this crowd, an excited Tang Kaiao ran and loudly shouted that they had all gone crazy, so we need to get out of here, and offered to accompany Sun Ruotong to the dormitory. The guy and girl went in different directions, and joyful fans continued to look at them. The girl in a black dress hugged Sun Ruotong's shoulder and waved to the guy with a smile. The guy waved back. The blind lady shouted to Z that she was, if anything, a magician of the sky blue robe. He replied that he understood her. He furrowed his brows and was lost in thought. How could she know that she was wearing a sky blue robe if she couldn't see anything? He thought that, however, they might have told her about this. 11th floor of demon territory. Melancholy Sky stood on the altar with a mysterious look. She was wearing a hat and a golden staff in her hands. On her belt there was a book and a flask with a magic liquid. Behind her, Z stood in the distance, looking at the girl and trying to figure out if the sky blue robe was really Sun Ruotong. he decided that he should say hello to her. The guy walked towards the girl standing opposite. He waved his hand to her, greeting her, and asked if she was Sun Ruotom. He came closer and put his hands on his belt. The girl in the blue robe smiled joyfully and asked if he was Z. The guy replied that it was him and said that he would take her to fight the boss of this floor, and if she didn't see anything, then she could just follow him. Z turned his back and was about to walk. Melancholy Sky hesitated and said that she didn't mean to hide it, but in demon territory she could see. Z turned sharply towards the girl in bewilderment. It was clear from his gaze that he was shocked. The girl felt embarrassed, her cheeks turned bright red, she began to apologize. Melancholy Sky looked down from awkwardness. Z clenched his fist at this moment and thought, doesn't this mean that she knows who he really is? He turned fully towards her and pointed his finger upward. The girl, holding her staff in her hand, continued to apologize and said that she would not reveal his identity even on pain of death. Z replied that she should keep her mouth shut, because she is the only one who knows about this so far, and it will be very unpleasant if this information leaks out. Melancholy Sky said loudly that she could swear. The guy replied that there was no need and he already believed her. A notification came from the system channel. Z opened the correspondence and responded to a message from Fierce Dragon King, who asked where he was and said that Titan was online today. Z asked if their partner had fully recovered. Fierce Dragon King replied that not really, but he was able to walk, so he went into the territory of the demons. And also for Titan to catch up with the team, some of them decided to return to the 11th floor and help their friend. Z replied that his girlfriend also wanted to go to the 11th floor and they better get together, after which Fierce Dragon King made an appointment at the altar. Z turned to Melancholy Sky and said that his friends would soon come, with whom he would introduce her, to which she happily agreed. Z's friends appeared at the altar. A black-haired guy held his weapon on his shoulder and smiled. Titan stood next to him. Fierce Dragon King greeted the archer, who greeted him back and introduced the friend he mentioned to his friends and said that she would be joining them on this raid. The girl turned to Z's friend standing opposite with a request to take care of her. Fierce Dragon King laughed and said that since she is Z's friend, no problem. Two cousins stood to the side and gazed at the Melancholy Sky. Moon thought and wondered what kind of relationship she and Z had. Were they dating? She thought that the more she looked at it, the more familiar the girl seemed to her. Z stood next to his friends. His cloak was blown by the sea wind. He gave the order that everyone was assembled and it was time to begin. That today they must clear the 11th floor of the demon territory so that Titan and Melancholy could gain access to the altar of the next floor, which they will go to tomorrow. Dai Young thanked the guys for their help. The entire team was on the deck of the ship. Z turned to Titan and asked how his health was. The guy with the shield replied that there was nothing to worry about and the doctor was already preparing him for discharge. Z said that was good. The huge ship sailed calmly across the sea. Voices were heard from its deck. Someone wondered why this time everything was going so smoothly. Where were the pirates and Captain Jack? Another voice answered that most likely what happened last time it was an emergency situation, and its probability is low and they were simply unlucky. After this there was loud laughter and words that it would not be so fun. After a while, giant riding monsters attacked the fortress, from which cannons fired fiery cannonballs. Z and the girls controlled a unicorn, which rushed towards the goal with a huge roar. Behind the guy stood a disgruntled Moonlight Bunny, who pushed Melancholy Sky away with her hand when she put her hand on Z's shoulder. The pink-haired girl exclaimed for Melancholy to take her hands away and not be allowed to touch Z. The archer said to take it easy on Moonlight Bunny. The girl with the staff, frightened, apologized and said that it was her first time on this monster and she was a little uncomfortable. The girls looked at each other intently. Melancholy Sky admired Z and almost called him by his real name, quickly corrected herself and turned to Z, saying that he can even summon a giant mount and asked what rank is his natural skill. Moonlight Bunny clicked and asked clarifyingly if this was the only thing that surprised her and said that Z could even summon floor bosses. The sorceress asked in surprise whether this was true. Moonlight Bunny proudly answered her, saying that she just needs to wait and she will see everything for herself. Monsters with red glowing eyes came close to the fortress and Z loudly gave the order that they had to work quickly in order to quickly get to the next floor. The leader and the team jumped high, overcoming the fortress, where armed octopus monsters with Captain Jack were waiting for them, shooting at the guys with pistols. The fighters accepted Z's decree and began to attack. After some time, they defeated the monsters and the boss of the 11th floor, who lay on the floor of the deck along with the kraken tentacles cut into pieces. They glowed with blue holograms. The squad surrounded them. Fierce Dragon King said that he did not expect that this time they would deal with the kraken so quickly. Moon Shadow clarified that it was easier because they already had experience. Z looked at the available slots and noted that they were all already occupied and there was no room for Captain Jack. He discovered the system characteristic of his skill and began to study it. System: SSS Summoning Skill, Level 1, Experience 517 1000, Consumption 10 energy points, Cooldown 60 seconds, Effect: after killing a target, you can recreate its copy. The copy is identical to the original and has no time limit for actions. Skill has 5 stages of improvement. Note: the first stage skill allows you to summon up to 10 creatures. The second stage skill allows you to summon up to 30 creatures. Subsequent stages also increase the number of summons to 500 creatures. Having finished studying, he thought that his skill was still at the first level, but the experience scale was more than half filled and he hoped that very soon he would raise the level to the second level and be able to summon more monsters. A magical portal to the next floor appeared in front of the guys. Z suggested going to the 12th floor since Titan and Melancholy Sky had access to it. Fierce Dragon King, sighing, asked if there was any point in this because they couldn't cope with the elementals without magicians there. Friends stood opposite each other and tried to solve the problem, putting forward their options. Z said they are still missing fire, lightning, and earth mages. Titan, looking at Little Princess, said that he knows one fire mage, but she is now stuck on the 10th floor with her team and will not be able to come even if she wants. Little Princess suggested posting an ad on the forum about searching for magicians of different elements, but there are only greedy people there. A girl with a staff in her hands intervened in the conversation. She said with a smile that perhaps she could help. Fierce Dragon King happily asked if she really had mages among her friends and what type were they. She thoughtfully answered that she doesn't have any magicians among her friends, but her natural skill is elemental augmentation, which allows her to add elemental attributes to weapons and equipment. The team members looked at the girl and smiled at what they heard. Little Princess, with her eyes burning with joy, asked her if the magician would support her. The happy Titan, laughing, said that she was a gift from heaven for their team. Z clenched his fist in joy and looked at the embarrassed Melancholy Sky, whose cheeks were covered in blush. He said that since this skill adds elemental effects to weapons, attacks will be effective against elementals and they will be able to pass the 12th floor. The guys from the team were very happy about this news. Z, standing next to them, opened the system board and, looking down, said that it was already late and if they set out to conquer the 12th floor, they wouldn't have time to advance far, and he had plenty tomorrow afternoon too. Business, so he suggested taking a break and recuperating. He clarified that many spheres of demonic souls had accumulated in the guild warehouse, which he would divide among everyone to increase their characteristics, and tomorrow they would challenge the 12th floor in their best form. Fierce Dragon King agreed and said that tomorrow the tests for beginners would continue and he and Titan would need to help. Continuing to point his finger at the system panel, he turned to the team and said that that was all for today and in a couple of minutes he would send the spheres to their mail. Fierce Dragon King told Titan to restore his powers. The guys agreed with Z and said goodbye to each other. The candidates who passed the first part of the selection stood in 2 lines, with 2 men standing in front of them. The man in the gray suit said that next they had a class determination test and candidates could take it alone or in a team. He announced that class teacher Gu Tianyang would be responsible for conducting the test. Z, standing in the ranks, thought, where is Ziakin? Is she on a mission again? A bald man with stubble was holding a green bottle of alcohol in his hands. The director looked at him menacingly and made a remark, saying that although he is the class teacher of the elite class and has the priority right to select candidates, he still needs to be ashamed and think about image. The man with the scar on his chest replied disdainfully that his test was still very simple and once the director was ready, he could fight him personally. Z and his girlfriend stood nearby. Ruotong asked Z if she could join his group. Tang said that she suspected that Ruotong would drag the guy down and they would not be able to get into Class A, so she would go with them. Z, frowning, asked when the girls became so close. Other candidates, led by Chen, approached the 3 of them. They looked at the guys with arrogant faces and laughed. The guy in the brown sweater clenched his fist and asked, where do these dreamers get to Class A? The second guy in a gray turtleneck said laughingly that they had joined Mr. Chen. The unpleasant guys went to another office from the common room, laughing loudly. They walked out the door and slammed it loudly as the guy and girl looked on. Tang said that they will still see which of them is a dreamer. Z advised not to waste energy and said that they would just let them take the test first. 5 minutes later, the door suddenly opened. 3 impudent people flew out of it, falling with a roar right in front of the crowd of candidates. Chen screamed from the pain in his leg and said that the teacher was too cruel and allowed himself too much. A crowd of teenagers stood with shocked faces. They did not understand anything and asked if Gu Tianyang really beat the guys, especially Chen. Someone changed their mind about participating out of fear. Someone from the crowd asked why they were being beaten up like that in a simple entrance test. Chen knelt down and pointed his finger at the door. The director stood next to him with an angry look. The guy with yellow hair told everyone to go to hell and said that he was the eldest son of the Chen family and they should honor the honor that he came to enroll in this particular university. They should not dare to treat him with disdain, and if his grandfather had not insisted if he went there, he would go to study abroad at the best university in the world. The director told the guy to watch his words, and even if he is from a noble family, this does not automatically give him a pass to Kinghua University. The guy shouted and repeated that he would go to study abroad. A shabby trio of guys were heading towards the exit. A gray-haired man looked angrily after them. Z and the girls with serious looks were heading to the test. The guy confidently said that now it was their turn. The director loudly told the next group to come in. A group of friends found themselves in a round and red battlefield. Opposite them stood the dark silhouette of a teacher. An indignant Tang stood behind Z. The guys looked at the teacher with surprised eyes. The girl asked if this alcoholic would be their class teacher. Z replied that he was clearly not easy to beat Chen like that. The bald man held the bottle in his hands and said that the rules are that they will pass if they can even touch him, and they better not hold back because he won't mess with them either. The three friends got into fighting stances and were ready. The blind girl heard the energy flowing through the teacher's body and it was very powerful. Z suggested that drunkards are just an image of the teacher, so you need to tread carefully, and said to follow him. The girls agreed with him. The guys rushed to attack the teacher with wild speed. Z stretched his hand towards him and gave the girls a command, saying that he would hit below, Tang from above, and Raodong would take the center. Attacking, Tang jumped high and tried to kick. At the same moment, Raodong ran with an outstretched cane in her hand, and Z threw his whole body at the teacher's feet, trying to knock him down. Teacher Gu was surprised by their good combination. He grabbed the blind girl's cane with his hand and jumped sharply. The girls turned over in the air and flew to the side. The man in the red shirt glanced towards Z, who was flying at him in a jump, raising his fist. Gu asked if the guy wanted to stab him in the back. Z tried to strike, but missed because at the same moment the man dodged, flying to the side. The young man decided to use an unusual technique with his leg, but the teacher again flew away from him with lightning speed. Z shouted and asked him how he liked this. The dark-haired boy was furious. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist in anger when he saw a man on the other side of the battlefield. Gu landed and arrogantly said that the trio was a little better than the previous one, but they were still far from him. The friends gathered together, their eyes and mouths wide open in shock. Z asked if the girls were okay. Tang replied that quite well, but this alcoholic is too fast and they still can't even touch him with a finger. They came to their senses and began to think about what to do. Z said that he had an idea. His friend in a black dress asked which one. The guy said that Tang and he would attack from above and below, and Raodong would help from the rear, anticipating his next moves, and then. At this moment, the man was drinking greedily from his bottle, its contents flowing down his mouth. He told the funny children to attack and he would play with them. At the top of the training battlefield was an observation balcony, on which stood the director and teacher. The girl did not understand why Teacher Gu was hesitating. If usually he quickly merges the candidates and completes the test within 10 minutes, but this time he was in no hurry. An old man with a gray beard took his chin with his hand, thought about it and told the girl that apparently these students interested him, and told the girl with glasses to just look further. Z continued to attack the teacher, trying to use various techniques. He tried to touch him with both his hands and feet, but the man was too fast. The guy understood that his speed was at its limit, and even using the dragon breathing technique, he still couldn't keep up with him. The teacher turned to the guy and asked if his name was Z. He laughed and said that the young man's speed was not bad, but he still needed to push himself. The blind girl stood near Tang and listened to the sound of the teacher jumping. She began to count down the numbers. Tang screamed loudly and asked if she was counting the man's movements. Raodong continued and said that the sound was leading. The girl predicted the movement of Teacher Gu continuing to dodge Z's blows. Tang rushed to the left in his direction, hearing the direction of the blind girl. Tang came at him with a punch, but the man dodged again. He wondered how the girl knew where he would move. Raodong shouted that he was jumping back. The bald man was surprised. He clenched his fist and asked if the girl really relies on her hearing to predict his movements. He decided to use a counterattack. An angry teacher was flying above the head of the blind girl, his fists ready to strike. He shouted that he would deal with her first. Raodong looked at the man with a smile, who suddenly froze in front of her face. He didn't understand what was happening. The girl laughed and said that he was caught. Z was in a fighting stance and decided to use the flow slowdown, which made the teacher freeze in place. The guy shouted at the girls to attack the teacher. They surrounded him on all sides. Z rushed down and grabbed the leg of the man with his hands, who clenched his teeth in anger. Teacher Gu learned the technique of slowing down the flow and asked the guy if he was a disciple of Pang Tihua. The man's body emitted a powerful aura that instantly threw the candidates in different directions. They landed on the floor. Z leaned on his hands and cast an angry glance at the teacher. He was shocked by his energy. At that moment, Ran Kai and Q and a girl with glasses came down to them, walking towards them with a smile. The director extended his hand and said that the guys were quite good and even forced Teacher Gu to use wind tremors. He noted that this test was very exciting. The guys stood in front of the teachers, and Teacher Gu said that at least this year's newcomers weren't wasting his time and that the guys were quite interesting. A girl with glasses walked up to the candidates and extended her hand, which contained 3 brooches with the letter, as she congratulated them and said that they would enter class and study with Gu. The friends happily took the gold brooches in their hands and looked at them, smiling. Tang said that only class of students are allowed to wear them, and now she can show it off to Liu Yuying. Serious guys with a brooch on their chest came out of the test into the common room, where they were surrounded by other candidates with admiring eyes. A loud voice was heard from the crowd of a man who said that he thought that they would be carried out, but they managed. Another voice shouted that this was amazing and they passed the test first. Someone said that they heard that there are usually no more than 5 people in a class, and now that 3 places are already taken, the competition will become unrealistic. The man in the brown tuxedo frowned and sternly told Z that they could go back to their place, rest, and come to class at 1 at 8 in the morning tomorrow without being late. The young man agreed. Tang held the phone in her hands and smiled, not hiding her wild joy. Raodong walked up to Z, who looked at her and asked if they would go to the demon territory tonight. The girl in the black dress was talking on the phone with her dad, telling her that she had passed the entrance test and was now a student in Class A, and that now she was waiting for a special gift. Z turned to the blind girl and with full enthusiasm, smiling, replied that of course we should try to get through the 12th floor. Raodong agreed with him. 12th floor of demon territory. The team gathered on the altar of the new floor. Fierce Dragon King was delighted to see the guys and told Melancholy Sky to quickly show his elemental growth, because he was already burning with impatience. Z agreed with the guy and told the sorceress to use her skill. She raised her magic staff with her hand, from which lightning and fire appeared. She used the increase of the elements. The system plate said that the weapon was infused with the elemental lightning, lasting 30 minutes. The black-haired guy's rod was enveloped in bright, powerful lightning, filling with unreal power. He held the weapon in his hands and looked at it with admiration. The guy asked if it means that all his attacks will now shock for 30 minutes. Melancholy Sky replied that this is true, but there is one drawback: it cannot increase any specific element, because they are given randomly and it is impossible to predict in advance which element will appear next. Fierce Dragon King held onto his powerful weapon and continued to admire it. The team stood around him and Z turned to Melancholy Sky, saying that it wouldn't be a big deal if they didn't manage to add the right element the first time. They could just wait until the cooldown of her skill ended and try again. Yuying looked at her sword in surprise as a bright flame shone around it. She smiled, bringing the weapon burning with fire closer to her. The girl happily noted that the element of fire had been added to her weapon. At this time, Titan looked contentedly as splashes of water enveloped his shield. 3 happy guys, armed with elemental magic, headed further along the floor, led by Z, who was pulling the string of his bow. Fierce Dragon King exclaimed that now they can finally fight the monsters. Z noted that they were very lucky that they were able to knock out every element. The team walked along the floor, and not far from them another group of adventurers tried to fight the electric demon. Little Princess said that only the rich can afford elemental scrolls to enchant them with their weapons. Fierce Dragon King added that these females cost more than 100,000 yuan each, and since they can't afford that, it makes the melancholy ability even cooler. Suddenly, a demon blazing with a bright red flame appeared in front of them, and Z put his hands in different directions, covering his comrades. He shouted, telling them to be careful, and noted that they had encountered the fire element. The monster opened its mouth and spat out a fireball at them. Running sharply forward, Titan put his shield under the attack, shouting that he could block it. While the gray-haired guy continued to bear the monster's aggression, Fierce Dragon King hit him from above with his staff, and Autumn like Night sent a stream of his ice magic at him. Yuying with the fire element stood behind Z's shoulder, who pulled the string of his sparkling bow and took aim. The guy loudly noted that attacking using opposite elements is really more effective. The demonic mask that was on the monster's head cracked. Satisfied with the first victory, the team watched as his fiery body crumbled in the air into small tongues of flame. Autumn like Night noted that destroying the monster with a hostile element was much easier than he thought. Fierce Dragon King asked which elemental monster his lightning would be most effective against. With a wave of his hand, Z replied that if they push against the system, then, most likely, against a tree monster, noting that they would have to try it when one comes their way. After some time, the squad approached a stone palace, in the center of which there was a large red eye. Z noted that, surprisingly, everything was going easier than expected, and then added that ahead is the palace of the Elemental Lord, the boss of this floor, so everyone needs to get ready. As they got closer, other people began to hear indignant statements. One of them asked why the Elemental Lord had not yet been revived, since enough time had passed since the last time it was defeated, and by all rights it should have updated by now. Another person asked what was wrong with Demon Territory. He was told that even on the forum they wrote that recently the Demon Territory itself is not itself, and some bosses resume literally in a matter of seconds, while others have to wait a very long time. Another guy noted that he heard that the boss of the 26th floor was recently seen on the 6th floor. People were shocked, asking if the order of the demon territory had been broken. Z approached his comrades, who had thoughtful faces. Fierce Dragon King asked if what these people said could be true. With a wave of his hand, Z replied that this was very similar to the truth, noting that if the boss appeared, with so many people in line they would definitely not be able to get through today. When Yu Ying approached him and asked what to do in this case, the summoner pointed his finger towards the way back. He suggested returning to clearing out ordinary elemental monsters, since this way they could not only better study the characteristics of the conflicting elements, but also get more soul spheres and artifacts. As they all walked back, Fierce Dragon King placed his hand on his waist and sighed loudly. He noted that in this case they have nothing left, so they need to hurry up because his weapon upgrade will soon run out. After some time, the squad froze in place, seeing bright flashes of lightning. Z exclaimed that something was happening up ahead and suggested we go and have a look. As they approached, they saw the fleeing squads of other adventurers. Their members were loudly screaming for everyone to run as the Elemental Lord was somehow outside. Another man sarcastically noted that his team was very lucky to stumble upon him and asked if the boss shouldn't be sitting in his palace. His comrade replied that if the whole team was assembled, they would have dealt with him, to which he received a reproach not to brag, since with his skills they would have dealt with him first. Z squad froze with surprised expressions when they saw the floor boss. With his mouth open in shock, Fierce Dragon King asked if this stone was too huge. A huge stone monster loomed over them, with a dark mask instead of a head, similar to those that ordinary demons had. Having ordered everyone to get ready, Z asked the bird to use her gravity. Lowering her hand to the ground, on which a red field immediately appeared, the girl angrily shouted that her name was Birdie, not Feathered. The Elemental Lord froze, finding himself in the girl's field of attraction. Rising sharply, Titan hit the monster with his shield, but this attack did not do any damage. The guy exclaimed in surprise, asking why this happened. Everyone who was able to attack simultaneously unleashed their power on the monsters, but again everything was unsuccessful. Fierce Dragon King indignantly asked how they could fight this boss if all their attacks against him were useless. Looking at the monster with a frown and holding their weapons, Z and Yu Ying stepped aside. The guy suggested that perhaps this boss has no attribute at all. The girl asked if he really thinks that the monster does not have any elements. Throwing everyone aside, Elemental Lord slammed his fist straight at Moon Shadow, dealing almost 35-0 damage to her. The girl pulled back, standing behind Fierce Dragon King, who held his staff at the ready. The man noted that the damage of this boss is very high, and the girl said that for now it would be better for them to keep their distance. Z aimed his arrow again while Birdie behind him continued to hold her skill. She said they needed to come up with a plan because her skill wouldn't keep the boss around for long. While taking aim, Z noted that since the Elemental Lord had no element, it would not be possible to use elemental conflict, and then asked if anyone had any ideas on how to get him to change the element. Melancholy Sky asked if she could try something. Lowering his bow, Z looked at the mage girl. He asked her what she wanted to do. Melancholy Sky replied that she wasn't sure if it would work, but she would try to use her skill on him. When the girl approached the monster and waved her staff, a huge stream of fire headed towards him. The three-eyed monster began to look around, examining his body. A few moments later, his entire body began to blaze with a bright red flame. The team looked at the boss with frozen eyes, and Fierce Dragon King, crouching on one knee, was surprised that it worked. Titan noted that this is a very extraordinary approach. Z looked at Melancholy Sky, who was smiling contentedly, and praised her. He loudly told everyone else that since the boss's element had changed, they should prepare for a new attack. Autumn Like Night sent an icy stream at the Elemental Lord, which in total dealt about 3,500 damage to the monster. Clenching his hand into a fist, Z turned around and Birdie standing behind him continued to hold her skill. He asked her to continue to use attraction and keep the boss under control, to which the girl replied that she knew that very well. Titan took the blows of the Elemental Lord, some of which, thanks to the improved shield, were returned to the monster, and at this time Autumn Like Night continued to attack the boss with his ice magic. The summoner chuckled, noting that the monster's health had dropped by almost a third, and they needed to keep attacking until they finished it off. When the fire on the Elemental Lord's body died out and turned into black smoke, the guy shouted at the attackers to move back. Birdie, who had been holding the monster back all this time, looked at Z and shouted that her skill apparently no longer worked. Part of the team, led by the Fierce Dragon King, who was holding his staff and baring his teeth, recoiled back when the stones on the Elemental Lord's body began to pull together. Z indignantly asked what was happening now, to which Melancholy Sky replied that now the boss was apparently changing his main element. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, Titan blocked the powerful blow of the monster, which was now surrounded by a black aura. The guy with gray hair shouted that because the boss's element had changed, all of their attacks were now ineffective. Z replied that it was now clear that after a while the boss's element would change again, and if it was convenient for them, the damage would only increase. After some time, the body of the stone monster was covered with metal. Z exclaimed that the element had changed again, and this time it was metal. The guy with a bow in his hands turned to Moon Shadow, who stood behind and held her sword tightly. He said that her element would be suitable against metal and gave the order to find an opportunity to attack. Jumping high into the air, the girl swung her sword, activating the light slash skill. She quickly rushed past the monster, delivering cutting blows to him, which in total took away almost 15,000 of his health, and landed on the ground on one knee. With a satisfied smile on her face, she walked past Fierce Dragon King, who was fascinated by the damage the girl had caused. He exclaimed that her damage was very scary. The Elemental Lord turned his head and glanced towards the departing Yu Ying. There was a loud scream, warning her that she was the boss's target. The monster waved its iron hand back, and the girl managed to react by jumping into the air, and Titan took all the damage with his shield. A grinning Fierce Dragon King ran up to the gray-haired guy, and Yu Ying landed behind them. She noted that this monster was too slow, and if it were Swordman, she would have already been hit 2 or 3 times. Fierce Dragon King asked when will the Elemental Lord finally change his element, since he just can't wait to use lightning. The boss mask turned and directed its gaze to the side. The monster pointed its fist towards Moon Shadow, and the girl froze in place, hearing a warning from her friends about the danger. A moment later, the Elemental Lord hit her with his fist, and with a loud cry of pain, the girl flew back. Seeing this, Birdie and Z were confused, and the guy, calling Moon Shadow, took off and ran towards her. Kneeling down, he picked up the body of the girl writhing in pain and asked her to get ready. Yu Ying looked up at the guy with a frown. She said that she had one request to Rakshasa. Z put the girl on the ground, and she lowered her slightly embarrassed gaze to the floor. The summoner asked what the request was, to which he received the answer that the girl would like to learn how to wield a sword from Swordman. Holding her by the back, the guy replied that he didn't mind, but first they needed to deal with the boss. Birdie, waving her arms, looked with frightened eyes towards Z and Yu Ying when the Elemental Lord changed its element to lightning. She shouted that the guy and girl should stop cooing because the boss had changed his element again. When Z, frowning, raised his bow and pulled the string, stones began to be red around the tip of the arrow. He exclaimed that this was exactly what was needed, since his arrows contained the element of earth. When he released the arrow, it quickly headed towards the monster's chest. Making a loud sound, it pierced his chest, and the monster looked at the arrow. Holding the shield, Titan bared his teeth as Fierce Dragon King's mouth and eyes widened in surprise. He asked why the arrow did not harm the monster in any way. A moment later, the arrow that pierced the monster exploded with a loud noise, dealing nearly 17,000 damage. Seeing this, Z's comrades and the guy himself froze in surprise. Fierce Dragon King exclaimed loudly, "Where did Rakshasa get such huge damage?" The summoner replied that he himself did not understand and assumed that it was a critical hit. At that same second, the Elemental Lord came to his senses and headed towards the squad, and Titan shouted to everyone to quickly hide behind him. The monster hit the shield with his fist, and 2384 points of damage were returned to him, thanks to the special Titan shield. The guy with gray hair shouted that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to restrain the boss's aggression, and due to the low damage, he could not provoke him for long. Frowning, Z raised his bow again and knocked his rock-encased arrow. He asked his friend Titan to hold on a little longer. When he fired, the arrow exploded again, dealing nearly 6,000 damage. The team watched as a health bar appeared above the monster's head, which was reduced by more than half, and Moon Shadow turned back. Fierce Dragon King loudly noted that there was only a third of health left, so they should continue further. Yu Ying noted that things were bad and asked everyone to turn around. When the friends turned around, their eyes widened in surprise, since there were many adventurers near the battlefield watching them. Birdie exclaimed indignantly that gradually more and more people were gathering, asking if they would steal their boss away from them at the last moment. Fierce Dragon King rudely noted that they themselves would be worse off in this case, after which Z said that his friends don't have to worry and he will solve everything. Z suddenly sank to the ground and touched it with his hand, after which it lit up with a blue light. A moment later, an army of the guy's familiars rose from the ground. Armed with the support of the Fire Toad, the attacking team rushed towards the electric monster. Z shouted loudly that it was time for them to finish, and everyone else agreed with him. The onlookers' adventurers recoiled in fear when a huge rhinoceros approached them, its toothy mouth wide open. They indignantly asked what the hell was going on here, and where did the giant mount, the boss's archbishop and swordman come from? One of them suggested that they might have been summoned, and the other exclaimed, asking if this was really possible. They asked what ordinary adventurers should do in this case, noting that demon territory was becoming more and more intelligent. The adventurers realized that given the number of monsters summoned, they had better not take risks, otherwise they would simply be killed on the spot. Armed with a bow and arrow surrounded by rocks, Z suddenly jumped above the elemental lord's head and took aim, wishing him a speedy death. When the arrow reached the monster's mask, inflicting a critical hit of 9371 units, the mask instantly shattered into small pieces. Z, holding a bow, landed on the ground, and soul spheres and other artifacts obtained from the boss began to fall behind him. A system notification appeared above his head, congratulating him on defeating the elemental lord. His comrades began to approach the items they had received, and Fierce Dragon King noted in surprise that there were a lot of them. Z picked up a necklace with a large turquoise stone in the center from the ground and read its characteristics. Elemental necklace, rank A, fortitude, plus 17, special effects, none, durability, 900/900. He handed it to Melancholy Sky, but she, embarrassed, began negatively waving her hands in front of her. Z noted that this item adds 17 points to fortitude, and he thinks she deserves it. When the girl replied that she couldn't accept it, Fierce Dragon King smiled, noting that without her skill they wouldn't be able to do anything. The summoner turned around as Moon Shadow approached him from behind with a frown on his face. The girl loudly and indignantly noted that they had a big problem, and he asked what she meant. The girl straightened her shoulders and lowered her black eyebrows to the bridge of her nose, declaring that the gate leading to the 13th floor did not appear. The alarm team members began to look around with worry on their faces. Melancholy Sky noted that this was indeed the case, but did not understand why, and Titan asked if this was an anomaly of the demon territory again. Fierce Dragon King bared his teeth and asked if there really was no gate anywhere, and Birdie was indignant that it turned out that they had fought the boss in vain. A moment later, the onlooker adventurers around them caused a huge commotion, and the crew listened to them with surprised faces. One person exclaimed that his friend had just written to him and said that the gate had not appeared on the 19th floor either. People understood that there seemed to be something serious about the beds, and they hoped that the demon territory would not close. The man asked how he could then fight monsters and earn money to feed his family. He was worriedly picked up and asked how they could fight monsters on Earth in the future if they couldn't train in the demon territory. Placing his staff on the ground, Fierce Dragon King turned to his friends. He suggested that we disperse since there was no gate, and in general it was not clear what was going on here. Yu Ying said that when she returns, she will ask her uncle because he might know something. Z supported the idea of going their separate ways, noting that they needed to follow the news, because perhaps in a few days everything would return to normal. Kinghua Academy students walked around the courtyard, going about their business. There was talk among them that something was happening in the demon territory, and even the spirit guide had disappeared somewhere, so now it was impossible to choose which floor to enter. Someone from the outside added that the trading platform is also temporarily not working. With her palms placed at her mouth to make the sound louder, Kaioi shouted Z's name. She screamed, saying that he had to get up because they had to go to class. With her hands folded at her waist, the girl stood outside the men's dormitory, attracting the boys' attention. They were wondering who this girl was and why she was yelling under the windows early in the morning. They also noted that the girl was quite pretty. After some time, Z came out into the street, dressed in uniform and holding a backpack over his shoulders. He asked why Kaioi woke him up at 8 AM if classes start at 10. Throwing up her hands, the girl was indignant that this year only 5 people were enrolled in Class A, and they urgently need to find out who the other 2 are. Kaioi grabbed the guy's hand and ran, and Z could barely keep up with her. He noted that he didn't even have time to have breakfast, to which the girl shouted that there was no time for that now. After some time, they reached class. One guy was sitting at his desk reading a book, and the other guy was sitting on the student's desk and turned to Rutong. He greeted the girl and said that his name was Lin Junyang, and he was pleased to meet her, after which the girl said her name. When the front door opened and Z and Kaioi entered the classroom, the red-haired boy smiled and anointed himself. Ruotong was happy that Z had come, and Lin Junyang greeted the guys and said his name. The 2 guys shook hands with smiles on their faces. Z introduced himself and said that he was pleased to meet you, and then asked if the guy was also in Class A. With a wink, Junyang smiled and pointed his finger at the guy sitting behind him with a book, who adjusted his glasses. He said that in addition to him, that guy with glasses named Shang Qiu would also study with them, but he reads all the time and ignores all his attempts to talk. He noted that he was very glad that they came, because otherwise he would have simply died of boredom. Z sat down at his desk, and the guy and girl stood next to each other. Kaioi, crossing his arms over his chest, asked Junyang how he passed the entrance test, noting that alcoholic teacher was not easy. She noted that if not for Z, then she immediately corrected herself and said that they only passed thanks to her strength. The red-haired guy laughed and grabbed, saying that teacher is really strong. Junyang sat down on a desk not far from Z and raised his hand. He said he had to use all his strength to hold it in place, and it left him with a nosebleed and a headache for days. Kaioi asked what he meant by holding back the teacher. The guy with a good-natured look took off his gold brooch, and it began to levitate above his hand. He said that since childhood he has had a special ability and can move objects with the power of thought. Two girls and a guy opened their mouths wide and looked at the flying brooch with surprised eyes. They exclaimed that this was simply amazing and had never seen anything like this before. Junyoung said that initially he could only control small objects, but while he was preparing for the exams, he absorbed a bunch of demonic cores. He added that his fortitude stat had increased significantly, and he began to move larger and heavier objects, although he was still far from being a teacher. Qiyu intervened in the conversation without looking up from his book. He said that Junyoung's fortitude is simply not great, so he cannot cope with such powerful people as Gu Tianyang. Crossing her arms under her chest, Kaioi cast a dissatisfied glance at the guy with glasses. Calling him a know-it-all, she asked him to tell him how he got into the academy. Qiyu said that he did not have to fight with the teacher and entered here directly. Hearing this, the girl perked up and screamed loudly indignantly, asking how it was. At this moment, Z assumed that this guy was admitted due to connections, otherwise there is no explanation for him to get into class. When Kaioi pointed her finger towards Qiyu, everyone else in the class turned to look at him. The girl angrily asked, "Is there really such a way to enter the academy?" She thought, "How is this possible?" Suddenly, a bald man wearing a red shirt and a scar on his chest and a bottle in his hand entered the classroom. He asked why everyone was shouting here. Junyoung, sensing the unpleasant smell of alcohol, covered his nose, and Kaioi pointed her finger at the guy with glasses sitting at his desk. She screamed indignantly that this guy was claiming to be in class through his connections and asked what he was allowed to pass without testing. The teacher replied that Qiyu was an exception because he had solved one of the problems that had been bothering him for 3 years. When Gu stood in front of the students, Kaioi clenched her hands into fists and shouted that this was not fair. The man said that they would talk about honesty a little later. Z also noted that it is better not to dwell on this since he is sure that the teacher had a reason. Teacher Gu, looking at his students, crossed his arms over his chest. He told them to stop talking and said that he had been teaching at Kinghyun Academy for 6 years, and in all this time he had only gained 2 grades, which is 10 people. He said that, however, only 4 were able to graduate in the end, adding that his criteria were high and they would need to prepare well. With a wave of his hand, Junyoung asked what happened to the other 6 students. Teacher Gu picked up his glass bottle and took a few sips. His face darkened and his eyebrows knitted towards the bridge of his nose. He answered briefly that they were all dead. As the students sat down at their desks, Kaioi slammed her fist on the desk. She asked how they died. The man closed his eyes and replied that they did not study well, so they fell from the clutches of the monsters of the Cave of Demons. The students' faces frowned and there was silence in the class. Teacher Gu smiled widely and folded his hand at his waist. He reiterated that the criteria were very strict and they all had to be prepared to die in order to pass his tests. He noted that they should not think of themselves as someone outstanding, because his tests will put everything in its place. Leaving his students alone, the man headed towards the door. He said that was all he wanted to convey to them and added that training began tomorrow, so on their last free day they should rest to the fullest. The guys looked at their leaving teacher with a blank look. Kaioi asked, "Is that all for today?" Junyoung noted that the teacher told them to make the most of the day. A man in a black raincoat and a large hat was walking along a city street and talking to someone through a device. He said that he had already selected a replacement for the Mad Blade, because since he does not do everything as it should, he will have to be eliminated. He said that there were 2 tails behind him now, so he would get in touch later. Having walked some distance forward, the man turned a corner. Looking up, he saw 2 agents standing right in front of him with badges on their chests. Several officers also appeared behind him, and one of them showed the man his ID and said that his name was Zulu and he represented the National Security Bureau. He told the man that he was suspected of being involved with the Dawn organization and therefore had to go with them. Holding his hat, the man jumped into the air as the agents rushed towards him. He asked if they really thought he would give up so easily. When the mysterious man flew over one of the men, he suddenly pulled out a pistol. The others did the same and shot the criminal several times. He landed on the ground and all the shots hit him in the back. Turning around slightly, the man laughed through his white smiling mask. With one wave of his hand, he took off his holy cloak, and the officers had a view of the black armor shining with a purple light that covered his torso. The masked man laughed again and noted that the armor from the demon territory was better than any body armor. He loudly exclaimed that bullets were absolutely useless against him. Letting out a loud roar, one of the bureau employees attacked him with a fist. Jumping back, the masked man grabbed the agent's fist. He noted that the National Security Bureau would most likely pay them no more than a few thousand yuan and asked if it was worth the effort. At that moment, the agent's fist began to sparkle with lightning, and a second later an electric shock pierced the criminal. Baring his teeth, the man asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. As the masked man fell to the ground, the agent who hit him clenched his hand into a fist and a blue device appeared on his wrist. He looked with an angry gaze at the motionless criminal, and his forearm glowed with bright lightning. The man annoyedly asked if he thought he was the only one who could use equipment from the demon territory, and then gave an order to his colleagues, telling them to tie him up. With his arms crossed, Teacher Gu stood in front of his students in the classroom, with large simulator chairs behind him. He noted that the students were already familiar with them, and so he prepared training programs for each of them, so they must take their places and train for 24 hours. Kai Aoi asked indignantly, will they really not even have the opportunity to sleep? Grabbing the bottle in his palm, the bald man frowned and threw an angry look at the student, and a vein bulged on his forehead. Breaking into a scream, he rudely asked if she really thought that the monsters cared whether she slept well or not, noting that they would kill her right in her sleep. Kai Aoi and Junyong clenched their hands into fists and looked at the teacher irritably. The red-haired guy asked why Zhang Zi wasn't with them. The man replied that he had arranged a special one for him since he was, after all, a disciple of Pang Tiyue. Kai Aoi asked what kind of special training is this. Vita flowed down, hitting something and scattering in different directions, and at the same time a loud roar of Zi was heard. Standing under the waterfall, the guy held a huge boulder in his hands and shouted that this stone was too huge. The guy frowned, and a bright yellow aura flickered around him. He noted that even when using the dragon breath technique, he was only able to push the stone 2-3 meters. He had the feeling that it was simply impossible to move him further. Zi bared his teeth and glanced back when he was accosted by Teacher Gu, who was standing on land with his liquor in his hand. He said in a stern voice that the guy needed to breathe deeper, noting that 10 minutes had already passed and he had only moved a couple of meters. The man asked, is this really all that a Pang Tiyue disciple can do? Pressing his feet firmly into the ground, Zi frowned and opened his mouth wide to fill his lungs with air. He wondered if the dragon breathing technique was related to lung capacity, noting that during training, his mentor also told him to practice breathing deeply. Xiao Feng is smiling and talking on the phone. Well, brother, she says, I will miss you very much. Zhang Zi, who is holding a huge stone above his head, trembling with tension, answers his sister. Okay, Xiao Feng, I'm still in training. I'll ask for leave from Teacher Gu and accompany you for the surgery in a few days. Suddenly, the stone that the hero was supporting breaks into many smaller pieces. Zhang Zi looks at what he did in bewilderment. Oh no, I've pushed too hard and I got it all over the place, I'll get scolded, he says. We see a rock floating in the air. This is the 12th level of the demon realm. The hero stands next to the orc swordsman he summoned. You are here, he says to Yu Ying, who also appeared on the altar of this level. Yes, I'm here, the girl answers. And you showed up early. Young people communicate while standing next to each other. Yu Ying, I have something to attend to in a few days, so I may not be able to practice swordsmanship with you, says the hero. What's happened? Do you need my help? The girl asks. No, I can handle it myself, says Zhang Zi. Let's hurry up and start practicing. Okay, Yu Ying agrees. She takes out her sword and stands in front of the orc swordsman. Today I must defeat you, she says. Move your sword like the wind and it's you'll defeat, the masked warrior answers her. A battle between two opponents armed with swords begins. When you strike, there are too many distractions, explains the orc. To defeat me, you must abandon your previous sword arts. Come on, attack again, the girl says after another collision. The hero watches this battle from the side. She's been training for a month now, but she still has plenty of motivation, he thinks. A patient lies on the bed, 3 people in medical masks and gowns stand nearby. Let's give her a shot of anesthetic first, says one of them. Okay, his colleague answers. A doctor wearing glasses with rectangular lenses addresses a patient. Don't be afraid. Relax as usual. No need to be nervous. I really hope that after this I will never lie on the operating table again, she replies. The assistant sets up the equipment and we see the patient's pulse on the monitor. You're very nervous, says the doctor wearing rectangular glasses. Your heart rate increases and your blood pressure increases. Need to relax a little. Talk to me a little. The girl thanks the doctor. I am 18 years old, she says, and a few days ago my mentor said that we will enter the demon realm. The assistant brings the doctor a syringe with some liquid. Wow, congratulations, he says to the girl. What talent did you manage to awaken? The patient in the cap answers with her eyes closed. Now that the demon realm is not functioning properly, we seem to be unable to awaken any talent skills. But I'm looking forward to it. The doctor picks up a syringe and prepares to give an injection. If only I could be as amazing as my brother, the girl says, smiling. What? The doctor asks in surprise. Is Zhang Zi's awakened talent really powerful? Xiao Feng lies with his eyes closed. Of course, my brother awakened was an SSS rank talent, she says. Huh? My eyelids are so heavy and I'm very sleepy. The doctor sticks a needle into the girl's arm. True, SSS rank? He asks. This is the first time I have heard of someone awakening their SSS talent. Doctors stand over the operating table on which Xiao Feng lies. Is your brother that powerful? Asks the bespectacled man. What's his name in Demon Realm? He hasn't told me this yet, the girl replies. Xiao Feng, I'm not an outsider, says the doctor. Tell me what's your brother's username. The girl, whose mind is already clouded, says that his username is Rakshasa. The doctor is shocked, he cannot believe his ears. What? Rakshasa? He asks. He pulls off his mask and we see a sly smile underneath. Jiangzi, Rakshasa, says the doctor. What a pleasant surprise. I couldn't even imagine, says the assistant standing next to him. Boss, are you still going to do it? He tears off his mask, turns away and leaves. No, this girl is useless, says the scoundrel. Tell her to be taken away from here. I'll need her to negotiate with her brother. Yes, sir, the assistant answers. Above the door, hieroglyphs are displayed on the display. The hero finds no place for himself in the hospital waiting area. My sister will be fine, nothing will happen to her, he thinks. The phone in his pocket rings. He puts the device to his ear and what he hears makes him furious. Who the hell keeps calling me at this hour? He shouts indignantly. It turns out that it is Xiaokan who is driving the car now. Jiangzi, why don't you answer my calls? The girl asks displeasedly. Under no circumstances should you allow your sister to lie on the operating table. These doctors cannot be trusted. The hero is very alarmed. What do you want to say? He asks. Tell me straight. Xiaokan shouts back at him. I said, that young Nuo is the leader of Shuguang. Absolutely do not let him perform surgery on your sister. It's dangerous. Jiangzi shouts back. What? Leader of Shuguang? Realizing what this means, he curses and rushes to the door. A doctor in a mask and gown appears in front of him. There is an operation going on here, the doctor exclaims indignantly. Relatives should not enter here. The hero raises his fist to strike. Get out of here, he shouts. Get out of my way. He throws a punch, but the doctor very confidently stops his fist. The doctor jumps back and the hero recognizes him. Zhang Hao, it's you, he shouts. The villain takes off his mask. There's a crazy smile on his face. Jiangzi, you have become stronger again, he says. But the stronger, the better. Otherwise killing you would be too boring. A nurse is running along the hospital corridor. As she runs past the guards, she reports that there is a fight going on in the waiting area in front of the operating room. The hero strikes, but the enemy blocks it. Get out of here, Jiangzi shouts angrily. The guards, seeing what is happening, run away. Holy shit, one of them shouts. Are those two even humans? One punch and they put a hole in the wall. One of them shouts, brother, if we go there, they will kill us. We must wait for the police, the second one answers him. Zhang Hao, grinning, takes out a dagger. After losing last time, I've been practicing hard to beat you, he says. Now your sister is undergoing surgery. You can't save her. The hero again prepares his fist to strike. Despite the fact that the enemy has a dagger in his hand, he delivers a series of blows. Zhang Hao, die, he shouts. The villain flies off and hits his back against the wall, destroying it. Zhang Hao slides to the floor, leaving a huge cracked dent in the wall behind him. What kind of equipment do you have? He asks. The hero approaches him, clenching his fists again. Before you die, I'll tell you, so you won't be clueless in the hell, he says threateningly. Suddenly, a loud bang is heard in front of Jiangzi, and he raises his hands to his head to defend himself. The hero looks in shock at what he sees. The same doctor who recently refused to perform an operation on the hero's sister appears next to Zhang Hao lying on the floor. Jiangzi, I told you to calmly wait for the result in the waiting room, he says, smiling. Uncle, help me kill him, asks Zhang Hao. The hero backs up against the wall. That power is so strong, he thinks. It's like the power of the demon realm. How can that be possible? Where is my sister? He angrily asks the doctor. What did you do to my sister? Don't worry, the doctor tells him. She's safe now, but if you want to see her, do as I say. Jiangzi angrily extends his index finger forward. What do you want from me? He asks. It's very simple, the doctor answers. Today at 8 o'clock in the evening he comes to the realm of demons. We will make an exchange. To the kingdom of demons, the hero asks him again. It's unstable now. I'm stuck on level 13, how should I? We see the tip of a flying spear. It sticks in front of the doctor. Most likely, he managed to retreat in time. The scoundrel laughs. Dragon Spear Overlord Flower is here too. It's really a lively day today, he says quite calmly. Xiaokan appears in the corridor, with 3 guards visible behind her. Young Nuo, you can't escape today, she shouts. The doctor extends his hand forward, in which there is a scroll. I'm the one who can't escape, he asks, laughing. I wouldn't be so sure about that. The scoundrel, taking the hand of his nephew, who is still unable to rise to his feet, raises the scroll above his head. This item is from the Demon Kingdom, the girl asks in surprise. Jiangzi, sorry, Rakshasa, tonight at 8 p.m. the dead zone will open. Let's meet there, the doctor suggests. An impenetrable cloud appears in the place where the uncle and nephew had just been. Young people cover their faces with their hands to protect themselves from it. What do you need from me? Shouts Jiangzi. The bastard answers from the cloud. This is because you are now the only person in the world who has an SSS rank talent. Xiaokan looks at the hero in surprise. What? Have you really awakened an SSS rank talent? She asks Zhang Zi. In a small room, young people are sitting on sofas at a low coffee table. Boss, one of them says. Someone opens the door. Yang Nuo and Zheng Hao enter the room. My identity has been exposed. We can't stay here for long, says Yang Nuo. When I get what I want, we'll leave. He lowers his nephew, who has still not come to his senses, onto a chair. Young people jump up from their seats in alarm. They discuss what they heard. What? The boss has been hiding in Tanfeng City for years. Why was he suddenly exposed? Yang Nuo, who is facing a girl with long blonde hair, begins to explain. We're going into the dead zone tonight. The boss is all yours. Make sure he stays alive until I get what I want. The girl makes it clear that she understood him. Beast, you and Fatty stay outside the boss refresh point. Don't let other adventurers disturb us. If necessary, kill a few of them, continues Yang Nuo. Young people clench their fists. They are very determined. I see, they tell their boss. Having finally come to his senses, Zheng Hao tells his uncle that he must help him kill Zhang Zi. How? Your injuries are very serious, Yang Nuo answers him. Stay here and watch over Zhang Feng. I'll be sure to kill that Zhang Zi. Young people gather around the boss. There's still some time, he says. Everyone, prepare yourselves. This time I want to make sure everything goes without a hitch. In front of us is a level 12 altar of the demon realm. The hero with the black ticket in his hand is already here. The dead zone has actually opened, he says in surprise. A window appears asking you to make a choice. The dead zone has been opened. Do you want to use an invitation to enter? Yes or no? Members of his squad appear behind the hero. Rakshasa, you came much earlier today, shouts Dragon King. Why are you all here? The hero asks in bewilderment. Young people approach their friend. Rakshasa, we heard that these days you've been secretly practicing swordsmanship with Yu Ying, says Dragon King. Today we've come to see for ourselves. Today this is probably impossible, the hero answers. I have very urgent matters. The comrades look at the hero in surprise. Urgent matters, asks Yu Ying. What is it? Can I help? Yes, brother Rakshasa, please tell us, says Dragon King. You are shaking all over, it seems like you are in a hurry to get somewhere. The hero very reluctantly admits that Shuguang took his sister hostage. All squad members are shocked. They open their mouths in amazement. What? He took your sister hostage, asks Yu Ying. The hero looks at his comrades. Yes, he told me to look for him in the dead zone. Dragon King clenches his fist furiously. What? Did they really kidnap the girl? Can a man do this? Brother Rakshasa, I am coming with you. That's right, says Arrow. Rakshasa is our brother. If our brother is in trouble, we will not stand by. I'll definitely go with you. How are you? He asks the others. The squad members look at their comrade with concern. They all say that they are ready to help the hero. Normally it would cost a lot of money for me to help out, but since we're friends, I'll do it for free, says Little Princess. Thank you all, says Zhang Zi sincerely. He holds up a stack of tickets. However, the dead zone is still quite dangerous, says the hero. I hope that if anything goes wrong, everyone will protect themselves. Before us are Dragon King, Yu Ying and Arrow. Okay, let's not waste time, let's leave immediately, says the first one. Yes, we definitely have to save your sister, the girl exclaims. It looks like the squad is already teleporting. First, let's enter the dead zone, says the hero. Before us is a very strange amusement park with music playing above it. It is reported to be Horror Amusement Park. The heroes of the squad walk along it and look around with caution. They talk to each other, discussing the place in which they find themselves. What kind of music is this? So scary. This amusement park is the dead zone, right? It's my first time here. Are those foreign adventurers? That's right. Adventurers from all over the world can enter the dead zone. What's there to fear? With so many of us, no one dares to mess with us. The hero points his finger at foreigners. Let's go after them, he says. This must be the entrance to an amusement park. Zhang Zi looks at the message he just received. The first window says the following. Stubborn, Zhang Zi, I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the amusement park. Hurry up. Okay, the hero answers. Second window, Shuguang, go to the center stage of the amusement park. I'm waiting for you there. The hero answers again with the same word. He sets off and makes a sign for the members of his squad to follow him. Let's go, he says. We will first go to the entrance and meet our friend, and then enter the park territory. Okay, Yu Ying tells him. Frowning, Zhang Zi lowered his head and tried to read the message that came to him. He noticed it. The message contained dialogue. Wayward, Zhang Zi, I'm waiting for you at the entrance to the amusement park, come quickly. Rakshasa, okay. A glimpse of dawn, head to the center of the amusement park, meet me there. Rakshasa, got it. Zhang Zi turned to his team and waved his hand at them. He told his team that he first needed to meet his friend at the entrance, and then they were going to go to the amusement park. Liu Yuying walked behind Zhang Zi and agreed with him. Standing in their way was a girl in a suit and glasses, with long pink hair, who also had her arms crossed. Her name was Wayward. Jiang Zi and his team approached her while Titan and Liu Ying looked at their new friend in amazement. Jiang Zi turned to the Wayward One, saying that he had just received a message from her indicating that he would go to the center of the amusement park. With an even gaze, her arms crossed, the Wayward One looked at Jiang Zi's team. She said his friends don't look so strong. Jiang Zi was taken aback by telling her that his friends really wanted to help him, although he told them to leave if it suddenly became very dangerous. Hearing this concern from Jiang Zi, Fierce Dragon King looked at his leader, who in turn glanced at the Wayward One and laughed very loudly. The Wayward One lowered her head slightly. She noticed for the guys that their opponents were not just some ordinary people, but the Dawn team, which kills in an instant without a single doubt. Liu Ying threw a malicious grin at Wayward and told Wayward not to worry about them because they could fend for themselves. Fierce Dragon King agreed with his friend's words, saying that they definitely weren't going to be a burden. The Wayward One walked forward with a confident gait. She absorbed the trust of Jiang Zi's team and said that she would be on the front line, so Jiang Zi's team should try to at least protect themselves. The guys heard her. Tang Kaiao nervously turned around, passing by huge and scary teddy bears with a sigh. She noticed that these monsters looked very disgusting. Wayward swung her spear along with the enraged Fierce Dragon King, who swung his staff. The Wayward One told the guys to move and not get involved in unnecessary fights. However, the fiery spirit of Fierce Dragon King tried to dispute this, saying that he understood everything, but he really wanted to see how strong these monsters were in the death zone. Fierce Dragon King attacked the terrible decaying horse with green eyes with his staff. Fierce Dragon King noticed that this monster was being attacked too hard. At that moment, the Wayward One, with deft and quick movements, inflicted critical damage on the terrible and evil teddy bears. The guys in the company of their leader watched with amazement in their eyes from the sidelines the fight between Wayward and Fierce Dragon King, who were fighting at that moment. Liu Ying prepared her red blade and swept. That the damage to Wayward was very high. Affectionate was also shocked by such power, and so she asked her leader where he could find such a good ally. Having dealt with the huge monsters, the whole team, led by Wayward, headed to the gate, which was blocked by a crowd of people. The Wayward One noticed that the entrance to the stage was blocked and they would not be able to get through here. A crowd of angry and dissatisfied guys stood in front of the entrance and heatedly discussed something. One of the guys in a black cloak was not happy to see the defensive towers on the stage, because in addition to the fact that they had crazy damage, they were also in large numbers, so he did not understand how the guys could get through these towers. The guy in the green jacket suggested trying to go through the fortress again, because there were many of them, and he did not believe that none of them would really be able to get through the defensive towers. The guy in armor and armlets was taken aback by his comrade, saying that he had gone crazy, because they saw with their own eyes how one daredevil was torn apart by dozens of lightning bolts, and if he really wanted to pass, then he was offered to go first, and everyone else would follow him. Jiang Zi and Wayward watched what was happening behind the crowd and did not understand what was going on around them. Jiang Zi didn't understand why a whole crowd of people had gathered at the entrance. The guy in the sweatshirt raised his head and frowned. He said that he came to this place before everyone else and thought that he would defeat the boss of the floor before everyone else. However, he was in vain to rejoice. A crowd of guys noticed some movement in the center of the circle. Jiang Zi raised his head and stared ahead, puzzled. The 13th floor altar was protected by huge towers with electrical charges. One of the guys rushed forward and received a huge electric shock right to the bones. The Wayward One stepped forward to the front of the crowd and swung her sharp blade to the side. She knew that these were lightning defense towers, so she advised no one to approach them, because they would kill anyone who was within their radius of destruction. She also added that with such a dense formation of towers, they would be shocked by such a strong current that they could burn alive faster than they could utter a word. Wayward looked around the Thunder Towers with a puzzled look, along with Fierce Dragon King and Liu Ying, who stood behind her with furrowed brows. Liu Ying asked logical questions, not understanding how the people from the Dawn team were able to move on if the entrance was now blocked. Fierce Dragon King put forward his theory that these lightning defense towers could have been set up by the Dawn people, calling them scoundrels. The Wayward Woman was taken aback by her comrades, waving her hand and telling them not to make any noise because they still had to save the hostage. Jiang Zi, frowning his eyebrows, glanced at the towers and saw in the distance, inside the fence, the silhouette of a well-fed guy. Jiang Zi noticed that someone had approached the tower and was hiding behind it. The black silhouette of the guy turned to Rakshasa, saying that his leader was waiting for Jiang Zi, and therefore he could pass through the thunderstorm towers and they would not touch him. The plump little ball laughed loudly and pointed his finger towards Jiang Zi and his team. Sharik turned to Jiang Zi, saying that his leader was waiting for Jiang Zi and therefore he was going to let only him inside, and ordered everyone else to sit outside, unless of course they wanted to be burned to ashes. The angry Jiang Zi, having heard this statement, turned towards Wayward, who with an astonished and confused face put her hand on his shoulder. Jiang Zi accepted the offer and planned to go alone. The Wayward One was taken aback by telling him that in this case he would have virtually no chance of defeating the Dawn alone. Jiang Zi's team watched as their leader Jiang Zi went after the ball, which led him to his leader. Jiang Zi said out loud to his team that he had no choice and had to try to save his sister, so he told them to take care of themselves. The guys watched what was happening and it was hard for them to accept such consideration from the leader. Liu Yuying tried to recall her leader. Titan noticed that they could not just stand by and watch as their leader walked to certain death. Fierce Dragon King slung his staff over his shoulder and did not understand what to do in such a situation because he did not want to let Rakshasa take risks alone. The standing squad of guys who were blocking the path became embittered and stared furiously. They noticed that Jiang Zi was able to pass through this gate. The guy in the armband stuck out his finger and said that Jiang Zi was able to pass these gates, which means they can't be worse than him. The whole crowd rushed to run through the thunderstorm towers, which were surrounded by current. However, they did not know that Jiang Zi was able to pass thanks to one person, so they received a powerful electric charge throughout their bodies as a whole squad and flew off in different directions. The remaining Jiang Zi guys watched what was happening with apprehension. Shen Meng leaned slightly and with fear in her eyes turned to Wayward, who was standing right in front of her. Shen Meng said that no one could resist a dozen thunder towers. The Wayward One looked ahead, puzzled, because she, too, was powerless, because she herself noticed that the damage from the current was colossal and therefore there was a chance of getting paralysis, which would affect her speed. She was also at a loss, because if they try to break through directly, then this is a one-way path. Suddenly, Melancholy Sky called out to Liu Yuying and his temper, who turned sharply in his direction with a curious look. Melancholy Sky said he had an idea, but wasn't sure it would work yet. The girls thought about the words of Melancholy Sky.
Jiang Zi, having passed through the thunder towers, continued to follow the ball as it walked forward and waved its arms.
Jiang Zi asked his guide whether these thunder towers were his doing. Sharik answered with pleasure that it was him, because his only skill was the master of defensive towers, so he could place these towers wherever he wanted. And while he was under the protection of his towers, even an experienced fighter would not be able to cope with him. Jiang Zi, with a dissatisfied face from the situation, continued to follow the ball, which smiled sarcastically and turned back. Jiang Zi was impressed that he didn't even know such skills existed. Sharik noticed that his skill was nothing compared to their boss. The ball also noticed that he had heard about the Jiang Zi skill, which allowed him to summon bosses, and that was really cool. Therefore, the ball really wanted to compare the abilities of their boss and Jiang Zi, because he couldn't wait to see whose skill would be stronger in the end. Jiang Zi continued to follow his companion from the Dawn Squad, who led him to his boss through a huge death zone surrounded by a dozen thunder towers. Jiang Zi was eager to see the Dawn Squad boss, so he didn't want to talk too much and told his guide to quickly do his job. Jiang Zi approached the boss of the Dawn Squad, who was standing opposite his partner, who was sitting on the huge and evil boss of the death zone. The leader of the Dawn Squad was called A Ray of Dawn, and the girl was called Gravedigger. A Ray of Dawn threw his evil grin back towards Jiang Zi and greeted him. With open arms, A Ray of Dawn headed towards his new guest, who was not very happy about such a meeting. A Ray of Dawn warmly greeted Rakshasa, telling him that they were on his stage and now Jiang Zi would witness the birth of a miracle.
Jiang Zi was taken aback by saying that his miracle could wait because he needed his little sister.
With an ironic expression on his face, A Ray of Dawn raised his hands up as if about to clap his hands. A Ray of Dawn told Jiang Zi not to worry since the show hadn't even started yet. A Ray of Dawn extended his hand to the side and pointed to the other side, where the girl's leg appeared. A Ray of Dawn said that it was time for his favorite assistant to come out. An angry girl appeared, walking forward with a confident and firm gait, her brows furrowed. Her name was Cloud Light. Jiang Zi looked at the cloudy light in bewilderment and furrowed his eyebrows, clearly recognizing this girl. Cloud Light repeated the name Liu Yuying, who turned out to be her younger sister. Jiang Zi stood in front of the cloudy light in bewilderment and asked again about the name of Liu Yuying, who was her younger sister. A Ray of Dawn came up behind the cloudy light and waved his hand at her, looking at her with a mischievous grin. He turned to his favorite assistant, telling her to get straight to the point without further ado, so as not to keep her boss and the audience waiting. Cloudlight knew she had to carry out her orders. She knitted her eyebrows and raised her hand in the air, clearly about to use her skill, apologizing to Rakshasa in advance. She hit Jiang Zi's chest with her hand. At this moment, everything around was surrounded by a yellow aura as Cloudlight continued to hold her hand on Jiang Zi's chest.
The perplexed Jiang Zi did not understand what was happening to him.
A notification popped up saying that Cloudlight was using his skill on Jiang Zi. A Ray of Dawn approached Jiang Zi from behind with a malicious grin and put his hand on his shoulder. Jiang Zi continued to stand in confusion and the realization that he did not know what skill was being used against him. A Ray of Dawn told Jiang Zi not to move if he wanted his sister to live. Jiang Zi continued to stand with a lost expression and glanced at A Ray of Dawn's hand. Jiang Zi didn't hear the words of A Ray of Dawn and tried to summon his sister Feng. We were transported to the shelter where Sister Jiang Zi was hidden, at whom the guard was shouting. The guy in green pants ordered Feng not to do anything stupid, otherwise she would be in trouble. With fear in her eyes, Feng sat on a large chair and fussed a lot.
She said that she couldn't stand it anymore and really wanted to go to the toilet, and if the guard didn't let her go, she would go to the toilet right in the room.
The guard led Feng by the rope that was wrapped around his hands to the toilet door. The guard considered this act disgusting, so he told her to go quickly and come back. Frightened, Feng went into the toilet and turned back to the guard, who continued to fiercely command her. He said that she had 5 minutes and that she should not think about doing anything. With a malicious grin, Feng sat down on the toilet and closed her eyes. She understood that even a minute would be enough for her to disappear, so she mentally invited the guard to find her in the demon territory that Feng was going to. Feng tried to free her hands from the tight rope. In an instant, she teleported away. We were transported to the territory of demons. Feng hovered in the air around a blue aura and lightning. With her eyes closed, she fell into space and was very glad that she was able to get out of the tyrant guard and find herself in the territory of demons.
She understood that this place was also not safe, so she urgently needed to contact her brother and inform him of her location.
Feng tried to send her brother a letter through the system with the message, "Brother, this is Feng. I escaped to the demon territory and am safe for now. Take me, please, I'm at the address." Suddenly, a spirit guide appeared in front of Feng, whom she was very frightened of. Spirit guide greeted Tao Jiao Feng and told her that she had entered the territory of demons. Feng looked happy at such an unexpected and pleasant meeting for her, crossing her arms over her chest. She understood that since the spirit guide had appeared, she could awaken her skill. The spirit guide was taken aback by the hasty Feng, saying that first she needed to create clothes. Feng suddenly thought about her image and widened her eyes, touching her chin with her finger. She wanted to wear something pink and have a mask on her face because her brother Jiang Zi said that demon territory is an unsafe place and it is better to hide your identity here. Spirit guide heard Feng's wish and waved her magic wand in the air. Feng reincarnated in a new pink outfit and a white cloak and beautiful and long boots. Spirit guide noted that if Feng is ready to awaken her skill, then let her notify her about it. The spirit guide flew up to a large blue ball floating in the air. The spirit guide said, then Feng put her hand on the ball, and then her natural ability will manifest itself automatically.
With an astonished look in her new outfit, Feng raised her hand to the ball.
Placing his entire palm on the magic ball, it glowed with a bright light. Feng was eager to find out what skill she would get, and she looked out with one eye. It was clear that she was very nervous because she didn't know what skill she would get, and suddenly she would even get an SSS rank talent like her brother. However, she realized that she was daydreaming, so she calmed down a little and simply watched the spirit as a guide. Feng thought that she would get a skill of C or D rank, at best, or even the spirit guide congratulated Feng for awakening the skill in herself. Jiang Zi's team at this time found themselves together and vigorously discussed the plan for passing through the thunderstorm towers. Liu Yuying waved her hand towards Melancholy Sky and asked her about the plan. Fierce Dragon King was also eager to hear about him, and he waved his arms to the sides out of curiosity. Melancholy Sky responded to the guys, saying that she had been observing those who had been hit by the lightning towers, and it seemed to her that those with the lightning attribute were able to avoid a significant portion of the damage from the shock. The Wayward glanced towards Melancholy Sky, who held the staff in her hand and looked confused. The Wayward One asked Melancholy Sky what would happen next. Melancholy Sky replied that although her elemental increment skill randomly distributes them, there were enough of them in the team for at least one of them to receive the required element. Wayward noted that it sounded interesting, but with so many towers, only the lightning attribute would not allow them to block all the damage, and therefore they would also need a healer to get through the towers.
Shen Meng at that moment joyfully raised her hand in the air and closed her eyes.
She noted her person with admiration, saying that she was a very good healer with strong skills. Behind her stood the inspired Fierce Dragon King and said that then there was no need to hesitate and we should quickly try to implement this plan. They all stood together, surrounding Melancholy Sky in a blue cloak. Putting her hand on her belt, Wayward said that they still had no other ways, so she suggested starting with herself. Melancholy Sky understood Wayward. Melancholy Sky furrowed her brows and swung her staff, using her elemental increment skill. The Wayward One lit up with a bright flame and raised her hand to the side. The Wayward One realized that instead of lightning she had the element of fire. Melancholy Sky looked puzzled at Liu Yuying, who furrowed her eyebrows and returned her gaze. Melancholy Sky said the cooldown was 60 seconds, so whoever was next had to be used for now. Liu Yuying offered herself next. Melancholy Sky used her skill towards Liu Yuying with a tense face. She really hoped that the lightning element would drop this time. The upset Titan looked at Liu Yuying, who was surrounded by ice shards. Liu Yuying held her sword with a red blade in her hands. She said that this time she was also unlucky and the elements of ice fell. Titan tried to reassure his friend, telling her that there were still chances and she needed to try further. Melancholy Sky then used the skill on Titan, who raised chunks of earth into the air with a wave of his arms. Titan frowned and realized that this time he had the earth element. Liu Yuying looked at Tang Kaiale with dissatisfaction, who also furrowed her eyebrows. Tang Kaiale was surrounded by a green aura and leaves, noticing that she had a wood element. Liu Yuying did not understand what to do, because the lightning element had not yet fallen out. Furious and angry, Fierce Dragon King stared at Melancholy Sky. He proposed his candidacy, hoping that everything would work out with him. The guys from the side watched as Melancholy Sky used her skill towards Fierce Dragon King, which caused a bright flash of light. Fierce Dragon King was surrounded by an aura of lightning and cheered that he had succeeded, raising his staff above his head. Zhang Zi at this moment continued to be under the influence of the Cloud Light spell, being on a huge stage near the boss of the Dawn Squad. Zhang Zi was surrounded by a yellow aura and tried to move somehow. Hanging his head down, he noticed that he had received a new notification that his friend had sent him a message and he needed to watch it. Surrounded by yellow flames, Zhang Zi raised his hand and looked at his watch, which had a notice from his sister on it. He realized that the message was from her and she was able to escape into the demon territory. Zhang Zi was going to find a way to help her. Zhang Zi stood opposite Cloudlight, who was holding a book in the air along with her spell. With a cold gaze, she held the book in the air, surrounded by a yellow aura, and said that the spell had been cast. Zhang Zi waved his hands and did not understand what had happened to him. He didn't notice any self-imposed skills, so he wondered what the Cloudlight could do to him. Cloudlight at this moment handed the book to her boss, who crossed his arms with a malicious grin. A Ray of Dawn asked his assistant if she was able to use her skill. Cloudlight noted that everything went well, except for what he expected. Picking up the book, the Dawn Squad boss furrowed his brows and bared his teeth. It was a Copied Summoning Skill Book. SSS Rank. Effect: after studying this skill book, you will gain a skill. Notes: 1. This skill book is a consumable item. 2. The student must have an SSS rank skill. 3. If the student has more than 5 skills, then the new ability will randomly replace one of the existing ones. Enraged by the information he received that the student must have an SSS rank skill, the Dawn boss bared his crops and looked furious as he stared straight at the book. With lost faces, Cloudy Light and a Ray of Dawn looked at this book. The Dawn boss did not believe that the student had to have a top-level skill because he was counting on something else. Cloudlight asked her leader if everything was okay with him. A Ray of Dawn looked very angry and fierce, like a terrifying beast. In an angry state, he crushed the book in his hand and glared at Zhang Zi. Dawn boss said that he was going to use the copy skill to copy Zhang Zi's SSS rank summoning ability into the skill book and use it personally. He longed to summon all these extremely powerful monsters to himself in order to become invincible. With a malicious grin, he extended his hand towards Zhang Zi, who was standing not far from him. Unfortunately for him, the boss of the Dawn said that man proposes, but God distributes, and therefore their performance is over. However, he still left the most important performance for Zhang Zi. With his arms spread wide, Boss Dawn walked towards Zhang Zi. He told Zhang Zi that he couldn't let go of his enemy with such a strong skill, so he had no choice but to deal with him. Gravedigger sat on her clown monster, crossing her legs and resting her chin on her hand, and lowered her gaze to a Ray of Dawn Squad Dawn, who was looking indifferently to the side. Gravedigger asked him if she could kill Zhang Zi because she wanted to get a tattoo of the name of the first SSS rank trophy. A Ray of Dawn, who was standing in the company of Cloudlight, turned to Gravedigger and looked up at her with a malicious smile, waving his hand. He said that they were leaving and she had 10 minutes to kill Zhang Zi while her charm skill was still active. Gravedigger looked at a Ray of Dawn. She thanked him and said that she would take care of Zhang Zi. Gravedigger sat on the angry clown with a bloodthirsty smile, crossed her legs and waved her hand to the side, looking at Zhang Zi. She shouted that his name would become the 342nd name on her body and left. Zhang Zi raised his head and looked at Gravedigger and the angry clown and didn't understand what was happening. A huge explosion occurred, which raised a huge cloud of dust, shrouding the space around in magical purple lightning. Gravedigger, who was sitting on her clown, and Zhang Zi, who was standing nearby, turned towards the explosion. Among the cloud of dust after the explosion, the silhouette of Fierce Dragon King appeared, holding his staff in rage with his legs slightly bent. Fierce Dragon King, holding his staff in his hands and frowning, ran with the team towards Zhang Zi. He shouted to him that they had arrived. Fatty, with his legs and arms spread out to the sides, looked towards Fierce Dragon King with a puzzled expression on his face. Fierce Dragon King looked at Fatty with frowning brows and a dissatisfied look. Fatty shouted abuse at Fierce Dragon King and asked how they were able to get past his defense towers. Fierce Dragon King told him that he shouldn't be too proud of it since they just destroyed those towers. Zhang Zi stood with his team in front of the huge clown monster and turned his head towards Wayward. Wayward told him that she had received his sister's address and that she had already sent people there, so he didn't have to worry about her. Jiang Zi thanked her with relief. Jiang Zi stood in the company of Titan, who smiled towards Fierce Dragon King, who furrowed his brows and slung his staff over his shoulder. Jiang Zi told him that his new hairstyle suits him, to which Fierce Dragon King simply tusked. Jiang Zi stood in the company of Wayward, who stood with her back to him, holding her black spear in her hand. Liu Yuying held her red blade in her hand with a surprised face as she turned to look at Jiang Zi. Liu Yuying asked Jiang Zi what they did to him. Jiang Zi answered her that he would tell her later and added that he saw a girl with the nickname Cloudlight very similar to her, who said that she and Liu Yuying were sisters. Liu Yuying looked at Jiang Zi with a worried look and complete surprise. She was perplexed that her sister could be with the Dawn team. The Wayward One stood with a serious face in the company of Titan, who had a surprised look. Autumn like night with lowered eyebrows at that moment looked in the direction from where the enemy was approaching. The Wayward One turned to Jiang Zi and Liu Yuying and said that they had no time to chat now, as the boss of the Death Zone was approaching them. Titan was surprised to guess that the clown monster was enchanted. The Death Zone boss, Harlequin, appears. Gravedigger sat on the angry clown with a joyful expression on her face, raising her black braid in one hand. Gravedigger excitedly told Jiang Zi and his team that the show would start soon and ironically asked them if they were ready to die. Fatty, looking towards Gravedigger, fired his cannon to the side with a wide smile and joy in his eyes. He approached Gravedigger with an offer to help her, since there were many people in Jiang Zi's team in his opinion. Gravedigger glanced at Fatty with a smile. She agreed to the proposal, but warned him to leave Jiang Zi for her. Fierce Dragon King rushed towards Fatty, swinging his staff with purple lightning coming out of it. Titan at that moment was covering himself with his shield from Fatty's bullets. Titan told everyone on his team to watch out for bullets and warned that Gravedigger had tamed the clown monster. Fierce Dragon King said he didn't care and just had to hit them. Jiang Zi, bending over the ground, threw his cloak back and moved one hand to the side, and put the other to the ground and summoned 3 monsters at once. Behind him, the Unbridled Swordsman, the Archbishop, and the Heavenly Frog appeared. Gravedigger, sitting on the clown with her legs crossed, playfully looked towards Jiang Zi, licking her finger with her tongue. Gravedigger noticed that Jiang Zi's team looked too nervous, so she wanted to prepare a surprise for them. The clown, wrinkling his gaze, smiled broadly and maliciously and snapped his fingers. Multicolored cubes with question marks flew towards the Jiang Zi team and they opened their mouths in surprise. Fierce Dragon King fell to the ground with a dissatisfied face and a multicolored cube fell right between his legs. He didn't understand what kind of cubes they were. A notification has appeared. Box with a nightmare. Level 1. Effect. Delivers a box containing a bomb with a random skill to all enemy targets. Explosion, freeze, sleep, and silence. Wayward, concerned about what it turned out to be, turned to her team. She warned them that these were nightmare boxes, a skill of this boss, and that everyone should quickly move away from them. Boxes of nightmares suddenly began to explode in the air. Bombs with different skills fell into each team member's hands and there was surprise and alarm on their faces. A bomb exploded in Liu Yuying's hands, and from the explosion, she furrowed her eyebrows and closed one eye, opening her mouth. Bombs exploded in Titan and Fierce Dragon King's hands and they looked straight at them with a scared look. An explosive bomb exploded next to Autumn like night, his face scrunched up in pain. A bomb exploded in Shen Meng's hands. She was scared and closed her eyes. Shen Meng leaned back slightly with dissatisfaction and waved her arms. She said that she had been hit with a silence bomb and that she could not use her skills. Melancholy Sky, holding her staff in her hand, stood with a scared look. She came across a bomb with a freeze skill. Liu Yuying fell to the ground with her eyes closed, holding her red blade in her hand, and she came across a bomb with the sleep skill. Jiang Zi stood with his hand raised, and in the other he held his bow, and next to him stood Wayward, holding her spear in her hand. Jiang Zi said that he also came across a bomb with the silent skill, but this would not hurt him since he had already summoned his monsters. The Wayward One noticed that it was the boss of the Death Zone and, as expected, he was very strong. Gravedigger looked towards Jiang Zi's team with a smile and joy in her eyes, throwing her braid over her shoulder. She ironically asked where is their numerical advantage now and their chances of winning, which were not even expected initially. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards Gravedigger. Gravedigger, having managed to notice this, managed to dodge to the side with a dissatisfied face. Jiang Zi, with an angry look, stood with his bow raised and aimed at Gravedigger. He wanted to refute Gravedigger's words that they didn't have a chance. Gravedigger, with a dissatisfied face, sat on the clown, holding her scythe and looking towards Jiang Zi. She didn't expect the damage to be so great. Gravedigger ordered the clown monster to kill Jiang Zi. A clown with glowing eyes and a bloodthirsty wide smile raised his palms up and laughed loudly. The clown monster with an evil look clenched his teeth in a smile and rushed towards Jiang Zi. The clown confronted Jiang Zi about not buying a ticket. The Wayward stood in a fighting pose, putting her spear forward, and Jiang Zi stood behind her with his hand lowered, in which he held his bow. Jiang Zi told his team to protect those who were euthanized and frozen. The wayward woman shouted that the boss should be left in her charge. The wayward one, opening her mouth, sharply rushed forward, throwing her hand at the spear back, preparing to attack. Wayward leapt at the clown, dealing stunning damage to him with her spear, plunging it into his forehead. The clown doubled over in pain. Jiang Zi moved his bow hand to the side and raised the other one forward. The archbishop, with his mouth open, moved towards the enemy, followed by the enraged swordsman, raising his swords and rushing forward. Jiang Zi told swordsman and the archbishop to eliminate Gravedigger, then her spell would subside. Swordsman swung his blades in a slightly tilted position and rushed to attack. Swordsman noted that the blade is like the wind. With a malicious grin, Gravedigger tried to damage the archbishop with her scythe, who glared at her. Gravedigger was surprised that his summoned beasts looked too weak, and in her opinion, the bosses of the initial floors were even worse than ordinary monsters. The archbishop opened his mouth and stuck out two sharp fangs with an enraged look. The archbishop turned into a snake demon and flew straight with his claws straight at Gravedigger, who managed to glance at the monster. Gravedigger jumped into the air and swung her scythe and caused enormous damage to the archbishop. She wanted him to die. The rest of Jiang Zi's team, including Titan and Fierce Dragon King, looked worried and tense. Fierce Dragon King turned to Shen Meng, who was standing behind everyone with a scared look, as he wanted her to cure the snake demon. Crossing her arms, Shen Meng answered with trepidation that if she could, she would have cured him long ago, because the spell of silence still did not wear off. Titan, putting up his shield, looked out from behind it and also noticed that Gravedigger's damage was too high, adding on his own that the Dawn team had really strong guys. A Ray of Dawn and the company Cloudlight stood aside and watched the explosions and the fight, as they were interested in the outcome of the battle. The guys from Team Dawn, together with Boss Harlequin, tried to resist Team Jiang Zi, fighting to the death. A Ray of Dawn crossed his arms and lowered his head down, sitting next to Cloudlight. Cloudlight asked her A Ray of Dawn if they could just let Jiang Zi's squad go. A Ray of Dawn didn't understand this kind of humor. With a malicious grin, his teeth bared, he raised his hand and looked at Cloudlight. He said that the Great Divine Gate would soon open, and the demon territory would merge with their world. And as a servant of God, A Ray of Dawn was obliged to wipe out the infidels from the face of the earth. With a thoughtful look, Cloudlight furrowed her brows and thought that a new era was about to dawn. Tang Kaiaoe and Liu Yuying sat on the ground and held their heads. The spell lifted from them. Liu Yuying said she felt dizzy, but her friend felt like she was in a dream. The guys from the side turned to the girls, who had just woken up, and told them to take care of themselves. Fatty and Gravedigger continued to advance with a malicious smile, clearly not intending to lose this fight. Fatty turned to his friend, telling her that it was time to finish with the Jiang Zi squad, which began to recover after the spell. Titan, along with his strong shield, rushed to save his team from the bullets. Tang Kaiaoe and Liu Yuying were discussing the attack plan behind Jiang Zi, who glanced at them. Jiang Zi approached Tang Kaiaoe, suggesting that she try to stun Gravedigger together with Liu Yuying, choosing the right opportunity to attack. Gravedigger swung her scythe and started running straight towards Jiang Zi, who readied his fire bow. Gravedigger said that Jiang Zi's team's archers were too weak, so she wanted to deal with Jiang Zi. In a deft move, Gravedigger swung her scythe towards Jiang Zi, whose reaction and agility exceeded her expectations. Gravedigger was perplexed that Jiang Zi was able to dodge her attack, since Jiang Zi was using the dragon breathing technique. Jiang Zi cast his angry gaze at Gravedigger and said that he would not die this time. Tang Kaiaoe raised her hands in the air with a frown and cast an attraction spell. Gravedigger fell into this spell with confusion in her eyes, standing in the red circle that appeared below her. Sky Swallowing Toad, along with Swordsman and Liu Yuying, flew to attack the defenseless Gravedigger. There was nowhere to dodge such a joint attack, and therefore she received colossal damage to herself. She flew straight at Fatty, who did not expect such a movement in his direction. The Wayward one swung her spear in the air and tried to finish off Harlequin. Wayward was about to activate her SS rank skill, Dragonlance. Harlequin screamed that he was in pain. Jiang Zi watched the events unfold with a slight frown. He was surprised by such a powerful attack from his team, especially from Wayward, which killed the boss instantly. To Jiang Zi's surprise, Wayward had an SS rank skill and it was strong. The Wayward one finished off the boss with her last movement and stood exactly in front of his fallen body. Wayward swung her spear, standing among the clouds of dust and smoke, looking straight at the trapped Gravedigger. The Wayward joked ironically, saying that her clown had fallen and now it was Gravedigger's turn. Gravedigger abruptly jumped up from the ground and, baring her teeth, took her scythe in her hands. She said Wayward was in no hurry, since the clown still had one more interesting ability. The Harlequin began to come to life and slowly rise from the ground near Jiang Zi's team. Harlequin bared his teeth with a malicious grin and threw away a pack of death cards from himself. The clown continued to joke about the fact that his show was a failure, but the Jiang Zi team will definitely be satisfied with the finale. Jiang Zi's team opened their mouths and looked around as death cards flew past them. Tang Kaiaoe noticed that these cards had their names written on them. The wayward one replied that on these death cards are written the names of those who will definitely die. Tang Kaiaoi and Shen Ming raised their heads up and were very surprised at what was happening. The angry Tang Kaiaoi did not believe that such a skill could really exist. Little Shen Ming said that it all looked like complete nonsense and she did not want to die. Harlequin with a malicious grin continued to throw cards in different directions. He noticed to the guys that it was time to play their cards, and he was going to draw the first card of the lucky one who would not be lucky enough to die. One of the guys turned to Jiang Zi and told him to get ready. Harlequin grabbed one card into his hand with sharp claws. The clown unfolded the card and said that the first victim would be the sky-devouring toad. The guys felt sorry for the toad. Suddenly, huge paws appeared from the sky directly above the head of the heavenly devouring toad. These same hands grabbed the sky toad and crushed it, causing everything around to become dust. At the same moment, a notification appeared in front of Jiang Zi's face that the summoned toad beast had fallen in battle. Standing next to Jiang Zi, Wayward turned to her partner Rakshasa so that he would not stand still and go finish off the clown. Enraged, Jiang Zi took out his fire bow and with a quick movement of his hand, pulled an arrow straight towards the clown. Jiang Zi said that he had already loaded his gun and would avenge Toad's death. An arrow with a sharp tip and a red aura pierced straight into the clown's head, causing him to receive a critical hit. Gravedigger managed to glance at the fallen body of the clown. A notification popped up above the Jiang Zi team congratulating them on their victory over Harlequin. A general announcement also came out. The boss of the Death Zone, Harlequin, was killed by Rakshasa. Congratulations. There were many other fighters walking around the creepy amusement park, talking among themselves. One of them exclaimed loudly and asked if the boss of death had really been defeated and how did they manage to do it. Another fighter said that the difficulty was considerable and this Z must be very strong to deal with the boss so quickly. Another voice of a fighter was heard, who was interested in where Z was from. He wanted to make friends with him. Another voice said that the name Z sounded familiar, after which he remembered that Z was the same one who killed the butcher in the previous death zone. A huge clown lay on the ground, turned into a blue hologram, spheres were scattered near him, and above the boss stood a guy with a scarf around his neck and Gravedigger sat, leaning on one knee. The guy shouted to her that they had defeated her creepy clown, so it was time to leave. The girl snorted and replied that he would just get away. At the same moment, Z and Ziakin heard them and rushed to attack, running towards the villains standing still. Z, holding his bow in his hands, shouted so that no one would let them escape. Ziakin asked where they were going. She quickly ran, holding out her spear. The pitiful Gravedigger stood in fear opposite, and behind her a friend teleported, leaving behind a trail of a blue hologram. The girl with red hair screamed loudly for them to leave their lives to her. Gravedigger covered herself with her hand and said that the game was over. At the same moment, Z's fast arrow stopped the girl, causing -7894 damage. Siskin made a powerful leap upward, aiming her mighty spear down at the girl lying on the ground. Z stood not far from them and loudly asked Gravedigger if she really still thought she could leave. Siskin, attacking, shouted that she would take care of her. Suddenly, at the same moment, a bright yellow flash appeared. The girl with glasses stopped, went down to the ground and asked in surprise, "What is this?" It was a ray of dawn. He stood in front of Gravedigger lying on the ground, extended his hand and told Siskin that it was too early for her to let his people in. The girl lay at his feet and pitifully asked the leader for forgiveness, saying that it didn't work out. He replied that she should retreat and he would take care of everyone himself. Z and his friend stood together and talked. The guy, frowning, asked how he appeared so suddenly. He said that even if a ray of dawn is fast, it is simply impossible. Siskin suggested that this is most likely the effect of the skill. The team stood fully assembled in front of the enemy, under whose feet a blue round aura appeared. He crossed his arms under his chest and asked how much his sudden appearance confused them. He turned to Z and said that he would not allow him to leave there alive. The girl with a spear in her hand reminded that creepy clown is dead, so you can freely leave the death zone. She suggested just leaving, because there is no need to mess with the psychos. A ray of dawn suddenly appeared in front of Z. The archer was shocked by the speed of his enemy. The guy in the red cloak extended his hand forward and a neon playing cube appeared above his palm. He smiled and said that they could leave, but Z would stay with him. Siskin yelled at Z to be careful with that thing. Two guys stood opposite each other and holograms of dice appeared above their heads. A system sign also appeared above Z's head, which said, "System, right to duel to the death, level 1, effect, imprisons the user and the target for 15 minutes in the duel zone. Rules 1. The duel ends if one of the participants dies, and if both participants remain alive after the end of time, then both of them will be overtaken by death. 2. The duel is not limited by space and extends to the real world too." Z's friends read the tablet and were very alarmed, wondering where he got this ability from. Titan realized that he was planning to get rid of Z. A ray of dawn was filled with evil laughter. He clenched his fist and told Z that he was a man of his word and in 15 minutes only one of them would be left alive. He said that it would be him who took Z's life today, and on the day the Divine Gate opened, the end would come for everyone. Siskin charged with her powerful burning spear at the smug enemy. She shouted that he was the one who would die today. The girl swung her weapon sharply. A ray of dawn easily avoided her attack, jumping back, and loudly remarked about the good technique of wielding a spear. Each team member rushed to attack the enemy. Moonshadow shouted that they needed to attack together because he was unlikely to overpower everyone. Titan loudly agreed and said that they had 15 minutes and needed to deal with him ASAP. Z pulled an arrow on his bow. He glanced at the towers, near which many people were crowded. He realized that the defense towers had stopped working and more people were starting to flock there. He thought that if he summoned a clown, it would be difficult to control him. A crowd of fighters stood near the lying hologram of a clown and rejoiced furiously. A voice from the crowd shouted that this was the Z who dealt with the boss. Another fighter asked why they forgot the Dawn. Another voice asked why they were fighting, and at Z and the Demon Territory Control Bureau decided to oppose the Dawn organization. People supported Z and shouted for him to kill this scoundrel and destroy the vicious organization. The team continued to attack a Ray of Dawn, who skillfully evaded their attacks by moving from place to place with great speed. Z turned back and looked at Britty, giving the command for her to tie him up. She told him that she wouldn't hit because the enemy was moving too fast. Z turned to Autumn like Night, who had an ice vortex appearing around him, and ordered him to slow down the enemy. The magician used an ice storm and a Ray of Dawn's legs were covered with ice. The villain exclaimed that they could all fall at once because he didn't care about their low-level abilities. Z ordered Britty to attack. At that moment, a Ray of Dawn broke the leg under his feet, breaking it into small pieces. A girl with glasses flew up above his ready. She raised her hands, above which the golden silhouette of a masked warrior appeared. The girl used dragonlance and wildly screamed at the enemy to die. The fighters watching the battle raised their heads up with amazed eyes, and one of them asked, "What kind of skill is this with amazing effects?" Another guy said that he would like to film it and show it to his friends. Another fighter said that he came out well because they show such spectacular fights and skills. At that moment, Britty extended her hands towards a Ray of Dawn. She used her strength and held the enemy, under whose feet a red circle with symbols appeared. Siskin flew above his head with an amazingly powerful attack. The guy in the cloak stood calmly and did not move. At a short distance from him stood the archer, who was thinking whether the villain really didn't care because he didn't even move. A Ray of Dawn sharply extended his hand forward, smiling evilly. A huge SS rank light shield appeared in front of him, with a Siskin light weapon wedged into it. The guy in the cloak shouted that the Bound Council would illuminate his path, and only oblivion awaited them, the insects. The bright silhouette of the spear was unable to penetrate the light shield. Z and Siskin looked at what was happening and were deeply shocked. The guy asked how many skills he has. He clarified that Dragonlance is an SS rank skill, but he blocked it so easily. Behind Z stood his team, who opened their eyes and mouths wide at what they saw. Little Princess asked where he got the golden shield from. Fierce Dragon King said he couldn't withstand 110,000 damage. A time appeared above a Ray of Dawn's head as he extended his hand straight out, indicating that there were 7 minutes left. He grinned and said that he had not shown half of what he could do, but the duel was running out of time. Z summoned his familiar, a level 10 boss, who rushed to the attack along with Moonshadow, swinging his powerful swords. Z shouted that time was running out and he needed to attack, and no shield could withstand so much damage at once. The girl with the red sword loudly said that they would only have to try, and that she was counting on swordsmen. The fighters ran closer to a Ray of Dawn, who stood arrogantly behind his golden shield. The guy in the cloak replied that Moonshadow was really counting on a low-level boss. He said she was as naive as her sister. Swordsman shouted that the blade is like the wind. The girl and the familiar simultaneously launched a powerful vortex light slash while jumping. The swordswoman shouted that he should not dare to insult her sister because she would definitely kill him and bring her back. A Ray of Dawn stood contentedly behind a shield, which received damage from many sword blows, approximately minus 4,000 units. The guy in the raincoat bared his teeth, frowned, and said that the two of them were doing a good job together. Moonshadow and his assistant moved into another attack, while in the other direction Britty held the villain in place at a distance. The mage girl shouted for her friends to hurry up, because she would be able to hold off the enemy for a long time. The girl in the pink suit said that we need to try again, because his shield cannot be absolutely impenetrable. Standing behind Z as he pulled an arrow onto his bow were Fierce Dragon King, Britty, and Melancholy Sky. The black-haired man suggested that everyone break through the shield together because it could certainly be broken. Z agreed and said that everyone needs to hit it together. The battle continues. The squad members rush towards the enemy. An arrow cuts through the air. She flies at the villain who put up a block. Two girls rush forward. We shattered it, one of them shouts. If you kill him, then now, adds the second. Xu seems a little shocked, not standing in the most natural position. Originally I only wanted to kill Rakshasa, but now I've changed my mind, he says. The scoundrel smiles evilly and says that now he will kill everyone who is here. A cloud of black energy appears in his hands. Die, ants, he shouts. Kei Juyu, standing behind him, asks the scoundrel to stop. Yu Ying tries to shout to her sister. Kei Juyu looks down, shedding tears. Sister, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, she says. Xu effectively raises his hand and looks like some kind of pop star. No one will stop me from killing you all, he shouts. You will all face the judgment of death. Now I will show you my latest skill. The adventurers present on the battlefield are greatly alarmed. We hear their remarks. What it is? I cannot see anything. This down organization is despicable, using such horrible skills. Squad members standing nearby are also trying to figure out what to do in this situation. Oh no, what kind of skill is this? It suddenly turned dark, I can't see anything. Everyone, be careful, the hero shouts. This isn't just ordinary darkness, we've been blinded. Everyone, gather together, back to back, and defend. Two eyes and a huge mouth appear above the heroes' heads, grinning in an ominous grin. Which of you will face the judgment of God first? Young people hear the voice of their enemy. There are some strange stains in the sky. Melancholy feels the edge of the scoundrel's sword approaching. He's at 6 o'clock, she shouts, warning her allies. Sun Ruotong looks to his side in fear. Now it's 10 o'clock, she hears. Xu flies up to Melancholy and strikes her, knocking out almost 6,000 health points. The girl screams in pain. The hero strings his bow and gives orders. Everyone, be careful. Protect Melancholy. Melancholy, identify the direction. I'm counting on you. In a blinded state, relying on hearing to discern directions, could she be? He thinks. Kai Aoi calls out to Sun Ruotong, who looks over her shoulder at her, asking what's wrong. Xu circles the huddled heroes. I didn't expect someone's hearing to be so sharp, he thinks. It looks like I need to finish her quickly. The squad members are talking to each other, the girls are very scared. Rakshasa, your clown skill cooldown is almost done, says Melancholy. It's highly likely that Dawn will target you first. If so, then I will try to lure him out, says the hero. Yu Ying and Swordsman, get ready. It's too risky, Yu Ying replies. The hero looks up with alarm. Rakshasa, be careful, he will attack you, he hears. It is not possible to react, the enemy flies up from behind and strikes. Rakshasa, die, shouts Xu. Jiangzi immediately loses 12,832 health points. His health is immediately reduced by 62%. Yu Ying looks at the enemy who just struck. Yu Ying, swordsman, the time has come, attack, the hero shouts. The swordsman raises his sword to strike. Lost 34,839 health points. Move your sword like the wind, he hears. I've said it before, this low-level boss is like toy to me, Xu shouts. The summoned creature kneels and dies. When the sword dies, the person dies, says Yu Ying, next to whom this happened. Xu appears above her head, his sword already raised to strike. You're all going to hell, he shouts loudly. We see the girl's eyes, she is very scared. Yu Ying, be careful, she hears. The girl closes her eyes and puts her hands forward, trying to defend herself. This is the end, she thinks. Rakshasa, I wanted to tell you so many things, but I didn't have time. The hero reaches out his hand to the girl. The soldiers standing behind him scream in despair. A white trail remains in the air. Her sister appears in front of Yu Ying, who takes the blow of the villain and screams in pain. Sister, what are you doing? Yu Ying shouts. Kei Juyu falls to his knees. Darling, stop. Let him go, she asks the scoundrel who stands in front of her with a sword in his hand. Stupid woman, he shouts, why did you do this? Yu Ying leans over his sister and looks into her eyes. Sister, she screams. Someone please save my sister. You can't save me, she answers in a weak voice. Live your life with dignity. Melancholy appears in front of the scoundrel. The one who started this tragedy is you, she screams. Now hurry up and cancel Deathbit, and then surrender and confess your crimes. I think this is also Kei Juyu's wish. Surrender and confess, the scoundrel asks, laughing. I killed the person I loved the most with my own hands, and you. Not one of you is innocent. I'll make you all pay with your lives. Yu Ying rushes at the bastard with a sword in his hand. I will kill you and avenge my sister, she screams. The hero with a bow in his hand crouches on one knee. A countdown counter is visible above his head, with 58 seconds remaining. Protect me, he orders his allies. A huge clown appears behind the hero, baring his teeth angrily. The squad bravely fights the enemy, we hear the screams of the soldiers. Protect Rakshasa, everyone come together, stop him. Ah, this guy is crazy, let's fight him. Xu also screams, go to hell, you will all die. There is a sinister smile on the clown's face. The next show is called Death Draw, he says. Cards begin to circle above the villain's head. Xu looks with horror in his eyes as the card with the skull descends on him. Holy light shield, he yells. The villain and the hero stand opposite each other with a huge clown towering behind the latter. There is only one person in the game, the clown asks. It's too boring. The answer is open. Lucky ticket pulled by Xuguang. You won, Zhang Zi tells the bastard. Xuguang shrinks all over, huge hands fall on top of him. Is it really over? He shouts. The hand with outstretched fingers is getting closer. She clenches her fist and lowers herself to where Xuguang had just been standing. A cloud rises above the ground and stone fragments scatter. We see a system message, death bet cancelled. The members of the hero's squad cannot believe their luck. We won, shouts Dragon Kung. Melancholy comes forward. I'll take his belongings back to the Bureau for investigation first to see if we can find any other clues, she says. The girl bends over the scattered cards, one of which is gold. What is this? She asks. God's Gate communication permit. She takes the golden card in her hands and begins to examine it together with the hero standing next to her. The Kingdom of Gods? Asks Zhang Zi. What it is? Why haven't I heard anything about this? It seems I need to report this matter to the chief of the Eastern Bureau as soon as possible, says the girl. She squats down to get a better look at the trophies. This guy actually has so many skill books. It seems he really has killed quite a few adventurers, says the hero. Let's take them back for further study, says the girl. The death zone is about to disappear, we need to leave quickly. Yu Ying is grieving, with a hero standing behind her. I didn't believe in fate, the girl says sadly, but now I feel that there is something like that. Sometimes we have to learn to let go, says the hero. It's an inevitable part of life. I hope my sister will find a happier life in another world, the girl whispers. Zhang Zi says they have to go. The battle is over, tired young people stand next to each other. We must leave here, says the hero. Meet me at the altar of the first level of the demon realm. Soldiers who are not part of the squad joyfully greet heroes passing by. We hear their remarks. Well done. You killed Xuguang and eliminated harm to the people. This is the most magnificent duel I've ever seen. People from China, you are truly amazing. To be able to overcome such a powerful opponent. The clown at the end is really a stroke of genius. It was the decisive move. Rakshasa, Liu Yuying, you both did great. In front of us is an altar inside of which there are dozens of adventurers. This is the first level of the demon realm. The hero is greeted by his sister, waving her arms in greeting. Brother, how long have I been waiting for you? She shouts. The young people gather in a circle again to discuss the situation. Thank you all very much, says the hero. I don't even know how to thank you. Brother Rakshasa, saying thank you seems unnecessary, but this day has really been eventful, says Giant God. Let's all go back and rest well for now. Yes, it was so tiring, we actually killed Xuguang, says Xiaokan. Melancholy raises his hand, saying goodbye. Well, then we'll all go on vacation, she says. I also need to investigate further. I will let you all know if there is any news. Yes, okay, Zhang Zi answers and also raises his hand. The hero is pulling his sister's hand somewhere. Brother, what kind of people were they who kidnapped me? The girl asks. And where did you all just go? Let's go home for now, says the hero. I will tell you about everything in detail, but later. By the way, Xiao Feng, what talent have you awakened? The girl looks slyly at her brother over her shoulder. Talent? I won't tell you, she says. Nasty girl, Zhang Zi replies. M Country, California, National Martial Arts Arena. Two men in business suits approach the guys sparring in the ring. Chen Feng, stop what you are doing and go get ready. We are returning to our country next week, says one of them. Chen Feng responds without stopping boxing. Why? I want to stay here and train, aiming to pass the assessment for the second tier strong in the demon realm. The Triennial Youth Demon Realm Strong Exchange Conference is approaching, the man reports, and this time the host is our country. I plan to send you and a few others to participate. Chen Feng is still boxing. The men in suits who came after him look at him from outside the ring. What exchange conference? The guy asks. I am not interested. I want to continue training. Besides, you have received a message from your family, the bearded man states. Your fiancé has become very close to a certain Zhang Zi. The gloves fall to the floor. Chen Feng clenches his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. Let him be torn apart, he screams. Let's return to China immediately. He quickly runs out of the ring. A woman can really mess things up, stupid pig, he shouts along the way. Tell the others to get ready too, the bearded man tells his assistant. They will go to China with him. The assistant reports that he will do everything. Japan. In front of us is a typical house for this country with a courtyard. We hear voices coming from there. I'm sorry, Mr. Junichiro Koizumi, Miss Takanashi is unavailable to meet you today. Please accept our apologies. In that case, I'll visit another day. A seductive girl lies on a luxurious bed, in front of whom stands a maid in a traditional Japanese costume. Mr. Junichiro has left, the maid reports. Junichiro is a cabinet minister, and he's still very useful to our Dawn organization, so go and keep him company tonight and make up for what happened today, says the beauty. Okay, I'll do everything, the maid answers. The girl sits on the edge of the bed. Okay, you can go down first, she says. Make sure no one disturbs me. Okay, the maid answers. A window appears in front of the beauty in which two men are visible, one gray-haired, the second with a bandage over one eye. What happened? The girl asks. Why did you need me so urgently? Yang Nuo is dead, the eldest of the interlocutors tells her. The girl's face is distorted with anger. What? He's dead, she screams, not believing her ears. The men in the window fill her in on the details. The video shows that a guy called Ora did it, says the one in the blindfold. This is a very strange character. Looks like he has the ability to summon bosses. If God's messenger finds out that Yang Nuo has been killed, he will be furious, the gray-haired man suggests. We see these same people from a slightly different angle, but in the same window. Brother Ilyich, don't be impulsive, asks the young one. Don't mention God's envoy casually, it makes me nervous. While the God's envoy is sleeping, one of the 5 leaders of the Dawn organization was unexpectedly killed, the gray-haired man is indignant. And the God's envoy had once granted Yang Nuo a pass. Takanashi sits on the edge of the bed, looking thoughtful. The only way to remedy this situation now is to complete Yang Nuo's mission and activate the Demon Realm in China, she says. According to my information, this Demon Realm Strong Exchange Conference will be held at the location of the Devil's Cave. I will arrange for my people to be placed in the delegation of the Demon Realm Strong in Japan. By then we'll see who has the ability to receive God's envoy's reward. The girl gets out of bed and looks at her interlocutors. I will do everything in my power to accomplish this mission, she says, or else God's envoy's judgment won't be a joke. I hope this helps, says Ilyich. From what I know, the folks from M Country will also be attending the exchange conference, says his friend. We see a building with a large red cross. Xiao Feng, how are you feeling? Asks the hero. He sits next to the bed where his sister is lying. Brother, I feel like I can be discharged from the hospital now, says the girl. Xiao Feng, don't be silly, asks the hero. A whole delegation, headed by a bald man, enters the chamber. It seems your sister is recovering quickly, he tells the hero. I think I can breathe a sigh of relief. Brother and sister greet Teacher Gu. The teacher, who crossed his arms over his chest, and his companions stand next to the bed. Now you can catch up with the exchange conference, says the teacher. The hero asks again in surprise. You don't know about the International Youth Demon Realm Strong Exchange Conference? One of the guys is surprised. It's held every 3 years, and this time it's in our country. The bald teacher stares at the hero. Jiangzi, you all better prepare well together, he says. Don't embarrass me at the exchange conference. I heard that the first place winner at the exchange conference can receive a mysterious reward, says Sun Ruotong standing next to the teacher. The students gather around the teacher. Then let's leave first, says Gu. They still need to train. Okay, I'll take you, says the hero. He calls out to one of the girls and she stops in front of the door. What happened? She asks. Kaiawe, do you know what Liu Ying has been doing recently? Asks the hero. She came here the day before yesterday and said a bunch of inexplicable words to me as if she was saying goodbye to me. The girl looks at him in surprise. She didn't say, Kaiawe asks. She's getting married. The hero screams in surprise. What? Marriage? He clenches his fist in anger. Her fiancé Chen Feng came back from M Country to propose to her, says the girl. My dad said that the attitude of the Liu family's elder is tough, insisting that my cousin marry Chen Feng. No wonder she acted so strangely that day, says Jiang Zi. Did she agree? Kai Aoi rubs his chin thoughtfully. Given my cousin's personality, she probably won't agree, she says. However, if she doesn't agree, she'll be kicked out of the house. When is their wedding date? Asks Jiang Zi. It seems like today, the girl answers. The hero has a very angry face. What? Today? He asks. He takes Kai Aoi's hand and pulls her somewhere. He tells his sister that he will be back very soon. Kai Aoi, meanwhile, asks why he is pulling her. The hero and his companion run away along the corridor. Take me to the Liu family's mansion. We're crashing the wedding, he says. Xiao Feng looks after them. In front of us is the Liu family mansion. Mr. Liu and Mr. Chen, both wearing suits, are sitting on a brown sofa. Brother Liu, says the second, I've been caught up with things and haven't been able to visit you. You won't blame me, will you? You're a high-ranking official, serving the country, how can I blame you? The first one answers. Unlike me, who is stuck at home, bored to death. There are quite a lot of people around the interlocutors sitting on the sofa. Waiters are serving alcoholic drinks. Santong, what's going on with Yu Ying? Mr. Liu asks the servant standing behind him. Isn't she ready yet? Go and hurry up. Okay, he answers. We see a woman's shoe standing on the step of the stairs. The girl stands at the top and sees people gathered below her. Yu Ying is coming down, says Mr. Liu. Yu Ying, come over and meet your future in-laws. The girl, standing on the stairs, looks a little scared at those to whom she has to go down. Yu Ying approaches the old man sitting on the sofa. I'm sorry, Grandpa, I've made up my mind. I'm not going to marry Chen Feng, she says. The potential groom's mother intervenes in the conversation. What did you say? She shouts angrily. Are you unwilling? You don't even know what you are. There are countless women who want to marry my son. It's just because our elders arranged the marriage, otherwise I wouldn't agree to this marriage. What the hell? The girl's grandfather jumps up, despite the fact that he has to lean on a stick. Nonsense, he shouts. Unwilling. Are you trying to drive me mad? You're just like your mother and your sister. This is my own decision. Don't drag my deceased mother and sister into this, the girl answers irritably. The girl's grandfather is incredibly angry. It looks like he's about to have a heart attack. In short, whether you're willing or not, you have to marry Chen Feng today, he shouts. Otherwise you can get out of the Liu family. I don't need a granddaughter like you. Okay, I'll leave, the girl answers. Yu Ying, don't be impulsive, asks her servant standing behind the old man. The girl bows low in front of the elderly. Grandpa, I thank you and the family for raising me, but from now on I will give up my identity as a member of the Liu family and cut off all ties with it, she says. Brother Liu, you should discipline your granddaughter, otherwise, if this gets out, the reputation of the Liu family will be ruined by her, says Mr. Chen. The old man loudly taps his crutch on the floor. Wai-san, take care of the family's affairs, he orders. Young people attending the event notice something behind them and turn around. A young man in a suit with nunchucks in his hands approaches the girl. Excuse me, miss, he says. The potential groom's mother sits on the sofa and looks at the girl, rubbing her chin. It is said that the Liu family has strict rules, and that those who are kicked out of the Liu family will have their arms and legs broken, so I don't know if that's true. A guy in a suit stands next to a girl with his weapon in his hands. Miss, you know, those who leave the Liu family can no longer use the Liu family's martial arts, he says. Yes, I know, the girl answers. You do it. Wai-san leans towards the old man and tries to convince him to reverse his decision. You have only one granddaughter left. One lash and she's dead. Please tell Wai-san to stop. An old man, sitting on the sofa, looks angrily at his granddaughter. We can't let her bring shame to the Liu family. Execute the family's punishment, he orders. Wai-san swings his weapon at the girl to carry out the punishment. While enforcing steel whip, he shouts for some reason. Yu Ying closes his eyes to take the blow. However, someone's hand intercepts the nunchucks in the air. We see that this is Jiang Zi. Who are you? Wai-san shouts. How dare you interfere and stop me from carrying out the family punishment? The hero, who holds the strange weapon tightly in his hand, replies that his name is Jiang Zi. The assembled audience is animatedly discussing what just happened before their eyes. Isn't he the strong person from the demon realm? Why would a strong person from the demon realm come to the Liu family to cause trouble? Is there some underlying reason behind this? Could it be that they came for the marriage between the Liu family and the Chen family? Who's so bold? Who dares to interrupt the marriage of two families? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? This is a big deal. Quickly post it online, it will definitely explode. Hey, Chief Editor, I have breaking news here. A mysterious figure broke into the Liu family's mansion alone and made extraordinary moves. He is suspected to be a powerful man from the demon realm. The hero grabs the girl by the waist, trying to protect her. This is Jiang Zi, Yu Ying thinks. He appeared out of nowhere and hugged me in front of everyone. While I'm here, I won't let anyone hurt you, the guy says. The girl's grandfather approaches the hero. He's furious. Who are you? He asks. Why are you interfering with the affairs of the Liu family? Out of nowhere, a potential groom, Chen Feng, appears. He is outraged and points a finger at the hero. Jiang Zi, how dare you come here and try to steal my woman, he shouts. The girl being hugged by the hero looks at Chen Feng as if he were weak-minded. Old fool, says the hero, you shouldn't care who I am. Just know that I am taking Yu Ying. Wai-san, why aren't you doing anything? The old man shouts to the family executioner. Beat both this insolent man and the girl to death. The scoundrel screams heart-rendingly for the hero to prepare for death. Yu Ying turns to the hero and says that Wai-san has a very powerful divine whip skill. Get out of here quickly, she asks. Do not worry about me. Jiang Zi looks at his opponent with concern. Don't be stupid, he asks the girl. I'll take you out of here today. Nobody can stop me. He leans towards her. Do you want to come with me? The hero asks. Yes, Yu Ying answers him. Wai-san attacks, but the hero calmly intercepts his weapon again. Okay, he says, looking at the girl. But first, I will remove all obstacles in our path. Wai-san strikes again, but the hero manages to dodge it, albeit with difficulty. The old man, who is standing a short distance away, is very surprised. Flowing softness, he exclaims, "You're paying to you as disciple." A young man addresses the hero after his opponent has just missed. "I want to give you good advice. Immediately kneel down and apologize to the elder of the Liu family. Otherwise you will die even if your paying teacher appears here." "Old man, you talk too much," the hero answers him. Wai-san is furious. "Insolent, I'll show you your place now," he shouts and rushes into another attack. He is reported to use Iron Chain Dragon formation. Yu Ying, who is watching the fight nervously, warns the hero to be careful. She understands what technique the hero's opponent is using and thinks that her comrade has come to an end. The old man's companion frowns at what is happening, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Wai-san spins his strange weapon. "You little brother, let's see how you can break through my formation," he shouts. "Break through? Who said I will try to break through?" the hero asks mockingly. He clenches his fist and begins to glow with yellow energy. "It's usually very difficult to anger me, but you managed to do it," he shouts. Wai-san strikes again, but the hero dodges again. The next second, Zhang Zi strikes back and hits his opponent powerfully in the stomach. He flies a fair distance and falls on his back, raising clouds of dust. Old Man Liu and his entourage opened their mouths in amazement. "This kid actually broke Wai-san's Iron Chain Dragon formation with just one punch," exclaims Mr. Chen. "Could it be Dragon's Breath technique?" asks Old Man Liu. Suddenly, a young guy bursts into the hall where the fight is taking place. He shouts in a scary voice that a fire has started in the backyard. Panic begins among those present. We hear their remarks. "Damn, it's really on fire, run quickly. Protect the master. Every man help put out the fire. Don't panic, let the guests leave first. Use the fire exit, watch your step and don't trample." In front of us is Mr. Liu, leaning on his stick. "What's going on?" he asks. "How dare someone set fire to my family's property?" he says. He points his finger at the hero and his granddaughter, who are still standing next to each other. "He probably did it," the old man shouts. "I have already called the police. Let's see if you can escape." Yu Ying takes the hero by the arm and tries to lead him away. "Zhang Zi, let's go quickly," she asks. "How dare you behave like this in my house?" the old man shouts angrily. His gray-haired companion approaches the young people and begins to whisper in the hero's ear. "Zhang Zi, take Yu Ying and go quickly. If the National Security Bureau's people arrive here, it will be too late." The hero takes the girl by the hand and pulls her towards the exit. The young people run away, the flames raging behind them. "Zhang Zi, you suddenly appeared here today," says the girl.
"Did Kainawe tell you?"
"No, I came on my own," the hero answers. "I won't let you marry Chen Feng." The girl pulls her hand away and stops. "But why?" she asks. "I'm nothing to you." Zhang Zi looks at her over his shoulder. "Maybe I'm late with this confession, but I like you like no one else in this world," he says. "I won't let you be with anyone else." The girl is shocked. She doesn't know how to react to this. Some special agents with badges on their jackets appear in front of the young people. "Stand," the elder demands. "Take these two away," he orders his subordinates. People in suits surround the young people from all sides. "Even if you are from the National Security Bureau, you can't just arrest us," Zhang Zi states.
"Why is that?" asks the senior agent.
"You broke into someone else's house, started a fire, and injured a person. And now you kidnapped this girl." The hero is sincerely outraged. "These accusations are absurd," he exclaims. "I'm not kidnapping anyone. We'll figure it out," the agent promises. "To the bureau, where we will take you now. Handcuff them," he orders. Some agents pull out pistols and point them at the young men. "Don't even think about resisting," says the elder. "You're not going to fight with the National Security Bureau." "What should we do?" Yu Ying asks the hero. "We will fight," he answers. "Stop it," says the girl who appeared behind the agents. They turn to her. This is Ziokin.
The senior agent approaches her.
"Section Chief Zhang, I received orders from higher-ups to apprehend these two troublemakers," he says. "I'm taking them," answers the girl, who stands with her arms crossed over her chest. "You can report this to those who gave you the order." A look of fear appears on the senior agent's face. "If you take them away like this," he tells the girl, "it will be very difficult for me to explain it." Communication between two representatives of the same department continues. "You don't need to explain anything," says Ziokin. "These two individuals are the ones Director Dongfeng has named to see. Do you dare to stop me?" The bespectacled agent's knees begin to shake. "If Director Dongfeng wants to see them, I won't object," he says. Ziokin leads the young men to his car and tells them to get inside. The car starts moving. Ziokin's words come from inside. "Zhang Zi, you are very brave. You dared to break into the Liu family's home and kidnap their eldest daughter." Yu Ying, who is sitting in the backseat next to the hero, protests sheepishly.
"It wasn't like that at all," she says.
This is a false accusation. The hero is indignant. "I went there to save a man. Otherwise, Yu Ying would have been beaten to death under her grandfather's orders. Xiaoqin drives the car and looks at the road. Boy, don't pretend to be a hero, she says. I can only temporarily hush up this matter by talking with the director. The next step depends on your performance at the Youth Demon Realm Exchange Conference. Yu Ying looks at the hero sitting next to him in surprise. Youth Demon Realm Exchange Conference, she asks. Jiangzi, are you going to participate in this event? He hums, not knowing how to answer. A car is driving along an interchange. We hear the continuation of the conversation taking place there. Your luggage is all in the trunk. I'll take you to the airport now. If you can't get first place, you better not come back. What? If you cannot take first place, neither I nor the director will save you. When you return, you will go to prison. A young man walks down the street with a hood over his head and his hands in his pockets. Jiangzi, sooner or later I will kill you with my own hands to avenge my uncle, he thinks. He notices two policemen and quickly turns the corner to avoid their eyes. The guy's phone makes itself known in his pocket. He takes out the device and looks at it excitedly. Nobody knows this phone number, he thinks. Maybe it's uncle. This is indeed a message from my uncle. We have received a message. Zhang Hao, by the time you get this message I should already be dead. Don't grieve for me. To dedicate myself to God is my wish and honor. Besides you, I have no family in this world. Now I'm telling you all the secrets. You must do as I say and go to 89 Yellow River Street, Dongshan City. A disgusting smile appears on the guy's face. He repeats the address he just read. He approaches the gate, which has a designated address on it. This is not at all what Zhang Hao expected to see. Am I wrong? He thinks. He enters the door and walks past some boxes. Not even a ghost is in here, he thinks. Suddenly he hears a meow from a cat sitting on one of the boxes. Zhang Hao turns towards the sound. Is there someone there? He asks. It seems I have the wrong address, he thinks. Please accept my condolences on the death of his uncle. He hears and looks up with round eyes of fear. Zhang Hao notices a very cute cat with a medallion around her neck. The guy starts to panic. My God, he screams. Is the cat talking to me? Zhang Hao looks up at the cat sitting on the box. You are looking for me, she says. This cat is my avatar. Are you a messenger of God? The guy asks excitedly. The cat calmly licks its paw while washing itself. You can call me that too, she says. Your uncle sent you here. Are you ready to serve God? As long as it makes me stronger, as long as it allows me to seek revenge, Zhang Hao answers enthusiastically. I'm willing to serve anyone. Making you stronger is simple, but you must complete the task your uncle failed to accomplish, says the animal. Zhang Hao shouts, clenching his fists happily. If you make me stronger, I am ready to complete any task. A cone of light begins to shoot out from the cat's paw, completely covering the guy. God's believer, on behalf of God, I give you strength, the cat solemnly declares. Zhang Hao shrinks and closes his eyes. The status bar above his head gradually fills up and reaches 85%. The cat looks at him with a very strange look. Even though only 85% of the power has been unlocked, you're already very fortunate, she says. Zhang Hao, who is surrounded by a cloud of blue energy, trembles, trying to understand his feelings. Now you can unleash your talents of the demon realm, but with only 85% of their power, says the animal. Am I hearing this right? The guy says in amazement. Are you saying I can now use my talents of the demon realm? Did I not make myself clear? Says the cat. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Zhang Hao is tense, trying to do something interesting. He strikes the floor, knocking large pieces of stone upward. Oh God, he shouts joyfully. This power is absolutely amazing. We see that the energy sector is very large, it exceeds the size of city buildings. Don't get so excited, the cat asks the guy. Why are you destroying my shelter? He laughs loudly. Lord Divine Messenger, let your most devout servant take your home, says Zhang Hao. 1 week later, a helicopter approaches a luxury resort complex on the seashore. The hero, Kaiaoi and Sun Ruotong disembark from it. Wow, what a stunning view of the sea here, one of them says. In front of us are two high-rise buildings. In front of them is either a square or a very wide road. There are a lot of people, but they are somehow strangely dispersed throughout the vast space. We hear someone's remarks. The place is really nice. As the host country, Daxia naturally won't mistreat its own people. Wow, look, there are so many foreigners. Haven't you seen foreigners before? It's like we're visiting a zoo. The heroes arriving by helicopter meet someone. Jiangzi, stay still, this man says. Chen Feng, you are really persistent, says Kaiaoi, and we understand who is in front of them. The scoundrel seems to have moved away after the failed wedding. He is smiling. Jiangzi, don't think you've won just because you stole my woman, he says. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. I'll take my time playing with you. I am always at your disposal, Jiang Zi answers calmly. A girl wearing glasses and a business suit appears next to the young people. She raises her hand to attract attention. Are you representatives from Kingdom Martial Arts Academy? She asks. I'm Chief Shikingzhou. Please, come with me and I will take you to your residence. She is calling us, says Kaiaoi. The hero passes by his enemy, and he looks angrily at him over his shoulder. Jiang Zi, I'll make you suffer sooner or later, says the scoundrel. I'll be looking forward to it, the hero answers. Don't pay attention to this bastard, Kaiaoi asks him. He won't do anything openly. Jiang Zi and Kaiaoi are walking down the street after a girl who meets them. Shikingzhou, may I ask you, what is the process for this year's exchange conference? Asks the hero. The process for this year's exchange conference is the same as previous years, the girl explains. It is mainly divided into two events, individual combat and team practical combat. Both have elimination rounds. This year, as the host country, we have increased the prize money for the first place to 50 million. One of the young men following the girl screams in surprise. What? 50 million? We simply must take first place, he shouts. Shikingzhou adjusts his glasses on his nose. The high prize money will also attract even more terrifying opponents, she says. It's said that this year the delegations from different countries are all elite. M Country, the 5-time champion, is led by Duncan Austin this year. He's currently the 5th level demon strongman in the world. The group approaches a skyscraper with huge blue windows. What? 5th level? This is so scary, someone reacts to Shikingzhou's words. Not only M Country, but also White Bear Country, Fusang Country, Yin and Yang Country, and several other countries have sent ruthless characters. You can't underestimate them, Shikingzhou continues his story. She leads the group into the room and hands out hotel cards. These are room cards, the girl explains. Go there and rest for a while. Finally, I can rest, Kaiaoi rejoices. I'll just take a shower first. The hero looks at the two guys who arrived with him. Somehow I don't want to rest yet, he says. There are great landscapes here. I want to see the beach. I'm not tired at all either, one of his companions replies. Let's go there together. In front of us is a beach with vacationers sunbathing, playing ball and running after each other. The hero sits down on a sun lounger and his friend gazes at the beauties in swimsuits, of which there are a lot here. This is a real paradise, the guy says admiringly. Maybe we can strip down to our swimming trunks and also play something. If you want, take off your clothes. I'll just sit here, Jiang Zi answers him. A pretty girl in a white swimsuit approaches the guys. Hello, she says, I'm Chihiro from Fusang Country. Could you help me apply Sunday to Sunday screen? The hero greets her shyly. He raises his hand in the direction of his comrade, who stands nearby and trembles with excitement. Jinyang, this girl needs sunscreen, can you help? He asks. Of course, he answers. I promise to apply the cream to every square inch of Miss Chihiro's wonderful body. A girl with anger on her face snatches a tube of cream from the guy's hands. She turns away offended. I suddenly don't want to apply sunscreen anymore, she says. Sorry for the trouble. But why? Jinyang asks in bewilderment. The hero gets up from the sun lounger and tells his friend, who is looking through binoculars, that there are too many people here on the beach and he will go to his room to relax. Yes, okay, he says, without even looking at Jiang Zi. Suddenly, the hero notices a group of identically dressed people on the beach who look very much like clones. He examines this squad. These people wear hats in this heat and look very suspicious, he thinks. Strange young people walk past a large brown boulder. It's just ahead, we'll be there soon, says one of them. Why choose such a secluded place, asks the second. This is a very important mission, caution will not hurt, the third one answers him. The hero quietly follows a detachment of strangers who have already approached the entrance to the cave. It has already started, come in quickly, Jiang Zi hears. They are definitely up to something bad, he thinks. There is a fire burning inside the pendant lamp. In the cave, on a small hill, stands Yang Hao with a cat sitting on his shoulder. Divine Messenger, why did you risk coming personally this time? You could have just assigned the task to us, says one of the identically dressed guys. The hero watches what is happening, hiding behind a stone. The cat settled comfortably on the young man's shoulder. This is a very important mission and it cannot fail, he says. I received information that many others have arrived here. They seem to have the same goal as us. Therefore, your actions must be impeccable, you cannot make even the smallest mistake. It's clear, say the young people, who are all sitting on one knee. Jiang Hao and the cat visibly tower over the squad. Furthermore, I have chosen a new leader for Daxia, continues the cat, and it's the person in front of you. Go back and tell your respective leaders. You are all servants of God, and God will look after you. May God's light come upon us soon, the young people answer. Everyone go and make arrangements, says the white animal. The hero looks out from behind a stone. It's Jiang Hao. Could these people be from the down? He thinks. And why is the cat talking there? All this looks extremely strange. Jiang Hao with a cat on his shoulder walks down the steps. Why are your servants so devoted to you, divine messenger? The guy asks. It's simple, the animal answers. Because they all want to obtain the pass to the gate of God and travel to the kingdom of God. Jiang Hao asks what kind of kingdom of God this is and learns that it is a place that every mortal dreams of. If you do what God wants, you too can end up there, says the cat. The white animal notices the hero hiding behind a stone. But first, let's deal with the rat that's hiding around the corner there, it says. Who is there? Come on, show yourself, demands Jiang Hao. A leg appears from behind a stone. Jiang Zi comes out of his hiding place and points his finger at the villain. Your actions have been discovered long ago, he declares. The security team from the National Security Bureau is on its way. You can't escape. Speak up. What's the conspiracy of the Dawn people gathering here? Both the cat and Jiang Hao are ready to fight. A blue glow appears around them. What a brave little bug you are, says the animal. Do you think you can deceive me? Jiang Hao, don't you want revenge? Let's do it. Jiang Zi, it wasn't me who was looking for you, the scoundrel says to the hero. You yourself found your death. Jiang Hao, surrounded by a blue glow, rushes at the hero. I will kill you here and now, he shouts. Jiang Hao strikes, the hero jumps back, and the villain's fist crashes into the floor, knocking out large stones from there. This is talent skill of the demon realm, Jiang Zi exclaims in shock. Another blow follows, and again fragments fly in all directions. His strength has increased 1,000,000 times, the hero thinks. What should I do? To avoid enemy attacks, he makes 2 jumps back and runs into the wall of the cave. Jiang Hao clenches his fist and laughs. This is where you will die, he says. A huge boulder falls on top of the hero. Jiang Zi, with a look of despair on his face, thinks that he must come up with something. He can't die here like this. Suddenly someone's hand rests on his shoulder. Follow me, says its owner. We see 3 silhouettes flying up. The last one belongs to the hero. Jiang Hao and the cat look after him in bewilderment. This is impossible, exclaims the bastard. He just took it and ran away. Take your time, the animal advises him. You will meet again. The hero is trying to catch his breath on the beach among the large stones where he finds himself. 2 figures are visible next to him. Okay, it should be safe here, says a blonde young man in a white military suit. Who you are? Why did you save me? Asks Jiang Zi. Now we see those who saved the hero up close. The young man introduces himself. I am Saul, this is our prophet, and we are the Salvation Army. The Salvation Army? The hero asks. I've heard of this organization. They are a sworn enemy of Dawn. That's right, says the hero's new acquaintance. We saved you just because of your identity. My identity? Jiang Zi asks again. The girl looks at the hero with enthusiastic eyes and continues the explanation that the hero so needs now. It's all because you're my dad, she says. What? The hero asks in amazement. Am I your dad? Are you kidding? I'm not even married yet. I'm not kidding, says the girl. My name is Zhang Yiliu. I'm your daughter. My mother is Liu Yuying. I also know that you have 3 moles under your foot. Jiang Zi looks at the girl in bewilderment. This can't be happening, he shouts. This is impossible. Daughters don't appear out of nowhere. I also know that your talent is SSS level summoning, says Zhang Yiliu. Are you a time traveler? Asks the hero. Father and daughter continue to communicate, figuring out what's what. No, Dad, the girl explains. Before you died, you sent me here to become a prophet and lead the Salvation Army, which protects this world. The more you talk, the more you confuse me, the hero admits. What are you even talking about? Before I died. How did I die? The girl looks very sadly at her father. It's not just you who died, she says. Everyone died. Our world was destroyed and humanity perished. Zhang Yiliu describes the end of the world, depicted extremely symbolically with crosses and demons. In year 3021, all devils' caves around the world have activated. God's messengers awaken. Humankind and monsters engage in war. People fight with an ominous figure in a monk's robe. In the year 3029, humanity killed the boss Zeus of the 100th floor of the magic domain, successfully opening the gate of God and the passage to the kingdom of God. But what awaited humanity was destruction. Before us is a terrifying picture of destruction and a dozen demons. After the gate of God opened, the demonic realm merged completely with the real world, and the people of God descended into the real world, plundering the resources of the planet. Humanity became livestock, and the creatures of the blue star suffered. In the same year, Jiang Zi established the Salvation Army to fight against the people of God and save the people from destruction. He was revered as the savior. Before us is an energy trail. The earth is surrounded by many luminous circles that intersect with each other. In 3035, when the human race was about to win the war, the king of God's kingdom sacrificed millions of his people and used SSS-class forbidden spells on the blue planet, destroying it and killing the human race. The girl inside the magic circle moves away from her father's hand. At the moment of destruction, Jiang Zi used time travel to send his daughter Zhang Yiliu back. Before us again is a father and his little daughter. This is a huge tragedy, says the hero, if what you say is true. 3021, this is the current year, right? That's right, the girl answers, and the cat you recently saw is God's messenger. Jiang Zi crouches a little to make it easier for him to talk to the baby. What you said is very difficult for me to understand now, he says. I know, Jiang Yiliu answers. It is indeed very difficult to accept this. He leaves smiling and scratching his head. I'll go to the hotel and rest a little, he says, and I'll try to understand what you said. And you look very cute. If she really is my daughter, he thinks, then I have very good genes. It's evening outside. We see a multi-story building with luminous windows. This is a hotel, in one of the rooms of which the hero, his daughter and comrades gathered. Jiang Zi, you disappeared for a long time and now you have returned with a little girl. How could this happen? Asks Kayawe. The hero's daughter is not at all embarrassed and introduces herself. Hello everyone, she says happily. My name is Jiang Yiliu, and I am Jiang Zi. She doesn't have time to finish. The hero interrupts her, putting a fake smile on his face. Sister, he shouts loudly. She is my sister. The girl falls silent in fear. Jiang Yiliu, let me introduce these young people to you. These are my classmates. The girl begins to speak, and her words shock everyone. No need for introductions, I recognize them all. Auntie Kaiaoi was really beautiful when she was young. Auntie Sun is also a beauty. No wonder someone always carries your photos with him. The girl points her finger at one of the young people. Uncle Lin, you really used your mind to control the shot put when you were young. This must be Uncle Shang with an IQ of 210. My father always talked about you, saying that if you hadn't died so young, mankind wouldn't have been able to. The hero, smiling strained, covers his daughter's mouth. Sorry, my sister has been watching too many time travel dramas lately, so she's not quite in her right mind, he says. Please don't mind her. You better shut up, he whispers to the girl. If you keep talking, who knows what trouble will arise. The hero's comrades look at him in bewilderment. Why are all the Zhang family members so strange? Kaiawe asks. Jiang Zi, it's almost 8 o'clock, says Sun Ruotom. Shouldn't we enter the demon realm now? The young people get up from the sofa, the conversation continues while standing. Well, it's about time, the hero agrees. Everyone agreed to come online on time. I really hope that the demon realm has returned to its normal state, says Sun Ruotom. Jiang Yiliu sits on the sofa looking upset. She is still trying to convey something to those present. Once the divine messenger awakens, she says, the demon realm will also return to normal. Remember, you must protect my mother. Brother-in-law, what is your sister talking about? Asks Kaiawe. Is everything okay? It's okay, don't pay attention to her, says the hero. A huge rock with an altar floats in the air. It is reported that this is the 12th level of the demon realm. The hero is transported here and greets Yuying, who is already waiting for him here. He apologizes for being late. Jiang Zi takes the girl's hand. It's okay, the girl says. What happened at the conference? It's a long story, he replies. I'll tell you more later. Dragon King and Giant God approach the couple. Hey you two, the first one shouts joyfully. Stop chatting and hurry to the boss. Someone on the forum said that the magic domain has returned to normal and the stone gate has appeared. We can go to the next floor of the demon realm. The stone gate appeared. That's great, Yuying says happily. The party members see an imposing stone structure ahead of them. Look, the stone gate, says Dragon King. They really showed up. There is a status bar on the gate that gradually fills up. 15.7%, 15.8%. What's going on? One of the heroes asks. We must enter when the bar is 100% full. Other young people present at the altar tell the squad members what to do. Don't wait, we already tried it, and you can't get through the stone gate at all, says one of them. Darn it. Got our hopes up for nothing? Dragon King exclaims angrily. The hero looks at the stone portal. The girl said that when the divine messenger awakens, the demon realm will return to normal, he thinks. But now it seems that the so-called divine messenger has not awakened yet. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.